Necromancer Book 3. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. The Release Test. Ethan's last reserve shell crawled through the broken drain on 2 good legs, 1 ruined shoulder, and a command thread that felt like barbed wire under his skin. The thing had once been a chitin crawler husk, useful in tunnels, ugly as sin, and cheap enough that Athena's ledger never sounded sentimental when she listed it. After 6 hours of Lewis release test, after 2 staged corpse ride disputes, 1 fake Paladin pressure field, a burned-out corridor full of smoke wards, and a collapsed training yard that had forced Sasha to hold a stone brace until blood ran from her nose, cheap had stopped meaning easy to spend. Crawler is losing right-side purchase, Athena said through his chip, her voice crisp and carefully limited to the kind of support an advanced assistant interface could plausibly provide. Command strain rising. Reserve integrity at 23%. I know, Ethan muttered, crouched behind a slab of cracked concrete while grit rained across his shoulders. His wrist comp displayed the test map in pale blue lines, but the map was lying now. Lewis had taught him that maps always started lying when people most wanted them to be true. Ashley, how bad is the air pocket? Ashley knelt beside the shattered drain mouth with one hand pressed to the floor and the other held open, fingers trembling as she tasted the pressure through the gaps. Her dark makeup had smudged under one eye, and her breathing came too carefully. Bad, but not gone. The dummy's chest is still moving. Lewis made it breathe shallow on purpose. Of course he did, Sasha said from the buckling support point 10 feet away. Her boots were planted wide, both palms pressed into a raised wedge of stone that kept the drain roof from finishing its collapse. Dust powdered her blue hair gray, because just finding the fake casualty would have been too much like mercy. Riley crouched near Ethan's left shoulder, pink hair tucked under a warded scarf, eyes narrowed on the faint gold marks pulsing along the training ruin. Mercy isn't the problem, those marks are. If the crawler drags the casualty straight back, the third rune triggers and drops the rest of the ceiling. It's not a rescue lane. It's bait. Ethan looked across the ruined room to where Lewis stood behind the observation glass, hands folded behind his back, face unreadable. No instruction came, no hint, no rescue. That was the test, then. Not whether Ethan could command when Lewis approved the answer, but whether he could choose when every answer had teeth. Riley, mark the safe rhythm, Ethan said. Sasha, hold for 30 seconds, then let it sag 2 inches, not more. Ashley, give me breath on my count, just enough to keep the dummy viable. Sasha's jaw tightened. And the crawler? Ethan felt the reserve shell scrabble in the dark, its cracked limbs hooked around the training casualty's harness. It would never survive the turn Riley had found. Crawler spends itself. It goes under the drop, braces, and becomes the wedge. Nobody argued. That somehow hurt worse. Ethan pushed his command through the ruined husk and felt its damaged frame obey. The crawler dragged the casualty 3 feet closer, then folded itself beneath the mark ceiling as the rune flared gold. Its shell cracked like a rifle shot. Now, Ethan said, and spent the dead thing anyway. The crawler broke itself on command. Chitin plate split beneath the falling ceiling, and the sound punched through Ethan's teeth as if the husk had screamed without a throat. The rune-triggered collapse hit the crawler's back, stopped for 1 ugly second, then ground downward while its legs dug trenches through the dust. Ethan felt every failing joint through the command thread. It wanted to curl away from pressure because dead instincts borrowed from life still remembered pain's shape, but he held it in place and hated himself for being able to. Breath now, Ethan said, keeping his voice steady because the dead obeyed what he gave them, and he would not give them panic. Ashley, shallow and slow. Sasha, let it sag 2 inches on Riley's mark. Riley, count me through the flare. Riley's eyes tracked the gold rune as it pulsed beneath the cracked concrete. 3 beats. Not 2, not 4. It bites on uneven rhythm. Sasha, ease on my hand, not his voice. Sasha snarled through clenched teeth, but her hands obeyed Riley's raised fingers. I'm going to have words with Lewis after this. You'll have words after the casualty breathes outside the hole, Ashley said, and her palm turned as a thin ribbon of air slid into the drain, soft enough not to stir dust into the dummy's throat mechanism. Ethan, your line is fraying. I know, Ethan said, though knowing didn't make it better. He dropped to one knee, braced his left hand against the floor, and sent the zombie labor unit forward with a command so tight it made his skull ache. The zombie crawled under the cracked lip, hooked both hands around the casualty harness, and pulled while the crawler stayed wedged beneath the rune-marked ceiling, dying by inches for a rescue that was fake only on paper. The dummy came free on the third pull, chest still rising in shallow programmed breaths. Sasha let the stone sag exactly when Riley's hand dropped. Ashley cut the air support before the rune could catch the movement, and Ethan snapped the zombie backward with the casualty clutched against its chest. The ceiling came down where they had been, crushing the crawler flat enough that the command thread vanished in a burst of cold static. Athena spoke very softly in his chip. Training casualty recovered. Reserve chitin crawler husk destroyed. No live team casualties. Test scenario complete. Ethan stayed kneeling with dust on his tongue and one hand pressed to the floor where the dead thread had snapped. He wanted to apologize to the crawler, which was stupid because it had been a shell, a tool, a thing already dead before he ever owned it. He wanted to throw up because wanting to apologize proved it hadn't been just a thing to him. Medical check, he said, forcing himself up. Sasha first. Ashley after. Riley, confirm the rune is cold before anyone steps over it. Lewis' voice finally came through the room speakers. Stop there. Ethan turned toward the observation glass, exhausted enough that fear arrived late. Lewis stood behind it with his hands still folded, but his expression had changed in the smallest possible way. Approval, maybe, or relief dressed up as judgment. Ethan's wrist comp chimed before Lewis said another word. A status panel opened above his arm in clean blue light, bright against dust, blood, and broken concrete. Rank recalibration complete. Apprentice Necromancer level 10 threshold exceeded. Journeyman Necromancer level 1 confirmed. For a moment Ethan only stared. Sasha laughed once, breathless and shaky, while Ashley closed her eyes as if she had been holding that panel up by will alone. Riley looked from the crushed crawler to the glowing words and shook her head. That was an expensive ding, Riley said, quieter than usual. Lewis opened the training room door and stepped inside. Yes, he said, looking at Ethan rather than the panel. That is why it counts. Ethan did not move toward the glowing panel. He kept his eyes on Lewis instead, because if he looked too long at the words Journeyman Necromancer level 1, something inside him might start believing the world had handed him a prize instead of a bill. The crushed crawler lay under the collapsed slab in flat black pieces, its command tag cracked, its legs folded into angles no repair bench would forgive. Sasha still had one hand braced against the training yard wall while Ashley checked the dummy's chest rise and Riley crouched beside the dead rune with a marking stylus hovering above it. Lewis crossed the rubble with slow, exact steps. Do not celebrate yet. Tell me what happened. Ethan's mouth was dry enough that the first breath scraped. The rescue lane was bait. Riley caught the timing. Sasha held the brace and released pressure on Riley's mark. Ashley kept the casualty breathing without feeding the rune movement. I spent the crawler as a wedge and used the zombie labor unit to pull the casualty clear. You spent it, Lewis said. Not lost it? Ethan looked at the broken shell again. Spent. I knew it wouldn't survive. Sasha pushed away from the wall with a wince and wiped blood from under her nose with the heel of her hand. For the record, he didn't hesitate once the choice was real. I am not asking for loyalty testimony, Miss Calder, Lewis said, though his voice lacked its usual bite. You got it anyway, Sasha said. Free bonus. Ashley looked up from the dummy, expression tired and sharp. Casualty is stable. No dust obstruction. Breath support ended before the collapse. If this had been a living contractor, he'd need a medic, but he'd be alive. Riley touched the stylus to the dead rune, waited for the tip to stay dull, then sat back on her heels. Rune is cold. It would have punished a straight pull. Nasty little teaching tool. Lewis nodded, then held out his hand toward Ethan. Your wrist comp. Ethan hesitated only a second before offering his arm. Lewis did not touch the rank panel. He opened the combat log beneath it instead, scrolling through command strain, minion loss, team actions, injury flags, mana expenditure, and the final decision marker. That somehow meant more than the rank. The panel with the shiny words was simple. The log remembered how ugly the road to those words had been. Athena spoke in Ethan's chip. After action ledger updated. Reserve chitin crawler husk removed from active roster. Salvage category, scrap only. Emotional attachment risk noted. Don't call it that, Ethan murmured. Lewis' eyes flicked to him. Call it what it is, then. Ethan swallowed and made himself say it where the girls could hear. A minion I used properly and still feel bad about using. Lewis released his arm. Good. A journeyman who feels nothing becomes careless. A journeyman who refuses to spend anything becomes useless. You are neither, at least today. The words landed harder than praise. Ethan's chest tightened, and for one stupid second he wanted Lewis to say he was proud. Lewis did not. Instead, the master necromancer turned toward the crushed crawler and inclined his head, not deeply, not theatrically, but enough that the dead shell's cost did not vanish under the new rank. Recover what can be recovered, Lewis said. Then we debrief. Journeyman status gives you permission to walk the road. It does not make the road kind. Recovering what could be recovered took longer than Ethan wanted. The crawler came out in pieces, peeled from beneath the collapsed slab by the zombie labor unit while Sasha sat on a broken block with a medic drone sealing the blood vessels in her nose. Ashley checked her own pulse against a wall panel because airwork under smoke wards had left her dizzy, and Riley photographed the dead rune from 3 angles before letting the cleaning charm erase it. Ethan carried the cracked command tag himself, because handing it to the zombie felt wrong after using the crawler as a wedge. Lewis waited until the last salvage tray clicked shut before he pointed toward the debrief room. Inside, all of you. The room beyond the training yard was small, plain, and deliberately uncomfortable. No soft chairs, no window, no heroic display wall, only a table, 6 stools, and a crystal recorder already glowing. Ethan sat because his legs were beginning to shake, then regretted it when Sasha dropped onto the stool beside him and leaned her shoulder into his arm. You look like you're about to apologize to furniture, Sasha said. I might, Ethan said. Depends if the furniture dies for me. Lewis did not smile, but Ashley did, faintly. Riley set the rune photos on the table and slid them toward him. Don't miss the point because you're grieving the ugly bug. It worked because you listened to us. Ethan looked at the photos, then at the cracked crawler tag in his palm. I know, that's not small. No, Lewis said, taking the stool opposite him. It is the central lesson. Journeyman status is not permission to become a lone hero with a corpse collection. It is permission to leave my daily supervision and make bounded field decisions with your team, your assistant, and your own judgment. The words should have felt like freedom. Instead, they felt like the door of a cage opening onto a cliff edge. Ethan's wrist comp chimed again, and Athena opened a compact status panel above his arm. Field Journeyman provisional confirmed. Independent contract eligibility unlocked. Level 4 dungeon contracts authorized with registered team. Level 5 support restricted. Raid support permitted under senior command. Rift perimeter observation permitted by authorization. After action reporting mandatory. Reserve chitin crawler husk removed from active roster. Sasha read over his arm and whistled softly. That's a lot of fine print for congratulations. It is not congratulations, Lewis said. It is a leash long enough to let him learn whether he can walk without tripping. Ashley's gaze sharpened. And if the leash gets pulled by someone who isn't you? Then he had better notice who holds it, Lewis said. He looked at Ethan then, with none of the old training room mercy hidden under cruelty. Tomorrow, you will choose your first road contract. I will be available for emergency consultation, not permission. If you call me because you are frightened, I will be disappointed. If you call me because you have facts that require a master, I will answer. Ethan closed his hand around the crawler tag until the cracked edge bit his glove. He wanted to say he was ready, but the lie would have insulted the cost lying in the salvage tray. Then tomorrow I choose with them. Lewis nodded. Good. That is the first journeyman answer you have given all day. 2. The first road contract. The morning after Lewis released him, Ethan woke before the alarm and lay still while the ceiling above his dorm bed pretended to be harmless. His body remembered the test in careful pieces. Sasha's blood on dust, Riley's count, Ashley's breath control, and the chitin crawler cracking itself flat because he had ordered it to stay. Journeyman Necromancer level 1 still sat in his wrist comp history like a prize somebody had nailed to a bill, and he didn't quite know whether to feel proud, guilty, or sick. Athena solved the question by opening 3 translucent panels above his bed. Morning armor report, she said crisply. Legal cover remains intact. The release test documentation has been filed. Lewis has marked you field journeyman provisional rather than reckless idiot with paperwork, although I suspect he considered the second phrasing. Ethan rubbed both hands over his face. Please tell me that's the worst thing in the report. No, Athena said. Complaint status remains stable but unresolved. 2 Paladin-affiliated queries were redirected to Academy compliance, and one was answered with language so dull I nearly apologized to myself. Accountant packet remains boring, believable, and spiritually offensive. Travel insurance has been updated. Mission stipend received. Salvage escrow active. Freedom now has paperwork teeth. The door opened before Ethan could answer, and Sasha leaned in without knocking, blue hair damp from the showers and expression already suspicious. Ashley stood behind her with a mug of something hot. Riley peered around them both, pink hair clipped back and eyes far too awake. Did she say paperwork teeth? Sasha asked, stepping inside as if the phrase alone had invited her. She did, Ethan said, sitting up. Apparently I'm free now, but the freedom bites. Ashley handed him the mug and watched until he took it properly. Good. Things with teeth warn you before they eat you. Riley slipped inside and glanced at the panels. Unless the teeth are in the contract language. Then they smile while doing it. Athena enlarged the central report with visible satisfaction. Correct. Today's contract board includes 2 Academy-adjacent options, 1 road contract, and several opportunities I have removed because they were traps, underpaid, politically dirty, or written by people who think necromancers don't read. Ethan took the mug and let its heat settle into his palms. Show me the real choices. Sasha's grin softened at the edge. That sounded dangerously adult. No, Ethan said, looking at the glowing list as it unfolded. Adult would be knowing which one I want before I see what it costs. Athena highlighted 2 files, 1 green and 1 amber. Then we begin with the comfortable lie. The green contract expanded above Ethan's bed in tidy blocks of Academy-approved comfort. The title alone made his shoulders want to relax. Training Grounds Remediation Support, Muse Academy Annex 3. It offered standard pay, safe lodging, a supervised site, no civilian witnesses, no disputed corpse rights, no Paladin-adjacent jurisdiction, and a cheerful little note that all remains would be Academy property before, during, and after the work. Sasha leaned over the foot of the bed and squinted at the panel. That is the most boring trap I've ever seen. Athena made a small sound of approval. Correct. Boring traps remain traps. They merely wear sensible shoes. Ethan took another sip from the mug Ashley had given him and wished the warmth would settle somewhere useful. It doesn't look like a trap. It looks like a job where nobody dies, nobody screams, and nobody asks whether my skeletons are offending their grandmother. Riley perched on the edge of his desk and crossed one boot over the other. That's because it's selling you peace, not work. Look at the clauses. Supervised site. Academy-owned remains. Annex lodging. Restricted press access. Instructor confirmation on all unusual action. Ashley read the same lines more slowly, her voice quiet enough to make the words worse. It keeps you inside the Academy's shadow. You'd earn money, file a clean report, and go nowhere. Going nowhere sounds underrated after yesterday, Ethan said, and hated that he meant it. He pictured the crawler's cracked tag in his hand, Lewis' steady voice, and the way Journeyman had felt less like freedom than a door opening onto bad weather. The green contract promised walls, clean halls, known wards, and people who already knew what he was and had mostly decided not to panic about it. Sasha's expression softened, which was dangerous because it made him feel seen instead of judged. You can want the easy one, Ethan. Wanting a breather doesn't make you weak. No, Riley said before he could answer, but choosing the breather because it keeps him invisible might. Sasha shot her twin a look. Careful. I am being careful, Riley said, meeting Ethan's eyes instead of Sasha's. If he chooses it because the team needs recovery, fine. If he chooses it because Journeyman scares him, that's different. Ethan set the mug down on his bedside table before his grip could tighten enough to crack it. It does scare me. Ashley moved closer, not touching him, but close enough that he felt the offer. Good. Tell us what part. He looked at the green panel again. The part where Lewis isn't standing behind me. The part where a clean Academy job means I can pretend the release test changed my badge instead of my life. Athena dimmed the green contract until it looked less like safety and more like a padded leash. Then we have identified the comfortable lie. Sasha gave him a small, fierce smile. Now show us the one you don't want to want. Ethan drew one breath, then nodded. Open the amber file. The amber contract opened with none of the green file's polite softness. Its header carried a road service seal, a municipal distress marker, and 3 warning icons Athena enlarged before Ethan even leaned forward. Quarry Bend Outer Ward Drainage Collapse, Level 3 Residual Dungeon Contamination, Civilian Recovery Support. The title did not promise safety. It promised mud, bodies, arguments, and people who would look at Ethan's dead as if they were another kind of monster. Sasha read the first lines and stopped smiling. That's not a tidy dungeon job. No, Athena said. It is a contracted road assignment connected to a damaged dungeon site. The town hired a cleanup crew after the official clear, then found collapsed drainage, trapped spaces, and remains they cannot safely reach. Ashley's gaze moved down the panel. Civilian witnesses are unavoidable. Local authority retains site control. Corpse rights are conditional pending identification, family claim, contamination category, and mission necessity. Riley leaned closer, pink hair brushing Ethan's shoulder as she traced a line without touching the projection. Ambiguity everywhere. That salvage clause is either useful or a knife, depending on who reads it after the screaming starts. Ethan's mouth went dry for reasons that had nothing to do with fear alone. The amber file showed pay, hazard bonus, travel stipend, corpse salvage possibility, and a separate line for emergency rescue extension. It also showed public exposure, local press risk, contractor friction, unconfirmed monster remains, and a note that Necromancer presence might be socially sensitive. Socially sensitive, Ethan said. That means they're going to hate me before I arrive. Probably, Athena said. I have prepared chip display restrictions, public-facing skill summaries, salvage language notes, and a very boring explanation for why your assistant interface is handling travel, inventory, and after-action records. Sasha looked from the contract to him, her expression fierce again. This is the road, not the safe version, the real one with dirty boots. Ashley's voice stayed careful. In people, if workers are trapped, or families are waiting for bodies, you won't be dealing with training donors and consent files. You'll be dealing with grief. Ethan looked at the warning icons until they stopped feeling like icons and started feeling like doors. Lewis would have made him read the costs aloud. Athena had made sure the costs couldn't hide. Sasha wanted him brave, Ashley wanted him honest, and Riley wanted him too sharp to be fooled. None of them wanted him comfortable at the price of becoming smaller. Show me the route, salvage limits, witness policy, and what we can legally carry, Ethan said, sitting up straighter. If I take it, I want to know where the knives are before we step on them. Athena's smile was quick and proud. Now that is a road question. Athena spread the route across the room in pale blue lines, and Ethan's dorm became a map of distance, gates, rail links, warded roads, fuel stops, and warning zones. Quarry Bend sat beyond the comfortable academy circuit, not impossibly far, but far enough that Lewis would not be one corridor away when the first person shouted. The salvage limits opened beside the route in amber text, followed by witness policy, local authority contacts, carry permissions, and the list of undead assets allowed under journeyman road deployment. Riley slid off the desk and came to stand beside him. You can take the skeleton shield line, 2 rifle units if they stay covered until site authority clears display, 1 zombie labor pair, and the cadaver guard only if the tags stay visible. That's not nothing. It's not everything either, Sasha said, arms folded as she studied the travel plan. No Ravager, no Ashhounds unless Athena files a supplemental hazard note, and no showing off just because some town guard gets mouthy. I don't show off, Ethan said, then saw 3 faces and 1 glowing interface fail to agree with him. He sighed and corrected himself before Athena could enjoy it too much. I don't intend to show off. There, better? Marginally, Athena said. I have drafted the acceptance packet with conservative public language, a limited asset declaration, and a clause objection attached to the salvage ambiguity. Sending it will open your official road contract ledger. Ashley sat on the edge of the bed and looked at him rather than the map. This is the last easy place to say no. After you sign, we're not talking about freedom in theory. Ethan nodded because she was right, and because pretending otherwise would insult all of them. The green file still waited at the edge of Athena's display, dim but not gone, offering clean halls and a leash padded well enough to look kind. The amber file carried mud, grief, witnesses, corpse arguments, and a town that would probably decide what he was before he reached the gate. His hand drifted toward his wrist comp, then stopped, because calling Lewis would be a different version of choosing the green job. Sasha saw the motion and softened. We wouldn't think less of you for checking with him. I would, Ethan said, surprising himself with how steady it came out. Not because advice is bad. Because I already know what this is, and asking Lewis would be me trying to hand him the weight. Riley's grin appeared slowly, sharp and approving. There he is. Ethan looked at Athena. Send the acceptance. Amber contract. Quarrybend. Limited declared assets. Clause objection attached. Team roster included. And no extra flourish that makes me sound like a terrifying professional. Athena's eyes brightened. That last restriction is unfair to my art. Send it boring, Ethan said. The amber contract pulsed once, then vanished into a formal confirmation window. Contract accepted. Quarrybend Outer Ward Drainage Collapse. Journeyman Necromancer Ethan Meyer assigned. Road ledger opened. No stat panel followed, no rank chime, and no clean reward appeared to make the choice feel easy. Only the quiet knowledge remained that the safe job had been refused, the road had answered, and Lewis had not been asked to choose it for him. Ashley rose and squeezed his hand. Sasha hooked her arm through his on the other side, while Riley leaned close enough to read the departure time and whistle under her breath. Athena dimmed the map to travel mode, and Ethan felt the academy walls around him become less like shelter and more like something he was finally walking out of. 3. Town that watches. Quarrybend appeared first as a dark line between low hills, then as a wall of patched stone, steel mesh, and old ward pylons that had been repaired too often by people who couldn't afford to replace them. Ethan watched it from the contract van's rear seat while Athena painted quiet labels across his inner display: outer gate, militia post, municipal ward relay, drainage outflow, damaged dungeon access road. The town looked smaller than the file had made it feel, and that somehow made the job worse. Big cities could swallow fear. Quarrybend had nowhere to put it except in people's faces. Sasha leaned forward between the seats and squinted through the windscreen. That gate has seen better decades. Riley, wedged beside her with one boot braced against the floor, tilted her head. Left pylon is carrying too much of the load. Right one's got a charm patch over a charm patch. Whoever did that should be fined or hugged, depending on how broke they were. Ashley sat on Ethan's other side, quiet and straight-backed, watching the guards watch them. They know we're coming. They knew a necromancer was coming, Ethan said, and felt the words settle unpleasantly in his mouth. That's not the same thing. Athena murmured through the chip. Local chatter supports that assessment. 3 contractor complaints, 2 militia objections, 1 priestly concern, and a municipal note asking whether visible undead assets can remain covered until operational necessity. I have prepared a bland reply and several less bland private opinions. Keep the private ones private, Ethan said under his breath. The van slowed before the gate. 2 guards stepped out of the booth with rifles held low but ready, and the older one stared at Ethan's wrist comp before looking at his face. His eyes moved next to the covered transport trailer hitched behind them, where Ethan's declared assets waited under sealed tags, folded canvas, and every legal precaution Athena had been able to make boring. The canvas still seemed to draw more attention than an open coffin would have. Contract team? The guard asked, voice flat. Ethan opened the door and stepped down before anyone could speak for him. The road dust felt gritty under his boots, and the town beyond the gate seemed to hold its breath. Ethan Meyer, journeyman, accepted the Quarrybend Outer Ward Drainage Collapse contract. My team are Sasha Calder, Ashley Vance, and Riley Calder. My assets are sealed as requested and inactive until your site authority confirms deployment. The guard's mouth tightened at the word assets. Meyer wants you at the municipal hall before you go near the drains. Local contractors are already there. Families too. Sasha's expression sharpened. Ashley's gaze flicked once toward Ethan, warning and steadying at the same time. Riley looked past the guard to the people gathering behind the mesh, their faces half hidden by bars and old ward light. Ethan nodded because the first fight was not allowed to be his temper. Then we'll meet them before we work. The guard hesitated, then waved them through. The gate opened with a metal groan, and Quarrybend watched Ethan Meyer enter like it had already decided what kind of monster he was. Municipal Hall had once been built to look reassuring. Ethan could still see the intention under the patched wards and dirty windows. Broad steps, thick doors, old civic stone, a bell tower over the roof, and a faded crest carved above the entrance. The people waiting outside ruined the effect. Contractors in mud-stained work coats stood together on one side of the steps, arms folded and faces closed. Families clustered on the other, quieter and worse, because grief had already made them careful with hope. The mayor met them at the door with 2 aides, a militia sergeant, and a priest in gray roadcloth who looked at Ethan's wrist comp before looking at his eyes. "Mr. Meyer," the mayor said, and made the title sound like a legal risk. "Before anyone proceeds to the drainage site, we need clarity. Your acceptance came through the road contract ledger, but you're young, and the situation here is delicate." Ethan stopped at the foot of the steps rather than letting the whole group crowd him upward. Sasha and Ashley settled at either side with Riley half a pace behind, watching angles, faces, and hands. Delicate usually means people are already angry. A contractor snorted and lifted his chin toward the covered trailer. People are angry because dead men are still under that road and the town hired a boy with corpses in a trailer. Sasha's shoulders sharpened. Ethan lifted one hand slightly, not to silence her, but to ask for the first strike. She gave it to him, though not happily. The mayor's mouth tightened. "Mr. Braddock has men ready to work once the site is stable. His concern is not unreasonable. We were told Master Lewis could confirm your operating plan if needed." Ethan felt the old temptation reach for him with clean hands. Lewis' name would open the steps, quiet the contractor, and let Ethan borrow a shape of authority he hadn't earned in this town. Athena stayed silent in his chip, which was her way of making him hear himself think. "No," Ethan said. "Lewis isn't here." The aide on the mayor's left frowned. "A remote consultation would reassure everyone." "It would reassure you," Ethan said, keeping his voice level while the families watched him as if one wrong answer might bury their people twice. "It wouldn't make the drain safer. It wouldn't make me older. It wouldn't put him in command of my assets." The priest's gaze sharpened. "You object to oversight?" "I object to pretending a master is doing the work when he isn't," Ethan said. "You hired a journeyman necromancer under a road contract. I'll follow the contract, your site authority, hazard law, corpse right limits, and witness policy. If that isn't enough, refuse me now before I open the trailer." For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Riley leaned slightly toward Ashley and murmured, just loud enough to carry, that was the polite version. Ashley's mouth twitched. The contractor heard it and scowled, but some of the families shifted, not comfortable yet, not trusting, but listening. The mayor looked past Ethan toward the covered trailer waiting beyond the gate road, then back to the sealed contract packet in Ethan's hand. "You'll brief us inside. No assets deployed until site authority signs." Ethan nodded once and climbed the steps. "That was already my plan." Inside Municipal Hall, the briefing room smelled of dust, damp coats, and old wardstone worn too many times past its proper life. Ethan stood at the end of a long table while Athena projected the site map through his wrist comp in the safest public mode she had, all dull blue lines and official labels, with nothing clever enough to make a technician curious. The drainage road appeared as a broken ribbon beyond the town wall, crossed by collapsed tunnels, marked remains, possible monster traces, and 3 sections where the ground had sagged under its own secrets. Mayor Halden folded his hands on the table. "Explain your procedure." Ethan touched 2 markers, one at the road approach and one at the drainage mouth. "First, nobody enters until the ward stress and collapse risk are checked. Sasha reads ground load. Ashley checks air movement and trapped pockets. Riley reads charm patches and ward timing. I confirm death traces, corpse positions, and contamination risk from outside the breach." Braddock leaned forward hard enough that his chair creaked. "My men know that drain. We can show you where to cut through." "You can show us from behind the marked line," Ethan said. The contractor's face darkened. "Those are my men under there." "I know," Ethan said, and he made himself meet the anger without flinching. "That's why I'm not letting more of your men join them, because pride walks faster than safety." A woman among the families made a small sound, half grief and half approval. Braddock heard it and sat back, but his hands stayed clenched on the table. The priest in gray road cloth nodded toward the map. "And the dead already found?" "They stay named if you know their names," Ethan said. "They stay marked if you don't. No body gets moved without a tag, witness, and reason. If a living person can be reached by moving debris around remains, we move debris. If remains must be shifted to save a living person, we record it before and after. If contamination makes that impossible, I state it plainly and take responsibility. The priest studied him for several seconds. You speak as if the dead still have standing. They do with me, Ethan said. Riley's gaze flicked toward him, sharp and pleased. Sasha looked ready to bite anyone who laughed. Ashley only watched the families, and Ethan followed her attention long enough to see hope becoming something more dangerous than fear. He tapped the final marker. If site authority signs, I deploy 4 skeleton shield units first. They hold corridor edges, protect workers, and take collapse risk before living bodies do. The armored cadaver guard remains covered unless a load requires hands stronger and steadier than ours. No showmanship, no intimidation, no corpse display for effect. Mayor Halden looked at the priest, then Braddock, then the families. And if the town refuses visible undead? Ethan closed the map with one careful motion. Then I don't enter the drain. I'm not risking living workers to protect people from seeing the tools they hired. The room held its silence for long enough that Ethan heard the old wardstone in the walls ticking faintly as it bled heat. Mayor Halden looked at the families first, not Braddock, and that told Ethan more about the town than the contract file had. Quarrybend was afraid of scandal, afraid of necromancy, afraid of the road collapsing farther, but it was more afraid of leaving its people underground. A woman with reddened eyes stood near the back of the room, one hand twisted in the sleeve of her coat. My brother's down there, she said, voice thin but steady. If his body has to be moved so someone else comes out breathing, then move him. Just don't lose him. Ethan felt the words settle on him like a hand between his shoulder blades. I won't. Braddock shoved himself upright. You can't promise that. None of us can promise that. No, Ethan said, turning to him. I can promise I'll treat that risk as a reason to be careful, not as an excuse to do nothing. The priest in gray road cloth took the site authority form from the mayor's aide and read it with slow attention. He signed as witness first, then passed it to Mayor Halden. Let him work, the priest said. If we asked for clean hands, we should have hired them before the road broke. Halden signed with a stiff face. Braddock stared at the pen as if it had betrayed him, then took it and added his name under contractor acknowledgement with a hard scratch that nearly tore the paper. My men stay close enough to call out if you're about to do something stupid. Behind the marked line, Ethan said. Behind the marked line, Braddock repeated, hating every word. The walk from Municipal Hall to the drainage road felt longer than the map said it should. People followed at a careful distance, families first, contractors next, militia trailing with rifles and guilty eyes. Sasha moved ahead to study the cracked roadside and lifted one palm slightly when the ground complained under her senses. Ashley tested the air with slow breaths, eyes narrowing toward the drainage mouth. Riley drifted near the ward pylons, pink hair bright against the gray road as she watched old charms flicker through bad repairs. Athena spoke quietly in Ethan's chip. Site authority confirmed. Witness pressure high. Public recording likely from 3 angles. Recommend visible discipline over speed. Agreed, Ethan murmured. He stopped beside the covered trailer and placed his palm against the seal plate. Every watching face seemed to lean closer. Assets remain inactive until the line is marked, he called. Nobody crosses Sasha's stakes. Nobody touches my tags. Nobody gives my dead orders except me. The trailer locks clicked open, neat and loud in the road's cold air. Quarrybend watched the canvas shift, and Ethan felt the town judge him before a single dead foot touched the ground. 4. Bodies in the drain. The first skeleton stepped down from the trailer with shield locked to forearm, head bowed under Ethan's command, and the sound it made on the road was too clean for Quarrybend's comfort. People flinched anyway. The second followed, then the third, then the fourth, each one marked with academy tags, legal seals, and strips of dull cloth that covered more bone than function required. Ethan had chosen that before leaving the academy. The dead didn't need modesty the way the living did, but the living needed fewer excuses to turn useful tools into nightmares. Sasha hammered the first stake into the cracked roadside with a single hard blow. Line starts here. If you cross it, I'll embarrass you before the ground gets the chance. Braddock bristled behind the militia rope. My men need to see the cut. They can see from there, Sasha said, driving the next stake in. If they can't, they need better eyes, not worse safety discipline. Ashley crouched near the drainage entrance with one hand lifted before her lips, breathing slowly through a thin working charm. Dust moved in faint lines around her fingers, then curled wrong near the left side of the collapsed arch. Air pocket inside. Bad one. Not stable enough for a man crawling through. Something's breathing past the blockage, though. The families behind the marked line went still. Ethan felt it too a moment later. Not breath, but pressure. Death lay under the road in layers. Fresh human death. Older monster death. Rotting dungeon residue, sour and sharp beneath the drainage stink. And under that, weaker than the rest but horribly present, living fear pressed into a pocket of broken stone and black water. "There's someone alive," Ethan said. The grieving woman from the hall covered her mouth. Mayor Halden stepped forward, then stopped when Sasha's stake line made the choice for him. "Can you reach them?" "I don't know yet." Ethan raised one hand, and the skeleton shield line moved into place at the drainage entrance, two bracing the cracked edges with shields angled high, two kneeling lower to catch falling stone. Their movements were controlled, plain, and ugly in their usefulness. "Ashley, mark the air." "Sasha, tell me what the road wants to do." "The road wants to fall on fools," Sasha said, palm flat against the cracked surface. Her expression tightened. "Left side is lying. Looks better than it is. Weight goes there, it drops." Riley stood near the patched ward pylon, eyes narrowed at a charm so old and badly repaired that its light flickered like a tired pulse. "And the ward timing is off. It's trying to reinforce the drain every 6 seconds, but the patch is dragging half a beat late. If something shifts during the gap, the ward won't catch it." Braddock swore. "That patch held for 3 years." "It held until the road broke," Riley said without looking at him. "Congratulations." Athena's map opened across Ethan's inner display, threading Sasha's stakes, Ashley's air trace, Riley's ward pulse, and Ethan's death sense into a shape that still left too much blank. Living signature probable. 2 dead workers within 6 meters. 3 monster remains embedded beyond them. Drainage water contaminated. Recommend non-living entry and external bracing before any human approach. Ethan looked at the black drainage entrance, the bones holding shields before it, the covered cadaver guard still waiting in the trailer, and the families trying not to beg with their faces. The dead were already down there. The living were still breathing. That decided the order, no matter how the town felt about seeing it. "No one living enters first," Ethan said. "Skeletons brace. Zombies haul. Cadaver guard only if the load needs hands that won't panic." The priest's face tightened, but he nodded once. Braddock looked sick with anger and fear. "Those are bodies down there." "Yes," Ethan said, turning toward the trailer as the first zombie labor unit stirred beneath its cover. "And one of them may still come out alive if everyone lets my dead do their job." The first zombie labor unit unfolded from the trailer with a wet heaviness that made the crowd recoil harder than the skeletons had. It wore a reinforced work harness over its sealed field garment, every buckle tagged, every exposed fastening marked with Ethan's operating number and contract authority. The second followed under the same dull canvas, broader through the shoulders, with hands gloved in gray grip wrap and a towing strap clipped across its chest. Ethan felt the town's disgust hit the line like weather, but he kept his attention on the drain entrance, the cracked road, and the faint living fear pressed beyond the blockage. A man behind Braddock swore. Those were people. Ethan turned his head just enough to make the answer public. "They still are, which is why they're tagged, covered, named in my ledger, and used only inside consent limits. They're also strong, steady, and already dead. That makes them safer than sending your cousin in first." Braddock's jaw worked, but he did not step over Sasha's stakes. Sasha watched him anyway, one boot planted beside the line and one hand lifted as the road trembled under the first zombie's weight. "Easy. Left side still wants to drop." "Adjusting," Ethan said, and shifted the command thread. The zombie labor unit changed course with slow obedience, placing both feet on the safer stone Sasha had marked. The skeleton shields held their angles at the drain entrance while the second zombie moved behind them, lowered itself to one knee, and fed the towing strap toward a broken slab without brushing the nearest tagged remains. Ashley's air charm glimmered pale around her fingers. "The pocket beyond the slab is breathing shallow. If you yank hard, you'll steal their air before you clear the gap." "Then we don't yank," Ethan said. Cadaver Guard. The larger covered unit stepped down from the trailer, armored plates dull under the gray light. The crowd pulled back as one body, and even the militia rifles dipped before their owners remembered discipline. Ethan tasted old shame under the command, not his own this time, but the memory of training rooms, consent files, and Lewis saying that steady hands mattered because claws failed at careful work. Mayor Halden's voice cracked across the road. "Is that necessary?" "No," Ethan said, guiding the Cadaver Guard to the slab. "It's careful." Riley crouched beside the patched pylon without crossing Sasha's line, eyes narrowed. "Ward gap coming in 3, 2, now." Ethan held every unit still through the failed beat. Stone dust sifted down inside the drain entrance. Then the ward caught, late and ugly, and Ethan moved. The Cadaver Guard braced one hand flat against the slab while the zombie labor unit tightened the strap by inches, not force, not drama. Just pressure held steady enough for Broken Stone to remember it had choices other than collapse. A faint cough came from inside the drain. The families surged, and Sasha snapped, back. Ashley lifted both hands, air pressing the first two people gently but firmly behind the stakes. "He's alive because everyone is not moving. Keep it that way." Ethan did not look back. He couldn't afford the hope behind him yet. He sent the second zombie forward with a folded stretcher frame, watched its gloved fingers thread the tool through the narrow opening, and felt every stair in Quarry Bend turn sharper when dead hands did what living hands could not. The folded stretcher caught on a jagged edge before it reached the trapped worker, and for one ugly second Ethan felt the whole rescue narrow to a strip of metal, a gloved dead hand, and one living cough fading behind Broken Stone. The zombie labor unit did not panic. That was the point, and Ethan clung to it. He adjusted the command thread by a hair, made the unit angle its wrist, and let the stretcher frame slide through the gap instead of forcing it. Ashley's charm trembled around her fingers. Air flows worse when the frame turns sideways. "Keep it low, low and slow." "I hear you," Ethan said, though his attention stayed inside the drain entrance where death, fear, black water, and old dungeon residue dragged at his senses. Zombie 2, halt. Guard, hold pressure. Skeleton 3, shield higher. The skeleton lifted its shield just as small stones cracked loose above the work lane. They bounced off metal instead of falling into the opening, and the sound made several people behind Sasha's line cry out. Braddock surged half a step before Sasha planted herself in front of him with a stake hammer still in her hand. "Don't," Sasha said, voice flat enough to cut through panic. "You jump the line now, you make Ethan split command between saving your man and stopping you from killing him." Braddock froze, shaking with fury. "That's my nephew in there." "Then act like it," Sasha said. Ethan couldn't spare gratitude, but he felt it anyway. He sent the first zombie down onto both knees, bracing its weight exactly where Sasha's markers allowed, while the Cadaver Guard worked one arm through the widened gap. Its human hand found cloth, then a belt, then a wrist slick with cold water. The living fear spiked so sharply Ethan almost flinched. "He's conscious," Ethan said, panicking. Ashley leaned as close as the line allowed and pitched her voice through her air charm. "Listen to me. Don't fight the hand. It's getting you out. Breathe shallow and let it move you." A broken voice rasped back, too faint for words, but alive. Riley snapped her fingers twice. "Ward gap in 5. If you pull during it, that slab drops." "Everyone holds," Ethan said. The command went out hard and clean. Zombie, skeleton, Cadaver Guard, all of them locked in place while the bad patch missed its beat and the broken road shifted with a low grind under their feet. A woman sobbed behind him. Someone prayed. Ethan kept still, jaw clenched, mana held tight around every dead joint and every obedient hand until Riley shouted, "Now." The Cadaver Guard drew back by inches. The zombie kept the stretcher frame under the worker's hips. Skeleton shields caught dust and stone chips. Ashley fed air down the gap in a thin stream while Sasha's palms pressed to the road, her face pale with concentration. The trapped worker emerged filthy, bleeding, and shaking, dragged through black water and broken stone by dead hands that did not bruise him, drop him, or hurry for applause. "Stretcher lock," Ethan said, and the zombie labor unit secured the frame with careful straps before backing away from the drain entrance. "Ashley?" Ashley dropped to one knee beside the line, hands still raised. "Breathing. Weak, but breathing. He needs medics now." Mayor Halden shouted for the town healer, and the families broke into motion without crossing Sasha's stakes this time. Braddock stared at the cadaver guard's gloved hand still supporting the stretcher, horror and gratitude fighting across his face until neither won cleanly. Ethan released one layer of command and felt his wrist comp pulse against his skin. Athena's voice stayed low, meant only for him. Field control improvement confirmed. Constitution +1, Stamina +1, Intelligence +1, Wisdom +1, Human Utility Formation Road confirmed. Ethan looked at the rescued worker instead of the display. Not now, he murmured. Athena softened at once. Logged for later. The healer reached the stretcher, and Ethan ordered the dead back one pace at a time, giving the living room to work. Quarrybend watched him with wet faces, clenched hands, and fear that had not gone away just because a man was breathing. That was fine. Ethan could work with fear. He only needed them to remember that today. Fear had obeyed the line while the dead carried someone home. The healer's people took the stretcher from the zombie labor unit with visible effort and obvious reluctance, but they took it. That mattered. Ethan kept the dead still until living hands had the rescued worker clear, then backed each unit away from the drainage entrance in the same order he had sent them in. Skeleton shields lowered by degrees. The cadaver guard released its brace and stepped back with black water dripping from its glove. The zombies returned to the trailer side one slow pace at a time, while Quarrybend watched as if speed itself might turn rescue into threat. Braddock followed the stretcher for 3 steps, stopped, and looked back at Ethan. His face was wet, angry, and wrecked by relief. "Lennox," he said roughly. "His name's Lennox." Ethan nodded because the name deserved space. Athena, mark rescued worker as Lennox Braddock, living extraction, urgent healer transfer. Logged, Athena said in his chip. Link to witness file, sitemap, and command timeline. Braddock's gaze dropped to the cadaver guard's gloved hand. That thing touched him. He did, Ethan said, tired enough that politeness felt like another weight. Carefully. The correction hit the road harder than he expected. Braddock's mouth opened, closed, then twisted as if gratitude had a taste he hated. Fine, he got my nephew out. Mayor Halden reached them with the priest close behind. The mayor looked toward the trailer, then toward the families clustered around the healer, and finally at Ethan. The town will need a full report. You'll get one, Ethan said. Timeline, unit deployment, ward failure notes, corpse positions, living extraction, and the recommendation that nobody touches that patch until Riley has written down what she saw. Riley stood from beside the pylon, dust on one knee and irritation all over her face. Recommendation nothing. If they patch over that patch again, I'm haunting the procurement office while alive. The priest's eyes flicked toward her, then softened with weary approval. Put that in gentler language. I won't, Riley said. Ashley came back from the healer's side, pale but steady. Lennox is breathing on his own. Broken ribs, possible crush injury, bad water exposure. He's alive because the extraction stayed slow. Sasha pulled the last stake from the road and glanced at the people staring at Ethan's dead. And because nobody crossed the line. Mostly. Ethan's wrist comp pulsed again, this time insisting on visible acknowledgement. He turned slightly away from the families before he opened the display. The notification unfolded in clean blue text, painfully neat against the mud, black water, and grief around him. Field control improvement confirmed. Human utility formation. Road confirmed. Journeyman Necromancer level 2. Constitution 33. Stamina 41. Intelligence 50. Wisdom 38. For a moment, Ethan only stared. The numbers should have felt like victory. Instead, he heard Lennox coughing in the dark and saw Braddock trying to say he to something dead without choking on it. Sasha saw his face and stepped close enough for her shoulder to brush his arm. You earned it. Maybe, Ethan said softly. Not here. Ashley's hand touched the back of his wrist, brief and warm. Riley closed the display with one sharp tap before anyone else could read too much, then looked at the mayor. Report later. Site still unsafe now. Ethan breathed once, closed the ledger, and turned back to the drain. Skeletons hold perimeter. Zombies remain covered but ready. Cadaver guard stands down unless I call him again. We still have bodies to recover, and they get names if Quarrybend has names to give. 5. No master at his shoulder. The rescued worker's name moved through Quarry Bend before the healer carried him out of sight. Lennox Braddock. Nephew, son, cousin, debt, proof, accusation. Ethan heard all of it in the way people said the name, sometimes in relief, sometimes in anger, as if saving him had made the dead under the road more complicated rather than less. The skeleton shield line held the perimeter with shields lowered. The zombie labor unit stood covered beside the trailer. The cadaver guard remained still under black water, stone dust, and too many eyes. Mayor Halden tried to turn the scene into order by standing straighter. We have one living extraction confirmed. That changes the report, but it does not change the contract terms. The dead workers belong to Quarry Bend's families, and the monster remains under that road or town claim until assessed. Riley made a small sound beside Ethan that meant someone had just said something legally stupid. Town claim doesn't override hazard control. Braddock turned on her with grief still raw in his face. Those are our men under there. And something else, Ashley said from near the marked line, her air charm still faint around her fingers. The pocket past the slab is souring. If it shifts wrong, anyone close enough to argue ownership is close enough to die. A contractor in a brown coat spat into the mud. Easy for academy kids to say. You'll write your report, build a town, and drive off with whatever dead thing crawled out of the dungeon. Sasha's hand found the hammer at her belt, though she did not lift it. Try crossing my line and you'll learn how gently I can educate a fool. Ethan looked past them to the broken road. Death pressed there in tangled layers, unstable enough that even his senses could not sort worker from monster cleanly without closer handling. Under the noise, under the fear, there was another living thread. Fainter than Lennox had been. Lower. Deeper in the flooded collapse. Not strong enough to be certainty, but not gone. Athena's map sharpened inside his display. Possible second survivor. Probability low but non-zero. Route stability worsening. Clean report option available. Declare primary rescue complete. Recover bodies after reinforcement. Avoid command escalation under hostile witnesses. Ethan's fingers curled once, then loosened. A clean report would protect everyone who wanted this to be over. It would protect his reputation, the contract, the team, and Quarry Bend's fragile gratitude. It would also leave that faint living fear under the road while adults argued about ownership. Mayor Halden followed Ethan's stare and went pale. You found something else. Maybe, Ethan said. Braddock stepped forward until Sasha's lifted hand stopped him. Another worker? I don't know yet, Ethan said, and hated the honesty because it gave hope without shape. But I'm not signing off while I can still feel someone breathing down there. Riley's eyes flicked from Ethan to the broken road, then down to the wrist comp at his arm as if she expected Lewis' name to appear there by force of habit. We need to decide this cleanly before the mayor decides for us. Calling Lewis would give you cover. The words landed harder because they were practical, not cowardly. Ethan could already imagine Lewis answering, calm and sharp, asking for the map, the pulse timing, the claim language, the survivability estimate. Lewis would make the decision clearer. He might even make it defensible. That was the problem. Ethan looked at the drain, the covered dead waiting under command, and the town watching to see whether the young necromancer would turn uncertain the moment his mentor's shadow wasn't over him. Sasha planted the last stake back into the road with more force than it needed. If we call Lewis, Quarry Bend learns Ethan can be stalled by demanding a senior adult. Mayor Halden's mouth tightened. This town has the right to caution. This town had a bad ward patch sitting under a public road for 3 years, Riley said, and her voice cut bright and neat. Caution would be new. Braddock made a wounded sound, half anger and half shame, but Ashley stepped between that sound and the work. She crouched near the safe side of the drain and lifted her charm again, lips close to her fingers as pale airlines spread into the opening. The deeper pocket is worse than Lennox's was. I'm getting broken flow, water stink, and something warm enough to disturb the trace. If someone's alive, they're low on time. Athena unfolded the site map across Ethan's vision, but her voice stayed careful. Recommendation refinement. Consult present specialists first. Sasha for ground behavior. Ashley for air. Riley for ward rhythm and legal hazard. Athena for map and record integrity. Lewis call remains available but not required unless the team identifies a factor beyond current authority. Ethan almost smiled despite the pressure. Athena had not said don't call him. She had said he had people here, facts here, and a rank that meant something only if he used it. He turned his wrist slightly but did not open the call prompt. "Sasha," he said, "can the road hold another slow extraction if we stay off the left side?" Sasha went still, all teasing gone. She put one palm to the cracked surface, then shifted 2 steps and pressed down with her boot. "One slow extraction, maybe. Not if Braddock's men crowd us. Not if the contractor starts shouting people forward. And not if your cadaver guard braces where he did before. That section's done being generous." "Good." Ethan looked to Ashley. "Air?" Ashley's gaze stayed on the drain. "Bad, but not dead. If you open the wrong gap fast, you'll drown or choke whoever's beyond it. If you open it low and let me feed air ahead, we might get enough time." "Riley?" Riley stood beside the patched pylon with her hands hovering over the charmwork without touching it. "Ward pulse is still dragging. Worse after the last pull. I can mark the failed beat for you, but I can't fix the patch in the middle of this crowd without making it our problem forever." "It's already our problem," Braddock said harshly. "No," Ethan said, turning on him before Riley could answer. "The living person under that road is my problem. Your patch, your claims, and your arguments can wait." The silence after that spread through Quarrybend like spilled cold water. Ethan felt every stare and did not reach for Lewis. He opened his ledger instead, locked the first rescue timeline, then started a new entry with his own authority at the top. "Journeyman Meyer, field decision," he said, loud enough for the mayor, Braddock, the priest, and the contractor to hear. "Primary rescue is not complete. Possible second survivor detected. I am extending the operation under hazard authority. Witness objections noted. No one living crosses Sasha's line without my order." Mayor Halden swallowed. "And if you're wrong?" Ethan looked back at the drain, where fear still flickered too faintly to prove and too strongly to abandon. "Then I'll own the wasted time. If I'm right and we stop, someone dies because I wanted permission." The second rescue began with nobody cheering. That helped. Hope made people stupid, and Ethan needed Quarrybend frightened enough to obey before the road found another way to punish them. Sasha reset the line 3 paces farther back, hammering each stake in with tight, angry precision while the militia shifted under her glare. Ashley knelt on the safe side with both hands lifted, feeding a thread of cleaner air into the drain and listening through the charm like the whole world had narrowed to one weak disturbance beneath stone. Riley stood beside the pylon and snapped a bit of chalk against her thumbnail. "Ward gap in 4, 3, 2, hold." Ethan held everything. Skeleton shields locked. Zombie labor units froze mid-brace. The cadaver guard stood with one hand against the broken slab but no weight committed. The bad patch missed its beat. The road gave a slow, unhappy grind, and several people behind the line swore as dust sifted through the opening. "Now," Riley said. Ethan moved the dead by inches. Zombie 1 shifted the towing strap lower than before, not around the slab Lennox had come through, but beneath a narrower band of broken culvert stone that Ashley's airtrace marked in pale curls. Skeleton 2 lowered its shield edge into the gap to create a sliding face for loose chips. Skeleton 4 braced above it, shield angled to catch anything falling from the higher crack. The cadaver guard went down to one knee where Sasha had marked a safer weight point, slow enough that the road did not complain. The contractor's voice cut through the work. "You're wasting time. If that's a body, use hooks and get it out." Ethan did not look back. "If you speak again during a pull, Sasha removes you." Sasha smiled without warmth. "Please speak again." The contractor shut up. Ashley's breath hitched. "There, I heard something. Not speech. Movement in water." Braddock made a broken sound. "Who?" "I don't know," Ashley said, and her voice stayed kind without becoming soft. "Don't make me lie to comfort you." Ethan sent the folded stretcher frame forward again, this time carried beneath the slab rather than through the first gap. It scraped once, caught, then stopped. His instinct tried to add force. His training stopped him before the command formed. He saw Lewis in memory, not as permission, but as a hard little voice saying that panic always wanted speed and speed usually wanted a body count. "Zombie 2, rotate wrist left. 1 finger width," Ethan said. The frame slid free. Ashley fed air after it, pale charm light trembling over black water. "Lower. Whoever it is, they're partly submerged." Athena overlaid a thin blue path through the debris. "Recommend cadaver guard tactile search." Human hand geometry required. Monster remains obstructing stretcher line. Ethan's stomach tightened. Cadaver guard, right arm through. No grip until confirmed living contact. The gloved hand entered the gap slowly. It brushed stone, metal, torn cloth. Then something that sparked living fear so sharply Ethan's jaw clenched. The person under the road thrashed once, water slapping against broken stone. Ashley leaned forward, voice carried by the charm. Stop fighting. You're being rescued. Keep your face up if you can hear me. Tap once if you can hear me. A faint tap answered from inside the road. The whole town seemed to breathe in at once. Riley snapped, ward gap in 5. Hold on my mark, Ethan said, mana tightening around every dead joint. Sasha? Road's angry, Sasha said, both palms on the cracked surface. But it's holding. Don't let anyone stomp. Don't let anyone pray loudly and rush in because they got inspired. The priest, to his credit, put one hand on a sobbing man's shoulder and kept him still. Quiet prayers, then. Riley's chalk mark flared dull yellow. Hold. Ethan froze the dead through the failed beat. The trapped survivor tapped again, weaker this time, and Ethan hated every second of not moving. Then Riley shouted, now, and the cadaver guard's fingers closed around cloth and belt with horrible gentleness. Stretcher under them, Ethan said. Zombie 2, lift the low edge. Not up, toward me. The body came through water, stone, and old dungeon stink by degrees. A young woman emerged first as a pale arm, then a shoulder, then a mud-smeared face gasping against Ashley's stream of air. Braddock sobbed her name, but Ethan couldn't spare the sound. The cadaver guard held her steady while the zombie labor unit locked the frame beneath her hips and ribs, careful, slow, and hated by half the eyes watching. Clear, Ashley said, voice shaking now. She's breathing, Ethan. Ethan backed the dead away one pace at a time until living hands could take the stretcher. Only then did he release the command enough to feel how hard his mana had pulled. His arms trembled, but he kept standing while the healer ran in and Quarryben stared at the second life dragged out by the dead. The young woman's name was Mara Kell, and Ethan only learned it after dead hands had carried her out of the road. Braddock said it first, voice breaking around the syllables while the healer cut away soaked cloth and Ashley kept a thin stream of clean air moving over Mara's mouth. The name went into Ethan's ledger beside Lennox Braddock's, another living extraction under undead labor, another line Quarryben would have to decide how to remember once fear had time to dress itself as certainty. She was under him, Braddock said, staring at the broken drain rather than at Ethan. Under Lennox. We would have left her. Mayor Halden flinched as if the words had struck him in public. No one chose that. Riley wiped chalk dust from her fingers, her expression sharp with tired anger. You chose the clean report option. Recover bodies later. Stop upsetting witnesses. Let the town breathe. It sounded reasonable until someone under the road was still trying to do that. The contractor jabbed one dirty finger toward the cadaver guard. That's easy to say after luck saves your reputation. He risked the whole road on a feeling. If we'd sent men in, people could have died. We didn't send men in, Ethan said, and his voice came out quieter than he expected. That was the point. The priest stood beside Mara's stretcher with one hand on Braddock's shoulder and the other folded around his prayer beads. He looked at Ethan's dead, then at Ethan, and the gratitude in his face did not erase the fear. It only made room for it. Will your report state that the second extraction was your decision? Yes, Ethan said. My decision, my hazard authority, my command risk. Sasha's ground assessment, Ashley's air assessment, Riley's ward timing, Athena's record map. Witness objections included. Mayor Halden's mouth tightened at the neatness of it. That report will not please everyone. No report would, Ethan said. Athena opened the after-action ledger in Ethan's display. No stat gain appeared. No spell unlocked. No bright little reward tried to make the decision clean. There were only timestamps, ward gap marks, witness objections, contractor interference, 2 living extractions, disputed corpse claims, and a reputation note waiting for Athena's final classification. Useful, troubling, disputed. Ethan hated how accurate that felt. Sasha stepped close enough for her shoulder to touch his arm. You did right. I know, Ethan said. Then stop looking like someone fined you for it. He watched the healer's assistants lift Mara's stretcher with careful living hands, their faces pale from the strain the zombie labor unit had handled without complaint. Right doesn't make the story clean. Ashley came back from the stretcher, exhausted and steady. Mara is breathing on her own. Lennox is still stable. Both need real treatment fast, and that water is filthy enough to make infection a second fight. Then they leave first, Ethan said. He turned toward Mayor Halden before the man could retreat into safer authority. The road stays closed. The patch is documented before anyone touches it. Worker remains get names before claims. Monster remains stay hazard controlled until cleared. The contractor laughed once, ugly and short. And controlled by you, conveniently. Ethan looked at him then. Not angry enough to shout. Too tired for performance. Controlled by the contract, the hazard record, and every witness here who watched me pull living people out before touching salvage. Keep talking if you want your name beside obstruction in the report. The contractor's face darkened, but he shut his mouth. Riley's smile was small and mean. Beautifully boring. I approve. Braddock looked from Mara's stretcher to the cadaver guard, and his throat worked as if each word cost him. Your dead got them out. They did, Ethan said. They still scare me. They scare a lot of people, Ethan said, ordering the units back one pace at a time. That's why they obey. Quarrybend watched the skeletons lower their shields, the zombies return to their trailer positions, and the cadaver guard stand down with black water dripping from his glove. Nobody applauded. Nobody had to. Ethan had made the first ugly road call without Lewis, and the cost of it was already moving through the town in other people's mouths. 6. Level 4 Teeth. The Quarrybend report left before the blood had dried on the argument. Athena filed it with every objection intact, every witness named, every delay marked, and every living extraction listed before any mention of salvage. By mid-afternoon, the team was on the road again, and by evening Ethan stood before the sealed entrance of a level 4 dungeon with mud still worked into the seams of his boots and the town's mixed gratitude sitting on his shoulders like bad weather. The contract board at the staging camp called the place Greenhook Burrow, which sounded almost friendly until the ground beyond the ward line pulsed with dungeon pressure and the air carried the sharp mineral stink of something that had eaten too much metal. A second contractor team waited near the entry arch, 5 adults in expensive field armor with polished tags, clean rifles, and the easy confidence of people who had not spent the morning arguing over whether rescue counted if the hands doing it were dead. Their leader, a broad man with silver clips on his harness, looked Ethan over, then looked longer at Sasha, Ashley, and Riley than professional courtesy required. Sasha noticed and smiled as if deciding where to bury him. Ashley's gaze went cool. Riley leaned toward Ethan and murmured, "You're clenching." "I am not," Ethan said quietly, while his jaw proved him a liar. Athena spoke in his chip with unforgiving precision. "You are. Recommendation. Do not begin the mission by making dominance noises at rival contractors. It would be socially primitive and tactically boring." The broad contractor lifted 2 fingers in lazy greeting. "Meyer, right? Youngest journeyman necro on the circuit. Didn't expect you to bring a full fan club into a level 4. Sasha's smile brightened. "Didn't expect you to mistake field specialists for decoration. We're all learning." One of the rival riflemen laughed under his breath, and the leader's eyes sharpened. Ethan felt the old urge to answer with something cutting, something possessive, something that would make clear they were not available scenery in another man's story. He let the urge pass through him and settle where useful things belonged, behind the mission. "We're contracted for hazard clearance, corpse identification, and salvage stabilization," he said, opening his wrist display so the shared contract terms appeared in clean blue text. "If your team is running the forward sweep, we'll take left support in corpse control lanes. If you want to argue social standing, do it after the dungeon stops trying to kill us." Riley made a soft approving sound. Ashley's shoulder brushed his arm once, there and gone, and Sasha's grin changed from dangerous to proud. The rival leader glanced at the contract panel, then at Ethan's waiting dead. 4 skeleton shield units stood in disciplined formation near the transport trailer. 2 rifle skeletons remained locked safe with muzzles down. The zombie labor units waited behind them, slow and ugly and useful. The armored cadaver guard stood at Ethan's back, legal tags visible, hands empty, command still. "Fine," the contractor said. "Try not to clutter the lanes with bone." "Try not to bleed on my salvage," Ethan said, mild enough that it almost passed for courtesy. The dungeon seal opened under the joint contract key, and warm green light spilled across the staging stones. Something inside clicked, scraped, and shifted in the dark beyond the entry. Ethan's death sense caught old kills, fresh monster residue, and a deeper pressure moving too smoothly for level 3 habits. He raised one hand, and the dead answered without spectacle. Shield line first, Ethan said. Rifle units safe and trailing. Sasha, left footing. Ashley, breath and sight. Riley, ward timing and charm irregularities. Nobody chases bait. The rival team entered with practiced confidence. Ethan followed with his team tight around him and Lewis nowhere at his shoulder. Whatever waited inside Greenhook Burrow, the pace was his to set now. Greenhook Burrow did not open like a training dungeon. The first passage dipped hard beneath the entry stones, its floor ridged with old roots and mineral hooks that caught at boots, shields, and the edges of Sasha's raised earth plates. Green light pulsed through seams in the stone, bright enough to see by but uneven enough to lie about distance. Ethan kept the shield line 2 paces ahead and the rifle skeletons behind his living team, safe angles only, no muzzles crossing backs no matter how narrow the passage became. The rival team moved faster on the right, too polished to look reckless and too confident to be careful. Their leader glanced back once when Ethan slowed at a smear of dried ichor across the floor. Falling behind already? Ethan crouched without answering, 2 fingers hovering above the residue while death sense sorted stale monster remains from fresher pressure. No. Noticing the thing that stopped bleeding less than an hour ago. Riley knelt beside him, her pink hair tucked under a warded cap and her eyes narrowed at the green seams. Charm rhythm's ugly here. It isn't broken, but it stutters every 7th pulse. Something's using the stutter to move. Ashley lifted one hand and sent a thin ribbon of air ahead. The current bent left, then snapped sideways as if something had cut through it. Movement. Fast, low at first, then up the wall. Sasha stepped into the left lane and raised a curved plate of stone from the floor. Then it's mine if it comes this way. Ethan felt the pressure shift before he saw the monster. The old graveback boar replacement in storage pushed at his attention, heavy, stubborn, familiar. It had broken charges, guarded lanes, and made lesser threats think twice. He called it out of shadow storage in a controlled pulse, placing the bulky undead ahead of Sasha's flank with its tusks angled toward the moving dark. The rival leader laughed. That thing looks like it belongs in a farmyard siege. Good, Sasha said. Stand in front of it and tell us how rustic it feels. The attack came before the last word finished. A hooked crawler the size of a horse dropped from the stone above the left lane, all chitin, jointed limbs, and snapping speed. Sasha's plate caught the first strike, but the impact drove her boot back half a step. Ethan snapped the boar forward to intercept, expecting the old asset's mass to break the charge. It was too slow. The crawler flowed around the tusks with a horrible sideways twist, struck the boar's shoulder, and used it as leverage to spring toward Sasha. Ethan's command yanked the boar around hard enough to crack old bone, but the correction lagged a breath behind the monster's movement. Sasha raised another plate, thinner and faster, and the crawler's hooked limb punched through the edge close enough to shower her sleeve with stone grit. Sasha, Ethan barked, mana tightening before panic could take shape. I'm up, Sasha snapped, though her voice carried strain. But your pig's late. Athena's warning cut across his display. Obsolete asset mismatch confirmed. Mass useful, reaction speed insufficient. Continued reliance risks Sasha Calder. Ethan's jaw tightened. The boar had been reliable yesterday. In Greenhook Burrow, reliable had become almost. Almost was how people died. He shifted the shield line left, ordered Skeleton 2 to cover Sasha's retreat angle, and forced the boar between her and the crawler again, not because it could win, but because it could still buy seconds. The rival leader's smile faded as the crawler struck again, faster than his team had expected to. That's level 4 pressure. Ethan didn't look at him. He watched the boar stagger under another hit, felt the old command structure drag against a fight it could no longer match, and hated the clean answer forming under the fear. No one advances. Sasha, give me 3 feet of ugly ground. Ashley, blind its next turn. Riley, count that 7th pulse out loud. Riley's voice sharpened at once. 5, 6, stutter. The crawler vanished sideways with the ward rhythm, and Ethan turned the boar toward the gap it would reappear from, already knowing the asset was the wrong tool and already deciding how much of it he could afford to spend. Riley's stutter hit the passage like a snapped thread. The hooked crawler reappeared exactly where the seventh pulse made room for it, half on the wall and half in the air, limbs folding and unfolding faster than Ethan's old boar could follow. Ethan drove the graveback forward anyway. The boar's cracked shoulder lowered, tusks scraping green-lit stone, and it slammed into the crawler's lower body hard enough to turn the monster's leap away from Sasha by inches. Sasha used those inches. She shoved both hands down, and the floor beneath the crawler buckled into jagged ridges that trapped two hooked limbs before they could reset. It's caught, but not for long. Ashley's air snapped tight around the crawler's head, not enough to choke something that barely breathed, but enough to smear scent, sound, and pressure. Blind turn. 2 seconds, maybe 3. The rival leader shouted, "We have a shot." "No," Ethan said, and his command rolled through the shield line before the man could raise his rifle cleanly. Skeleton 3 stepped into the angle with its shield high, not blocking the rival out of spite, but blocking the line that would cut across Sasha if the crawler twisted. "You shoot through my witch. I put that in the report before I put you in the wall." The man froze, fury bright in his face, but he lowered the barrel by a fraction. "Then kill it." Ethan already was. He felt the boar failing under his hand, not from pain, because pain belonged to the living, but from structure and command weight and the plain fact that level 4 teeth had outgrown level 3 habits. He could pull it back, preserve it, patch it, pretend it still had a place because it had been useful before. The crawler's pinned limbs tore free of Sasha's ridges with a shriek of chitin against stone, and pretending died. "Boar, full brace," Ethan said, voice steady because the command deserved better than panic. "Lock mass. Take the mouth." The graveback obeyed. It drove forward into the crawler's snapping head and wedged both tusks beneath the upper plates. The crawler bit down, crushing bone, metal pins, old reinforcement, and rotten preserved muscle in one brutal grind. Ethan's mana lurched as the boar's frame began to fail. He did not flinch away. He poured control into the collapse and used the failing asset as a clamp. Sasha, pin its rear. Ashley, strip air left. Riley, next stutter. Riley was already counting, sharp and breathless. 3, 4, 5. Sasha's ridges rose higher, catching the crawler's rear limbs and twisting them outward. Ashley dragged air away from the left wall, turning the next flicker of motion into a false path. The crawler tried to vanish with the seventh pulse, but the boar's dying jaws and broken tusks held its head exactly where Ethan needed it. 6, Riley said, then her eyes widened. Stutter. The crawler tore sideways and failed. Its own force ripped the already wounded chitin along the neck seam. Ethan snapped the cadaver guard forward from behind the shield line. Human hands closed around a broken plate, found leverage where claws would have slipped, and pulled down with terrible, precise strength while Skeleton 2 drove its shield edge into the exposed joint. The crawler thrashed once, nearly tearing the cadaver guard off balance, and the rival leader barked an order that sent his team's rifles up along the safe angle Ethan had left them. This time Ethan did not block him. Now. Shots cracked through the passage. Ashley's air-bent powder smoke away from Sasha's face. The crawler's head split under combined fire and the cadaver guard's pull, and Ethan drove the last command through the graveback's ruined frame. The boar collapsed forward, forcing the crawler's body down into Sasha's stone trap as the final twitch ran out of it. Silence came back in ugly pieces. Ethan stood with sweat cold under his collar, one hand lifted, mana still wrapped around wreckage that would never stand again. The graveback boar replacement lay crushed beneath the level 4 crawler, tusks broken, shoulder gone, its last usefulness spent buying the seconds Sasha had needed to live. Sasha stepped close, stone dust on her cheek and anger trembling under her grin. "You spent it for me." "I spent the wrong tool before it got you killed," Ethan said, though his throat felt tight. Athena's after-action panel opened in the edge of his vision. Obsolete monster asset destroyed. Level 4 hooked crawler corpse secured in recoverable condition. Tactical sacrifice doctrine reinforced. Authorized gains pending after stabilization. Strength +1, agility +1, speed +1, intelligence +1. Riley looked at the rival leader before Ethan could. "You were about to shoot through her." The man's face hardened, then shifted as he looked at the dead crawler and the crushed boar beneath it. And he left us a safe line after stopping me. Fine. I owe the correction. Ethan lowered his hand, feeling the loss settle into the command ledger like a missing tooth. You owe the contract a clean corpse and my team a safer lane. We keep moving after Athena tags both bodies. Athena tagged the dead crawler first. A clean blue capture frame settled over the body from Ethan's wrist display, marking plate damage, intact joints, venom sacs, hook structure, preservation risk, and salvage priority. The crawler's corpse was ugly, valuable, and far too still after moving like a hooked nightmare through green light. Ethan ordered the zombie labor units forward by measured steps while the skeleton shield line kept the passage split between teams. The rival contractors watched more quietly now, not friendly, but less certain of their own script. Left side clear, Ashley said, her air charm combing dust and powder stink away from the corpse. No active breath, no heat twitch, no hidden second body under the plates. Riley crouched near the wall seam, chalk held ready but not touching. The seventh pulse is back to normal now. Either it was using the stutter, or the stutter was because of it. I can't prove which without sitting here long enough to be eaten by its cousins. Then we don't sit, Ethan said. He looked at the crushed graveback beneath the crawler and let the command thread unwind with care. The old asset had no living mind to release, no ghost waiting behind its ruined frame, but ending the link still felt like closing a door on something that had answered when called. Athena, mark the graveback as destroyed in contract action. Not abandoned, not discarded. Athena's voice softened just enough for him to notice. Logged. Obsolete monster asset destroyed in protective sacrifice. Memorial note pending your wording. Sasha stood beside him, stone dust still marking one sleeve. Right that it had good timing when it mattered. It had terrible timing, Ethan said, but the words came out gentler than the joke deserved. It just spent all of it at once. The rival leader stepped closer, helmet tucked under one arm now. Without the rifle raised, he looked less like a problem and more like a man realizing he had nearly made one. Name's Corvin. My team will take rear right until the next chamber. Your shield line has the safer rhythm for this passage. Riley's eyebrows rose. That sounded almost like professional respect. Corvin gave her a flat look. Don't push your luck, Pink. Sasha smiled with far too many teeth. Careful, we bite in matched colors. Ethan felt the heat of jealousy stir again when Carvin's gaze flicked across them, but it had lost its first stupid edge. The man could look, the dungeon could kill, one deserved less attention than the other. Rear right is fine, Ethan said. Safe angles only. If you see a line crossing my people, you don't take it. Corvin nodded once. Agreed. The zombie labor units hauled the crawler free of the graveback wreckage with straps and steady dead strength. Ethan had the cadaver guard hold the headplate while Skeleton 2 braced the neck seam, preserving the damaged joint instead of tearing the corpse apart for speed. It took longer than a butcher's extraction would have, but by the end Athena's salvage frame glowed green rather than amber. The crawler collapsed into shadow storage with a cold pull through Ethan's mana, heavy enough to make his fingers flex. A field panel opened at the corner of his sight. After action stabilization accepted. Strength +1. Agility +1, Speed +1, Intelligence +1, Current Ledger, Journeyman Necromancer Level 2, Constitution 33, Strength 28, Stamina 41, Agility 30, Speed 32, Intelligence 51, Wisdom 38. No rank increase. Ethan breathed through the pulse of improvement. It did not feel like triumph. It felt like his body and mind agreeing that the dungeon had just taught him a harder shape of speed, leverage, and loss. He looked down the passage, where Greenhook Burrow bent toward darker pressure and the promise of more level 4 teeth. Shield line forward. Rifle units trailing safe. Corvin rear right. Sasha, Ashley, Riley, stay tight. Sasha bumped his hip with hers as they moved. Still jealous? Yes, Ethan said, eyes on the green-lit bend. But I'm busy. Ashley laughed softly, Riley made an approving noise, and even Athena sounded pleased when she said, mission discipline restored. Romantic idiocy postponed. The team advanced, the new corpse heavy in storage and the old one gone from the roster, while Greenhook Burrow clicked and scraped ahead of them. 7. Better dead things. The rented preservation bay cost more per hour than Ethan liked, and Athena made sure he knew it before the lock finished cycling. Cold rolled out through the opening door in a dry wash of mint wards, mineral dust, and expensive compliance. The bay sat behind a contractor annex 2 miles from Greenhook Borough, close enough that dungeon stink still clung to everyone's boots and far enough that the accountants, storage brokers, and salvage clerks could pretend the dead arrived as inventory rather than consequences. Ethan stepped inside first because the level 4 crawler in shadow storage was too heavy to keep sitting there while everyone argued in corridors. It pulled at his mana with a hooked, dense pressure, not alive and not yet useful, but already more valuable than half the roster waiting in reserve. That was the point of the bay. Not grief, not ceremony, assessment, preservation, replacement, and a decision made before rot, paperwork, or sentiment wasted the asset. Athena, Ethan said, opening the work circle controls with his wrist display, tell me the bay was necessary before I start resenting the invoice. Athena opened a blue panel over the central circle. The bay was necessary, also overpriced, poorly scheduled, and protected by a contract clause that attempted to charge extra for spiritual residue beyond standard occupational contamination. I removed that clause and insulted their billing software. Riley pulled on warded gloves and glanced around the room's hanging chains, drainage grooves, rune lamps, reinforced floor plates, and sealed waste bins. It does look like the sort of place that charges extra for being unpleasant. Sasha stood near Ethan's left shoulder, dusty, alert, and watching him more closely than the corpse. You're quiet. I'm doing math, Ethan said, and released the storage prompt before concern could turn into a conversation. The old bore was too slow. This thing wasn't. That matters. The crawler came out in a cold spill of shadow and dead weight. Zombie labor units steadied the body as it dropped into the work circle, straps tightening across hooked limbs, broken neck plates, cracked mandibles, and the crushed sections where the graveback had held long enough to redirect the kill. Under proper lights, the corpse looked less like a monster and more like a set of answers with teeth. Layered chitin, ceiling hooks, lateral joints, venom sacs, and ugly speed built for ambush in tight places. Ashley's air charm moved over it in a thin, controlled sheet. No active breath, no heat, venom sacs intact, but one is leaking slowly. Athena's panel changed from blue to surgical green. Asset comparison begins. Graveback bore replacement, destroyed. Mass value moderate. Reaction profile inadequate against level 4 lateral threats. Corridor blocking utility still situationally useful but no longer primary field efficient. Current crawler corpse, provisional designation pending. Plate density high. Limb articulation excellent. Ceiling and wall root potential significant. Venom system valuable if preserved. Command load estimated high. Repair and preparation cost, ugly. Don't phrase the bore as if it just failed inspection, Ethan said. Athena paused. Clarify objection. It failed future suitability. It didn't fail the mission. Ethan looked at the crushed seam where the crawler had torn itself against the bore's dying brace. Log it properly. Obsolete asset destroyed in protective sacrifice while redirecting level 4 threat away from Sasha Calder and enabling corpse claim. Then rank the replacement. Sasha's smile softened without turning pitying. That sounds better. Corvin, waiting near the bay door with his helmet tucked under one arm, cleared his throat. For what it's worth, Meyer, that thing bought the lane. My team would have lost someone without it. Ethan looked at him, still not liking him enough to make things easy. Then don't stand there like a witness. Help Ashley mark leak points. Safe side only. Corvin nodded and moved without arguing, which was almost more unsettling than the flirting had been. Athena expanded the panel again, ranking every active and reserve asset by survival value, cost, command weight, battlefield use, and storage burden. The crawler rose near the top before it even had a name. The bore's line stayed gray, not mourned, not erased, and not misfiled as useless. Ethan flexed his fingers as the bay lights hummed over better dead things and practical consequences. Show me the preparation estimate, he said. All of it. Money, storage, command load, risk, and what gets cut if I keep this thing active. Athena obeyed, and the numbers unfolded over the corpse like a bill written in teeth. The preparation estimate did not care about dignity, usefulness, or the fact that Sasha was still standing because an obsolete asset had been spent at the right moment. Athena's panel displayed numbers with the cold purity of a guillotine. Preservation foam, chitin stabilizers, venom sac seals, reinforced joint pins, ritual chalk, rental extension, command load calibration, storage compression, legal tag transfer, and disposal fee for unrecoverable graveback remains all arranged themselves into columns that made Ethan's shoulders tighten by degrees. Riley leaned over the projection with a frown. That disposal fee is nonsense. They're charging you for handling material that isn't here anymore. The remains are crushed under residue category 3 and partially fused with crawler fluid, Athena said. They are not charging for mass. They are charging for unpleasantness. Sasha wrinkled her nose. I hate that I understand the business model. Ethan pointed at the crawler's line and expanded the command load estimate. If I animate it, what drops from active rotation? Athena highlighted the current roster. Under safe field load, you may keep skeleton shield line, 2 rifle skeletons, 2 zombie labor units, armored cadaver guard, ashhound pair, and 1 heavy specialist. The Ravager candidate replaces the graveback slot, but its projected load is higher. If deployed with full venom system retention and sealing root reflexes, you will need to leave either the Bonehorn Stag or 1 reserve shell in storage during standard contracts. Corvin marked the leaking venom sac with a blue clamp and looked across the corpse. Ravager candidate? Temporary designation, Athena said. Accurate, threatening, and less embarrassing than Ethan's likely first attempt. I wasn't naming it, Ethan said. You were thinking hooky. Sasha laughed hard enough to lose her grip on the strap she was tightening. Ashley's mouth twitched, though she kept her air charm steady over the leak point. Ethan closed his eyes for half a second and accepted that Athena had chosen violence. I thought it for less than a second. That was enough, Athena said. A cooler pressure gathered near the far wall, and the preservation ward shivered around it without alarm. Jenna appeared beside the waste bins, pale and composed, her old-fashioned dress untouched by the bay's harsh light. Emma stood with her, wearing a neat green jacket over a dress Ethan had not seen before, and her expression held the careful mischief of someone waiting for him to notice. He did notice, because of course he did, and because not blushing immediately now counted as progress. Jenna's gaze moved from the crawler to the gray line in Athena's roster. You corrected the wording. Ethan lowered his hand from the projection. Athena corrected the log. Obsolete asset destroyed in protective sacrifice while redirecting a level 4 threat and enabling the corpse claim. Good, Jenna said. Now say why that matters. Corvin shifted near the corpse, clearly uncomfortable with ghosts joining the accounting meeting. Ethan did not look away from Jenna. Because if I let the log call it useless, I train myself to ignore final utility. If I call it brave or loyal, I lie to myself. It was an asset. It did the job I spent it on. The record needs to be accurate. Emma smiled faintly. That sounds much less like a funeral. It isn't a funeral, Ethan said, then glanced at her jacket despite himself. Nice clothes. Emma brightened at once, and Sasha made a tiny delighted sound that promised future teasing. Jenna helped. I'm getting better at holding the idea when I'm not upset. Athena's panel flickered as if she had decided not to comment and wanted credit for restraint. Riley looked from Emma to Jenna, then back to the roster. So the memorial is really a ledger note. Not flowers and weeping. A note that stops the next decision being stupid. Jenna inclined her head. The living often become sentimental when they fear becoming cruel. Accuracy is better than both. Ashley sealed the leaking sack with a careful twist of air and clamp pressure. Then accuracy says the crawler is better, heavier, and more expensive. It also says we nearly paid for it with Sasha. Sasha's grin faded into something steadier. And accuracy says Ethan didn't hesitate when the old asset was the right thing to spend. Ethan breathed through the pressure that put in his chest and turned back to the panel. Athena, lock the graveback note. No ceremony, no deletion. Then open the Ravager preparation sequence. Athena's voice sharpened into professional satisfaction. Logged and locked. Opening preparation sequence. Recommended first action. Venom stabilization before joint reinforcement. Ethan pulled on a fresh pair of gloves and stepped toward the crawler's head. Better dead things still began with worse bills, clean records, and hands steady enough to touch the cost without decorating it. Venom stabilization came first because the crawler had tried to kill them with speed, but it would become more useful if Ethan didn't let its nastiest parts rot into expensive sludge. Ashley held the air still around the leaking sack while Corvin kept the blue clamp steady with both gloved hands. Sasha braced the corpse's rear limbs against the work circle with stone plates raised from the bay floor, not because the corpse could move yet, but because level 4 bodies kept enough stored tension to break careless fingers. Riley chalked the rune marks Athena projected near the joints, checking each curve twice before allowing Ethan to feed mana into anything. Left sac pressure is dropping, Ashley said, her voice calm in the way that meant she was working hard. If you're sealing, seal now. I see it, Ethan said, and set the hook needle against the chitin seam. His death mana moved through the tool as a thin black thread, not forcing life where it did not belong, but telling dead tissue to hold its shape. The sack twitched under the clamp, and Carvin's shoulders tightened. Ethan kept his hand steady. Don't fight it. Let the clamp float with the pressure. Corvin obeyed after a fraction of hesitation. You talk to corpses like mechanics talk to engines. Engines don't usually bite after death, Ethan said, guiding the thread through the seal line. Sasha snorted. You haven't met enough bad engines. The sack settled. Athena marked the first line green, then expanded the joint reinforcement map over the crawler's hooked limbs. Venom system stable. Proceed to articulation. Warning. Full reflex preservation increases command load by 14 to 17%. Worth it if it can take sealings, Ethan said. Worth it only if you remember it is not a pet spider and do not overcommit, Athena said. Ethan accepted that without arguing. He worked limb by limb, pinning cracked chitin, seating reinforcement rods, and binding the crawler's lateral joints with layered death command. The corpse resisted in the way good corpses resisted, not with will, but with structure, angle, and old damage. Each correction taught him where the monster had been strong and where the boar had broken it. He did not thank the old asset. He used the information it had purchased. Riley stepped closer, pink hair tucked back under her cap, and tapped one chalk mark with the blunt end of her pencil. This line's wrong for the wall crawl reflex. If you bind it flat, it'll move like a floor runner with delusions. Athena paused for half a heartbeat. Correction accepted. Annoying but accurate. Riley beamed. I live for that review. Ethan changed the line, fed mana through the corrected mark, and felt the crawler's dead limbs answer in a sharper pattern. It was heavier than the boar, meaner than the hounds, and uglier than anything he wanted near civilians. It was also right for the road ahead. He placed both hands against the head plate, let shadow storage open behind his awareness, and drew death mana through the prepared frame until every sealed joint, venom sac, hook, and plate sat inside his command. Ravager Husk, Ethan said, choosing the name because it described function rather than affection. Rise to standby. No attack. No pursuit. Hold. The crawler lifted from the work circle in a slow, many-jointed motion that made Corvin step back and Sasha grin despite herself. Its hooks found the floor without scratching past the ward line. Its head remained lowered, dead and obedient, venom sealed, body waiting for order. Athena's panel chimed once. Ravager Husk created. Intelligence +1. Wisdom +1. Journeyman progression threshold reached pending final ledger closure. Ethan breathed through the new pressure settling behind his eyes, not triumph, not comfort, but capacity made heavier by use. Standby confirmed, he said, keeping his voice level while the better dead thing held still. Now we make sure it can stop before we ever ask it to move fast. The Ravager Husk held still because Ethan told it to hold still, and that mattered more than the fact that it had risen. The preservation bay went quiet around the shape of it. Corvin watched from just outside the work circle, one hand near his sidearm despite the ward line, while Ashley kept a thin air veil between the sealed venom sacs and everyone's breathing space. Sasha's stone braces remained under the rear limbs until Ethan gave her a nod, and only then did she let them sink back into the floor. Again, Ethan said. Athena's panel pulsed. Command repetition already stable. I didn't ask if it was stable, Ethan said, eyes on the hooked limbs. I asked it to prove it can stop. Sasha's grin turned sharp with approval. That's my favorite kind of paranoid. It is not paranoia when the corpse has sealing hooks, venom sacs, and a command load with opinions, Athena said. Proceeding with restraint drill. Ethan opened his hand. Ravager Husk, forward 1 pace. Stop. The crawler moved with a horrible, smooth precision that made the bay feel smaller. One hooked limb touched down, then another, and its body shifted exactly 1 pace before locking in place. No scrape past the ward line. No twitch toward Sasha. No head lift toward Corvin. Ethan breathed once through the pole behind his eyes and felt the new command weight settle into a shape he could hold. Back one pace, Ethan said. Stop. Wall posture. No climb. Stop. Low posture. No strike. Stop. The Ravager husk obeyed each order, but not lightly. Every motion asked more from him than the boar ever had, more attention, more pressure, more exactness in the edges of command. Better dead things did not make him safer for free. They made his mistakes faster. Riley crouched near the chalk line, watching the reflexes rather than the teeth. The corrected wall crawl mark is holding. It wants to lift on the third stop, but it isn't breaking command. Noted, Ethan said. Athena, add that to handling restrictions. No ceiling deployment near civilians until we test emergency recall. Logged, Athena said. Ravager husk active with restriction flags. Graveback note locked. Roster update ready. Jenna stood near Emma at the edge of the light, silent now that the record was clean. Emma smoothed the front of her green jacket, clearly trying not to look pleased when Ethan noticed again. He did not let the distraction knock his focus loose. That also mattered. Close the ledger, Ethan said. Athena's display shifted from work sequence to after-action totals. Ravager husk added to active roster. Obsolete graveback asset removed and memorial note retained as accuracy record, not ceremonial attachment. Intelligence +1. Wisdom +1. Journeyman Necromancer level 3 confirmed. Current ledger. Constitution 33, Strength 28, Stamina 41, Agility 30, Speed 32, Intelligence 52, Wisdom 39. The pulse of confirmation moved through Ethan's chip and into his bones, not loud, not triumphant, but real. He looked at the Ravager husk, then at the old gray line in the roster where the boar had been. The army had improved. The burden had too. Corvin let out a low breath. Level 3 already? Don't make it sound like a gift, Ashley said, her voice quiet but edged. You saw the price. Corvin nodded after a second. I did. Sasha stepped beside Ethan and bumped his hip with hers. So, better dead thing acquired. Still ugly. Ugly is fine, Ethan said, ordering the Ravager husk into shadow storage with a controlled pull. Ugly follows orders. Athena's tone sharpened. Storage accepted. Command load released to reserve pressure. Rental bay time remaining, 12 minutes. Recommendation, clean up, file payment dispute, and leave before the facility invents a floor-scratching surcharge. Riley gathered her chalks. I'd believe in that surcharge. Ethan stripped off his gloves, disposed of them properly, and looked once around the bay to make sure nothing useful, dangerous, or legally expensive had been left behind. The team moved with him, less shaken than after Greenhook Burrow and more aware of what had changed. They had not replaced a pet. They had upgraded a roster under pressure, paid for it with an asset already spent, and locked the lesson where future panic could not rewrite it. Next dungeon, Sasha said, too brightly. Maybe something fluffy this time? Ethan opened the bay door and let the cold mint air spill into the annex corridor. With our luck, the fluffy thing will spit acid and need a saddle. Athena hummed in his chip. I am adding acid-resistant saddle research to speculative procurement. Athena, Ethan said, walking out with the others at his sides, that was not permission. No, Athena said, it was inspiration. 8. Black rail cut. The next contract found them before the preservation bay smell had fully left Ethan's coat. Black rail cut sat beyond a freight spur and a line of sagging maintenance sheds, where an old service tunnel had cracked into dungeon stone during the night and swallowed 2 inspection crews before the first contractor team arrived. Rain tapped against helmets, packs, gun cases, and the exposed ribs of broken track. Mud clung to everything below the knee, and the tunnel mouth breathed out cold air that carried rust, beetle musk, and the sour mineral taste of a fresh breach. Ethan stood beneath the awning of a mobile contract station while Athena kept the mission terms small and plain on his wrist display. Civilian recovery support, hostile containment overlap, shared credit clause, rival contractor presence, salvage rights conditional on rescue completion and incident review. None of it looked like a trap by itself, which meant it had room to become one if people were stupid enough. Sasha finished tightening the strap on her stone focus and looked past Ethan toward the other team. They've been watching us since we stepped off the transport. They watched you first, Ethan said, keeping his voice low. then Ashley, then Riley, then they remembered the dead things were mine. Ashley's mouth curved faintly beneath her hood. That order bothered you. It was unprofessional, Ethan said. Riley leaned close enough to inspect his face with open delight. That's a much better lie than yesterday's. Still a lie, but improving. The rival captain came over before Ethan could defend himself. He was broad, clean, and confident, with a polished contract badge clipped where the rain could not hide it. Corvin had been direct. This man smiled like he had practiced friendliness in a mirror until it could pass inspection. His two flankers stayed close, one woman with shock batons and one aircaster whose eyes paused on Ashley a moment too long. Ethan Meyer, the captain said, offering a gloved hand. Darren Velez, level 4 clearance. Heard Greenhook got lively after we rotated out of the circuit. Ethan shook his hand once and released it before the grip could become a contest. It was lively before we arrived. We just stopped it getting worse. Velez smiled wider. Modest too. That plays well in reports. He looked over Ethan's shoulder, not quite ignoring the skeleton shield line waiting in the rain. I also heard you upgraded fast. Shame about the bore, but road work eats old tools. Sasha's eyes sharpened. Ashley went still. Ethan felt the insult land where it was meant to land, not as grief, not exactly, but as a hand testing whether he could be made to jerk. He let the breath leave slowly and did not look back at the dead waiting for command. Old tools save lives when they're used properly. The baton woman gave Sasha a quick smile. Calder, right? Saw your stonework in the drain footage. Cute plates. Sasha smiled back with teeth. They're cuter when someone underestimates them. The aircaster turned his attention fully to Ashley. Vance, your line control was clean. I'd like to compare technique sometime, once this is done. Ashley's expression stayed polite enough to cut with. Survive the tunnel, and we'll see whether that's worth my time. Athena spoke in Ethan's chip, dry and close. Social pressure confirmed. Flirtation, baiting, contractor status test, and one insult aimed at the destroyed asset. Recommendation, do not perform masculinity for strangers. Ethan almost laughed, which helped more than anger would have. Noted, he muttered. Velez's gaze flicked toward Ethan's wrist display. Your assistant interface talks a lot, does it? When there's something worth hearing, Ethan said. He looked toward the tunnel, where the ward lamps made the darkness look wet and layered. You taking point? That was the plan, Velez said. The team knows Blackrail's layout. Your dead stay behind us and out of firing lanes unless called. Ethan considered the map, the cold breath of the breach, the rival smiles, and the two missing crews somewhere inside. Pride wanted a sharper answer. Command wanted people alive before the tunnel taught them all humility. Fine, your team takes point to the first split. My shield line follows 10 paces back, cadaver guard behind them, rifle units cold unless I call lanes. If your people step into a collapse pocket or a civilian extraction problem, my dead move. Argue after. Velez studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod. Maybe the stories undersold you. Maybe yours did too, Ethan said, and sent the skeletons forward into the rain. Blackrail cut narrowed after the first 100 yards, pressing wet stone close on both sides while the broken rail line vanished under mud, loose gravel, and old service cables. Velez's team moved ahead with good formation and too much confidence. Baton woman on left, aircaster on right, Velez in the center with a compact flame gun lowered but ready. Ethan kept his skeleton shield line 10 paces back, exactly where he had said it would be, and let the armored cadaver guard walk behind the shields with slow, ugly patience. Velez glanced back twice before the first turn. You know, Meyer, you can let them move. I've seen Academy Necros freeze their dead so hard they might as well bring furniture. Ethan watched the tunnel roof instead of the bait. Long cracks crossed the old concrete where dungeon stone had pushed through, and pale beetle legs showed briefly in a side fissure before vanishing. Furniture doesn't catch civilians when the floor drops. The aircaster laughed softly. Careful and poetic. Didn't expect that. Ashley's air veil brushed Ethan's cheek as she tested the corridor's stale breath. Gas pocket ahead, left seam. Not strong, but flame work will make it everyone's problem. Velez lifted 2 fingers, and his flame gun dipped a fraction lower. Noted. Good catch, Vance. Sasha's stone focus glowed dull brown under her glove. That was not an invitation to keep saying her name like you're tasting it. The baton woman snorted. Protective team. Alive team, Riley said, crouching near a cable bundle. She touched 2 fingers to the damp casing and frowned. Cables live with dungeon pulse. Not electric. Charm-like. It's waiting for pressure. Velez turned, and the smile came back. Then this is where your necromancer earns his fee. Send the crawler up. Ceiling route, quick sweep, dramatic little show. Unless the fresh toy is only for after-action bragging. Ethan felt the Ravager husk waiting in shadow storage, hooks ready. Command weight familiar enough to tempt him. A ceiling sweep would look impressive. It would also put a new, venom-carrying acid over rival heads, bad stone, live cable, and possible civilians without a clean recall lane. The request was dressed as tactics, but the shape under it was obvious. If he refused, they could call him timid. If he performed, every twitch of the husk would become proof that necromancers loved theatrics more than safety. Athena's voice was quiet in his chip. Bait confirmed. Unsafe ceiling deployment. Civilian status unknown. Recommend boring competence. Ethan lifted one hand, and the skeleton shield line stopped without rattle or flourish. No Ravager in this section. Velez's eyebrows rose. Too hard to control? Too useful to waste on your curiosity, Ethan said. He pointed to the cable bundle without raising his voice. Riley marks the pulse. Ashley keeps the gas still. Sasha braces the left seam. My shield line advances 1 pace at a time until we know what the floor wants. Your people keep weapons cold until there's something worth shooting. The baton woman's mouth tightened. You giving orders to our team now? No, Ethan said, meeting Velez's eyes. I'm describing the safe way through. You can take it or prove why the contract needed backup. For a moment the tunnel held only dripping water, old stone, and everyone's pride pressing against everyone else's. Then Velez looked at the cracked floor, the cable, Ashley's steady veil, and Riley's waiting hand. His smile thinned into something less friendly and more honest. Mark it, Calder. We'll go boring. Riley grinned without looking up. Best decision you've made all day. Riley marked the cable pulse with 3 ugly charm tags and a line of chalk that refused to stay dry. The first tag buzzed, the second clicked like a beetle shell, and the third went silent so abruptly that Ethan's shoulders tightened before Athena spoke in his chip. Pressure trigger identified. The cable responds to weight across the left rail bed and vibration through the wall seam. Recommend crossing on the right margin with shield contact low. Ethan relayed it without dressing the words up. Right margin. Shields low. No heavy step on the left rail bed. Velez nodded, but the baton woman rolled her shoulders as if the instruction offended her. We heard you the first time. Then don't make me say it a third, Ethan said, and sent the skeleton shield line forward 1 careful pace. The tunnel let them pass the first charm tag cleanly. Ashley held the weak gas pocket in a thin, still sheet against the left seam, lips pressed tight with effort. Sasha braced the cracked concrete in slow plates that rose from the floor and locked into place without striking sparks. Velez's team moved behind their own pride, stepping carefully enough to prove they understood and quickly enough to pretend they had never needed help. Then the aircaster saw movement in the side fissure and made the wrong choice. Contact right, he snapped, swinging his focus across Ashley's held veil. The gust he threw was small, meant to slap a beetle thing away from the wall. It struck Ashley's controlled air at a bad angle, pushed the gas pocket loose, and kicked vibration through the cable marks Riley had just quieted. The left rail bed lit with dull green pulses beneath the mud. The floor dropped 6 inches under Velez's front boot, and something chitinous screamed from below. Hold breath, Ashley shouted, forcing both hands down as the gas tried to spread. Sasha slammed her palms toward the wall. Stone plates punched out, not pretty and not smooth, catching the seam before it split wider. Riley swore and threw herself flat to pin the nearest charm tag with both hands. The baton woman skidded, 1 foot vanishing into the crack as hooked legs snapped up from the dark below her. Ethan moved before anger found words. Shield line, lock wedge. Cadaver guard, retrieval grip. Rifle units cold. The skeletons struck the floor with their shields low, forming a slanted brace between the crack and Velez's team. The armored cadaver guard stepped through the gap with slow, exact force, 1 dead hand clamping the baton woman's harness while the other caught a hooked limb and held it away from her thigh. The monster below thrashed hard enough to rattle the shields, but Ethan kept the command narrow. Hold, brace, pull, no strike unless flesh crossed the line. Velez grabbed his teammate's shoulder and hauled with the cadaver guard instead of against it. Mara, stop kicking. Let it take your weight. Mara's face went white, but she obeyed. The guard lifted her free by inches while Sasha's plates groaned and Ashley's airveil pinned the gas back into place. Ethan felt the rival team watching his dead save one of theirs with no drama, no flourish, and no excuse to call it hunger. The hooked limb snapped again. Ethan's leftmost skeleton lost 2 fingers under the impact, but the shield stayed in place. Back 2 paces, he said. Same formation. Velez, move your people now. Velez did not argue. He dragged Mara behind the shield line, then looked at Ethan as the crack settled into a wet, angry hiss. You saved her. Ethan kept his eyes on the tunnel. Your man nearly killed Ashley doing something she told him not to do. We'll discuss gratitude after the civilians are breathing. The civilians were alive behind a service gate 40 yards past the crack, filthy with mud, shaking from cold, and sensible enough not to argue when skeletons arrived before living contractors. Ethan sent the shield line in low, had the armored cadaver guard shoulder the warped gate open by inches, and kept the rifle units cold while Ashley cleared breath space through the sour air. Sasha braced the lintel with stone plates until the trapped inspection crew could crawl under it one at a time, and Riley slapped 2 charm tags on the gate frame to stop the dungeon pulse from kicking it shut again. Velez helped pull the second worker clear and did not look at Ethan until the man was breathing behind the shield line. That's both crews accounted for. Then we leave, Ethan said. Slow, same route, no hero turns into side cracks, and your aircaster walks behind Ashley where she can see his hands. The aircaster's jaw tightened. I made one mistake. Ashley looked at him with the calm, tired expression that made Ethan want to step between her and the world. You made one mistake after being warned. That's plenty. Mara leaned against Velez with one arm strapped tight to her side, pale but standing. She looked at the cadaver guard, then at Ethan, and forced the words through her teeth. It pulled me out. He pulled you out, Ethan said. Donor tags matter. Her face shifted, embarrassment and resentment fighting for room. Fine, he pulled me out. The withdrawal took longer than the rescue. Ethan kept the skeleton shields between the workers and the crack, walked the cadaver guard behind Mara in case her knees failed, and did not let Velez's team speed up even when daylight showed at the tunnel mouth. Rain hit them as they emerged, cold and ordinary, and the contract clerk under the awning nearly dropped his slate when he saw 2 crews, 1 injured rival, and Ethan's dead in clean formation around all of them. Velez wiped rain from his face. We'll write it as shared emergency action. No, Ethan said, opening his wrist display. Athena, itemize emergency aid to allied contractor team, including hazard correction, command support, undead retrieval assistance, 1 damaged skeleton hand, and preventable risk caused by ignored air control warning. Athena's voice came from the speaker with professional brightness. Invoice draft prepared. I added a politeness discount and then removed it because I remembered events accurately. Sasha coughed into her fist. Riley grinned outright. Ashley's mouth curved, small and tired, which made the whole tunnel worth surviving. Velez stared at him. You're billing me? You baited me. Your man ignored Ashley. My dead saved Mara, and 1 skeleton needs repairs, Ethan said. You can resent me for free. Emergency aid costs money. Mara looked as if she wanted to argue and could not find enough air. The caster looked at the mud. Velez accepted the transfer prompt with a hard tap, and the clerk's slate chimed before anyone could pretend the debt was only social. Velez's smile returned, thinner than before. You're going to make friends fast, Meyer. Ethan ordered the skeleton shield line into standby and looked once at the rescued workers being wrapped in heat blankets. I didn't come here for friends. I came here because people were trapped. 9. Roadside light. The transfer chime from Velez's payment had barely stopped echoing in Ethan's wrist comp before Athena rerouted the transport away from the quickest road. At first he thought she was avoiding rival contractor traffic, but the new route bent toward an old highway checkpoint where pale ward pylons stood on either side of the road and rain polished the white paint on a portable inspection station. 2 vehicles waited ahead of them, both corpse haulers, both with their rear seals glowing under inspection light. Sasha leaned forward from the rear seat, eyes narrowing at the checkpoint canopy. That's Order White. Ashley's air veil tightened around the interior by instinct, subtle enough that anyone outside would see nothing. Riley stopped fiddling with the charm tags clipped to her sleeve and sat up straighter, pink hair bright against the transport's gray window glass. Athena spoke through Ethan's chip, crisp and low. Confirmed. Joint Corpse Transport Compliance Checkpoint. Public authority filed under road safety, donor chain verification, hostile remains containment, and spiritual contamination prevention. Practical assessment. Paper paladins with legal teeth. Ethan looked at the trailer behind them through the mirror feed. His active field roster was secured, tagged, documented, and clean by every rule Lewis had beaten into him. That should have helped. It didn't. Rules were useful until someone with a holy symbol decided the rules meant whatever let him open the box. Any sign this is because of us? Not directly, Athena said. However, the timing is insulting. The lead inspector stepped from beneath the canopy as their transport rolled to the stop line. He wore a white coat instead of armor, with a gold pin at his collar and a polite expression that had never saved anyone from paperwork. 2 more order clerks stood behind him with tablets, ward rods, and the eager stillness of men hoping procedure could become punishment. The inspector smiled at Ethan through the driver's side glass. Journeyman Meyer, please shut down the vehicle and present corpse transport credentials, donor tags, salvage claims, field animation licenses, and any ghost contact authorizations currently active. Ethan killed the engine, then opened the window halfway. Cold rain air carried the scent of wet asphalt, ozone, and something clean enough to make his shadow mana recoil. That's a long list for a roadside check. Necromancy creates longer lists than most trades, the inspector said, still smiling. I'm sure a responsible journeyman appreciates diligence. Sasha muttered, I appreciate not being ambushed by paperwork goblins. The inspector's eyes flicked toward her, then back to Ethan. All passengers may remain seated unless instructed otherwise. This is routine. Riley's fingers brushed the charm tags on her sleeve. Routine doesn't usually hum like a church bell with manners. Ethan heard it then, or perhaps felt it because Riley had given the sensation a shape. Beyond the white coats, beyond the ward rods and tablet screens, a silver-armored figure stood half-hidden under the far edge of the canopy. He did not speak, move forward, or touch the inspection line. He only watched, and the rain did not seem to cling to the runes burning faintly along his gauntlets. Athena's voice lost every trace of humor. Recommendation: comply visibly. Do not posture. Do not joke at the armor. Ethan reached for the credential packet and kept his hand steady. Files coming over now. My dead stay sealed unless you produce legal cause to open transport storage. The inspector's smile thinned by one careful degree. We'll see what the paperwork says, journeyman. The inspector accepted the files without touching Ethan's hand, which should have made the exchange feel cleaner. Instead, the ward rod in his other hand brightened as soon as the credential packet crossed the window gap, and the transport's interior filled with a thin pressure like sunlight sharpened into wire. Ethan's command tags warmed beneath his coat. Behind the rear partition, the sealed dead remained quiet, but the quiet changed shape, turning brittle at the edges as if every tag and anchor had been asked to prove it deserved to exist. Ashley's fingers flexed once against her knee. Ethan. I feel it, Ethan said, keeping his eyes on the inspector instead of the silver figure under the far canopy. He let his breathing settle the way Lewis had drilled into him and touched the ghost protection thread without making a show of it. Jenna's presence tightened near the back of his awareness, proud and irritated. Emma flickered beside her, not gone, not hurt, but suddenly farther away than she should have been. The inspector glanced down at his tablet. Your documentation is admirably complete. Donor chain records, field animation licenses, salvage review numbers, contractor clearance, and ghost contact notices. Very thorough for a young journeyman. Athena's voice was cold in Ethan's chip. Compliment shaped like a hook. Do not bite. Sasha leaned closer to the open window, her smile bright enough to make Trouble nervous. He has hobbies. Some boys collect sports cards. Ethan collects paperwork that keeps nosy people from opening locked trailers. The inspector's polite expression did not crack. A locked trailer carrying animated remains is exactly the sort of thing compliance exists to inspect, Miss Calder. Riley tilted her head, eyes tracking something Ethan couldn't see between the ward pylons and the silent armor. Then your compliance field is crooked. The legal check is at the window, but the pressure's coming from over there. The inspector's gaze sharpened for the first time. Passive sanctity fields are permitted at order-supervised checkpoints. Passive my pink ass, Riley said softly. Ethan lifted one hand before the inspector could turn Riley's mouth into a charge. The team member is identifying field behavior, not refusing inspection. Since your field is affecting ghost anchors and command tags inside a sealed transport, I'm requesting the field rating, warrant scope, and responsible operator's name for the after-action record. For a moment, the rain seemed louder than it should have been. The silver-armored figure did not move, but the pressure increased by a single measured degree. Ethan felt it scrape across Emma's anchor, and anger rose so fast he nearly mistook it for courage. He pushed it down, laid the ghost protection thread over both ghosts like a careful hand, and refused to look away from the inspector's face. The inspector's smile returned too late to feel natural. Responsible operator is Inquisitor Valahart. Passive observation only. Athena whispered, name logged. Threat classification confirmed. Ethan nodded once, slow and visible. Then tell Inquisitor Valahart his passive observation is touching protected entities under my care. If it continues, I'll note that in the complaint before I note anything else. The pressure eased for half a breath after Ethan named the complaint, not because Valahart withdrew, but because everyone at the checkpoint understood the sentence had become recordable. The inspector's tablet chimed softly. One of the clerks behind him looked down too quickly, and the silver figure beneath the canopy turned his helmet by a fraction, pale runes burning through the rain like patient accusation. Journeyman Meyer, the inspector said, voice still smooth, I advise caution before implying misconduct by an inquisitor of the order. Ethan kept his hand flat on the window ledge where the inspector could see it. His shadow wanted to rise. His ghosts wanted protection. His dead behind the partition remained sealed, tagged, and silent, while the holy pressure kept testing the seams as if silence itself were suspicious. I'm not implying anything. I'm recording field effect. If your sanctity field touches my protected entities, I log it. If it stops, I log that too. Sasha's knee pressed against the back of Ethan's seat. Not enough to jostle him, only enough to remind him she was there and angry on his behalf. Funny thing about records. They work best before someone edits the story. The inspector's gaze flicked to her again. Miss Calder, hostile commentary can be interpreted as interference with inspection. Ashley leaned forward before Sasha could smile wider. Her voice stayed quiet, but the air in the cab tightened around every word. Then interpret this clearly. The field is disturbing contains spiritual anchors. If that causes instability, your inspection creates the hazard it claims to prevent. Riley's fingers had gone white around one charm tag. It's still crooked, not stronger everywhere. It's probing in pulses, like someone tapping glass to see where it cracks. Athena spoke into Ethan's chip. Confirmed. Pulse intervals mapped. Ghost anchor strain increasing but survivable. Command tags uncomfortable, not failing. Recommendation, hold protection steady. Do not overcorrect. That was the hard part. Ethan could feel Jenna like a blade kept sheathed by will, furious but disciplined. Emma flickered smaller beneath the pressure, and the sight of it lit something ugly under his ribs. He wanted to shove back, wrap both ghosts in shadow and death, make the silver man feel exactly how unwelcome his light was. Lewis' voice rose in memory without kindness. Do not contest a paladin in the lane he prepared. Ethan breathed in through his nose, let the anger pass through his hands without becoming motion, and narrowed the ghost protection thread instead of swelling it. Not bigger, cleaner. He laid it close around Jenna and Emma, not a challenge to the light, not a wall thrown up for Valahart to strike, but a precise shelter that declared boundary rather than dominance. Emma steadied first. Jenna's anger remained, but her outline sharpened. The inspector watched Ethan's face with too much interest. You're remarkably controlled for someone under no threat. No threat means no need to open storage, Ethan said. No instability means no emergency authority. No refusal means no obstruction. So unless your tablet found an actual defect, we're standing here because your observer wanted to see whether I'd perform. The silence that followed was not empty. Rain tapped the canopy. Ward rods hummed. Somewhere behind them, one of the waiting corpse haulers hissed air through its brakes. Valahart still did not speak, which made him worse. His pressure withdrew by inches, not in retreat, but in acknowledgement that this particular test had stopped feeding him. Athena's voice softened by 1 degree. Ghost anchors stabilizing. Wisdom adjustment authorized by field record. I will hold display until after departure unless you request otherwise. Hold it, Ethan murmured. The inspector's jaw tightened. Your files are in order. Final seal scan only. Ethan held out his wrist without letting relief show. Scan the seal, not the storage. The inspector brought the ward rod close enough to Ethan's wrist seal for the crystal to kiss the air above it, but not close enough to touch skin. Ethan appreciated the restraint more than he trusted it. The rod shone white, then green, then a reluctant blue as Athena fed the public credential layer exactly what it was supposed to see. Licensed transport, sealed storage, valid corpse chain, active ghost contact notice, field journeyman provisional, no emergency breach flag. Seal verified, the inspector said, though he sounded as if the words tasted poor. Your transport may proceed. Ethan did not start the engine at once. Confirm checkpoint release on record. The inspector looked at him for a long second, then tapped his tablet with one careful finger. Checkpoint release recorded. No storage breach performed. Thank you, Ethan said, because politeness cost nothing and annoyed people who expected anger. Sasha waited until the window slid up before she let out the breath she had been holding. I'm proud of you, also furious, mostly furious, proudly furious. Ashley kept watching the mirror feed as Ethan started the transport. Don't accelerate hard, let them see we're leaving normally. Riley twisted in her seat, eyes fixed on the silver-armored figure beneath the canopy as the checkpoint rolled slowly past. He's still looking. Ethan already knew. Valahart's attention had weight even without the sanctity field pressing against the transport. The Inquisitor stood motionless in the rain, silver armor bright against order white, runes dimmed now but not dead. He did not raise a hand. He did not make a threat. He simply watched Ethan carry his dead, his ghosts, his girls, and his hidden impossible assistant back onto the road. Athena waited until the checkpoint shrank behind them before speaking aloud through the cab speaker, which meant she wanted everyone to hear. Formal note. Complaint scaffold opened, not filed. Filing immediately would escalate. Holding it prepared preserves leverage. Wisdom gain display pending. Ethan's wrist comp chimed once, soft enough to feel private despite the others being there, and the display confirmed journeyman Necromancer level 3. Wisdom increased from 39 to 40. Ghost protection right field strain data recorded, and Valahart threat thread marked active. Sasha leaned over the back of Ethan's seat and read the display upside down. Congratulations. You got wiser by not punching a paladin with your soul. That sounds fake, Ethan said, keeping both hands on the wheel. It sounds accurate, Ashley said. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes remained on the rain-slick road ahead. That wasn't a win. No, Ethan said, and the word sat heavier than the stat chime. It was a warning with paperwork. Riley settled back into her seat, charm tags clicking softly against her sleeve. Paper paladins are annoying. That one wasn't paper. Jenna's presence brushed Ethan's awareness, steadier now but not calm. Emma lingered closer than she had beneath the checkpoint light, and Ethan held the protection thread until both ghosts felt properly anchored again. Only then did he let it fade to its normal quiet guard. Athena lowered the route map into the corner of his windshield. Next contract path remains viable. However, Inquisitor Valahart's attention now follows the team as an active risk. Ethan watched the road unspool through the rain, black ribbon, white lines, gray sky, and no clean victory anywhere behind them. Then we keep moving, he said. And next time, we make sure he learns less than he wants. 10. Riley's mark. The transport did not feel empty after the checkpoint fell behind them. Valahart's pressure had withdrawn, the white pylons were gone from the mirror feed, and the rain-slick road had opened into a long gray stretch of highway bordered by scrub trees and service barriers, but Ethan still felt watched. It sat between his shoulder blades like a hand that had not quite let go. Behind the partition, the sealed dead remained quiet. Jenna and Emma were steadier now, tucked under the normal guard of the ghost protection right, yet the memory of holy light tapping at their anchors made every soft hum from the trailer feel sharper than it should have. Athena kept the route map small in the corner of the windshield, which meant she was trying not to look nervous. I have 3 inconsistencies and no proof. The checkpoint filing says random joint compliance stop. Traffic pattern says otherwise. 2 corpse haulers were held ahead of us long enough to make the line look ordinary, then released within 90 seconds of our arrival. Also, Inquisitor Valahart's presence was not included in the public inspection notice. Sasha leaned forward between the seats with both hands braced on the headrests. So it was a trap wearing a clipboard. Trap is too strong without trigger evidence, Athena said through the cab speaker. Ambush-shaped compliance theater is more accurate. Ashley did not smile. She watched the passenger side mirror as rain drew silver lines across the glass. He didn't need to catch us doing anything. He needed to see how Ethan reacted. Which he did, Riley said from the rear seat. Her pink hair was pulled back under a hood now, but somehow still managed to look like an accusation against subtlety. And now we're driving away exactly where the checkpoint release tells us we're supposed to go. Ethan glanced at the map. Their current route bent northwest toward the next contract road, skirting a stretch of old industrial land and two low towns whose names meant nothing to him. Athena had chosen it because it avoided order white traffic and kept them away from the larger highway. That should have made him feel better. It didn't. Athena, did you choose this route or did the release recommend it? I chose it, Athena said, too quickly. Then the map flickered as she expanded the prior message chain. However, the release notice flagged eastbound commercial corpse transport as delayed by roadworks and spiritual contamination review. That made the northwest route optimal. Sasha's mouth flattened. In other words, they nudged us without touching the wheel. Ethan kept his hands steady on the steering yoke. Calling Lewis would have been easy. The thought came sharp and tempting, almost comforting, and he hated that he could feel the shape of it so clearly. Lewis would know whether Valahart preferred paperwork traps, field traps, moral traps, or all three arranged in a smug little row. Lewis would also ask why Ethan had accepted journeyman work if he intended to run home every time the road looked back at him. Riley shifted behind him, charm tags clicking softly along her sleeve. Slow down. Ashley looked over. What did you see? Maybe nothing, Riley said, but her voice had lost every trace of teasing. Maybe enough. There's a rhythm in the release packet. Not words. Timing. Athena went silent for half a second, which was longer than a shout from anyone else. Explain. Riley leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the small stream of administrative timestamps Athena had opened beside the route map. The checkpoint scan, the release confirmation, the roadwork notice, and the contamination review all updated within the same pulse spread. Different offices, different systems, same little hiccup before the seal. That's not normal bureaucracy. That's someone stamping different papers with the same hand. Ethan eased his foot off the accelerator. The transport slowed smoothly, rain hissing beneath the tires as the highway curved toward an overhead sign marked with the first turn for the Northwest Service Road. Can you mark it? Riley reached past Sasha and touched the edge of the windshield display before remembering Athena could decide whether she had permission. The map accepted her contact anyway, and 3 pink circles appeared around the timestamps. There. See the delay before each seal? It's like a charm waiting for a bell. Athena's voice cooled. I see it now. I dislike that I did not see it first. Be annoyed later, Ethan said, signaling toward the shoulder instead of the turn lane. For now, nobody gets to choose our road but us. Ethan guided the transport onto the shoulder, letting the tires crunch over wet grit until the vehicle settled beside a rust-stained crash barrier. The official turn waited less than 200 yards ahead, bright on the windshield map and brighter on the road sign where a temporary compliance arrow had been bolted over the old route marker. Rain ticked across the glass. The trailer brakes locked with a soft hiss, and behind the partition the sealed dead remained quiet enough that Ethan could hear Sasha shift in her seat. Sasha looked from the map to the road ahead. I'm going to say the obvious thing. Stopping beside the road after a Paladin nudge feels like standing still so the sniper can aim. It's worse if we keep moving because someone painted the word safe on a trap, Ethan said. He set the transport into guarded idle, then brought up the exterior camera feed. Athena, scan the sign, the shoulder, and anything within 30 yards that looks like it was installed today. Athena's display split into 3 clean panes. Temporary sign bracket is new. Roadwork notice beacon is active. No explosives, no obvious hostile ward field, no sanctity flare strong enough to breach the vehicle. That is the part where I would prefer to be comforted and am not. Riley leaned between the seats, her eyes narrowed at the enlarged image of the temporary arrow. Zoom the lower right corner. Not the paint, the bracket. Athena enlarged it. The image jumped close enough to show rain gathering on cheap white metal, scratched screw heads, and a smear of pale wax tucked beneath the bracket lip. Ethan would have missed it. He almost did miss it even when Riley pointed, because the mark did not glow, pulse, or announce itself as magic. It looked like some bored road crew had sealed a loose edge with dirty candle grease. Ashley's voice sharpened. "That's a ward mark?" "No," Riley said, already pulling a charm tag from her sleeve. "That's what someone wants a scanner to think. Wards sit and hold. This is a listening knot. Cheap, ugly, and clever enough to be annoying." Sasha stared at the screen. Listening to what? Riley pressed the charm tag between both thumbs until the tin warmed pink. "Not voices. Passage. It waits for a matching release seal, then tells whatever relay is ahead that the mark transport took the mark turn. The checkpoint packet had the bell. This is the little ear waiting to hear it." Athena's voice went very flat. "I am reviewing the release seal again." Riley called her. "If you are correct, I will be extremely displeased in several directions." "Be displeased faster," Riley said, "because that wax isn't alone." Ethan followed her gaze through the rain-streaked windshield to the far side of the road, where an old mile marker leaned beside a drainage ditch. Its white face was half covered in moss, but near the base, something pale had been rubbed into a crack in the stone. A second mark, a paired mark. The road ahead suddenly felt less like empty highway and more like a prepared passage. Ethan's fingers tightened on the steering yoke. "If we take the turn, they know." "If you take the turn," Riley said, "they know exactly which box of dead things is coming down their prepared lane." Ethan did not ask for a vote. The old version of him might have looked from face to face until someone braver named the next step, but the road ahead had already been chosen by someone else, and that made the choice simple in an ugly way. He shifted the transport into manual, killed the bright compliance route on the windshield, and dragged the map into a plain terrain layer with 2 fingers. The approved service road vanished. Drainage tracks, old maintenance lanes, and a disused farm access appeared beneath it in thin gray lines. Sasha's shoulders loosened by 1 angry inch. "Please tell me we're not driving straight through a ditch because a wax booger looks suspicious." "We're not driving through a ditch," Ethan said, studying the map while the rain blurred the sign ahead. "We're not touching the marked road, not touching the marked sign, and not giving the knot the release seal it's waiting for. Athena, mute route compliance pings to passive record only. Nothing outbound unless law requires it." Athena answered through the cab speaker, crisp enough to cut. "Compliant within public safety limits. I am logging the decision as driver-initiated hazard avoidance due to suspected unauthorized roadside charm." "That is true, boring, and legally irritating." Riley leaned closer, her earlier sharpness turning thoughtful as she watched Ethan work instead of taking over. "Good. Don't poke the knot. If it doesn't hear the bell, whoever placed it has to wonder whether we stopped, missed the turn, spotted the mark, or were never their box in the first place." Ashley touched the edge of the map, indicating the faint farm lane that crossed beneath the highway half a mile back. "That route takes us away from the prepared lane, but it's narrow." "Trailer clearance?" "Barely enough," Athena said. "Low speed only, no major bridges, 1 washed shoulder. I can handle suspension warning and weight balance, publicly described as transport stability assistance." Ethan breathed through the urge to ask what Lewis would do. He knew what Lewis would say anyway. "Do not walk into the lane prepared for you." He reversed the transport slowly along the shoulder until the marked sign slid away from the windshield center, then eased into a service break in the barrier where mud and cracked concrete met under a hanging strip of old hazard tape. "Riley, from now on, charm timing and roadside marks get called before we obey any reroute. No waiting until you're certain enough to win an argument." Riley's grin flashed, quick and bright, but it did not hide the way her fingers tightened around the charm tag. "That sounds like a job." "It is," Ethan said. "A real one, which means if this follows us, they'll notice you noticed." The wrist comp chimed once as the transport rolled down the old access lane, tires sinking into wet gravel but holding. Athena's small pane opened in the corner of his vision. Observation discipline logged. Intelligence increased from 52 to 53. Charm and rune warning protocol added to team procedure. Sasha read it upside down from behind him and gave Riley's shoulder a proud shove. "Congratulations, Pink Menace. You're officially useful and therefore doomed." Riley laughed, but her eyes stayed on the rain-dark road ahead. "Doomed is fine. Decorative was getting boring." The farm access road was not a road so much as an argument someone had once won against mud. Ethan kept the transport crawling between sagging hedges and rain-dark fencing, while Athena painted clearance guides across the windshield in thin blue lines. Twice the trailer drifted close enough to a ditch that Ashley pulled air along the side panels to steady the sway. Once, Sasha lifted a strip of soaked ground into a firmer ridge beneath the rear tires, grumbling under her breath as if personally offended by agricultural infrastructure. Riley stayed quiet through all of it. That worried Ethan more than teasing would have. She watched the hedges, the fence posts, the hanging scraps of old route tape, and every sign that looked too new for the rain on it. Her charm tag rested between two fingers, dull pink now rather than bright, and her eyes kept making small jumps as if she were reading punctuation nobody else could see. Athena broke the silence first. Protocol update prepared. Riley Calder is no longer classified primarily as secrecy risk. Riley's mouth curved. Primarily? Do not become smug, Athena said. Your revised classification is Operational Asset, Charm and Rune Warning Specialist, Ally under Secrecy Restrictions, and Persistent Curiosity Hazard. Sasha laughed once, sharp with relief. That sounds like a promotion and a warning label. It is both, Athena said. Miss Calder may call charm timing, roadside marks, suspicious seals, reporting knots, and ward behavior. Miss Calder may not prod unknown bindings, tease hidden systems, test Athena-adjacent security, or decide that, probably fine, is a synonym for permission. Riley lifted one hand. In my defense, probably fine is a traditional Calder research method. Ashley gave her a look across the back seat. Retire it. Fine, Riley said, though the word came wrapped around a grin. She looked at Ethan through the mirror feed rather than at Athena's display. What are your rules, tall boy? Not hers. Yours. Ethan guided the transport over a broken cattle grid, feeling the vibration climb through the steering yoke and into his wrists. He thought of the pale wax on the sign bracket, the matching mark on the mile marker, Valahart standing silent in the rain, and Riley seeing the shape of a trap before it closed. If you see something, you call it. If you're not sure, you still call it. If Athena tells you to stop, you stop. If I tell you to stop, you stop. And if you think I'm missing something because I'm scared, angry, or trying too hard to be in charge, you say that too. Riley's grin softened into something more dangerous because it was sincere. That last one may get annoying. I'm counting on it, Ethan said. The transport climbed out of the farm lane onto a narrow county road that ran west beneath low gray cloud. Behind them, the marked turn fell away without ever hearing its bell. Ahead, the road remained ugly, wet, and uncertain, but it belonged to them for now. Athena opened one final plain pane on Ethan's wrist comp. Journeyman Necromancer Level 3 confirmed. Constitution 33, Strength 28, Stamina 41, Agility 30, Speed 32, Intelligence 53, Wisdom 40. Riley Calder Operational Warning Protocol confirmed. No roster change. Valahart Threat Thread active. Sasha leaned back with a satisfied sigh. There, officially useful, officially targetable, and officially our problem. Riley bumped her shoulder against Sasha's. I was always your problem. Ethan kept his eyes on the road, but warmth moved through the remaining fear. Now you're mine too, he said, then felt his face heat when the cab went very quiet. Ashley's smile showed in the mirror, small and wicked. Operationally, of course. Obviously, Ethan said, and kept driving while all three girls laughed. 11. What Lewis did not say. The county road carried them west under low gray cloud, away from the marked turn, the listening knot, and the neat little trap that had been waiting to learn whether Ethan Meyer obeyed paperwork when Paladins dressed it up as safety. The transport rolled steadier now that the farm lane had given way to cracked asphalt, but the cab had not settled with it. Riley watched the roadside with her charm tag balanced across two fingers. Sasha kept glancing at Ethan as if checking whether he would start doing something noble and stupid. Ashley sat quiet beside the rear window, one hand resting against the seat as though she could feel the whole vehicle's unease through it. Athena broke the silence first. We have three choices. Continue west toward the original contract circuit using local roads. Divert south to a public way station and create witnesses. Or contact Master Lewis and ask whether Inquisitor Valahart's pattern matches prior order action. Sasha made a small, sharp sound. That third one sounds suspiciously like calling an adult. Riley did not look away from the rain-dark road. Sometimes adults know where the traps are buried. Sometimes adults become the trap's favorite shortcut, Sasha said. Lewis would answer. Ethan would listen. And then we'd all pretend Ethan made the decision because he drove afterward. Ashley's gaze moved to Ethan in the mirror. That's not fair. It's a little fair, Ethan said before Sasha could answer. He kept both hands on the steering yoke and watched the lane markers flick past beneath the windshield guides. Lewis has a way of saying 3 sentences that make my choices feel obvious. I like that about him. I hate that about him. Athena's root pain dimmed a fraction, giving him fewer bright lines to lean on. Master Lewis remains an authorized emergency contact. Using available expertise is not failure. No, Riley said, quiet but firm. But asking him before Ethan names what he thinks is happening might be. Sasha pointed at her sister with open approval. See, Pink Menace understands the assignment. Ethan almost smiled, but the warmth did not last. Valahart's silver still sat in his memory, not as a picture, but as that clean pressure against Emma and Jenna's anchors, followed by wax marks, timing seals, and a road trying to report on him. I want to call him, he admitted. Not because I don't know what to do. Because I want someone else to be certain. Ashley leaned forward, voice soft enough that it did not bruise the moment. Then say what you're certain of before anyone calls him. Ethan checked the mirrors, the passive route log, and Riley's still hand over the charm tag. Valahart didn't need the checkpoint to catch us. He needed to measure us. The marked turn was probably a second measurement, or a soft redirect into another prepared lane. If we call Lewis right now, that becomes a pattern too. Master consulted after contact. Apprentice uncertain without supervision. Useful wording for people who already want me classified as a hazard. Athena was silent for half a second. That assessment is unpleasantly plausible. Sasha settled back with a satisfied nod. Then we don't call. We don't call yet, Ethan said. The correction mattered, and he felt all 3 girls hear it. If there's a real emergency, I'm not letting pride get us killed. But this choice is mine. Our next move is ours. Riley's grin appeared, smaller than usual and much more serious. Good, now tell us where ours is going. Ethan chose the next useful place instead of the next heroic one. 7 miles west, a truck stop squatted beside the county road with 3 working fuel bays, a cracked diner sign, and enough cameras to make the place legally boring without feeling friendly. He pulled in slowly, keeping the trailer wide through the turn while Athena painted clearance lines across the windshield and Ashley steadied a gust of crosswind before it could shove the rear wheels too close to the curb. The transport settled beside the diesel pumps with the warded trailer still humming behind them like a large, expensive accusation. Sasha looked out at the rain-smeared forecourt and the 2 truckers pretending not to stare at the corpse hauler. Nothing says low profile like parking the mobile dead box beside coffee and questionable hot dogs. Ethan set the brake and looked back at the trailer through the mirror feed. None of this would be happening if my bloody shadow magic would level up. My storage is too small. Sasha gave him no sympathy at all. Yeah well, life's a bitch. Deal with it. Riley snorted, but her eyes stayed on the pump islands, camera brackets, roofline, and the little devotional charm nailed above the diner door. How small is too small? Because from a planning perspective, that's one of those details people should maybe know before someone assumes the Necromancer can pull an army out of his pocket. Not an army, Ethan said, irritation dragging honesty out of him. A few skeletons if they're collapsed and tagged. Maybe 2 zombies if I don't mind the storage feeling like someone packed wet furniture into my skull. 1 decent beast corpse if it's prepared and not too heavy in death saturation. Gear and ritual supplies are easier. The whole roster? Not even close. Athena opened a compact report pane over the fuel gauge. Current shadow storage remains insufficient for full active ready roster concealment. Warded trailer use is mandatory for legal transport, preservation stability, tag inspection, ammunition storage, and deployable force readiness. Master Lewis would not have been constrained by this traffic stop vulnerability. Ethan grimaced. Thank you for making that more depressing. You were already depressed, Athena said. I made it precise. Ashley leaned forward, her voice gentle but pointed. So the trailer isn't because you're careless. It's because you're not Lewis yet. The words landed better than comfort would have. Ethan got out into the rain before he could answer badly, opened the fuel port, and slotted the payment chip while the others watched the forecourt. Athena's report continued in his ear, clipped and useful. No active complaint had posted from the checkpoint. One observation flag sat on the transport release chain. Quarrybend remained active. Fuel and alternate routing costs were within reserve. Ghost anchors were stable, though Jenna and Emma should not be exposed to more holy pressure unless the mission demanded it. Riley lowered her charm tag near the pump and watched its dull pink surface stay dull. No listening, not here. Ethan watched numbers climb on the fuel display while rain ran down his sleeves. Good. Then we're only being seen by ordinary cameras. Sasha opened her door and gave the forecourt a bright, fake smile for anyone watching. Boring armor. Ethan looked at the trailer, the pump, the cameras, and the wet road ahead. Armor, not answers, he said, and finished fueling because the road still belonged to him if he kept choosing it. He returned to the cab with rain on his sleeves, fuel paid, route still unsettled, and too many cameras watching him do ordinary things with a warded corpse trailer attached to his transport. He shut the door, stripped wet from his gloves with a quick shake, and looked at the 3 pale route lines Athena had left waiting on the windshield. The South Road promised witnesses and records. The West Road promised fewer order systems and one bad bridge. The old compliance route still glowed faintly in quarantine red, dead to him but not forgotten. Athena spoke before he could ask. No new pings from the checkpoint. No fresh complaint. Observation flag remains passive. The truck stop cameras have recorded fuel purchase, no disturbance, no illegal deployment, and no contact with Master Lewis. Sasha leaned back with one boot braced against the dash frame. So we've successfully bought diesel in a suspicious but lawful manner. Truly, the legends will sing. They might, Riley said, watching Ethan rather than the map. If the next choice gets us killed by a bridge named structurally unimpressive. Ashley touched the west route with 2 fingers and enlarged the bridge feed. Low speed, weight-centered, no sudden air shove, and Sasha confirmed the left verge if it crumbles. It's not safe, but it's ours to judge. Ethan stared at the bridge image. Old concrete, narrow lanes, no order white pylons, no bright compliance arrows, no waiting mark he could see. That should have made it simpler, but wanting Lewis' voice arrived anyway, calm and irritating and certain in his imagination. Lewis would have named the trap, named the cost, and made the answer sound like something Ethan had known already. I miss him, Ethan said, surprising himself with the honesty. Not the lectures, not the way he makes every horrible thing sound like homework. I miss how certain he is when the road turns ugly. Sasha's teasing faded. Riley went still. Ashley's hand settled lightly against the back of his seat. Athena's route lines held steady. Missing Master Lewis does not require contacting him. No, Ethan said. He dragged the south route aside, dimmed the compliance route fully, and locked the western road in yellow instead of green. We take the bridge. Slow. Public hazard note filed from here, not from the checkpoint chain. Riley watches marks and timing. Ashley handles crosswind and trailer sway. Sasha handles ground support if the edge goes soft. Athena records everything passive unless law requires more. Riley's smile came back, smaller and sharper. That sounded suspiciously like command. Ethan set the transport in gear. Good, I need the practice. The western road narrowed within 5 miles, losing its painted center line as scrub trees crowded the shoulders and rainwater ran in dull sheets toward the ditches. Ethan kept the transport slow enough that the engine sounded impatient, while Athena projected weight markers across the windshield and Riley watched every post, culvert sign, and leaning utility box as if one of them might wink at her. The bridge appeared around a bend with no drama, which somehow made it worse. Old concrete rails, patched asphalt, weeds in the expansion seams, and a warning sign so faded it looked embarrassed to still be working. Athena dimmed the cab lights. Bridge length, 48 meters. Lane width, poor. Surface grip, acceptable. Left verge soft. Right rail damaged but not actively failing. Recommended speed, 8 miles per hour. Recommended prayer, optional and unlikely to improve engineering. Sasha cracked her knuckles and opened her window a few inches, letting wet air curl into the cab. Ground's listening, miserable, soaked, and deeply offended by vehicles, but listening. Ashley lifted one hand, and the rain sliding across the windshield shifted sideways for a breath, enough to show the road surface cleanly. Wind's low. I can keep the trailer from fishtailing, but don't correct too hard if it pulls. Let me catch it. Riley's charm tag warmed pink between her fingers, then dulled again. No wax knot, no bell mark. There's an old municipal ward under the bridge, but it's asleep and grumpy, not hostile. Everyone ready? Ethan asked, and the question felt different from asking permission. Sasha glanced at him, fierce and pleased. Drive the stupid bridge. Ethan eased forward. The transport's front wheels bumped onto the bridge, and the trailer followed with a low, heavy groan that traveled through the frame and into his hands. He kept the yoke steady, resisting the urge to hurry when the left side dipped. Sasha muttered something rude and pressed her palm toward the window. Mud and gravel tightened along the verge. Ashley's air curled along the trailer like an invisible hand on a swaying load, not stopping its weight, only keeping it honest. Halfway across, Athena's warning pane flashed amber. Rear left drift. I see it, Ethan said, though he mostly felt it. He breathed once, did not overcorrect, and gave the transport one careful inch to the right. Riley leaned forward, eyes bright. Still clear, no mark, no timing hitch, just a terrible bridge and our terrible life choices. The rear wheels found grip. The trailer settled. Then the transport rolled off the far end onto cracked county asphalt, and the bridge fell behind them without breaking, reporting, or becoming anyone else's decision. Athena cleared the amber pane. Crossing complete. No mechanical progression. No roster change. Public hazard note filed. Route ownership remains driver initiated. Ethan let out the breath he had been holding too long. Good. Ashley smiled in the mirror. That was yours. Sasha leaned back and looked far too satisfied. Awful, damp, slow, and legally boring. I'm proud. Riley tapped her charm tag against the window and watched the road ahead. Lewis would have hated that bridge. Ethan kept driving west, the transport heavy beneath his hands and the team alive around him. Maybe, he said, but he didn't choose it. 12. The Second Circuit. The bridge behind them became the first ugly line in a pattern Ethan did not recognize until the third contract tried to bite him. The western road gave them a barn collapse outside Waycross, where two frightened farmers insisted the dead cow in the hayloft was the problem until Ethan's death sense found the crushed farmhand still breathing beneath 3 beams and a spoiled feed hopper. Sasha locked the ground under the jack stands. Ashley held dust and chaff out of the man's lungs, and Ethan sent 2 zombie labor units in low and slow because dead hands did not panic when wood groaned above them. Don't let those things touch him, one farmer snapped, clutching a shotgun he had not quite aimed. Ethan kept his eyes on the lift angle rather than the weapon. Then you pull him out yourself before the beam drops. Decide fast. The farmer went white. Ashley's air curled around the trapped man's face, and the zombies dragged him free by his coat and belt without breaking a rib. The man lived. The farmer did not thank Ethan until the ambulance doors closed, and even then he said it like the words had splinters in them. 2 days later, a rest area culvert job turned into a nest of pale tunnel rats with bone needles along their backs and a talent for playing dead until someone stepped close. Riley spotted the timing charm on the contractor's warning tag before Ethan crossed the concrete lip, and Sasha raised a stone lip just as 6 needlebacks sprang at ankle height. The Ravager husk hit the culvert roof upside down, too fast and too wrong for comfort, and Ethan felt every command thread pull against his skull while it pinned the nest leader long enough for Ashley to strip the air from its leap. Athena spoke in his ear while he knelt in the mud afterward, checking tags and counting intact assets. No public complaint filed yet. One private feed has already described your crawler as nightmare material with useful legs. Tell them it's available for children's parties, Ethan muttered. Sasha crouched beside him and wiped mud from his cheek with her thumb. Only if the children deserve nightmares. By the 5th job, the team no longer unloaded by discussion. Riley checked marks and ward timing. Ashley tasted wind and dust. Sasha tested ground. And Ethan opened the trailer with the quiet dread of a man learning that routine was not the same as safety. Every small contract left him tired in a slightly different way, and Athena kept the progression ledger folded out of sight because the road was still teaching before it was ready to count. The 5th job ended beside a county depot that smelled of wet cardboard, diesel, and ward varnish, with Ethan signing 3 receipts while a freight clerk pretended not to stare at the black trailer. The new preservation cases came on a pallet wrapped in dull gray spell film, each case stamped with storage class, temperature tolerance, spirit contamination rating, and enough warning labels to make the pallet look accused. Athena projected the invoice beside his wrist comp, but she kept the public display boring, because boring was armor and because Riley had threatened to embroider that phrase on a jacket. Payment cleared, Athena said in his ear. 3 road contracts, 2 salvage credits, 1 hazard bonus, minus repairs, fuel, gloves, replacement ward tabs, ammunition, and 1 regrettably necessary expedited freight charge. Net result remains positive. Sasha leaned against the trailer with mud still drying on one boot. That sounded like good news wearing accountant underwear. It is good news, Athena said. The underwear is tax compliant. Ethan pressed his thumb to the final receipt and watched the depot clerk glance from his wrist comp to the trailer again. Storage reserve only, right? These don't mean I can command more at once. Correct, Athena said, and her voice sharpened in the way that meant the distinction mattered. Expanded preservation reserve, improved transport stability, better corpse retention after a valuable find. Active control remains unchanged. Anyone implying otherwise is either ignorant, selling something, or preparing a complaint. Riley crouched beside the pallet and ran a charm tag along the nearest seal. Pink light flickered once, then settled. Cases are clean. Expensive, but clean. Somebody packed the third one in a hurry though. See the corner fold? That's warehouse panic, not transit damage. Ashley looked across the depot yard toward 2 contractors lingering by a coffee machine that had stopped pretending to be the reason they were there. We're being watched. Ethan had noticed. One man wore a road broker badge on his coat. The other had the careful stillness of a necromancer trying to look like an ordinary salvage assessor and failing because ordinary men did not study corpse cases with professional hunger. Ethan tightened the strap on the nearest case and made himself not reach for Louis' certainty in the back of his mind. Sasha followed his gaze and smiled without warmth. Want me to ask if they're lost? No, Ethan said. Let them see the cases. Let them see the receipts. Let them see we can afford to keep what we find. Athena's next words came softer, meant only for him. Reputation curve has shifted. Brokers are tagging you as profitable. Rival necromancer interest has increased. Money is no longer making you safer. Ethan lifted the first case with the trailer hoist and guided it into its rack, feeling the weight settle into place like a promise with teeth. Then it's doing what everything else on this road does, he said. Teaching before it bites. The next contract came before the new cases had stopped smelling like depot varnish. Athena routed them northeast to a municipal animal shelter where a containment shed had cracked under a minor dungeon bleed, leaving 3 dead ridge mastiffs, 1 injured handler, and a corridor full of claw marks that did not match anything on the contract form. The road broker and the quiet salvage assessor did not follow them through the gate, but Ethan still felt their attention behind him, tugging at the back of his neck like a bad thread. Handler first, Ethan said as soon as the shelter manager unlocked the outer yard. Rainwater ran down the concrete slope, carrying thin red streaks toward a blocked drain, and his death sense kept trying to drag his focus toward the mastiffs under the canvas. Ashley, air curtain between her and the shed dust. Sasha, check the wall before anyone leans on it. Riley, tags and timing. The shelter manager swallowed hard. The dogs are valuable. Their bloodline is ward trained. The living woman is more valuable, Ethan said, and watched the man hear necromancer and still get corrected on priorities by 1. You can argue appraisal after she's breathing clean air. Sasha's grin flashed and vanished as she pressed both hands against the buckled wall. Left side wants to fold. I can hold it, but don't make this a scenic tour. Riley's charm tag warmed pink, then showed a thin black line along one edge. Old timing charm in the kennel lock. Not hostile now, but it's been bitten by dungeon residue. Open it wrong and it screams for the wrong system. Ethan moved anyway, not fast, but clean. He sent a zombie labor unit low through the yard gate with a stretcher rig in both hands, kept the Ravager husk folded against the shed roof as ugly insurance, and stepped around the canvas without looking down long enough to be tempted by corpse value. His legs burned from depot lifting, culvert mud, and too little sleep, but his body found footing before thought did. His command threads moved in shorter, cleaner pulses, and the zombie turned sideways through the narrow gap without scraping the handler's broken arm against the frame. Ashley's air wrapped the woman's face while Ethan counted the dead pressure in the shed and the living pulse under it. She's alive, Ashley said. Barely. Then barely is enough, Ethan said, and pulled the zombie back with the stretcher level, The Ravager husk braced above them, and Sasha holding the wall until her boots sank half an inch into wet concrete. The handler came free coughing. The shelter manager stared at the dead mastiffs, then at Ethan's undead, then at the woman gasping under Ashley's careful air. I was told necromancers collect first. Ethan's wrist comp warmed against his skin, but Athena kept the ledger hidden. His lungs ached, his hands shook, and the road felt longer than it had that morning. You were told wrong, he said. Now call your medic properly before I start billing for common sense. The medic arrived 7 minutes after the shelter manager finally remembered how phones worked, and Ethan spent all 7 making the scene boring. The zombie labor unit lowered the handler onto a clean tarp. Ashley kept the air curtain steady until the woman's coughing turned wet but regular. Sasha held the buckled wall with both hands in an expression that promised violence if anyone leaned on it, and Riley marked the contaminated kennel charm with pink paint, 3 warning tags, and a note rude enough that the next municipal ward tech would understand it. Do we claim the mastiffs? Sasha asked, nodding toward the canvas without letting go of the wall. Because if I hold this shed any longer, I'm charging emotional rent. Ethan looked at the dead ridge mastiffs and felt the old tug of value, bloodline, training, and corpse utility trying to dress itself up as sense. The new cases in the trailer could hold them properly. The roadbroker would hear about it if he claimed them. The quiet salvage assessor would hear too. That was the problem in the point. No active claim until family, shelter ownership, and contamination category are clean, he said, opening the after-action ledger with his thumb. We log possible future salvage, not field seizure. The shelter manager flinched at the word seizure. Good. He was learning what words cost. They were ours. They still are until paperwork says otherwise, Ethan said. I'm not stealing your dead dogs because someone told you necromancers collect first. Athena unfolded the ledger privately across his vision. The panel waited until the medic's drone confirmed the handler stable, until Sasha lowered the wall brace in a controlled slump, and until Riley's warning tags pinged municipal receipt. Then the road's scattered lessons gathered into numbers. Second Circuit after action consolidation. Journeyman Necromancer Level 4 confirmed. Constitution 34. Strength 28. Stamina 42. Agility 31. Speed 33. Intelligence 55. Wisdom 41. Storage reserve expanded through preservation cases. Active control unchanged. Ethan stared at the panel until rain dotted the projection and passed through it. That's from all of it? Confirmed, Athena said, softer than her usual report voice. Barn collapse, culvert nest, depot procurement, animal shelter extraction, repeated command under fatigue, and restraint around valuable remains. No single miracle, no free panel. Riley leaned close enough to read his face, not the display. Good ding or bad ding? Expensive ding, Ethan said. Sasha finally stepped away from the shed wall and rolled her shoulders. Those are the honest ones. Across the yard, beyond the gate, the roadbroker's car eased past without stopping. The salvage assessor sat in the passenger seat, head turned toward Ethan's trailer, toward the new cases, toward the canvas-covered mastiffs Ethan had chosen not to touch. Ashley saw it too, and the quiet around her changed. Athena's warning slid beneath the rank panel. External attention confirmed. Broker tag updated. Rival necromancer interest elevated. Ethan closed the ledger and looked at the wet road waiting beyond the shelter lights. Then the Second Circuit is over, he said, and the watching has started. 13. Market Ghosts. By morning, the watching had acquired a name, a map pin, and a contract fee. Athena found the offer buried 3 layers deep in a broker exchange that pretended to sell salvage leads but actually traded in access to unsettled dead. The meeting place was a converted rail freight hall outside Greyford, its loading bays warded in pale blue and its old concrete floor marked with circles for necromancers, mediums, grief brokers, family agents, and the kind of merchants who smiled too carefully around words like testimony and claim. Ethan parked the trailer where he could see the exit and made no move to unload the dead. No public display, he said, checking the wrist comp file one last time. No active minions unless there's a threat. No bargaining over anyone who hasn't agreed to speak. Sasha adjusted the cuff of her jacket and looked toward the hall doors, where 2 men in expensive coats were already pretending not to study him. So we're here to ask politely while vultures take notes. Lovely. I wore my polite boots. Ashley's gaze moved across the warded bays, the private booths, and the faint silver tags hanging beside several doors. Some of those tags are family witness marks. Some aren't. Somebody is mixing real grief with business. Riley lifted a charm lens to one eye, then lowered it with a small grimace. And somebody is using timing wards to make sure certain booths hear conversations from nearby circles. Not illegal if disclosed. Naturally, it isn't disclosed. Athena's voice came through Ethan's chip, crisp and quiet. Contract objective remains limited. Seek temporary ghost witnesses connected to the Ridge Mastiff shelter chain, prior corpse leads, and broker movement. No permanent bond authorized. No acquisition rights accepted. No dirty shortcuts, however attractively priced. Thank you for assuming I need warning labels, Ethan murmured. You do, Athena said. You collect morally complicated assets and pretty girls with alarming consistency. Sasha grinned at that, but the expression faded when a thin man with a green broker pin stepped from the freight hall entrance and opened both hands in welcome. Mr. Meyer, journeyman, we were told you might be interested in voices others have failed to value properly. Ethan stopped 3 paces short of him. The hall quieted just enough that half the market could pretend it had not done so. If you mean witnesses, say witnesses. If you mean property, save everyone time and cancel the meeting. The broker's smile tightened. You'll find the dead are more cooperative when handled by professionals. Jenna appeared at Ethan's shoulder, faint and cold-eyed, her old dress untouched by the hall's ward light. Then let us hope we meet one today. Ethan kept his face still while the broker's confidence faltered. The market had expected a young necromancer with money, fresh rank, and new storage cases. It had not expected the dead to arrive with standards. The broker recovered quickly, but not cleanly. His smile returned in a flatter shape, and he turned half aside to guide Ethan toward a booth marked with a green spirit lantern and a brass privacy charm Riley had already tagged in her notes. Jenna did not move until Ethan did, and when she floated forward, the people nearest the aisle gave her more room than they gave the living. That told Ethan plenty about the market before the broker said another word. 3 witnesses are available within your requested subject range, the broker said, touching the booth plate with 2 fingers. 1 shelter adjacent, 1 road hall casualty with knowledge of corpse transport, and 1 former kennel contractor who retained impressions after death. Access package includes introductions, statement harvesting, and priority claim conversation if compatibility appears promising. Ethan stopped with his hand above the booth rail. No claim conversation. The broker's smile flickered. A standard phrase. Nothing binding unless you choose to pursue. Jenna looked at Ethan rather than the broker. Rule 1. The dead are named before they are priced. Rule 2. You ask what they will answer before anyone sells what they might know. Rule 3. A witness may refuse without being called wasted value. The broker gave a soft laugh that tried to make her rules sound charming instead of inconvenient. Madam, with respect, the market functions because grief and memory decay. Families delay, contractors lie, and opportunity passes. Mr. Meyer is here because he needs information before the trail goes cold. Sasha shifted closer to Ethan's side. Funny how every dirty offer arrives wearing a deadline. Ashley's attention stayed on the booth charm. That privacy ward is too tight for a first meeting. It doesn't just keep sound in. It narrows exit angles for spirit movement. Riley lifted her charm lens again and smiled without warmth. It also logs emotional flair. Not words. Reactions. That's not testimony support. That's bargaining data. Athena's voice came low through Ethan's chip. Confirmed. Also, the access package price drops by 40% if you accept a priority claim clause. That is bait with a discount sticker. Ethan looked at the broker's slate. The number was ugly, but not impossible. The discounted number was better, and that made it worse. Temporary witnesses could point him toward whoever had primed the shelter manager, whoever had nudged the road broker, maybe even the quiet rival necromancer watching his trailer. 1 dirty clause could save days. Jenna's gaze sharpened. Do not make a cheaper road out of someone else's afterlife. Ethan lowered his hand from the booth rail. Names first. Consent terms second. Questions third. No claim clause. No retention option. No harvesting language. If that kills your package, it was already dead. The broker stared at him for half a second too long, then adjusted the slate with a tight movement. Very well. Witness introductions only. Temporary contact. No acquisition rights. Jenna inclined her head. Now we may begin. The broker opened the booth only after Riley made him strip the privacy charm down to introduction grade, which left the brass plate duller, weaker, and far less pleased with itself. Inside, the freight hall's noise softened without vanishing. 3 green circles glowed on the floor, each with a name slate resting beside it, and beyond them clustered half a dozen ghosts who had clearly been waiting long enough to form opinions about the living. Ethan read the first slate before stepping across the threshold. Mara Voss, former shelter volunteer. Temporary witness contact requested. No retention. No claim. No compelled answer. He looked up and met the broker's stare. That's the language we agreed. For the first introduction, yes, the broker said, too smooth again. Future introductions may require adjustment. Jenna drifted past him without looking away from the circles. Future honesty may require practice. Sasha coughed into her hand and failed to hide the laugh. Ashley's attention stayed on the ghost cluster, careful and kind, while Riley's lens clicked once as she checked the circle edges. Ethan expected Jenna to call the witness forward. Instead, Emma appeared beside her in a neat gray dress, soft at the sleeves and belted with a ribbon that had not existed in any memory Ethan owned. Her hair was gathered back, her bruises faded to little more than suggestion, and for 2 stunned seconds he forgot the broker, the market, and every dirty clause waiting outside the booth. A younger ghost near the back leaned forward, eyes wide. How did you get clothes? I've been stuck in this awful hospital gown for 11 weeks. Emma looked at Jenna with exaggerated dignity. Practice, patience, and complaining where senior ghosts can hear you. Jenna's expression did not change. I remember no such complaining. You remember everything, Emma said, then glanced at Ethan with a spark of mischief he had never expected to see from her. Some things are just useful to ignore. Ethan's face warmed, but the shock did not break him. It hurt, seeing her well enough to joke. It also steadied something old and sore inside him. You look good, Emma. I know, Emma said, and then, because she was apparently cruel now in the way healing people were allowed to be, she let the gray dress vanish. Her old death state shape returned just long enough to make the broker look away too late and Ethan's breath catch, but not long enough to own the room. Sasha stepped between Ethan and the broker's stare with instant, cheerful menace. Eyes up, bargain boy. Ethan swallowed, then made himself look at Emma's face, not the memory. That was mean. Emma restored the dress with a small satisfied smile. That was training. Jenna nodded as if the matter were settled. And now that Mr. Meyer has survived Manners from the dead, we may hear the witness. The first circle brightened, and Mara Voss lifted her head. Mara stepped into the circle as if it offended her to need permission from people with account slates. She had the pale, stretched look of a woman who had spent too long being treated as a file, but her gaze settled on Ethan with clear judgment rather than confusion. The circle hummed once under Riley's stripped-down charm, then steadied when Jenna laid 2 fingers over the edge and gave the ward a look that promised consequences if it misbehaved. Ethan kept both hands visible and his voice low. Mara Voss, you may refuse any question. You may leave the circle at any time. I'm asking about the Ridge Mastiff shelter, the broker traffic around it, and anyone who told living people that necromancers collect before they rescue. Mara's expression sharpened. Shelter manager didn't invent that. A man called Turn said it near the loading gate. Green pin, road broker coat, kept saying valuable remains spoil fast if amateurs get sentimental. The broker beside the booth went still. That is unverified ghost testimony. Ashley turned her head just enough to make him flinch. You were happy to sell it 5 minutes ago. Riley's charm lens clicked as she marked the statement. Mara's circle is stable. No coercive pull. No flare logging. Her answer is clean enough for a lead, not clean enough for court. The second circle brightened before Ethan had to ask. A broad-shouldered ghost in a hauler's vest gave his name as Jory Pell and spoke in short, practical pieces. He had seen a quiet salvage assessor pay a depot clerk to tag preservation case purchases, then send a message toward Greyford. The third witness, a former kennel contractor named Alina Marsh, remembered the same assessor visiting the Ridge Mastiff shed 2 days before the minor dungeon bleed was reported, asking which dogs had ward training and which locks still used old timing charms. Athena recorded each statement as voluntary, temporary, and non-retained. Cross-reference confidence rising. Broker adjacent interference likely. Rival necromancer interest now has a path instead of a guess. The green-pinned broker recovered enough to slide a new slate toward Ethan. With statements of this quality, a retention option would be financially sensible. Temporary access is wasteful when affinity is clear. Emma's gray dress stirred as she turned toward him. I heard that word too often after I died. Ethan pushed the slate back without touching the signature line. No retention, no ownership, no discount clause. Pay them for witness time, release the circles, and send me the clean packet. The broker's smile disappeared. You're making yourself expensive to assist. Jenna's answer was colder than Ethan's could have been. No, he is making himself difficult to buy. Ethan paid the full fee, watched all 3 circles dim, and waited until Mara, Jory, and Alina chose to fade back on their own. When he left the booth, half the market was watching openly, and the broker was already speaking into a private charm. Athena's warning arrived before the hall doors. Broker thread active. Living attention increased. Dead attention also increased. Sasha took Ethan's sleeve and guided him toward the exit. So, clean bargain, ugly consequences. Ethan glanced back once at the freight hall, where several ghosts now watched him with interest instead of suspicion. Better than the other way around. 14. Mech Legion bread. The morning after the ghost market, Ethan expected consequences to arrive wearing a broker's green pin. Instead, they came in the shape of a military orientation packet, 3 pages of raid support doctrine, and a transport pass to a fortified training ground outside Greyford where Technomancer mech legions drilled beside contractors who looked much less impressed by necromancers than ghosts had. Athena had routed them there before breakfast, claiming the invitation was legitimate, time-sensitive, and too useful to ignore. Ethan suspected she also liked the part where the green-pinned broker couldn't easily follow them onto a military range. Sasha stood beside the trailer with both hands tucked into her jacket pockets, watching the first mech stride across the far side of the field. The machine was 3 stories of plated steel, warded glass, steam vents, stabilizing charms, and heavy guns mounted where a human shoulder would have been if humans had been designed by artillery engineers. Okay, she said, grudging admiration roughening her voice. That is extremely unfair. Ashley's gaze tracked the mech's feet as each step sank into reinforced ground plates without cracking them. It's also why towns don't ask necromancers to hold a rift line by themselves. Riley adjusted the pink scarf tied over her hair and looked across the staging yard, where infantry teams, medics, ward officers, and contractors were being sorted into lanes by a captain with a voice like a slammed door. If anyone here calls that thing subtle, I'm leaving. It is not subtle, Athena said in Ethan's chip. It is a strategic answer to the question, what if the problem is large, angry, and emerging from a spatial anomaly with friends? Ethan looked from the mech to his sealed trailer, where skeletons, cadaver guards, hounds, and the Ravager husk waited under tags and canvas. After weeks of road contracts, corpse claims, rival pressure, and careful bargains, his dead had begun to feel like an army when he let himself think stupid thoughts. The mech crossed the field, turned its guns toward a target wall, and erased 3 reinforced blocks in a single controlled burst. Right, Ethan said, not my lane. A gray-haired major standing near the orientation gate heard him and gave a short nod. Good, that answer saves lives. Mech legions are the hammer on rift lines, Mr. Meyer. Contractors who forget that become briefings with sad music. Sasha's eyebrows rose. Do briefings actually get sad music? They do when public affairs gets involved, the major said, not smiling. Your job today is to learn where a necromancer fits without wandering under a mech's fire arc, spooking infantry, or turning your undead into moving target clutter. If you came here dreaming of replacing my heavy line, leave now. Ethan glanced at the mech again, then at the marked training lanes ahead. I came to learn how not to get my people killed beside it. The major studied him for a second longer, then handed him a chipped orange range badge. Then welcome to raid support orientation. The orange range badge opened the first gate but did not buy Ethan any trust. The major led them to a raised concrete platform overlooking a training field divided by painted lanes, signal towers, bunker shells, medical tents, and 2 inactive mech frames standing under maintenance gantries. One frame had its chest plating open for technicians, revealing bundles of power line, ward anchors, stabilizers, and ammunition feeds. Ethan looked once, understood maybe a tenth of it, and decided that was probably enough to keep him humble. The Major tapped a field map fixed to the platform rail. Rift support doctrine begins with a simple fact. When the big thing comes through, my mechs shoot it. When many smaller things come through, my infantry and mechs break the rush. Where do you fit? Sasha folded her arms and glanced at Ethan. Careful, it feels like a test. It is, the Major said. Ethan studied the map, then the mech lanes marked in red. His first instinct was to put the skeleton shield line forward, but every red lane crossed the obvious approaches with brutal efficiency. Anything standing there would not be brave. It would be debris, not in front of your guns. The Major nodded once. Good start, continue. Ethan pointed to the left side of the map, where a gray strip marked collapsed civilian vehicles and casualty zones. Death sense here. If people died under wreckage, I can find them faster than a heat sweep when rift residue scrambles sensors. Ghosts may warn about movement through places your cameras can't see. My zombies and cadaver guard can move stretchers, haul barriers, and recover bodies under conditions where living workers shouldn't go first. Ashley stepped closer, eyes on the map, and he can tell when something dead isn't staying still. Riley tapped one of the yellow support lines. If the rift bends timing, charm marks may lie. Ghost fear and corpse movement might show problems before the instruments agree. Athena spoke through Ethan's chip, cool and careful. Support summary forming. Necromancer role. Detection, recovery, denial of corpse use by enemy forces, limited commendable labor, spiritual warning, post-contact interpretation. The Major's eyes sharpened. That assistant of yours gives tidy summaries. She likes being tidy where witnesses can hear, Ethan said, and felt Athena's offended silence like a private elbow in the ribs. The Major placed a black marker on the map behind the mech line, not ahead of it. You are not the hammer. You are the man who tells the hammer what it missed, keeps the dead from becoming another problem, and moves useful bodies where living soldiers cannot safely go. Learn that, and you'll save lives. Forget it, and your undead become hazards my people have to clear. Ethan looked at the black marker and nodded slowly. Then I need your lane rules before I unload anything. For the first time, the Major almost smiled. Now we're getting somewhere. The Major did not let Ethan admire the answer for long. He led them down from the platform and across a marked concrete apron where orange lines, red hazard bands, and black mech track lanes turned the training ground into a language Ethan had to learn fast or get someone killed. A range sergeant met them beside a rack of dead transponders, practice tags, and stiff yellow flags used to mark friendly units during simulated rift support. 2 assets, the Major said. Nothing clever, nothing proud. Show me you can move them without making my gunners hate you. Ethan chose 1 skeleton shield unit and 1 zombie labor unit because anything bigger would be ego-wearing tactics as a hat. The shadow release stayed low and controlled, and both undead formed beside him with tags already glowing dull blue. Several infantrymen looked over from the next lane. One muttered something Ethan didn't catch, but the grip on his rifle changed. Sasha noticed too. Friendly crowd. Friendly crowds don't need lane rules, Riley said, charm lens already lifted. Ashley watched the red bands across the concrete. Those guns will not care why something crossed the wrong line. The range sergeant handed Ethan a transponder tag. Your undead get 1 signal each. If the tag drops, flickers, or turns red, every automated turret on a real line treats them as hostile until command says otherwise. In a real fight, command may be too busy. Ethan fixed the first tag to the skeleton's breastplate, then the second to the zombie's harness. His fingers worked carefully, not from fear of the dead, but from fear of a stupid fastening error becoming someone else's funeral. Athena, passive tracking only. No fancy overlays unless they match standard range display. Confirmed, Athena said. I will remain tragically ordinary where soldiers can audit us. The drill began with a siren pulse and a mech frame advancing down the left lane at walking pace. Even slow, it made the ground plates shiver under Ethan's boots. A red cone of simulated fire opened ahead of it, sweeping across the training field. Ethan sent the skeleton toward cover, then stopped it hard when Riley snapped her fingers. Wrong angle, Riley said. Its shield edge crossed the paint before the tag cleared. A turret barked blue light. The skeleton's shield flashed dead black, marked as destroyed. Ethan felt the failure settle cold and useful. Reset, he said. Skeleton 2 steps back, shield low. Zombie waits until the mech passes, then crosses behind the black marker, not before. Better, the Major said. The second run worked because Ethan stopped trying to make the undead fast and started making them predictable. The skeleton moved only on cleared signals. The zombie hauled a stretcher dummy through the support lane after Ashley called the air clear and Sasha raised a low gravel ridge to keep rolling debris off the path. Riley marked every timing charm that lagged, and Athena fed only standard alerts. When the final turret stayed silent, Ethan's wrist comp chimed once. Intelligence 55 increased to 56. Wisdom 41 increased to 42. Mech line safety protocol authorized. The Major glanced at the display, then at Ethan. Congratulations. You learned not to be interesting in front of artillery. Ethan looked at the mech lane, the silent turrets, and his tagged undead waiting exactly where he had told them to stand. That might be the most useful insult I've ever earned. The range sergeant made Ethan clear the lane twice more after the successful run, not because the drill needed it, but because soldiers trusted repetition more than displays. Ethan did not argue. He ordered the skeleton shield unit into passive stance, had the zombie labor unit lower the stretcher dummy onto the marked pad, and waited while Riley checked the transponder tags for heat, lag, and hidden charm reactions. Sasha scraped her gravel ridge back into loose aggregate with one boot and a curl of earth magic, while Ashley stood near the cleared lane and watched the mech's simulated fire cone sweep past with quiet respect. The Major let the silence stretch until the infantry watching from the next lane stopped pretending they were not interested. Mr. Meyer, state the doctrine. Ethan looked at the mech frame, then at his two undead. The skeleton was useful. The zombie was useful. Both would have been scraps under a real gun if he had treated usefulness as permission to move wherever he liked. Mechs hold the heavy line. Infantry and guns break the rush. My dead don't compete with that. They move behind signals, clear casualty spaces, carry what living hands shouldn't risk first, and stay predictable enough that allied systems don't waste attention on them. Not bad, the Major said. Now say the part young specialists usually hate. Ethan felt Sasha's gaze flick toward him, warm and wary at once. He could have made the answer clever. He could have hidden discomfort under a joke about not wanting to be stomped flat by expensive steel. Instead, he watched a maintenance crew guide a live mech's training barrel away from the support lanes, and the scale of it settled properly. I'm not the answer to everything dead near a rift. Ashley's expression softened. Riley lowered her charm lens, satisfied enough not to interrupt. Sasha bumped Ethan's arm with her shoulder, not teasing this time. The Major nodded. Good. Pride kills support crews. So does false modesty. You are not useless because you are not artillery. You read the things artillery misses, and on a bad day, that may be why my people fire in the right direction. Athena opened a compact after-action pane above Ethan's wrist, keeping it plain enough for military eyes. Drill record complete. Mech line safety protocol logged. No roster change. No rank change. Current ledger. Journeyman 4. Intelligence 56. Wisdom 42. Ethan dismissed the pane and met the Major's eyes. Then before the next raid, I want the support map, IFF procedures, casualty collection rules, and the list of things your gunners hate most. This time the Major did smile, thin and real. Congratulations, Meyer. You may be trainable after all. 15. Raid support. The raid briefing began before Ethan had finished deciding whether the Major's last compliment counted as kindness or threat assessment. A captain with close-cropped hair and a voice trained to cut through engine noise took over the map table, replaced the clean training diagram with a live operation layout, and turned a practice morning into something with real casualty routes, real ammunition limits, and real people waiting for orders that might get them killed. Greyford Municipal Outpost lost contact with an old supply bunker 2 hours ago, the captain said, tapping the projected map until 3 red squares marked themselves along a wooded access road. Contractors went in first, because contractors enjoy making reports harder. 2 teams are pinned, 1 relay is down, and something dead enough to confuse sensors is moving near the lower loading dock. Sasha stood at Ethan's left side, still dusty from the orientation lanes. Something dead enough. That's a fun military category. It is not fun, Athena said through Ethan's chip. It is also not precise, which makes it worse. The captain's gaze flicked toward Ethan, sharp enough that he suspected Athena had been quieter than his face. Mr. Meyer, You are attached as Necromancer support, not raid command. You answer to Major Harrow, then to me, then to the casualty officer if the situation becomes extraction-led. Your undead move when assigned, and under signal control. You do not chase interesting bodies. Ethan felt several contractors behind him shift at the word bodies. Some discomfort, some curiosity, one little snort that sounded like someone expecting the Necromancer to object. He looked at the map instead. The bunker's lower dock sat behind 2 blocked lanes, with a narrow service passage marked yellow for unstable access. It would have been tempting to fill that whole gap with dead assets and solve the map like a private puzzle. That was exactly the kind of thought yesterday's mech lane had beaten out of him. I understand, Ethan said. My dead support your raid. They don't own the field. Major Harrow, the gray-haired officer from orientation, gave him the same thin look that had passed for approval yesterday. Good. Say what you're bringing. Skeleton shield pair for mobile cover, 1 skeleton rifle unit held cold unless cleared, 1 zombie labor unit for hauling and barrier work, armored cadaver guard for extraction load, and ashhounds only if scent or heat trails matter away from friendly lanes. Ethan kept his voice even while Athena opened a private load panel across the edge of his vision and marked each asset as declared, sealed, and within current command tolerance. Ravager husk stays stored unless you explicitly authorize monster deployment. That got the room's attention. Riley's pink brows rose, but she said nothing. Ashley's gaze stayed on the ventilation marks along the bunker plan. Sasha's smile had gone small and proud, which warmed Ethan in a way he didn't have room to enjoy. The captain studied him for a long second. You brought a monster asset and led with not using it. I learned yesterday, Ethan said. Soldiers like predictable more than impressive. Harrow made a low sound that might have been amusement. He was listening. Then he can stand in lane 3, the captain said, dragging Ethan's unit marker onto the raid map behind 2 infantry squads and beside the casualty route. Congratulations, Meyer. You're useful today if nobody notices you until someone needs carrying out. Lane 3 looked narrower once Ethan stood inside it. On the briefing map, it had been a clean yellow strip running beside the casualty route. In the bunker yard, it became cracked concrete, stacked supply pallets, 2 burned contractor vehicles, a leaning floodlight, and a lower access ramp that vanished beneath a half-rolled security shutter. Infantry moved ahead in pairs, weapons angled down until the captain's hand lifted. Ethan kept his skeleton shield pair 6 paces behind them and the zombie labor unit close to the casualty sled. Lane 3, hold until Squad 1 clears the first marker, the captain said over the shared channel. Meyer, your dead do not pass my lead boots. Understood, Ethan said, and tightened the command line before impatience could make any corpse useful in the wrong place. Skeleton pair, shield low. Zombie, sled grip only. Cadaver guard, passive carry stance. Sasha crouched near a broken drainage channel and pressed 1 palm to the concrete. Loose gravel trembled, then settled into a low berm along the left edge of the route. That'll stop little debris, not bullets. Little debris still trips stretcher teams, Ashley said, eyes narrowed toward the ramp. A soft current moved ahead of them, testing smoke, heat, and stale air without pushing anything hard enough to set off a sensor. Air is dirty past the shutter, but not poisoned. Something's moving below us. Riley lifted her charm lens and turned slowly. 2 contractor marks on the ramp wall. 1 active, 1 smeared. Their timing charm got hit, but not broken. If we drag wounded over that line too fast, it'll scream through their channel and maybe through ours. A shot cracked inside the bunker, followed by 3 heavier impacts from the infantry line. The captain's voice came back clipped and flat. Contact suppressed. 1 wounded at lower dock. Casualty officer wants a carry asset. Several soldiers looked back at Ethan at once. Not liking him, not trusting him, needing him anyway. Ethan sent the cadaver guard forward only after the captain's marker blinked green. The dead man moved with both hands visible, transponder bright, armor plates dull beneath bunker lights. A living medic pointed once toward the ramp, then stepped aside with obvious relief and obvious dislike. Slow carry, Ethan said. No hero pace. No crossing Riley's bad mark until she clears it. The cadaver guard descended through smoke and echoing gun noise, bent beside the wounded contractor, and lifted him as gently as machinery could become under dead command. The man saw the gray hands beneath him and made a thin, panicked sound. "Hey," Sasha snapped from the lane edge, voice sharp enough to cut through gunfire. "You can hate the ride after it saves you." The contractor clenched his jaw and stopped fighting. Ashley guided a clean pocket of air around his face while Riley marked the safe rhythm with 2 raised fingers. Ethan walked the guard back 1 step at a time, feeling every watching rifle, every pause, every soldier learning that a corpse could carry what they could not reach. The captain waited until the wounded man reached the medic tarp before speaking again. "Lane 3, continue. Meyer, keep that guard available." Ethan nodded, though the order sat heavier than praise. "He's available." That availability became a problem almost at once. The next 5 minutes tried to pull Ethan apart by inches. The captain ordered Lane 3 forward by 10 yards. Casualty command wanted the sled turned toward the medic tarp. A contractor sergeant shouted for a shield at the lower ramp. And the bunker channel spat 3 overlapping warnings about movement below the loading dock. Ethan kept the cadaver guard beside the medic team because the captain had told him to keep it available, not because it was the loudest need. "Lane 3, shield asset to the ramp," the contractor sergeant snapped. "Now." "Negative," the captain said before Ethan could answer. "Meyer holds position until Squad 2 clears." The contractor glared across the smoke-streaked yard. "My people are down there." "So are mine," the captain said. "And if his skeleton crosses my fire marker, my people shoot it." Ethan felt the skeleton shield pair waiting in the command line, eager in the dumb, obedient way dead things could feel eager when purpose pressed through them. The ashhounds strained inside storage, useful but not yet necessary. The zombie labor unit held the sled handles. The cadaver guard stood with a wounded man's blood drying on its armor. 4 different tools, 4 different orders, and every living voice around him wanted one of them first. "Athena, standard map only," Ethan murmured. "No clever overlay." "Standard map active," Athena said. "Command load rising. You are within tolerance, but the tolerance is becoming sarcastic." Riley crouched beside a cracked marker plate and lifted 2 fingers. "Captain's fire marker is clean. Contractor charm is dirty. If you send a shield now, the charm may read it as retreat cover and drag their private turrets into the lane." "Of course they have private turrets," Sasha said, pressing both hands to the concrete. A low stone lip rose beside the medic tarp, just enough to stop rolling debris without looking like a barricade. Because apparently the bunker needed more ways to be stupid. Ashley turned toward the ramp, one hand open. Movement below, not human pace. 2 sources, one dragging metal, one too light. The captain's marker flashed amber, then green. "Meyer, 1 shield pair to the ramp edge. No deeper. Rifle unit remains cold. Hounds on leash if your air reader confirms trail." "Confirmed," Ethan said, and sent the skeletons forward at a walking pace, shields low and tags bright. He did not let them rush. He did not answer the contractor's muttered curse. He held the ashhounds in storage until Ashley nodded once, then released them into passive scent posture, heads low, no charge command. Something struck the inside of the shutter with a metallic screech. The infantry line tightened. Ethan's skeletons locked at the ramp edge exactly where ordered, and the ashhounds found the trail without crossing it. The contractor sergeant stared at the held line, then looked away first. "Fine, that works." Ethan's wrist comp pulsed once under his sleeve, private and plain. Athena kept her voice low. After action note prepared. Stamina increased to 43. Intelligence increased to 57. Mixed undead squad doctrine improved under allied command pressure. No rank gain. Ethan kept his eyes on the ramp. "Log it later. I'm still busy." Busy lasted until the raid ended, and the raid ended in pieces, not triumph. Infantry cleared the lower dock by angles and hand signals, contractors crawled out through smoke with their helmets crooked and their pride damaged, and the thing Ashley had called too light turned out to be a rift-twisted scavenger wearing enough dead residue to confuse half the sensors in the yard. Ethan's ashhounds found it, held point without lunging, and then the captain's squad cut it down before Ethan had to give a kill order at all. "Stand down, Lane 3 support," the captain said over the channel. "Meyer, recover your assets by marker order. No shortcuts." "Marker order," Ethan confirmed, and pulled the ashhounds back first because their command threads were the most eager. The skeleton shields came next, backing away from the ramp with shields still low, Then the zombie labor unit eased the empty casualty sled onto the marked pad. The cadaver guard returned last, armor dirty, transponder still bright, both hands held open until a medic waved it clear. Sasha dropped the little stone lip near the medic tarp and rolled her shoulders. I'm going to call that a win, unless the army has a special form for not dying stylishly. They do, Riley said, kneeling to inspect a scorched charm mark near Ethan's boot. It's probably 12 pages and asks whether the near miss was properly scheduled. Ashley watched the last contractor team come up from the lower loading dock. They're looking at your guard differently now. Ethan had noticed. The wounded man's sergeant stood near the medic tarp, arms folded, face tight with the kind of dislike that had lost some of its confidence. Not gratitude, exactly, not trust, something more useful and less comfortable. Major Harrow crossed the yard while the captain spoke with casualty command. Meyer. Ethan straightened without meaning to. Major. Harrow glanced once at the returned undead, the clean markers, and the infantry no longer tracking them as immediate hazards. You were boring. Sasha's smile flashed. That's praise, isn't it? In a raid lane, yes, Harrow said. Your dead carried, blocked, marked, waited, and didn't make my officers waste attention. That's not glamorous. It's why nobody shot them. The contractor sergeant approached before Ethan could answer. His gaze went to the cadaver guard, then to Ethan. My man lives because that thing carried him. Ethan kept his voice level. Your medic kept him alive. My guard moved him. The sergeant's jaw flexed, as if he disliked the honesty more than boasting would have bothered him. Still, I'll put it in the report. Athena opened a compact pane above Ethan's wrist, plain enough for soldiers to see without seeing too much. Raid after action. Support lane maintained. Raid support formation improved. No roster change. No new spell. No rank change. Current ledger. Journeyman 4. Constitution 34. Strength 28, Stamina 43, Agility 31, Speed 33, Intelligence 57, Wisdom 42. Ethan dismissed the pane as the captain called for salvage tagging near the lower dock. Under the half-raised shutter lay a dead contractor body with a broken harness, one hand locked around an emergency release that had kept the trap team's path open. Two officials reached for different claim tags at the same time, and Ethan felt the next argument arrive before anyone spoke. Harrow followed his gaze. Useful work makes people respectful. Valuable dead make them greedy. Ethan looked at the body, then at his own cadaver guard standing silent beside the lane. Then I guess we're not done. 16. Dead man's invoice. The lower dock had stopped sounding like a raid and started sounding like an argument learning how to wear official language. Medics carried the last living contractor toward the tarp, infantry marked cleared corners, and the half-raised shutter shuddered softly in its damaged track while two salvage officials stood over the dead contractor as if the man had become a form with boots. One tag was municipal gray. The other was contractor red. Both hovered inches above the same corpse, neither lowered yet, because lowering one first would start a fight with better spelling. Athena kept her summary private and fast. Raid salvage summary. Confirmed support bonus pending captain signature. Emergency extraction bonus likely. Rival contractor debt noted. Complaint replies compacted and queued. Scavenger remains are contaminated scrap unless command reclassifies. The dead contractor is the problem. 3 claim paths already visible. Of course he is, Ethan murmured, watching the corpse without letting himself reduce the man to value. The contractor's right hand still gripped the emergency release that had kept the trap team's route open. His harness had snapped under strain, and one boot had wedged under a bent loading rail, holding him in the ugly posture of someone who had died continuing to work. Major Harrow glanced at him. You see it. I see a dead man who saved lives, Ethan said. I also see people about to decide that makes him useful enough to steal politely. The contractor sergeant heard enough to turn. His face was gray with exhaustion and anger, but his voice stayed controlled. That's my man. Company handles our own. A municipal officer in a smoke-stained jacket tightened his grip on the gray tag. He died in a public outpost during a municipal emergency, beside unregistered contamination and failed local infrastructure. The town has recovery authority until identification, hazard review, and liability review are complete. Sasha stepped up on Ethan's left, still dusty from the raid lane. That sounded like 3 ways to say you want him before someone else can file faster. The officer's eyes flicked to her, then away. This is not a schoolyard dispute. No, Riley said from Ethan's other side, charm lens raised toward the corpse and the 2 floating tags. It's a paperwork ambush with witnesses. Ashley's attention stayed on the dead man and the damaged release. He kept the route open. That matters before ownership. Ethan felt the old pull to let adults with titles fight each other while he kept his dead quiet and useful. Then his cadaver guard shifted behind him, armor dirty, hands open. The same dead asset that had carried a living man out because someone had trusted function over comfort. The dead contractor had done the same thing without being commanded at all. Ethan stepped forward slowly. Nobody tags him until his work is recorded. The municipal officer frowned. You don't have authority over this body. No, Ethan said. I have raid support logs, death sense, witness position, and a dead man's contribution nobody gets to erase because a tag landed first. Harrow's expression did not change, but his voice carried just enough to make the nearby soldiers listen. Let him speak. Let him speak did not make the doc quiet, but it gave the argument a center. Ethan stepped past the first painted hazard line and stopped 3 feet from the dead contractor, close enough for death sense, far enough that no one could accuse him of touching evidence before the logs were open. The municipal officer lowered his gray tag by an inch, stubborn rather than cowed, while the contractor sergeant kept the red tag ready in his gloved hand. Ethan kept his voice level. Name first. The sergeant's jaw worked once. Miles Garvey, crew lead, lower dock access team. Good, Ethan said, and glanced at the officer. Not asset, not contamination, not disputed material. Miles Garvey. The officer's expression tightened. Names don't decide jurisdiction. No, Ethan said. They decide whether we start by treating him like a person or like a prize. Sasha shifted to his left, boots grinding through grit as she put herself between Ethan and 2 curious contractors edging closer. Everyone heard that, right? Person before prize. Lovely phrase. Write it down before someone official forgets. Riley crouched beside the emergency release without crossing the body line. Her charm lens flashed pink across the broken lever, the snapped harness, and the marks burned into the metal plate near Miles Garvey's hand. Release charm is still holding a last-use imprint. Manual hold, not automatic lock. Someone kept that route open after the mechanism failed. Ashley turned toward the ramp, one hand lifted as a thin current moved through the stale air under the shutter. The lower lane had airflow because that release stayed open. Without it, smoke stacks low and the pin team loses their exit. The contractor sergeant's face changed by painful degrees. He was shouting for them to move. I heard him over comms. Then the channel cut. Athena's public pane opened above Ethan's wrist in clean, boring text. Cross-referencing raid log, lane audio, casualty route timing, and contractor access record. Garvey, Miles. Emergency field clause present. Family notification required. Return preference on file. Necromantic animation prohibited without next of kin release or military casualty authorization. Emergency necromantic evaluation permitted for recovery documentation. The municipal officer seized on the middle line. Animation prohibited. That ends your claim. Ethan looked at him. I haven't claimed animation. I'm proving work. Harrow made a low approving sound. Continue. Ethan let death sense settle over the body, not deep, not hungry, just enough to read the shape of the last effort. The dead pressure around Garvey's hand was hard and fixed, a final command given by a living man to his own failing body. Ethan swallowed against the sourness in his stomach and pointed to the release. He died keeping that open. His body is evidence, casualty, and battlefield contribution. If you tag him as municipal hazard first, you bury that under liability. If the company tags him as private remains first, you bury it under internal loss control. The sergeant stared at the release, then at Ethan. So what do you want? Ethan held the officer's gaze until the man stopped lowering the gray tag. Open a dead man's invoice. Record what Miles Garvey did before anyone prices what he's worth. The municipal officer looked at Ethan as if the phrase had come from a regulation he hated not knowing. Dead man's invoice is not a recognized form. It is now, Harrow said, and the quiet in his voice did more than volume could have. Open a casualty contribution entry. Attach raid logs, lane audio, charm imprint, air red confirmation, and Necromancer death sense statement as supporting evidence. The contractor sergeant straightened. And his company claim? Stays open, Ethan said before the officer could answer. He crouched near the emergency release and set one gloved hand on the floor, not touching Garvey or the lever. So does the municipal hazard claim, family return chain, and death benefit record. Nobody loses their lawful route because I'm asking you to stop treating the fastest tag as the truth. Riley's charm lens clicked softly as she shifted angle. Manual hold imprint is fading. If you want this recorded, I need a clean plate under the lever now. Sasha moved before anyone ordered her, pressing both palms to the cracked concrete beside the release. A thin strip of stone rose under the bent metal, not lifting it, only supporting the position it had held when Garvey died. Temporary brace. Don't sneeze on it. Ashley knelt on the other side and guided a careful stream of air across the scorch marks. Dust lifted in a narrow ribbon and settled on the clear capture film Riley slid beneath the lever. There, the mark is cleaner. The municipal officer watched them work, his gray tag still unplaced. You're making an evidence claim. I'm making a work claim, Ethan said, standing with more effort than he wanted anyone to see. The raid had left his shoulders heavy and his legs too aware of every minute he had stayed upright. Miles Garvey held the lane. My dad moved wounded because that lane stayed open. The town owes him the truth. The company owes his family more than a private loss code. My support invoice needs his contribution attached. Or the record says Necromancer assets solved a problem one living contractor died holding in place. The sergeant's anger changed shape. It did not vanish, but it found somewhere useful to stand. Put that in. Athena opened a public pane in clean official language. Casualty contribution entry initiated. Garvey, Miles. Manual emergency release hold verified. Rescue route preservation credited. Contractor death benefit escalation flagged. Necromancer support invoice adjusted to include human contribution note. Contaminated scavenger salvage transferred to raid support compensation pool pending command approval. The officer read the final line and narrowed his eyes. That gives you salvage credit. It gives my team replacement material from the monster remains, Ethan said. Not Miles. He goes home through his file. Harrow nodded once. Claim stands. Athena's private voice followed, softer and hidden. Raid accounting loop closed. Strength increased to 29. Stamina increased to 44. Intelligence increased to 58. Wisdom increased to 43. No rank display yet. Ethan kept his eyes on Miles Garvey. Log it later. The support ledger did not open in the dock. Ethan refused to let it. He waited while Miles Garvey's body was covered properly, while the contractor sergeant placed the red tag beside the stretcher instead of on it, and while the municipal officer attached the gray tag to the casualty contribution entry rather than the man himself. That tiny change should not have mattered as much as it did. It did anyway, because everyone watching understood that the first tag had become a record of service instead of a grab for ownership. Athena kept the final accounting pane small when it opened above Ethan's wrist. Raid support payment confirmed. Emergency extraction bonus approved. Contaminated scavenger remains assigned as replacement material credit, not named asset. No usable human remains claimed. No new named asset acquired. Complaint replies remain queued. Corpse right dispute remains active under review. Sasha leaned close enough to read it and made a face. That's the least cheerful payday I've ever seen. It's a payday with teeth, Riley said, eyes still on the municipal officer as he copied the contribution entry to his own slate. And witnesses. Teeth are better when everyone sees them. Ashley watched the covered stretcher move toward the casualty transport. Her voice stayed low. His family will see the contribution note? Athena answered through the public pane this time, bland enough for nearby officials. Family notification packet will include confirmed rescue route preservation, death benefit escalation flag, and contractor witness statement, pending casualty office release. The contractor sergeant looked up at that. His eyes were red now, though his face had not softened. I'll write the statement myself. Ethan nodded. Write what happened. Don't make him cleaner or smaller than he was. The sergeant gave him a hard look, then a short nod. Fair. Harrow stepped beside Ethan as the last salvage crate sealed with a hiss. You understand what you did? I kept them from stealing him politely, Ethan said. And I got paid anyway. You made getting paid more expensive, Harrow said. For them, and for you. Ethan looked at the sealed crate marked contaminated scavenger material, then at the stretcher disappearing into the ambulance bay. His wrist comp chimed once, private but impossible to ignore. Athena's hidden panel slid across his vision. Journeyman Necromancer level 5 confirmed. Current ledger. Constitution 34. Strength 29. Stamina 44. Agility 31. Speed 33. Intelligence 58. Wisdom 43. He should have felt lifted by the new rank. Instead, the number settled onto him like another claim tag waiting for the wrong hand. No new named asset, he said softly. No, Athena said in his chip. Only funds, material, attention, and a longer road. A priority tone cut across Harrow's command channel before Ethan could answer. The Major's expression sharpened as he listened, and every officer near him seemed to feel the air change. Ethan looked from the sealed salvage crate to the road beyond the bunker yard, already knowing peace had not lasted long enough to count. Harrow turned toward him. Meyer, stay close. 17. The first rift alarm. Harrow did not explain the priority tone. He lifted one hand, and the whole bunker yard began changing around the gesture. Soldiers stopped talking over salvage claims. Medics cleared the ambulance lane without waiting for orders. A field captain near the command truck snapped his slate upright, and the live operation map that had been shrinking into after-action neatness flared red across 3 separate panels. Ethan stayed where Harrow had told him to stay, close enough to see the words military satellite alert and possible spatial tear before a technician tried to hide the feed behind a command filter. Sasha stepped in beside him, dusty and tired, with one hand already flexing as if she expected the concrete to need holding again. That doesn't look like contractor trouble. No, Ethan said, keeping his voice low as the red map expanded over a wider region than any dungeon contract he had ever accepted. Dungeon calls don't make majors go quiet like that. Athena opened a private overlay across his vision, careful and compact. Satellite rift signature detected 14 miles north-northwest. Classification uncertain. Emergency response structure activating. Your current certification permits rift perimeter support by authorization only. It does not permit interior entry, independent closure attempt, or unauthorized command deployment beyond assigned lane. Riley leaned close enough to read the public fragments reflected in Ethan's wrist comp, her pink hair streaked gray with dock dust. Perimeter only, then, before anyone gets heroic and stupid, I'm saying those are 2 different permissions wrapped in one ugly alert. Ashley looked toward the north gate, where a convoy crew was already stripping the medical markings from one transport and replacing them with yellow hazard bands. The air feels wrong from here. Not strong, not close, but wrong in a way dungeons don't usually feel. She glanced at Ethan, and the worry in her face steadied into decision. If they take you, we go with you. Harrow turned back before Ethan could answer, his command slate open and his expression hard in a way the raid had not made it. Meyer, you are not entering a rift. Say it back. Ethan felt the easy objection rise and killed it before it reached his tongue. The number on his hidden ledger said Journeyman 5, but the red satellite map made that feel very small. I'm not entering a rift. Perimeter support only, if assigned. Good, Harrow said. A rift is not a dungeon with worse manners. It is an open spatial event until proven otherwise. Monsters can come through, civilians can run the wrong way, signals can lie, and specialists who mistake curiosity for authority get people killed. His gaze shifted over Sasha, Ashley, and Riley before returning to Ethan. Your dead stay stored unless I clear a roll. Your ghosts stay protected. Your assistant stays boring. You read what death gives you from outside the line. Athena's private voice became very dry. I am the soul of boring restraint. Sasha's mouth twitched, but she did not joke aloud. You heard the Major, tall boy. We're support, not saviors. Ethan watched the convoy form with brutal speed. Mech support haulers rolled from the far service road, infantry loaded fresh power cells, and a satellite officer pinned a shifting red ring over the northern hills. The bunker yard still held Miles Garvey's covered absence, sealed salvage crates, and the sour taste of getting paid after a death claim, but the world had already moved to the next emergency. Ethan closed his hand once, then opened it. Athena, log rift perimeter status. Team checks in 2 minutes. I want command tags verified, ghost anchors quiet, and nothing flashy enough for a satellite officer to ask why a necromancer brought a parade. Logged, Athena said. No gain display. No roster change. Rift perimeter status active. Harrow gave him one short nod. Move. Ethan moved, and this time the road did not feel like a contract waiting ahead of him. It felt like a line being drawn before something on the other side noticed the world was open. The convoy formed in pieces, not like a dungeon party gathering at a gate, but like an argument being turned into machinery. Infantry took the outer transports, medics claimed the rear lane, drone handlers unpacked signal buoys, and the mech support crew brought 2 squat haulers into position with their yellow hazard bands flashing. Ethan walked where Harrow pointed him, Sasha on his left, Ashley on his right, and Riley half a step behind with her charm lens already out. A captain Ethan didn't know looked him over once and frowned at Harrow. Necromancer team goes with contractor reserve? Perimeter support, Harrow said. Not reserve, not spearhead, not cleanup ownership. The captain's frown deepened. If there are dead monsters on this side of the event, I'd rather have the corpse specialist close. Ethan felt the bait in the word close and kept his hand still. Close enough to read, not close enough to improvise. Riley gave a small satisfied hum. Look at him, using his leash language like a responsible adult. Sasha glanced over her shoulder at her sister. Don't make him blush during an emergency. I'm not blushing, Ethan said, which was almost true until Ashley's mouth curved faintly beside him. Athena opened a private checklist across his vision. Dungeon assumption conflicts flagged. Standard dungeon models presume bounded corridors, contained monster routes, stable loot classification, recoverable map logic, and a limited exit structure. Rift response presumes unstable geometry, hostile transit, civilian spillover, signal disruption, and military command priority. Recommendation: do not let anyone call this a clear. Ethan looked at the captain. My assistant is flagging dungeon language as unsafe. If people start saying clear, sweep, loot, or salvage around a possible tear, they'll make bad assumptions before we even see it. The captain's stare sharpened. Your assistant has opinions? Advanced field support interface, Ethan said, blandly enough that Athena made a private offended click. It's good at telling me when words are trying to get someone killed. Harrow accepted the point with a short nod and dragged Ethan's unit marker onto the map, stopping it outside the first red ring. Meyer team, northeast perimeter observation. You report corpse drift, death concentration, ghost agitation, and anything that looks wrong to a necromancer. You do not deploy undead beyond carry support unless ordered. You do not cross the red line. You do not chase anything that retreats into the event zone. Ashley's smile vanished. If civilians are between us and the red line, then extraction command gives the order, Harrow said. Not panic, not pity, and not pride. Ethan looked at the map until the red ring stopped feeling like a line on a screen and started feeling like a rule he could break only by getting someone else hurt. Understood. Athena, mark our lane boring, visible, and subordinate. Athena's reply came dry and immediate. Marked. I am suffering for the team. Sasha squeezed Ethan's wrist once before letting go. Good. Let the big guns be big guns. We'll find the thing they miss. The transport ramp dropped with a hard metal clang, and the soldiers began loading in order. Ethan stepped up when his marker flashed green, carrying no visible dead at all, and felt the lesson begin before the rift came into sight. Authority had already sorted him into place. Now he had to be useful without reaching past it. The transport ride lasted less than 20 minutes, but it stripped the last raid from Ethan's head one vibration at a time. By the time the ramp dropped, the bunker yard felt far away, and the world ahead had narrowed to red perimeter stakes, military floodlights, drone buoys, and a low hillside where nothing visible should have made his skin crawl. The first red ring had been sprayed across the road in bright hazard paint, with sensor tripods set at intervals and soldiers posted behind portable barriers. Harrow pointed Ethan to a marked square outside the line. There, kneel if you need contact. Do not reach across. A satellite officer looked up from his slate. He can read anything useful from back there? Ethan stepped into the square before Harrow had to answer for him. If I need to cross the line to be useful, I'm the wrong asset for this position. Sasha planted herself just behind his left shoulder, her boots braced in gravel. That was very professional. I miss when your plan started with, oh crap, and got worse. Give it time, Riley said, lens raised. We've only just arrived. Ashley did not join the joke. Her attention stayed on the hillside and the thin, sour movement of air coming down from it. There are dead things up there, but the air isn't carrying them right. Ethan crouched and set his gloved hand against the road. He did not push mana hard. He let death sense open slowly, like listening through a wall rather than breaking it down. The first layer was ordinary enough. Insects crushed under tires, old animal bones under the roadside brush, 2 dead birds near a drainage ditch. Then the pattern bent. Death traces did not settle where the bodies should have left them. They leaned north, then sideways, then back toward the red line, as if something had tugged the final moment of each creature out of place and let it drift. Jenna's voice touched the bond thinly, controlled but cold. Do not invite us closer. Emma's warning came softer, frightened and fragmented. It's wrong behind the hill. Not like a ghost, like a door that forgot which side was closed. Ethan's fingers tightened against the gravel. Ghost agitation confirmed. Corpse drift confirmed. Death traces are displaced toward the event and then shearing back. Not dungeon residue. The satellite officer stared. Shearing? Riley lowered her lens by an inch. That means don't make him translate while he's reading. Harrow's voice stayed calm. Plain enough for command, Meyer. Ethan breathed through the pressure building behind his eyes. Ordinary death sense expects a body, a place, and a trace that agrees with both. These don't agree. If my command threads behave the same way near the line, range numbers won't mean what they usually mean. Athena opened a private panel, tight and blue. Rift perimeter reading seed unlocked. Intelligence increased to 59. Wisdom increased to 44. Recommendation: conceal display until after perimeter stabilization. Hide it, Ethan murmured, and lifted his hand from the road. Major, if you want my dead used later, assume short leash until proven otherwise. Harrow nodded once. Logged. You just earned your square. Harrow's praise did not last long enough to become comfort. A drone buoy over the hillside clicked twice, dipped 6 feet without command, then corrected itself hard enough that its stabilizers whined. 3 soldiers lifted rifles by reflex. The satellite officer swore under his breath and slapped a control panel, but the map above his slate showed only a smear of red noise where the hillside should have been clean. Do not chase the glitch, Harrow said, voice carrying across the line. Nobody crosses for a machine having a bad moment. Ethan kept one hand on his knee and looked past the red paint to the drainage ditch where 2 dead birds lay half hidden in grass. They were small, ordinary deaths, but the traces around them kept pointing the wrong way. It's not just the buoy. The dead birds by the ditch are inside the pole. Not bodies moved by wind. Death moved after the bodies stopped. The satellite officer glanced from the ditch to Ethan. You want a sample team across the line for birds? No, Ethan said at once. I want a drone arm, sealed sample cups, and someone who won't call them loot, salvage, or dungeon residue. Riley's grin flickered and vanished under focus. I can mark collection points from here. Charm lens only. No touch, no pull, no cleverness. Ashley stepped beside Ethan and lifted one hand, testing the air without sending it forward. The flow near the ditch is folding back on itself. If the drone goes straight in, it may overcorrect. Sasha looked at Harrow. I can brace the tripod if the ground shifts, but I'm not touching anything over the line. Approved, Harrow said. Drone arm only. Meyer calls points. Calder marks. Vance reads air. Other Calder keeps my tripod where I put it. The sample drone rolled to the red ring on rubber treads and unfolded a narrow arm tipped with a sealed cup. Ethan did not push death sense deeper. He gave directions in inches, stopping the arm twice when the wrongness tugged at his awareness like a hook under cloth. Riley set pale pink markers in the air. Ashley corrected the approach by watching dust move against common sense, and Sasha pressed one boot against the tripod base when the gravel trembled. Cup 1, Ethan said when the arm hovered over a smear of dull gray grit near the first bird. Not the feathers, the grit beside them. The cup snapped shut. The drone's warning light flashed amber, then steadied green. Athena spoke privately, quiet and exact. Rift residue sample logged. No roster change. No rank gain. Journeyman 5. Constitution 34. Strength 29. Stamina 44. Agility 31. Speed 33. Intelligence 59. Wisdom 44. Harrow watched the sealed cup slide into containment. Say the doctrine, Meyer. Ethan looked at the red ring, the hill, the dead birds, and the empty air that felt too much like a door left unguarded. A dungeon waits inside its walls. A rift is a way through. If we treat it like a contained challenge, we'll guard the wrong thing. The satellite officer stopped arguing then. Harrow nodded once, grim and satisfied. Good. Tomorrow we make you useful outside the door. 18. Perimeter work. The first mech arrived over the northern rise before the sample drone finished locking its sealed cup into containment. It came down the road on 4 heavy legs, squat, ugly, and painted in military gray, with hazard bands flashing along its shoulders and a cannon housing folded tight against its back. 2 more followed behind it, each carried low by hauler frames that peeled away as soon as the machines found footing. Ethan had seen training footage, orientation schematics, and parade clips of Necromancer response units. None of that prepared him for the way the ground accepted their weight like an argument it had already lost. Sasha eased her boot off the tripod base and stared. That's not subtle. No, Riley said, charm lens still raised. That's what happens when subtle has failed to answer its messages. Ashley's attention stayed on the hillside. The sour wrongness in the air deepened as the lead mech turned toward the unseen tear, its ward plates opening like metal gills. They're pointing all that at the visible part. Harrow heard her. He glanced once at the mechs, then at Ethan's marked square outside the red ring. Because the visible part can kill quickly. Ethan kept his hands away from his storage tags and watched infantry teams fall back into lanes around the machines. Drone buoys climbed higher, floodlights tilted, the road became geometry, fields of fire, evacuation gaps, command posts, and warning lines. The mechs did not make the rift feel smaller. They made the response feel real enough to prove how dangerous the problem was. A field commander in a black hazard coat strode over with 2 officers behind him. Major Harrow, Necromancer support? Journeyman Meyer, Harrow said. Perimeter observation, death trace, ghost agitation, corpse drift, rift residue. No interior authority. The commander looked at Ethan as if measuring whether disappointment would be useful. He understands he is not attached to the mech line? Ethan answered before Harrow could. Yes, sir, I'm not here to stand where armor belongs. The commander's gaze sharpened. Good. Some specialists need that explained after they see the big guns doing the glorious work. Sasha muttered, glorious work looks loud. It is, the commander said, apparently hearing her. It also keeps teeth out of towns. He pointed toward a secondary marker east of the road, behind the 1st infantry barrier but outside the mech advance grid. Meyer team shifts there. If bodies come out, if death pressure changes, or if ghosts start screaming, you tell Harrow. You do not approach the tier. You do not harvest. You do not deploy anything that makes my pilots wonder what is moving behind them. Athena opened a private overlay across Ethan's vision, reducing the mech positions into clean blue arcs that stayed just plausible enough for a normal field interface. Assigned lane confirmed. No undead deployment authorized. Perimeter humility remains operationally irritating but tactically correct. Ethan breathed once and nodded. Understood. Team, move east marker. Visible hands. No storage draw. No dead unless cleared. Riley lowered her lens and fell in beside him. Look at that. We're officially the people who notice what the giant murder machines don't. Ashley's mouth tightened as another faint pulse came from beyond the hill and made the dead birds' traces lean the wrong way again. Then we'd better notice properly. Ethan stepped into the new square and set one knee to the gravel outside the painted line. The mechs advanced toward the obvious threat, metal feet biting into the hillside, cannons unfolding under cold floodlight. Ethan stayed behind the line, small, useful, and ordered to watch the places where the rift was already lying. The east marker gave Ethan a cleaner angle on the hillside and a worse view of the command map. The mechs advanced in staggered formation, one low on the road, two climbing the slope in heavy, careful steps while infantry widened behind them. On the public display, the red smear narrowed into a neat oval around the suspected tear, and a software line labeled the ditch, the dead birds, and the sample point is secondary residue drift. Ethan set his gloved hand to the gravel outside his square and knew almost at once that the label was wrong. He did not push deeper. He let the trace come to him, slow and unpleasant, while the mech's ward plates flashed in rhythm ahead. The dead birds by the ditch still pointed sideways. Old animal deaths under the brush did the same. Even crushed insects in the road held a faint northward drag that bent back toward the east marker, not toward the oval on the map. The model showed residue leaking from the tier. The depth sense showed something pulling from beyond it, then folding the trace back across the perimeter. Athena opened a private comparison panel, thin enough to pass for ordinary analysis if anyone glanced at his wrist comp. Official model assumes residue spill from a fixed event center. Your readings suggest displaced death trace with partial return shear. Confidence. Annoying. Riley crouched beside him without crossing the square line, her charm lens angled toward the ditch rather than the hill. Your face says the map is lying again. It's not lying, Ethan said, keeping his voice low. It's just wrong in a tidy way. The satellite officer looked over sharply. Define wrong. Ethan lifted his hand from the gravel before the pressure behind his eyes could thicken. Your model has the tear as the center and the residue spreading out. Death trace doesn't agree. The small deaths outside the oval are leaning like they were tugged from somewhere past the hill, then dragged back across the line. That means your oval may be the loud part, not the edge of the event. The officer's expression closed. Our drones have a visual distortion centered on that hill. And my dead birds don't care what your drones like looking at, Ethan said, then regretted the sharpness only because Harrow's gaze cut toward him. He adjusted before pride could make it worse. Sir, the visible distortion matters. I'm saying the perimeter effect is wider than the visual distortion. Ashley stepped forward just enough to be heard. The air agrees. Flow near the ditch turns back before it should. Not strong, but not local either. Sasha pointed toward a sensor tripod 3 yards from the road. Ground's got a tiny repeating shift under that leg. If the model says stable there, the model's being optimistic. The black-coated commander returned with 2 long strides, attention now fixed on Ethan rather than the mechs. Major Harrow, your Necromancer is contradicting the first perimeter model. Harrow did not soften the moment for him. He is. Ethan felt every nearby officer listen harder. The mechs kept moving, huge and necessary, but the little square around him had become its own kind of firing line. He looked at the red oval, then at the ditch, the tripods, the dead birds, and the wrong pole under the road. Shift the secondary caution line east by at least 20 yards until you can prove I'm wrong. Don't move infantry through the ditch gap as if it's just residue. And don't let the next drone sample fly straight over that return bend. The commander stared for one hard second, then snapped his fingers at the satellite officer. Temporary model overlay, east expansion. Mark Meyer read as contested but actionable. Athena's private voice was very quiet. Military attention increased. No display. Death sense pressure use improving under observation. Riley gave Ethan a thin smile without taking her eyes off the ditch. Congratulations. You've annoyed the map. Ethan set his hand back to the gravel, colder now despite his glove. Good. Maybe it'll start telling us what's actually happening. The temporary east expanded overlay bought Ethan exactly 3 minutes before the rift pushed back. It began with a sensor tripod tilting half an inch toward the ditch, then snapping upright as if someone had tugged it by the throat. The drone buoy above it dipped again, harder this time, and the public map stuttered from red to gray to red in ugly pulses. One infantry squad shifted away from the ditch gap on the commander's order, and Ethan felt the death traces bend after them, not following bodies, but following the safest open lane. Major, Ethan said, lifting his hand from the gravel as the cold climbed through his wrist. The pull is testing the new edge. The satellite officer swore at his slate. Nothing physical crossed. Not yet, Ethan said. That's the problem. Harrow crouched beside the marker without entering Ethan's square. Can you mark the pull without crossing? Athena opened a private kit inventory across his vision before Ethan asked. Anchor relay kit available. Static rift lines support only. Not rated for interior use. Consumption likely. Success probability improved if Sasha seats the pins, Ashley keeps dust flow visible, and Riley checks the pulse timing before activation. Ethan looked toward the black-coated commander. I can tag the perimeter from here if you clear one relay kit. It won't close anything. It should stabilize readings and give command a better warning when the pull shifts. The commander's answer came after one hard breath. Approved. Major Harrow, supervise. No undead. No undead, Ethan confirmed, already opening the field case clipped to his belt. The anchor tags were flat black pins with bone-white ceramic cores, each one etched for direction, trace capture, and clean failure. They had cost enough that Athena had complained for 12 straight minutes when ordering them. Ethan placed the first pin on the gravel and felt it shiver before his mana touched it. Sasha moved on his left, kneeling with one hand against the ground. "Tell me where." 2 feet ahead, but don't cross the paint, Ethan said. Sasha pressed the pin down with a twist of compacted earth, locking it into the road without breaking the surface. Ashley raised one palm and sent a careful ribbon of air low over the ditch, making dust show the fold instead of hiding it. Riley watched the pin through her charm lens, lips moving silently as the ceramic core brightened. "Second pulse is false," Riley said. "Don't feed it there. Third pulse bites clean." Ethan waded through the first pulse, ignored the second, and pushed Death Sense into the third with a thread of mana so thin it hurt to hold. The pin flashed blue-white, then sank its reed into the road. The pole snapped against it, and pain climbed Ethan's arm like cold wire. Athena's voice cut through the pressure. Perimeter anchor tagging authorized. Constitution increased to 35. Stamina increased to 45. Wisdom increased to 45. 1 anchor relay kit consumed. Do not celebrate. Your fingers are shaking. Ethan clenched his hand until the tremor obeyed. On the public map, the red smear widened, warped, and then redrew itself around the east line in a shape that finally matched what the dead had been saying. The satellite officer went very still. The commander looked at the new overlay, then at Ethan. "That tag just changed my perimeter." Ethan kept his hand on the case and reached for the next pin. "Then let's make sure it changes before people stand in the wrong place." Ethan planted the second anchor tag with his fingers still shaking and refused to look away from the ditch. Sasha seated the pin where he told her, close enough to the red paint that gravel shifted under her knuckles but not close enough to cross. Ashley kept dust moving in a low, careful stream, making the invisible fold show itself in little curls and reversals, while Riley counted the pulse under her breath and tapped Ethan's sleeve twice when the false beat came early. "Now," Riley said, sharp and certain. Ethan pushed into the clean pulse. The second pin flashed, and the public map bent again, widening the hazard shape around the east line. One of the infantry markers that had been safely outside the first model turned amber, then red. The black-coated commander stared at the display for half a breath before his voice cracked across the command channel. "Second squad, shift back behind barrier 3. Do not use the ditch gap. Mech 2, hold your left foot placement until engineering confirms ground behavior." The mech froze halfway through a step, enormous weight suspended over the slope while its pilot obeyed a warning born from dead birds, gravel, and a necromancer kneeling outside the line. Ethan felt the change ripple through the soldiers behind him. They had stopped watching him like a contractor with strange senses and started watching him like part of the perimeter. The satellite officer crouched near Ethan's square, slate held low. "Can you tag the whole eastern bend?" "I can tag enough to tell you when it moves," Ethan said, flexing his aching fingers. "Whole is a dangerous word near this thing." Harrow gave a faint nod, approving the correction more than the answer. "How many pins left?" 3, Athena said privately, then put the same count on Ethan's public wrist comp with all sensitive details stripped away. "Anchor relay kit at 40% remaining." 3, Ethan said aloud. "I don't recommend spending all of them unless the line shifts again. If this becomes a habit, we'll need another kit before anyone decides I'm a portable solution." Sasha glanced at the commander. "He means that last part very strongly." The commander's mouth tightened, not quite irritation and not quite respect. "Noted. You are not a portable solution, Meyer. You are also not entering the event zone to improve the read." Ethan looked up from the gravel. For one stupid second, after the map had changed because of him, after a mech had halted because his tag said the ground was wrong, the denial stung. Then the rift tugged at the anchored line hard enough to make the pins hum, and the sting turned into understanding. Useful did not mean central. Useful did not mean free. "Understood," Ethan said. "I stay outside. The tags stay static. If the pole crosses them, command knows before bodies do." Ashley exhaled softly beside him. "Good answer." Riley lowered her lens and watched the red shape settle around the new caution line. "The map is uglier now." "Ugly maps save lives," Harrow said, and ordered the revised perimeter logged under Ethan's red. Athena opened one final private panel as Ethan eased his hand away from the last placed pin. Journeyman 5, Constitution 35, Strength 29, Stamina 45, Agility 31, Speed 33, Intelligence 59, Wisdom 45. Perimeter anchor tagging confirmed. 1 relay kit consumed. No minion gain. No rank increase. The rift line hummed through the road, quieter now but not calmer. Beyond the hill, something heavy scraped against the other side of the world, and the mechs angled toward it while Ethan remained on his knees outside the paint. He had changed the perimeter without earning the door. That had to be enough, because enough was all the line allowed. 19. Rift meet. The first rift corpse reached Ethan's side of the perimeter on a sled pulled by 2 infantrymen and guided by a medic drone that had no idea what to call it. The thing had come through the visible distortion less than a minute after the mechs shifted formation, a low, jointed creature with too many rear legs, glassy plates along its back, and a head that looked almost designed for biting until a cannon burst had turned half of it into wet fragments. The mech line had killed it quickly. That didn't make the remains feel dead in any way Ethan trusted. "Do not touch it," Ethan said before the infantryman crossed the yellow quarantine strip. Both soldiers froze. One looked toward Harrow, and Harrow looked toward the black-coated commander rather than correcting Ethan. That small silence carried more weight than permission. The commander's voice came over the local channel. "Meyer, define the problem." Ethan rose from one knee slowly, because his legs still wanted to remember the anchor tags. The rift line hummed through the road behind him, quieter than before, and the corpse on the sled answered it with a faint wrongness that dragged across his death sense like grit under a seal. Dungeon bodies usually carried pattern, decay, mana residue, and whatever killed them. This carried direction, not movement, not life, but a pressure that kept trying to point back toward the hill. "It's not behaving like dungeon salvage," Ethan said. "Deathtrace is still pulling toward the tier. If you put that inside a normal corpse bag, the bag might hold the meat and miss the problem." Sasha came up beside him but stayed outside the yellow strip. "That is a terrible sentence." "It's also a useful one," Riley said, charm lens raised. "The ward tag on the sled keeps flickering backward. Not off, backward." Ashley held one palm low, testing the air above the strip without pushing into it. "The flow around it keeps folding toward the hill. Small, but there." The medic drone chirped a polite warning and extended a sampling arm. Ethan lifted his hand. "No automatic sample until command authorizes rift-contaminated handling. Athena, public quarantine marker." Athena opened a plain field pane over his wrist comp, stripped of anything that looked too clever. Temporary classification proposed. Rift-touched corpse. Ordinary salvage rules suspended. Quarantine by default pending Necromancer evaluation, military hazard review, and residue stability check. The nearer infantryman stared at the corpse, then at Ethan. "It's dead, right?" Ethan looked at the broken thing on the sled and felt the pull answer from somewhere that was not the road, not the ditch, and not any dungeon he had ever entered. "Yes," he said, "that's what makes this worse." The commander's gaze moved from the quarantine pane to the corpse and then back to Ethan. "You're asking me to treat a dead monster like an active hazard." "I'm asking you not to assume dead means finished," Ethan said, and the words tasted worse because they sounded like something Lewis would say. "I can test whether it can take a command thread, but I need the strip held, the sled grounded, and nobody standing in front of the legs." The nearer infantryman shifted back another step. "It's missing half its head." "So am I, according to several reports," Athena said in Ethan's ear. "I still object to being handled casually." Ethan ignored the comment because his mouth wanted to twitch and this was not a good place to look amused. Sasha crouched at the edge of the strip and pressed one hand to the road, sending a compacted ridge of earth up against the sled's runners without crossing the yellow line. Ashley lifted dust into a slow ribbon over the corpse, making the air's fold visible as it curled toward the hill and then shivered around the glassy plates. Riley angled her charm lens and nodded once when the sled tag's backward flicker settled into a measurable rhythm. "Grounded enough for a test," Sasha said. "Not enough for a tantrum." Ashley's voice stayed calm, but her shoulders had tightened. "Air around the rear legs is uglier than the head. If it moves, it won't move the way a body should." Riley kept the lens steady. "Third flicker is the cleanest window. First pulls backward. Second lies about being clean. Don't feed those." Ethan looked at Harrow, then at the commander. "Permission to attempt minimum animation response." No field deployment. No claim. No storage draw. I only want to know whether Rift residue eats the command line before we decide how to bag it. The commander's jaw worked once. Approved. Minimum response. If that thing gets up, Mech 1 destroys it and I bill your academy. Fair, Ethan said, though his throat had gone dry. He set 2 fingers against his own anchor tagline and reached, not into the corpse as he would with dungeon meat, but along the edge of its death trace. The command thread formed thin and cold, then bent sideways before it touched the plates. Something inside the residue noticed the shape of command and bit down. Pain flashed through Ethan's wrist and climbed to his elbow. The corpse's rear legs jerked, not obeying him, not waking, but answering the wrong direction. Sasha's earth ridge cracked. Ashley snapped the dust ribbon upward. Riley hissed, "Cut it." Ethan cut the thread with a hard twist of mana and staggered back before Harrow caught his shoulder. On the sled, the corpse settled with one rear leg stretched toward the hill like a compass needle made of meat. Athena's voice came in clipped and cold. Backlash contained. Command thread partially consumed. No active minion established. I hate Rift corpses. Ethan flexed fingers that had gone numb and looked at the commander. Now we know. Don't bag it like salvage. The commander looked at the stretched rear leg, then at the sled tag flickering backward again. What do you need? Ethan hated that the answer came quickly. Quick meant his fear had already started turning itself into procedure. Separate handling lane. No ordinary corpse bag. No storage draw. No shadow storage. No direct command attempt unless I authorize it and someone above me signs off. Quarantine tag before movement. Then a sealed transport cradle with its own ward feed. The satellite officer frowned at his slate. We don't have a category for that. Then make one, Harrow said, still holding Ethan's shoulder until Ethan proved his balance had returned. Temporary field categories exist because reality occasionally insults paperwork. Sasha's mouth twitched despite the corpse. I like him when he says things like that. Focus, Ethan said, but the word came out less sharp than he meant. His fingers still tingled, and the place where the command thread had been bitten felt cold enough to make his bones ache. He crouched outside the strip and pointed without touching the sled. Riley, can you mark the flicker cycle on the tag? Ashley, keep the dust showing flow, but don't push air toward it. Sasha, reinforce the ridge from our side only. Riley moved first, charm stylus already in hand. She sketched 3 small timing marks in the air beside the sled tag, each one fading pink to white as the backward pulse passed. First pull, false clean, true settle. It's repeating, but it's angry about being noticed. Ashley adjusted her palm, and the dust ribbon flattened into a thin veil above the corpse. Air wants to curl around the plates and then back toward the hill. If transport moves too fast, it may drag the fold with it. Sasha pressed both hands to the road and thickened the ridge around the sled runners. The ground's holding. I'm not promising it'll hold if the meat tries to point itself home again. Athena opened a public form so plain it almost looked stupid. Ethan knew that meant she had worked hard to make it safe. Temporary Rift dead handling protocol. Quarantine tag required. Rift residue assumption active. Ordinary salvage rules suspended. Command contact prohibited after distortion response. Dedicated transport cradle required. Reserve category opened. Rift touched. Non-field ready. Non-storage. The commander read it once. You're writing doctrine on my perimeter. No, sir, Ethan said, flexing his numb hand and making himself look at the corpse instead of away from it. I'm writing the warning label before someone treats this like loot. Athena's private voice softened by a fraction. Intelligence increased to 60. Rift dead handling protocol learned. Quarantine reserve opened. No active minion established. Ethan swallowed and accepted the quiet chime without celebration. The corpse remained on the sled, dead, useful, contaminated, and no longer allowed to pretend it belonged to any old rule. The sealed transport cradle arrived on a 6-wheeled hauler with 2 engineers walking beside it as if escorting a bomb that might learn manners if treated politely. It was a dull black cylinder mounted inside a ward frame, with separate power cells, independent telemetry, and a quarantine seal bright enough that even the infantrymen gave it more room than regulations required. Ethan stayed outside the strip while it rolled into position, because his wrist still throbbed where the rift residue had bitten the command line, and he didn't trust pride to know the difference between useful and stupid. The commander pointed 2 fingers toward the sled. Meyer, You supervise the transfer. You do not touch the corpse, you do not test it again, and you do not improvise a better idea halfway through. That last part feels personal, Riley said, charm lens still trained on the flicker marks. It is, the commander said. Ethan flexed his numb fingers once, then tucked the hand against his vest so it would stop advertising weakness. Fair. Cradle opens on the true settle. Sasha holds the sled ridge until the lift clamps bite. Ashley keeps the dust veil between the corpse and the hill, not over the engineers. Riley calls the false clean. Nobody steps in front of the rear legs. The engineers glanced at each other when he said rear legs, then looked at the corpse and stopped looking amused. Sasha deepened the ridge with a slow press of both palms. Ashley's dust veil thinned into a visible line across the yellow strip, and Riley counted under her breath until the sled tag flickered wrong again, then steadied. True settle, Riley said. The cradle opened with a hiss. The lift clamps unfolded, caught the sled frame rather than the corpse, and raised everything together by inches. Ethan held his breath as the stretched rear leg twitched toward the hill, but the quarantine tag flared dull green and the independent ward feed caught the movement before it became more than a shiver. Pain answered in his wrist anyway, a phantom bite where no thread remained. Athena spoke privately, her voice sharper than usual. Backlash residue persists. Hand tremor suppressed but not resolved. Recommend medical check, fluids, and absolutely no heroic lying about symptoms. I'm fine, Ethan muttered. Ashley heard enough to look over. No, you're functional. That's different. Harrow stepped close, eyes on Ethan's hand rather than the corpse. She's right. Report the backlash. Ethan wanted to argue. The rift line hummed through the road, the mech stood against the hill, and the corpse slid into the cradle without becoming his, without becoming safe, and without becoming ordinary. He looked at the commander instead. Backlash recorded. Command thread was partially consumed on contact. No active minion established. No safe casual animation. Protocol works, but only because we treated the corpse like a hazard before it punished us for being wrong. The cradle sealed with a heavy click. Its telemetry pane shifted from amber to locked quarantine green, and the hauler began backing away toward the containment lane. The commander watched it go, then gave Ethan a short nod that felt more dangerous than praise. Your protocol stands until someone with more letters after their name replaces it. Sasha rose from her crouch and dusted gravel from her palms. Ugly warning labels save lives too. Ethan looked at the sealed cradle, then beyond it to the hill, where the rift had gone strangely quiet behind the mech line. His wrist ached, his new protocol sat in the public system, and the first dead thing from the tear was leaving the field as evidence instead of loot. It should have felt like control. Instead, the silence beyond the hill felt like something listening. 20. False quiet. The sealed cradle rolled away under guard, taking the first rift corpse with it, and the whole perimeter seemed to exhale at once. Men who had been standing too straight lowered their weapons by a fraction. A mech pilot opened an external maintenance panel and leaned down to speak with a ground engineer as if the worst part of the day had become paperwork. Two contractors near the supply truck started arguing over hazard pay in the loud, relieved way people used when they needed everyone nearby to believe fear had passed. Ethan did not believe it. The rift beyond the hill had gone quiet in the same way a corpse sometimes went quiet when the thing clinging to it had not finished deciding what to do. The hum in the road had softened. The air no longer curled visibly toward the tear, and the mech line's warning lights had settled into a steady amber that made the officers look less like soldiers holding a breach and more like tired men waiting for permission to stand down. That was what bothered him most. Nothing dangerous had earned the right to look that calm. The black-coated commander crossed the quarantine lane with his helmet clipped under one arm. Good work, Meyer. Containment has the cradle. The line is stable. We'll keep you on perimeter evaluation until the second sweep finishes, then probably release your team back to Academy Transport. Sasha, still crouched near the reinforced sled marks, looked up sharply. Probably? Don't start celebrating my free time yet, Ethan said before she could turn the word into a weapon. His wrist still throbbed under the glove, and he flexed his fingers once, slowly, because Ashley was watching him like she intended to report every lie to Keene, Lewis, and possibly God. Commander, is the tier closing or just quiet? The commander's mouth tightened. Satellite says surface distortion is down 16%. Mech sensors show no new emergence. That is the closest thing to good news we've had all morning. Riley stood beside a field post where her pink timing marks still hovered in 3 faint bands. Closest thing isn't the same as good news. The sled tag flicker didn't fade when the rift got quiet. It got tidier. One of the contractors snorted from near the supply truck. Tidy sounds like an improvement to me. Ashley turned her head just enough to look at him, and the contractor stopped smiling without needing a threat. Tidy is what someone does when they arrange a room before guests arrive. Athena's voice came through Ethan's chip, stripped of humor. Perimeter readings are cleaner, not safer. Modeling confidence has dropped from 62% to 41%. I dislike quiet data that becomes easier to read after it has already lied once. Ethan kept his gaze on the hill. The mechs were still there, heavy and patient, their cannons angled toward a distortion he could no longer see clearly from this side of the line. The quieter it became, the more his death sense seemed to search for a missing note. Not a pull like the corpse had carried. Not a command bite. Absence, shaped too neatly. Harrow came up on Ethan's left, boots grinding gravel into the road. Say it plainly. Ethan swallowed against the sour taste of backlash and relief trying to become exhaustion. The rift just watched us change the rules for its dead, and now it's acting harmless while everyone wants to relax. I don't think that's over. I think that's a pause. Athena tried to make the ordinary reports feel ordinary. Ethan knew that because she opened them in a neat column at the edge of his vision instead of across the center, each pane small, dull, and deliberately administrative. Sealed cradle transferred to containment lane. Temporary rift dead handling protocol copied to military hazard review. Contractor casualty support packet updated. Travel clearance held. Academy notification queued but not sent pending command release. Legal language boring enough to survive witnesses. Thank you, Ethan murmured, because even fear could make room for useful work when Athena carried the weight properly. You are welcome, Athena said in his chip. I have also hidden 3 phrases from the official packet because whoever wrote the first version apparently thought necromantic contamination event was a helpful public label. Riley did not laugh. She stood near the timing marks with both hands tucked under her arms, staring at the quiet hill as if the silence had teeth only she could hear. The pink glow from her charm stylus shivered once, then steadied too quickly. That was the thing. Everything steadied too quickly. Sasha noticed the same look and shifted closer. Riley, you've got your bad witch face on. My face is excellent, Riley said, but her voice had gone thin at the edges. The ward rhythm isn't. It's like someone stopped knocking because they found the doorbell. Ashley's head turned toward the hill. That sentence can go die somewhere else. Ethan's skin prickled before Emma appeared. She didn't come through with her usual soft hover near Jenna or the hesitant warmth that made him careful with every word. She arrived beside the road marker as a pale shape with her hands clenched at her chest, her outline dimmer than it should have been in full daylight. Her eyes fixed on the rift line, and for 1 second Ethan saw not the girl who teased him about ghost clothes, but the murdered young woman who had waited in the woods for someone to hear her. Emma, Ethan said, turning toward her fully despite Harrow and the commander both watching. Emma swallowed, though she had no throat that needed it. It feels like when someone stops chasing because they know where you're going. The commander's expression tightened. Is that a formal warning? No, Ethan said before Emma could flinch under the weight of military attention. He softened his voice when he looked back at her. Not formal, real anyway. Harrow stepped in just enough to put himself between the commander's impatience and Emma's fear. Meyer, translate for the living. Ethan looked from Emma to Riley, then to the quiet line of mechs on the hill. Athena's report panes kept ticking obediently at the edge of his sight, but the real report was standing pale beside a road marker and shivering at silence. Athena can file the clean version later, he said. Right now, Emma's warning and Riley's ward sense agree. The quiet has direction. It isn't empty. Athena's voice cooled further. Modeling confidence reduced to 38%. Administrative summary paused behind active field concern. Sasha reached down and pressed one palm to the road. Ashley lifted dust in a careful ribbon that barely moved at all. Riley's charm mark flickered once, too neat and too patient, while Emma stared toward the hill as if something inside the tear had finally looked back. Ethan flexed his aching hand and kept his voice low. Nobody moves like we're done. Emma's outline thinned as Ethan watched, not fading exactly, but stretching at the edges as if the quiet beyond the hill had found a way to pull on her without touching her. The road marker behind her clicked once. The sound was small, almost lost under the mech line's generators, but Riley jerked toward it so fast her charm stylus left a pink streak in the air. "Don't move," Riley said, and this time even the nearest contractor obeyed. Ethan stepped closer to Emma, stopping before instinct made him crowd her. Ghosts didn't need air, but they needed room in ways living people kept forgetting. "Emma, can you step back from the marker?" Emma tried. Her foot moved half an inch, then her face twisted and her hands clenched harder against her chest. "It's not holding me. It's waiting for where I'll be." Harrow's hand dropped to his sidearm, not drawing, only ready. "That isn't better." "No," Ethan said. He looked at the road marker, the yellow strip, the quiet dust veil, and Riley's timing marks hanging too neat beside the post. "Riley, what change?" Riley crouched without crossing the painted line and set the charm stylus against the road. A narrow ring of pink light spread from the tip, hit the marker's base, and folded into a shape too clean to be natural. Her mouth went flat. The rhythm isn't coming from the marker anymore. It's using the marker as an echo. The commander swore under his breath. "From the tear?" "From something that wants us to think from the tear," Riley said, eyes narrowed. "That's the problem. It's staged, like a fake trail laid over a real one." Ashley lifted both hands, palms low, and the dust veil split into two layers. One layer drifted toward the hill as before. The second curled sideways along the road, almost invisible until she caught it and made it shimmer. There's another flow, small. It's not breathing out from the rift. It's sliding along the perimeter. Sasha pressed both palms to the road, and gravel ticked upward around her fingers. "I can feel that. Thin pressure under the surface, like a worm under skin. I hate it." Emma made a small, broken sound. Ethan looked back in time to see her eyes go distant and bright, all the color of her self-made dress draining toward gray. "Not worm," she whispered. "Hook." Athena's voice cut in, tight with alarm. Ghost anchor strain rising. Emma's warning gift is overextending. "Ethan, pull her back or she may tear her own stability trying to see around the quiet." Ethan reached, not with his hands, but with the gentlest ghost protection thread he could manage while his wrist still ached from rift backlash. "Emma, look at me. Not the hill, not the hook, me." Emma's gaze fought him for one awful second before snapping to his face. The protection thread caught, shivered, and held just enough for her outline to thicken. She gasped as if remembering breath, then sagged toward Jenna when the older ghost appeared beside her with both arms already open. Jenna's eyes were cold as winter court glass. Something inside that tear knows how to make the dead afraid. Ethan felt every living person near him go still at once. He kept the thread steady until Emma's hands loosened, then looked at the commander. "You wanted a clean answer. We don't have one. We have a staged quiet, a perimeter side echo, and something using fear like a probe." The commander stared toward the hill, then toward the road beneath Sasha's hands. "And your recommendation?" Ethan looked at Riley's folded pink ring, Ashley's split dust veil, Sasha's rising gravel, and Emma shaking against Jenna's side. The quiet had cost them already, and it hadn't even opened its mouth. "Treat the lull as contact," he said. "Not rest." The commander did not like the recommendation. Ethan could see it in the way the man's shoulders went square and still, not rejecting the warning yet, but measuring the cost of accepting it in front of soldiers who wanted the day to become simple again. Around them, the false quiet held with insulting patience. Mech generators throbbed. The hill stayed calm. Emma leaned against Jenna's support while Sasha's gravel trembled under both palms and Ashley's split dust veil marked the hidden sideways flow like breath on cold glass. "Stand down, delay," the commander said at last, voice clipped into the local channel. "Mech line remains hot. Second squad shifts behind barrier 3. Engineers hold all forward movement until perimeter echo is mapped." A groan rose from one of the contractor clusters, low and irritated. The commander turned his head just enough for the sound to die. Ethan felt no satisfaction from that. Fear had a way of turning into anger when denied somewhere to run, and right now too many people were looking at him like he had personally dragged danger back after they had almost escaped it. The satellite officer stepped closer with his slate tucked hard against his chest. "Commander, surface readings support de-escalation. If we keep the line active on a ghost reaction and charm anomaly, the report will need justification." Harrow gave him a flat look. Then write the part where the ghost and charm anomaly noticed the first problem before your categories did. Riley's smile flashed briefly, sharp despite strain. Please use my full title. Annoying charm anomaly. Focus, Ethan said, though the word carried more affection than bite. He crouched near Sasha, careful not to cross the paint, and pointed to the faint sideways shimmer Ashley held in the dust. We don't need everyone frozen forever. We need a smaller active perimeter and a clean map of where the echo touches our side. Riley, can you tag the false trail without feeding it? Riley's expression turned thoughtful and dangerous. I can mark the rhythm's shadow, not the rhythm itself. Like chalking where a snake was instead of poking the snake. Ashley lowered her hands an inch, thinning the dust until the two flows separated more clearly. I can keep the side flow visible, but not long. The air wants to smooth over it. Sasha looked up from the road, sweat darkening hair at her temples. I can raise a shallow ridge along the safe side. Nothing deep. If it's a hook, I don't want to give it a better handhold. Ethan nodded, then looked at the commander. That's the adjustment. No heroics. No probe into the tier. We mark what touched our side, keep the mechs ready, and stop pretending quiet means harmless. The commander studied him for one long second, then gave a curt nod. Do it. If this turns into paperwork, I'll make sure your name is spelled correctly. Athena sounded grimly pleased. A generous battlefield romance. Ethan almost smiled, then felt the road marker click again under the dust and lost the impulse. Riley marked the echo's shadow in 3 pink arcs. Ashley held the side flow open. Sasha raised the shallow ridge, stone no higher than Ethan's thumb, but the hidden pressure recoiled from it like a touched nerve. Every relaxed conversation on the perimeter stopped. The commander lifted his channel again, and this time nobody argued. All units, false quiet confirmed. We are not standing down. 21. Level 5 teeth. The perimeter did not stand down for another 6 hours, and when the military finally released Ethan's team, nobody tried to pretend the report was clean. The rift stayed quiet, the marked echo faded under Riley's pink arcs, and the commander's parting look told Ethan that his name had moved from useful contractor to problem worth tracking. By the time they reached the Academy transport hub, Sasha had dust in her hair, Ashley's hands still trembled from holding the air split too long, and Riley's stylus had a melted tip from marking something that officially wasn't alive enough to object. Athena opened the mission board in Ethan's vision before he reached the dorm corridor. 3 new contracts are available, 2 are underpaid, 1 is bait, and all of them involve people who will want you useful, visible, and careful. I recommend we do none of them tomorrow. Ethan stopped walking. You're recommending rest? No, Athena said. I'm recommending a voluntary delve. Sasha turned slowly, blue hair a dusty mess around her face. That sounded like progress wearing a knife. Ashley leaned against the corridor wall and studied Ethan rather than the invisible board. Level? Athena displayed the answer on his wrist comp because she enjoyed making bad news formal. Level 5. Licensed private entry. Confirmed monster density, alchemy grade glands, potion ingredients, salvageable bone plates, and at least 1 brute class corpse claim if Ethan can take and hold it legally. Riley whistled under her breath, then leaned close enough to read the fine print. Salvage language is ugly. Unusual remains subject to post-delve review. That means if you pull out something valuable, somebody gets curious after you've done the bleeding. Noted, Athena said. Also, 2 rival teams viewed this slot within the last hour, and 1 contains a registered order observer. They did not book it. They are waiting to see whether someone else is foolish first. Ethan looked down the corridor toward the dorms, toward showers, food, and the sensible choice of sleeping until his bones forgave him. Then he thought of Emma's fear near the road marker, Valahart's patience, and the rift learning how to touch the dead from the wrong side of quiet. Waiting for another contract suddenly felt like letting other people decide what he was allowed to become. Sasha stepped in front of him. Say the real reason. Ethan met her eyes. Because next time quiet reaches for us, I don't want my answer to be paperwork and hope. Ashley's expression tightened, but she nodded. Riley tapped the salvage clause once and smiled without warmth. Then we go in prepared, not greedy. Ethan accepted the delve file. Prepared, he said, and Athena began building the loadout before the confirmation light finished turning green. The level 5 dungeon opened under an abandoned viaduct 2 hours beyond the Academy circuit, behind a rusted municipal gate and a warning board that had been replaced so often the newer bolts shone brighter than the metal. Ethan stepped through last. After Sasha checked the stone beneath the arch, Riley marked the entrance ward rhythm, and Ashley sent a thin ribbon of air ahead to test whether the passage breathed wrong. Athena kept the route map small in the corner of his vision, careful and private, because this was not a contract hall, not a public road job, and not a place where a restrained utility would be enough. Active loadout confirmed, Athena said through his chip. Skeleton shield pair forward, skeleton rifle unit cold and covered, armored cadaver guard at your left, zombie labor unit behind Ashley. Ravager husk remains stored pending escalation. Personal magic drills are permitted under private team visibility. Sasha glanced back with a fierce little smile as the first tunnel widened into a broken service chamber veined with green crystal moss. "Hear that, tall boy?" she said permitted. "Try not to look like you're sneaking cookies from Lewis' cupboard." Ethan adjusted the command threads until the shield pair moved 3 paces ahead in lockstep. If Lewis kept cookies in a cupboard, they'd have consent forms and a test attached. Ashley's laugh was soft, but it ended when something clicked beyond the chamber's far support pillar. The sound was too quick for falling stone and too wet for machinery. Ethan's death sense tightened around a moving shape, alive but carrying old bone fragments in its hide like trophies pressed under skin. "Contact," Ethan said, and the word pulled everyone into position. Sasha, left footing. Riley, mark timing. Ashley, keep sight clean. The monster came low and fast, a gray-limbed thing with hooked forearms, a plated head, and a mouth that opened too wide around needle teeth meant for soft targets. The skeleton shields met it in the center of the chamber with a crack of bone-reinforced metal. It should have stopped there. Level 4 beasts stopped there often enough to let Ethan think around them. This one hit, recoiled, twisted sideways along the left wall, and used the impact to launch past the shields like it had been testing a door rather than attacking one. "Too fast," Riley snapped, pink light spilling from her stylus as she marked its second leap. "Ashley, move." Ashley stepped back, but the monster had already found the gap. Ethan felt the wrongness of the angle before fear finished forming. His rifle unit was still cold, the cadaver guard was half a turn too slow, and the zombie labor unit would get in Ashley's way if he shoved it forward. He lifted his left hand and drove shadow mana into the space beneath the monster's forearms. "Bind," Ethan said, and the shadow binding snapped up from the cracked floor in 3 black bands. The monster hit the bands hard enough to tear one apart. The second stretched, the third caught, and Ashley ducked as its hooked limbs scraped sparks from the wall where her head had been. Ethan's chest clenched around the spell's resistance. He could have ordered the shield pair back. He could have made the cadaver guard take the strike. Instead he stepped into the open lane, pulled death mana through his right hand, and shaped it into a cold bolt that made the chamber light seem warmer by comparison. Sasha's stone plate slammed up between Ethan and the monster's free limb. "Ethan, now." He fired. The death bolt struck beneath the plated head, and the monster's charge folded inward as if its life had forgotten how to hold shape. It crashed to the floor 2 steps from Ashley, claws scraping once before going still. For a breath, nobody moved. Then Ashley looked from the corpse to Ethan, pale but steady. "That wasn't road cleanup." "No," Ethan said, flexing fingers gone numb at the tips while the skeleton shields returned to formation. "That was the dungeon asking whether I meant it." The dead monster had barely stopped twitching when the chamber answered with weight. Dust fell from the cracked ceiling in a soft gray sheet, and something larger moved beyond the far support pillars, not fast this time, not testing. Ethan felt it through the floor before he saw it, a heavy pulse of living hunger wrapped around dense bone and old dungeon rot. The first beast had been a knife. This one was a door breaker. "Brute class contact," Athena said in his chip. "Mass estimate too high for current shield pair. Recommend controlled retreat or immediate asset sacrifice." "Of course you do," Ethan muttered, pulling the skeleton shields back into a narrower line. "Sasha, break its right footing. Ashley, blind the middle. Riley, tell me where it cheats." The brute came through the moss glow like a slab of muscle and bone plates, 6 limbs dragging claws through stone, its plated head lowered behind a ridge of horn. Sasha stamped once, and the floor rolled under its right side. Ashley drove dust and stale air across its face, thin enough not to blind Ethan's line but sharp enough to turn the brute's charge crooked. Riley's stylus flashed pink, marking a pulse along the brute's left shoulder where a dungeon charm kept its balance too steady for something that heavy. "It's anchored on that shoulder," Riley snapped. "It falls wrong unless you break the mark." Ethan sent the armored cadaver guard in low with its shield raised. The brute hit it like a truck. Metal screamed, preserved bone cracked, and the guard's left arm folded backward around the shield rim. Ethan felt the command thread shudder but hold, and the cadaver stayed upright because he ordered it to stay upright. Sasha's face tightened. "Ethan, pull it back." "If I pull it now, the brute reaches Ashley," Ethan said, and the choice cut before the brute did. He pushed the skeleton rifle unit hot, but the angle was wrong. The brute's plates overlapped too cleanly, and the left shoulder charm still carried its weight through every stumble. "Ashley, give me a lane." Ashley's air snapped sideways, opening a narrow strip between dust and horn. One breath. Ethan took it. Shadow closed around his feet, cold and wrong, and he forced a short shadow blink through the chamber's left edge. The world folded badly. He landed behind the brute with his stomach trying to climb out of his throat, one knee hitting stone hard enough to spark pain up his thigh. "Ugly blink," Athena warned. "Position viable, balance poor." "Noted," Ethan said through clenched teeth, and drove a shadow missile into the pink-marked shoulder. The charm burst. Sasha ripped the floor out from under the brute's right limbs, Ashley shoved air into its broken turn, and the cadaver guard spent the last of its shield arm to keep the plated head from swinging back toward Ethan. The brute toppled, but it did not die. It rolled, caught the cadaver guard across the chest, and crushed half its rib cage flat before the skeleton rifle unit fired into the exposed throat seam. Ethan staggered upright and finished it with a second cold bolt at close range. The brute collapsed hard enough to shake moss from the pillars, and silence rushed in around the ruined cadaver guard, the smoking shoulder mark, and the corpse large enough to change Ethan's roster if he could keep it. Riley lowered her stylus slowly. "That one counts as expensive." Ethan looked at the broken guard still trying to rise because his command had not released it yet. "Yeah," he said, throat tight as he eased the order down. "That one counts." The brute's corpse steamed in the green moss light while Ethan stood over it with numb fingers, a bruised knee, and the broken cadaver guard still kneeling because its legs had not yet accepted how much of its upper frame had been crushed. The thing on the floor was ugly enough to make the salvage file feel polite. Bone plates overlapped across its back in thick ridges, the ruined shoulder charm still smoked where Ethan's shadow missile had torn it open, and the exposed throat seam leaked black fluid into a crack that Sasha sealed with a raised lip of stone before it could run under anyone's boots. "Do not touch the central plates bare-handed," Athena said, opening a harvest checklist in Ethan's vision. Alchemical reactivity confirmed. Venom sacs under the second forelimb pair. Marrow-grade bone plates along the spine. Left shoulder charm residue suitable for Riley's analysis. Corpse claim value, high. Legal irritation value, also high. Riley crouched beside the broken shoulder mark and held her stylus over it without touching. This charm wasn't natural growth. Dungeon made, yes, but neat enough that some broker will claim it should be reviewed before Ethan gets to keep the corpse. "Then we document before anyone argues," Ethan said, forcing his tired hand to steady as he pulled a quarantine claim tag from his belt case. "Ashley, keep the air off the fluids. Sasha, hold the lip. Riley, photograph the mark, the kill position, and the guard damage. Athena, public log boring, private log complete." Sasha gave him a quick look while her stone ridge thickened around the spill. "You sound like Lewis when you're exhausted." "That is the cruelest thing you've ever said to me," Ethan said, and pressed the claim tag against the brute's plated chest until the ward bit into dead tissue with a dull green flash. The dungeon answered, not with another monster, thank God, but with a low-pressure change that rolled through the chamber and made the moss dim around the corpse. The claim tag pulsed once, twice, then settled into Ethan's command signature. A status panel opened above his wrist, sharper and brighter than Athena's private windows. Level 5 corpse claim recognized. Brute class remains secured under provisional Necromancer salvage. Harvest rights logged. Journeyman recalibration pending. Ashley released a careful ribbon of air and let it carry the worst smell away from Ethan's face. Pending sounds like someone deciding whether to be annoying. "Someone already is," Athena said. A registered order observer has queried the Delve ledger. The phrasing is technically neutral and spiritually punchable. Riley's smile went thin. They were waiting to see who moved first. Ethan looked at the brute corpse, then at the damaged cadaver guard and the cracked shield arm that had bought them the kill. The gain was real. So was the bill. Let them watch the paperwork, he said, cutting free the first venom sac with a warded knife while Ashley held the air still around his hands. We're doing this clean. The sack came loose, heavy and warm through the glove, and Athena's checklist chimed as Sasha prepared a sealed jar. Riley photographed every step. Ashley kept the smell, dust, and reactive vapor away from the open containers. Ethan worked until the useful parts were secured, the corpse was tagged for transport, and the cadaver guard's ruined arm had been removed and stored instead of left behind like trash. Only then did the status panel brighten again. Recalibration complete. Journeyman Necromancer level 6 confirmed. Constitution 37. Strength 30. Stamina 47. Agility 32. Speed 34. Intelligence 62. Wisdom 46. No one cheered. Sasha touched his elbow. Ashley leaned tiredly against his side for 1 second, and Riley sealed the final evidence packet with a pink mark sharp enough to look like a warning. Athena's voice softened in his chip. Level 5 brute corpse acquired. Combat asset badly damaged. Order attention confirmed. Ethan looked down at the corpse he had earned and the guard he had nearly spent. Then we carry both home. 22. Valahart's Shadow. By the time the transport platform lifted them out of the level 5 dungeon, Ethan had the brute corpse sealed beneath 3 quarantine tags, 2 alchemical spill locks, and Riley's pink evidence marks. The damaged cadaver guard rode beside it in a separate cradle, one arm gone, chest frame crushed, consent tag still glowing because Ethan had refused to let anyone strip it down in the dungeon like broken gear. Sasha walked close on his left with dried dust in her blue hair. Ashley kept the air moving just enough to hold the chemical stink away from the team, and Riley carried the evidence case against her chest as if daring the world to try taking it. Athena kept the public log open over Ethan's wrist comp while the post-Delve quarantine line received them. Provisional salvage recognized. Harvest jars sealed. Brute class remains under lawful necromancer claim. Order observer query remains active, and a new authority token has joined the review thread. Ethan stopped beside the corpse cradle. New authority token? The bay doors opened before Athena answered. A man in silver armor walked through with 2 white-robed attendants behind him, and the room seemed to make space without anyone admitting they had moved. White gold runes rested across his breastplate and wrists, quiet rather than bright, and that quiet made Ethan's ghost anchors tighten before the man said a word. Valahart didn't look like the paladins who filed complaints from safe offices. He looked like the part of the order that decided complaints were for people who still hoped law would be enough. Sasha's hand twitched toward the stone floor, but Ethan shook his head once. Ashley's air ribbon thinned to nothing. Riley's grip on the evidence case tightened until her knuckles paled around the handle. Valahart stopped 2 paces short of the quarantine line and looked at the brute corpse rather than Ethan. Journeyman Meyer. A level 5 corpse claim, alchemical harvest, damaged human cadaver asset, and private team combat record within hours of a rift perimeter release. You've been busy. Ethan made himself stand with both hands visible. The delve was licensed. The claim tag recognized. The harvest was documented step by step. Documentation is a poor substitute for purity, Valahart said, finally turning those pale eyes on him. Necromancers are very good at making appetite sound like necessity. The words hit exactly where they were aimed. Ethan felt the old shame rise, then the newer anger beneath it, and held both behind his teeth. The brute corpse lay sealed, ugly and valuable, earned through blood, command strain, and a cadaver guard broken because Ethan had chosen a hard fight instead of a clean retreat. Valahart wanted him to defend wanting power. He wanted Ethan to sound hungry. Riley opened the evidence case with a sharp click. Corpse claim record, kill position, charm residue photographs, harvest sequence, team injury notes, and asset damage report are all here. Valahart did not glance at her. I did not ask the witch. Sasha stepped forward half a pace before Ethan's hand caught her sleeve. He didn't pull hard. He only reminded her that the first mistake would belong to whoever gave Valahart one. Ethan looked at the sealed brute corpse and then back to the Inquisitor. You're welcome to file review through the salvage office. Until then, this remains a lawful claim under quarantine. Valahart smiled faintly, and the room grew colder around the edges of Ethan's anchors. Then let us see how lawful it feels when light touches it. Valahart lifted one hand, palm open, and the white gold runes along his wrist brightened without crossing the quarantine line. The pressure didn't strike the brute corpse. It didn't touch the cradle, the tags, the harvest jars, or the damaged cadaver guard. It rose around them instead, pouring into the bay's wards and clean floor, making the legal lights tremble as if the room itself had suddenly remembered a stricter law. Athena's voice sharpened in Ethan's chip. Environmental pressure only. He is not technically interfering with tagged assets. Quarantine boundary remains intact, but ghost anchor strain is rising. Ethan felt it before she finished. Jenna's presence tightened behind his left shoulder, cold with offended dignity, while Emma blurred at the edge of his awareness like a candle seen through rain. The pressure wanted them small. It wanted Ethan angry enough to reach, cast, defend, and make the story simple for everyone watching. Sasha stepped between Emma's flickering outline and Valahart without asking permission. Ashley drew a breath through her teeth and lifted her fingers, gathering air so carefully that even the nearest attendant could pretend not to notice. Riley snapped 3 pink ticks onto the floor with her stylus, each one marking the pressure line as if she were pinning down a lie. "Careful," Riley said, voice light and dangerous. "That's close enough to become a procedural question." Valahart's gaze slid to her at last. "Do you speak for the Necromancer now?" "No," Riley said, and closed the evidence case with one clean click. "I read Mark's. Yours are getting interesting." A uniformed logistics commander crossed from the far desk, tablet already in hand, expression stiff with the fury of someone who had seen paperwork turn into a fight too many times. "Inquisitor Valahart, this bay is under military quarantine transfer. Any challenge to a provisional salvage claim goes through command review after biological, alchemical, and spiritual containment are complete." Valahart did not look away from Ethan. Military convenience does not outrank spiritual danger. "Neither does theater," Ethan said, before the commander could answer for him. He pushed one careful protection thread through the ghost anchors, not outward, not toward Valahart, only inward around Jenna and Emma. "File review through the commander. Until then, I'm moving a tagged corpse under quarantine, not arguing holiness in a transport bay." The white gold pressure climbed once more. Emma shivered, and Ethan's fingers twitched with the need to answer. Jenna's voice brushed him, dry and stern. "Anchor properly. Do not let fear become louder than care." Ethan breathed through the burn in his chest and fed the thread cleaner. The brute cradle lifted on its ward feed with a dull green pulse. The quarantine tag accepted the burden. The damaged cadaver guard's cradle followed, consent light steady. The commander stepped beside Ethan, not friendly, not warm, but present. "Proceed to transfer." Valahart lowered the pressure by a fraction, just enough to let the bay breathe again. "Proceed," he said softly. "I will observe." Observation became a pace behind Ethan's left shoulder, quiet enough to be legal and close enough to be pressure. The logistics commander walked on Ethan's right with the transfer tablet held flat against his chest, while the brute cradle rolled ahead on its ward feed, dull green quarantine light pulsing beneath the sealed plates. The damaged cadaver guard followed in its separate cradle, consent light steady, and Ethan kept one hand near the control rail without touching it because every watching eye wanted gesture to become confession. Athena kept her voice low in his chip. "He is mapping reactions. The questions will not be questions. Treat them as probes." Valahart's gaze moved from the cradled brute to the damaged guard. "You preserved the cadaver asset with more care than many men give the living." Ethan didn't look back. The donor's consent didn't end because the frame broke. "Convenient language," Valahart said. "Consent, asset, donor, claim. Necromancy makes cages out of polite words." Sasha's boots scraped once against the floor, and Ethan felt the stone under them answer before she cut the impulse off. Ashley's air stayed thin and clean around the cradle seals, but her jaw had gone tight. Riley walked with the evidence case held at her side, pink marks dimmed but ready. Ethan adjusted the cradle's feed speed by 1 notch to match the commander's pace. "Polite words don't matter. Limits do. The donor file has limits. The quarantine tag has limits. The salvage law has limits. I follow them because the dead can't force me to." Valahart's attention shifted to Sasha. "And you believe that? Or have you merely learned to admire the hand on the leash? Sasha smiled without warmth, and the floor stayed flat beneath her boots only because she made it stay flat. If Ethan had me on a leash, Inquisitor, he'd spend most mornings being dragged. The commander made a strangled sound that might have been a cough. Ashley's mouth twitched, but she did not turn away from the seals. Valahart looked to Ashley next. Humor is often how corruption teaches affection to defend it. Ashley lifted her fingers, and the air ribbon smoothed a reactive wisp back under the brute's left seal before it could touch the transfer rail. Affection didn't teach me to keep vapor contained. Training did. Ethan asked for clean work, so I'm doing clean work. Riley clicked her case latch once, not opening it. And before you ask, I'm here because Sasha is, because the marks are mine, and because somebody should write down where the pressure starts bending. Valahart's smile returned. Such loyalty around a boy with corpses. Ethan stopped at the transfer threshold, waited for the commander's tablet to flash green, then guided the brute cradle over the marked line without hurry. They're not loyal because of the corpses. No? Valahart asked softly. No, Ethan said, keeping his eyes on the quarantine light as it steadied beyond the threshold. They're loyal because I listen when they tell me I'm wrong. Valahart said nothing for 3 steps, and Ethan felt the shape of the silence settle behind him. The Inquisitor had seen restraint, procedure, girls who stood close, ghosts held under careful protection, and a necromancer who refused to perform anger in public. He had not seen the cold bolt Ethan could shape in his hand, or the shadow path that had nearly dropped him behind a brute-class monster. Ethan let him miss it. Some truths were safer when holy men thought they had already understood the danger. The transfer chamber accepted the brute cradle with 3 slow pulses of green light. Locking clamps rose from the floor, sealed around the frame, and pulled the corpse into the quarantine bay inch by inch until the ward plate swallowed every visible line of bone and horn. The damaged cadaver guard's cradle followed to the secondary rack, where a softer blue light checked its consent tag, frame damage, and donor file limits before admitting it. The logistics commander tapped his tablet twice, then held it toward Ethan. Claim transfer complete. Provisional salvage remains under your name pending alchemical review, corpse right review, and monster class verification. No one strips it, studies it, or moves it without your notification. Ethan took the stylus and signed where Athena highlighted the line. That sounds almost fair. It is fair, the commander said, his eyes flicking toward Valahart. That's why everyone keeps trying to add things to it. Valahart stepped close enough that the silver runes on his armor reflected in the tablet glass. He did not touch Ethan, the commander, or the rail. Add one more thing. Passive spiritual hazard observation, order authority, Inquisitor class. No interference with quarantine, no handling. Full access to public transfer telemetry, anchor strain reports, asset manifests, and future movement notices for this claim. Sasha's face hardened. So you don't get to steal his corpse, but you get to follow it around with holy paperwork. Valahart gave her a mild look. If the claim is clean, observation should not trouble him. It troubles me, Ashley said quietly, and the air around the rail cooled. That usually means it's doing what you wanted. Riley's stylus flashed pink before the commander's tablet finished updating. Request language logged, pressure pattern logged, timing logged. If this is passive, you're very active about it. Ethan stared at the new line as it appeared. Rejecting it would hold the chamber, invite escalation, and turn the corpse into a public fight Valahart would enjoy. Accepting it kept the claim and opened a window over every future movement of the brute, every asset declaration, every ghost anchor strain note that lazy clerks failed to trim. Athena's silence in his chip told him she hated all available answers. Can he do it? Ethan asked. The commander's jaw worked once. Yes. Under spiritual hazard authority, after observed holy pressure response around a necromancer claim. I can limit scope, I can't erase the request. Ethan signed the limitation instead of the objection. His fingers stayed steady because anger would have made Valahart smile. Limited public telemetry only. No private command logs. No chip audit. No ghost interviews. No team medical attachments. Athena spoke at last, crisp and cold. Limitations accepted by military system. Order visibility attached to claim. Privacy loss contained but real. Valahart inclined his head. A wise compromise. No, Ethan said, returning the stylus to the commander. A costly one. The wrist comp chimed before Valahard answered. Recalibration update complete. Journeyman Necromancer level 6 sustained. Wisdom 47. Ethan did not look at the number for long. The brute was still his, the damaged guard was still protected, and Jenna and Emma were no longer trembling at the edge of his anchors, but the order now had a line tied to his newest corpse. Valahard turned to leave with his attendants falling in behind him. We will meet again, Mr. Meyer. Ethan watched the silver armor move away and kept his voice low enough for the team, the commander, and Athena alone. Yeah, I figured. 23. The broker's basement. Valahard had not been gone 2 minutes when the logistics commander closed the transfer chamber door and turned the tablet face down against his chest. The gesture was small, but every soldier near the quarantine bay suddenly found work somewhere else. Ethan noticed because Riley noticed first. Her pink stylus stopped moving. Sasha shifted toward the exit, and Ashley's air thinned around the team as if she were giving the room less to carry. The commander looked at Ethan, then at the locked bay holding the brute corpse. You didn't hear this from me. Sasha's eyes narrowed. That's a terrible opening sentence. Riley angled her stylus toward the tablet. It usually means the next one matters. Ethan kept his hand away from his wrist comp. Athena had gone coldly quiet since the order visibility line attached itself to the claim, and he didn't want to force her into a public response with military sensors still active. If this is about Valahard, I know he's going to be a problem. It's about how he knew where to stand, the commander said. He turned the tablet just enough for Ethan to see a transfer request buried under quarantine routing. Your brute claim triggered a notification before my office finalized custody. Not from the order. From a corpse-right brokerage shell with no lawful stake. Ashley stepped closer, dark eyes narrowing. A brokerage shell shouldn't be watching military quarantine. No, the commander said. It also shouldn't request first-look purchase rights on claimed monster parts, damaged cadaver frames, and alchemical harvests before your signature dries. Riley's stylus flashed once. That's not a buyer. That's a fence with better spelling. Sasha gave Ethan a sharp look. The corpse market? Ethan stared at the routing mark, and the day's fatigue shifted into something cleaner and less forgiving. Valahard had put holy paperwork on his corpse in public. Someone else had tried to put a price tag on it from the dark before the chamber even locked. The two pressures were not the same, but they were close enough to make his fingers curl. Athena finally spoke in his chip. Shell identity cross-linked. Basement level salvage exchange beneath the South Freight Annex. Public cover, refrigeration repair and embalming supplies. Hidden traffic includes illegal remains, dungeon harvests, unclaimed cadaver parts, and monster components with disputed tags. The commander watched Ethan's face. I can't move on it without opening a jurisdiction fight. You can ask questions as the affected claimant. Riley smiled without warmth. And if the basement hears the claim is hot, it cleans itself before morning. Ethan looked at the girls, then back to the locked bay. Then we don't give it until morning. The South Freight Annex smelled like cold metal, old preservative, and lies hidden under cleaning charms. Ethan followed the commander's maintenance route with his team close around him, each step taking them farther from quarantine lights and official voices. Athena kept the map dim inside his chip rather than projecting it over his wrist comp, which said enough about how public this walk was allowed to be. 2 guards ahead, Athena murmured. Not military. Contract security badges, refrigeration company cover, cheap wardstones in their belts. They are pretending not to watch the basement entrance. Riley's stylus appeared between her fingers without a sound. They're watching the wrong thing, she said softly, eyes moving over the wall beside the freight lift instead of the bored men near the loading doors. That lift's too obvious. The real access is beside the coolant tanks. Sasha shifted her weight, and the concrete under the nearest guard's boot roughened just enough that his next step made him stumble. He cursed, looked down, and missed Ashley lifting 2 fingers. Air slid away from the team in a thin controlled fold, swallowing boot scuffs, breath noise, and the small click of Riley's stylus tapping pink marks along an old service panel. Ethan hated how natural this felt now. Not rescue, not a town watching him carry someone out. This was closer to hunting, except the thing they tracked wore invoices, tags, and refrigerated storage labels. He stopped beside the panel Riley marked and let Death Sense open carefully, not wide enough to flare on nearby sensors, only enough to taste what the basement had tried to hide. Cold answered first, then old fear, then the dull spiritual scrape of remains handled without consent, bodies moved as merchandise, monster death peeled for parts, and human dead tagged with numbers that did not belong to them. His stomach tightened. There are people down there. Living? Ashley asked, her voice barely more than breath. Dead, Ethan said, and forced himself to keep looking through the scents instead of turning away. Some donors, some unclaimed, some stolen. The tags are wrong. Riley's face lost every trace of humor. Wrong how? Copied, Ethan said. Washed. Reassigned. He touched the service panel with gloved fingers and felt the death pressure shiver below. Someone took legal tags from clean files and tied them to dirty remains. Sasha's expression hardened. I can drop the floor under the guards. Not yet, Ethan said, though part of him wanted exactly that. Evidence first. No hero noise until we know what they're hiding. Ashley drew the last sound away as Riley opened the panel. Behind it, a narrow stairwell descended beside humming coolant lines, lit by green maintenance lamps and warded at ankle height with lazy, habitual charm work. Riley crouched, studied the little hooks and loops, then smiled like someone insulted by poor craftsmanship. Broker wards, she whispered. Built to catch idiots, not Calders. A voice rose from below before Ethan could answer, sharp and irritated. Check the claim feed again. If Meyer moves tonight, burn the back room. The voice below killed the last chance to wait. Ethan touched 2 fingers to the stair rail, felt the ward hooks hum through the metal, and nodded once to Riley. She slid down 3 steps ahead of him, pink stylus moving in tiny, insulting taps that made each lazy broker charm wink out before it could wake. Sasha followed with one hand hovering near the wall. Ashley folded the stairwell sound inward, and Ethan came last with death sense pressed thin and cold behind his eyes. The basement opened into a long refrigeration room lined with steel cabinets, hanging tags, and ledger screens already flushing red. A narrow man in a gray coat stood beside a burn bin with one hand over a crystal switch. 2 assistants shoved folders into the bin while a covered corpse shell twitched upright against a restraint frame at the rear. It had human proportions, reinforced joints, and too many tags hanging from its chest harness, none of them sitting right. The broker saw Ethan and smiled with pure panic, pretending to be charm. Journeyman Meyer, this is a licensed storage concern. You're trespassing. You told them to burn the back room, Ethan said, stepping off the last stair. That makes it a crime scene. The broker slapped the switch. Fire bloomed blue-white in the bin, and the corpse shell snapped both restraints as if someone had cut its fear loose. It lunged forward with a butcher's hook in one hand and a warehouse pistol in the other, moving too cleanly for something so spiritually filthy. Sasha, floor, Ethan said, already pulling shadow tight across his palm. Sasha drove one heel down, and the concrete rose under the shell's right foot. Ashley struck next, a compressed air burst kicking the pistol arm wide so the first shot cracked into a ceiling pipe. Riley's stylus flashed pink across a cabinet latch, freezing the nearest assistant's escape route with a charm mark that bit into the lock. The corpse shell kept coming. Ethan felt the temptation in it at once, ugly and sharp. Strong hands, good frame, reinforced shoulders, a stolen thing that would fight beautifully if he put his command through it and pretended usefulness could wash away origin. Jenna's cold voice brushed his awareness. No. I know, Ethan said, and drove shadow binding into the corpse shell's knees instead of its command channel. The shadow cord snapped tight, dragged it down, and Ethan stepped close enough to see copied donor tags fluttering against old surgical scars. You're not mine. The broker grabbed a second crystal from his coat. Then lose it. Ethan cut the binding sideways, not to claim, but to break the dirty leash. The corpse shell convulsed once, hard enough to split preservation seams, then collapsed into stillness as Sasha dropped a stone plate over its hands and Ashley smothered the burn bin flame to smoking paper ash. Riley shoved her stylus against the broker's wrist before he could crush the crystal. Move again, she said brightly, and I mark something personal. Riley kept the broker's wrist pinned while Ethan crossed to the ledger screens before the red flush could finish eating the records. Athena caught the first stream through his chip, cold and fast, copying names, claim numbers, shipping marks, donor files, harvest weights, and purchase bids as they tried to vanish behind polite storage language. Sasha shoved one assistant flat against a cabinet with a raised strip of concrete at his ankles, and Ashley pulled the last smoke from the burn bin into a tight spinning pocket until the papers inside stopped glowing. "Tell me that wasn't the only copy," Riley said, pressing the stylus harder against the broker's skin. The broker's smile twitched through pain. "You children have no idea what you've touched." Ethan looked from the ruined corpse shell to the dangling tags along the cabinets. Death scents moved through the room in thin threads, and the wrongness answered in whispers. Not strong ghosts, not anchored presences, only torn impressions clinging to names that had been stolen, copied, and sold until the dead had become paperwork with cold storage fees attached. "I know exactly what you touched," Ethan said. He lifted one hanging tag and matched it against Athena's copied ledger. "Marla Van. Donor file says cremated in Greyford. Body moved through Blackwater Holding instead. Tag reassigned twice." The air changed. A woman's ghost appeared beside the cabinet, pale and temporary, her outline fraying at the edges. Two others stirred near the rear racks, too thin to last, but awake enough to know someone had finally read them correctly. Ethan felt the pull to gather them, shelter them, make them his problem forever, and Jenna's silence behind him made the answer clear. "You don't have to stay with me," Ethan said softly. "I can witness, record, and pass you to proper handling." Marla looked toward the broker, then toward the ruined corpse shell. "Blackwater," she whispered. "They buy the ones no one claims." Athena's voice sharpened. "Ledger confirmation found. Blackwater Reclamation Yard. Multiple shipments. Broker relay already sent an alert before we entered the room." Riley swore under her breath. He warned them. The broker laughed once, thin and ugly. "Markets protect supply." Sasha's concrete strip climbed another inch around his assistant's boots. "Say market again." Ethan took 3 evidence photographs through the wrist comp, then opened a formal witness packet rather than a claim file. It hurt less than claiming them would have, which meant it was probably right. Marla and the other 2 faded as their names locked into the packet, not free, not fixed, but no longer mislabeled in silence. Ashley touched Ethan's sleeve. "We have enough?" "We have enough to burn someone. Careful," Athena said. "Not enough to burn all of them." Ethan looked at the broker, the ruined shell, the copied tags, and the Blackwater line glowing in Athena's evidence stack. "Then we start with careful." 24. Raid at Blackwater. Careful, it turned out, did not mean slow. It meant chain of custody, sealed evidence, military signatures, and a convoy leaving the South Freight Annex before the broker's private charm had time to become a bonfire at the far end. Ethan sat in the rear of the lead transport with the copied ledger packet locked behind 3 witness seals, Marla Ven's name still glowing in Athena's evidence stack, and the Blackwater Reclamation Yard marked in red on his wrist comp map. Sasha checked the charge on her bracers for the 3rd time. "Please tell me careful includes hitting people." "It includes lawful force against armed resistance," Riley said, pink stylus moving over a printed warrant as if the paper had personally offended her. "Which is legal language for yes, if they're stupid enough." Ashley sat opposite Ethan, one hand near the van's side panel, reading the movement of air through the vehicle's tiny gaps. "They'll be stupid. They were warned." Athena's voice stayed low in Ethan's chip. "External military channel confirms Blackwater Yard activity increased 6 minutes after the broker relay. Heat signatures moved from storage sheds to the west loading yard. 2 trucks are warming. 3 personnel clusters are not following evacuation routes." Ethan looked past the sealed transport partition toward the second van, where his covered assets waited under legal tags and canvas. Skeleton rifle units, zombie labor pair, cadaver guard. They were not stretchers or props, but combat tools, loaded and ready because people who bought stolen dead didn't deserve polite surprise. The raid commander turned in the front passenger seat, helmet visor lifted just enough for Ethan to see tired eyes and doubt. "Meyer, you stay behind my first line unless I call you forward. Your dead do not move without my order." Ethan met his gaze. "If your order lags behind a threat, people die." The commander's expression hardened. "You challenging command before we even arrive?" "No," Ethan said, keeping his hands still on his knees. "I'm telling you what my assets are for. They hold lanes, take bullets, break charges, and buy living soldiers seconds. If you want recovery work, you brought the wrong necromancer." For a moment the transport held only engine noise and the rough vibration of the road. Then the commander gave a short nod, not friendly, but real. "You get a defensive release if the breach turns hot. Nothing cute. Sasha smiled. He's terrible at cute under fire. Riley snorted. Ashley's gaze stayed on Ethan, steady and serious. The convoy lights cut out as Blackwater's outer fence came into view, all razor mesh, warehouse roofs, and storage sheds washed in dull security lamps. Ethan opened the asset channel and felt the dead answer in cold, waiting lines. The first explosion hit the west yard before the soldiers reached the gate. The explosion kicked orange light across the fence and threw the convoy into ugly motion. The lead transport slewed sideways before the driver caught it, and the soldiers in the rear van spilled out behind raised shields before the commander finished shouting. Ethan was already moving, boots hitting gravel as Athena cut the yard map into live fragments across his inner display. The west loading yard burned around a ruptured fuel cart, and silhouettes ran through smoke toward the inner sheds instead of away from the blast. Breach plan is dead, Athena said in his chip. Hostile clusters are repositioning, 2 groups moving to flank the military line. 1 ward pulse cycling along the gate track every 5 seconds. Riley dropped to one knee beside the fence post, pink stylus flashing against the dirt as bullets cracked from somewhere inside the yard. Gate ward bites on the 3rd pulse. Don't cut it on 1. Don't cut it on 2. If some heroic idiot rushes early, it'll fry the whole entry team. The commander snapped his visor down and pointed 2 soldiers toward the lock housing. Engineer team, clear the gate. Meyer, keep your assets sealed until I say otherwise. A burst of automatic fire tore sparks from the transport side panel, and 1 soldier went down hard behind the front tire. Ethan felt the command threads waiting in the trailer, cold and eager because his fear had shape now. You just said otherwise with your casualties. The commander swore, then chopped one hand toward the trailer. Defensive release. Hold my left. Do not advance past the first shed. Ethan opened the asset channel. Canvas snapped back, seals flashed green, and the skeleton rifle units unfolded from storage braces with their carbines already locked into dead hands. Rifle units, left lane. Kneel, cover, return fire only on armed targets. Shield line forward, angle to the wounded. Graveback, charge breaker, not pursuit. Sasha hit the gravel with both palms, and a low stone lip rose in front of the fallen soldier just as Ashley drove a flat wall of air across the yard, bending the next burst high enough to chew holes through a warehouse sign instead of living bodies. The skeleton rifles answered in clean, disciplined cracks, not spraying, not panicking, each shot pushing Blackwater guards back from the inner corner. A heavy shape barreled from behind a stacked container, part man, part stitched monster frame, shoulder plates painted over with false municipal markings. The graveback bore met it halfway and smashed it sideways into a loading rail with a sound like a car crash wrapped in meat. Ethan felt the impact through the command line, adjusted the bore's footing, and kept it from chasing when a second charge baited it toward the smoke. 3rd pulse, Riley shouted, stylus stabbing down. Now. The gate ward guttered. Soldiers surged through the opening behind Ethan's dead, and the raid became real. The gate opening turned order into noise. Soldiers pushed through in pairs, shields high and rifles angled toward the first shed, while Ethan's skeleton line knelt into the left lane and fired past living legs with cold, mechanical patience. Blackwater's yard unfolded in smoke, security lamps, stacked corpse crates, and painted reclamation containers that made his death sense crawl. The tags were wrong, the storage was wrong, and the quiet beneath all the shooting was wrong. Left shed has movement behind the loading doors, Athena said in his chip. Not fleeing, preparing something heavy. Commander, left shed, Ethan called, keeping his voice flat enough to carry. They're setting up behind the doors. The raid commander glanced right, where his first team had met a barricade of overturned carts and muzzle flashes. My breachers are tied. Then my dead hold left, Ethan said. Sasha, don't let the lane fold. Ashley, kill smoke around the loading doors. Riley, find me the ward trigger. Sasha punched both hands forward, and broken gravel climbed into a waist-high ridge that curved around the skeleton rifles without blocking their aim. Ashley swept her arm sideways, pulling smoke into a spinning ribbon that exposed the shed's double doors just as Riley's stylus drew 3 pink marks in the air and snapped them toward the hinges. That's not a door trap, Riley said, voice sharp. It's a release catch. Something comes out if they lose the line. The doors bucked outward. A wheeled corpse hauler rolled through, armor plated over its front, with 2 Blackwater men crouched behind it and a mounted gun welded badly to the frame. The first burst hammered Ethan's ridge and chewed stone dust across his face. 1 skeleton rifle unit jerked as rounds punched through its shoulder and chest plate, but it stayed on command, carbine still tracking. Ethan felt the opening before anyone named it. The hauler's gun swung toward the gap between Sasha's ridge and the soldiers dragging the wounded man clear. Graveback was too far right. The shield line was braced. The commander was still turning. There was no time for permission. Shadow pulled tight in Ethan's palm, cold and familiar from private dungeon drills, and he stepped half out from cover before fear could make the decision smaller. Down, he snapped, and fired Shadow missile into the mounted gun's pivot. The spell struck like a black iron fist. Metal screamed, the gun kicked sideways, and the next burst tore harmlessly across the shed wall instead of the soldiers. Ethan ducked back as return fire cracked over his head, hard hammering, hand numb to the wrist. Sasha stared at him for half a breath. That was new for public. That was necessary, Ethan said, already dragging his attention back into the command web. Rifle 2, suppress the hauler. Shield line, close the gap. Graveback, brake wheels only. The dead obeyed, and Ethan let the spell fade instead of chasing the thrill of having saved the line with his own hand. Command came first, because grandstanding got people killed. The hauler lurched when Graveback hit its front axle. Armor plates buckled, wheels screamed against the track, and the mounted gun spun uselessly on its ruined pivot while Ethan's shield line closed around the soldiers dragging the wounded man clear. Rifle 2 kept firing in measured pairs, but Rifle 1 had taken too much damage. Its left arm hung by wire and bone, its chest plate was split open, and every command Ethan sent through it came back cold, ragged, and failing. Athena, Rifle 1 status, Ethan said, already knowing the answer because the deadline felt like a rope burning through his hand. Critical structural failure, Athena said. Command response dropping. It can still hold for 8 to 11 seconds if spent. Sasha's jaw tightened. Ethan. I know, Ethan said, and hated how steady he sounded. He pushed Rifle 1 forward on broken legs, set its remaining hand around the carbine grip, and ordered it into the gap between the hauler and the first shed. Rifle 1, brace. Suppress armed targets. Spend the frame. The skeleton obeyed. It took 3 steps, sank to 1 knee, and fired until the Blackwater men behind the hauler broke cover. The return fire came hard. Rounds shattered ribs, clipped the skull, and finally punched through the command tag at the base of its neck. Ethan felt the unit vanish from the web in a clean, ugly snap. Ashley's air slammed across the exposed lane, flattening the last smoke ribbon against the shed wall. Left side clear enough for entry. Riley marked the hauler's underside and shouted toward the breachers, ward battery under the rear plate. Don't kick it. Cut the bracket, not the crystal. The commander's team surged past Graveback, broke the hauler's rear cover, and took the 2 Blackwater men alive because Ethan's dead had bought them enough seconds not to panic shoot into smoke. Beyond the first shed, soldiers shouted names, secured hands, called medics, and dragged evidence crates into tagged lines. Blackwater's resistance folded shed by shed, not cleanly, not bravely, but with the bitter panic of people who had expected stolen dead to stay quiet. The raid commander stopped beside Ethan with soot across his visor. His gaze moved over Graveback, the shield line, the standing skeleton, and the ruined pieces of Rifle 1 scattered near the hauler. Your dead held my left. They did their job, Ethan said. They saved 3 of mine, the commander said, and the words came out like they cost him. That goes in the report. Athena opened a small ledger in Ethan's vision. Skeleton Rifle Unit X1 destroyed. Blackwater salvage credit pending replacement authorization. Battlefield command evidence logged. Gains pending after action confirmation. Ethan looked at the broken command tag in the gravel and closed his hand around it before the recovery crew could sweep it away. Log it as spent, not lost. Athena's voice softened. Logged. The commander glanced toward him again, no longer doubtful in the same way. Meyer, when command reviews this, they're going to ask what else you can do. Ethan watched soldiers pull open the first illegal storage container and felt the wrong dead inside answer his death sense. Then they can start by asking what Blackwater did. 25. What the dead can hold. The review question arrived before the smoke cleared from Blackwater's yard. Ethan had barely finished handing the broken command tag from Rifle 1 to the evidence tech when the raid commander pointed him toward a side bay beside the seized storage containers and told him to make a clean inventory of what his dead had used, lost, damaged, protected, and exposed. It sounded like paperwork until Ethan saw the first recovery table, the spent ammunition blocks, the tagged fragments of his rifle unit, Graveback's cracked shoulder plating, and the rows of illegal corpse crates waiting under military seals. Blackwater had not been a fight he could fold neatly into one line on a report. Athena opened the ledger across his wrist comp before he asked. Immediate costs are as follows. Skeleton Rifle Unit 1 destroyed beyond repair. Graveback requires frame reinforcement, left impact plate replacement, and command tag re-etching. Shield line stress marks need inspection before redeployment. Ammunition expenditure is higher than projected because Blackwater used armored cover. Preservation seals on 3 recovered containers are failing. Legal review has flagged 27 possible donor violations, 12 stolen tag chains, and 6 assets that command may attempt to classify before you can claim witness standing. Sasha leaned against the bay wall with dirt still streaked across one cheek, though she had refused to sit until Ethan did. That was the depressing version. Is there a version where we won? We did win, Athena said. Winning is expensive. Ashley stood near the first illegal crate, one hand hovering over the ward light without touching it. She's right. If the soldiers start writing this as military salvage, the dead in those containers become inventory before they become names. Riley crouched beside Rifle 1's fragments, pink stylus moving carefully over the broken tag. And if Ethan starts thinking in numbers only, he becomes Blackwater with better manners. That struck harder than the gunfire had. Ethan looked down at the shattered pieces on the table, remembering the unit stepping into the gap because he had told it to spend the frame. Rifle 1 bought 3 soldiers' time. Athena's voice softened, but the ledger did not close. Logged. Also logged. 1 destroyed asset cannot be mourned honestly if you refuse to replace the function it performed. Larger formations require storage, maintenance, tag checks, ammunition, transport permissions, repair hours, and command discipline. Moral accounting does not replace tactical accounting. It sits on top of it. The raid commander stopped at the bay entrance, visor tucked under one arm. Meyer, command wants a preliminary capability statement by morning. Ethan closed his hand around the cracked tag, then set it back on the table where everyone could see it. Then they get costs first. Not just what my dead can do. What it takes to make them do it without becoming the people we raided. Jenna appeared beside the recovery table before Ethan finished the first capability line. She did not flare, rattle the lights, or make the bay colder for drama. She simply stood at the edge of the military lantern glow with her hands folded and her expression grave enough to make the cracked command tag feel heavier on the table. Emma formed a little behind her, pale and quiet, watching the illegal corpse crates as if each sealed container were a closed door someone had forgotten to answer. You are writing what they can do, Jenna said. That is necessary. Now write what you are tempted to call them. Ethan looked from the half-finished statement to her. I'm not calling them toys. No, Jenna said. You are too careful for that. Slots, then. Load. Capacity. Field weight. Replaceable function. Useful words. Dangerous words. Riley's stylus stopped moving. Sasha pushed away from the wall, and Ashley lowered her hand from the crate ward. The bay did not go silent. Not with soldiers working outside and evidence charms humming along the container line, but the space around Ethan tightened until the ledger felt like another kind of test. Athena answered first, her voice precise in his chip. Command load language is standard Necromancer doctrine. Without it, active deployment becomes unsafe. Then keep it, Jenna said, looking toward the empty air where Athena lived. But do not let safety become the polite face of erasure. Ethan rubbed at the grit dried along his jaw and forced himself to look at the roster column. Skeleton shield line, active. Rifle 2, active pending inspection. Rifle 1, destroyed. Graveback, repair hold. Zombie labor pair, active. Cadaver guard, active but consent tag review required before extended combat use. The words were clean, too clean. Rifle 1 gets memorial accounting, Ethan said. Spent under command to protect living soldiers. Not lost, not failed, spent. Emma drifted closer to the broken tag, and her voice came softer than the ward hum. It carried your order, but it also carried their fear. The 3 soldiers. The men behind it. The people who would have been told they didn't come home. Sasha swallowed once and looked away. Ashley's face tightened, not with disagreement, but with recognition. Ethan opened a new line beneath the roster, hands steadier now because the shaking had become a kind of honesty. Athena, add carried burden, Ethan said. Living protected. Dead spent. Consent or lawful claim status. Repair, retire, dismantle, or memorialize. No asset leaves this table without one of those answers. Athena's pause lasted less than a second, but Ethan felt it. New accounting fields created. Warning, this will slow future roster processing. Good, Ethan said, closing his fingers around the stylus. If I'm building a company, slow is better than hollow. Athena built the anchor model in the air above the recovery table, 16 pale markers arranged in 4 squads around a darker center. Ethan understood the pattern before she explained it, and that was the first warning sign. It looked too clean. 4 shield anchors, 4 rifle anchors, 4 labor or guard anchors, and 4 reserve positions held together by one central command thread that would make a company answer like a single body without pretending they were one thing. No, Jenna said before Ethan touched the first marker. Not one body. Many dead under one command. Ethan drew his hand back. Right, many dead, one doctrine. Better, Jenna said. Athena rotated the display. Company anchor threading does not increase your available dead. It increases your safe active field load by reducing command scatter. Current safe load remains 12 standard command weight under field pressure. Target expansion is 16, but strain will concentrate through you until the anchor pattern stabilizes. Sasha stared at the neat formation. Translation, he gets more dead on the field, and his head tries to split open if he does it badly. Crude but accurate, Athena said. Riley pulled 3 strips of pink tape from her pouch and marked a square around Ethan's boots. Then nobody stands inside this but him. If the thread slips, I want to see which direction the pressure leans. Ashley moved to the bay door and set one palm against the air. I'll keep the draft steady. No sudden pressure changes. Ethan looked at the actual dead waiting under tags, braces, and repair lights. The surviving rifle unit stood inactive near the wall. The shield line rested in folded posture. The zombie labor pair waited beside sealed crates. The cadaver guard's consent tag glowed steady. Graveback remained in its cradle, damaged but responsive enough to answer light command. 4 spare command weights sat on the table to simulate future assets, each one tagged as empty burden rather than a corpse. He placed Rifle 1's cracked tag at the center of the model. Memorial anchor first. Athena paused. That is not mechanically required. It is for me, Ethan said, and fed shadow through the cracked tag before she could argue. The company pattern answered. Cold threads rose from the dead and the empty weights, not hard at first, then all at once. Ethan's spine locked. His breath shortened. 16 points pressed against his awareness, each demanding enough attention to become dangerous if he loved the number more than the names. Emma stepped close without touching him. Slow, she whispered. You're pulling like they're late. Ethan loosened the central thread, gave each point its own space, then bound the spaces together instead of crushing them flat. The pressure sharpened, but it stopped spreading. The rifle unit lifted its head. The shield line unfolded one brace at a time. Graveback's damaged hoof scraped once against the cradle floor and held. Athena's voice came very carefully. 16 standard command weight reached. Strain high. Pattern unstable but viable. Ethan tasted blood where he had bitten his cheek. Hold timer. Sasha's hands curled into fists at her sides. You don't have to prove it all tonight. Yes, Ethan said, keeping the company web open while the room narrowed around him. I do, not to them, to the dead. The hold timer crawled past 30 seconds, then 40, and Ethan's vision narrowed until the bay became a map of cold points and living warmth. The company web wanted to simplify itself. It wanted Rifle 1's memorial tag to become a center, the shield line to become wall, the rifle unit to become fire, the labor pair to become hands, Graveback to become force, and the empty weights to become future space. It would have been easier that way. Easier and wrong. Name the sections, Jenna said, her voice cutting through the pressure without mercy. Not functions, sections. Ethan dragged breath through clenched teeth and answered because obedience to that lesson mattered more than comfort. Shield line, held in trust. Rifle section, spent and standing. Labor pair, Lawful task work. Cadaver guard, consent review pending. Graveback, damaged reserve. Future anchors, empty until earned. The pressure changed, not lighter, but cleaner. The dead stopped pressing inward as if waiting to be flattened into one order, and the company pattern settled into separate spaces held by a shared command. Ethan's knees bent before he caught himself, and Sasha stepped forward until Riley's pink tape stopped her. Timer at 60, Riley said, stylus moving fast. Her voice shook under the effort to keep it useful. Pressure lean is forward and left. If he adds another real corpse without rest, I'm voting we hit him with a chair. Ashley kept one palm against the air by the door, sweat bright along her temple. The ward draft is steady. Ethan, your breathing isn't. I'm aware, Ethan said, and tasted blood again. He lowered the web one section at a time, releasing the empty weights first, then graveback, then the labor pair, then the shield line and rifle unit. Rifle 1's crack tag he held until last, not because the pattern required it, but because leaving it behind too quickly felt like using it twice. Athena spoke as the final thread went quiet. Company anchor threading test complete. Safe active field load recalibrated from 12 to 16 standard command weight. Constitution +1, Stamina +1, Intelligence +2, Wisdom +2, Journeyman Necromancer level 7 confirmed. The raid commander had returned without Ethan noticing, and his eyes stayed on the now quiet dead before moving to Ethan's face. 16 active? Command will want that in writing. Ethan wiped his mouth with the back of his glove and looked at the illegal crates, the repair trays, the damaged graveback cradle, and Rifle 1's tag at the center of the table. Then they'll get the burden in writing too. 16 means more storage, more inspections, more ammunition, more consent checks, more maintenance, more legal exposure, and more dead that someone will try to classify, seize, or spend for me. Sasha finally crossed the tape and caught his elbow before he swayed. And more people trying to own the boy attached to all of it. Ethan leaned into her hand only enough not to fall. Then the report says I'm not detachable. 26. Glass Maw Hunt. The report left Blackwater before Ethan did. Athena sent it through 3 separate channels, each one dull, formal, and loaded with enough burden language to make command read every new capability beside its cost. Ethan watched the confirmation window close from the edge of the recovery bay while Sasha kept 2 fingers hooked around his sleeve, not quite holding him upright and not pretending otherwise. Rifle 1's crack tag sat in a sealed evidence pouch on the table beside the company thread notes, and the sight of it made 16 active command weights feel less like power and more like a warning. Riley leaned over the next contract list with a stylus between her fingers and a look that meant trouble had become organized. No command jobs today. No military demonstrations. No contractors asking whether your new company trick can clear a warehouse by breakfast. You need a hunt, not another committee. Ashley sat across from Ethan with a cup of tea cooling untouched beside her. A private one, team only. If outsiders see 16-count command this soon, they'll start planning around it before Ethan understands what it costs him. Athena opened an amber file above the table. Recommended option, Glass Maw Nest. Level 4 border pocket, privately bookable under registered journeyman delve rules. Value categories include reflective plate shards, cutting resin, intact sensory clusters, and partial corpse claim. Strategic value includes deathbolt range practice, shadow blink timing drills, and a chance to test command spacing without public observers. Sasha's eyes narrowed. You said value categories before danger categories. I don't like that. Danger categories include ambush behavior, false reflections, high cutting risk, and pack feints around injured targets, Athena said. I led with value because Ethan must learn to hear reward language without salivating. Ethan looked at the file, then at the sealed tag. Glass maw parts sell well? Very, Riley said, which is why we define limits before the gate opens. We leave if command strain crosses red. We leave if Sasha or Ash take a real injury. We leave if the nest shifts toward level 5 behavior. We leave if Ethan starts saying one more corpse like a man with a gambling problem. Sasha pointed at her twin. That last one stays. Ethan nodded slowly. Add one more. No full company threading unless we're already withdrawing. 12 active standard weight for the hunt. 16 is emergency only. Athena's expression softened into something proud and worried at once. Limit accepted. Ashley finally lifted her tea. Then we go in to train, gather, and get out. The hunt doesn't get to choose our pace. Ethan accepted the amber file, and the private delve locked into his road ledger without a chime, a reward, or any attempt to make greed sound like courage. The glass maw pocket opened behind a paid privacy ward in the lower dungeon annex, not with ceremony, but with a board attendant checking Ethan's license, team roster, insurance bond, corpse claim rider, and private training declaration, as if all of it were less interesting than lunch. That suited Ethan. Publicly, the file would say registered journeyman team entered a level 4 border nest for material recovery and controlled tactical practice. Privately, Sasha checked her stone focus, Ashley loosened her shoulders, Riley marked 3 retreat timings on her wrist slate, and Athena sealed every recording channel that wasn't legally required. Privacy shield is clean, Athena said in his chip. Public log receives asset declaration, entry time, exit time, injuries, material claim, and hazard notes. It does not receive spell telemetry. Riley looked up from the gate's charm ring. It will if he spikes hard enough to make the ward curious. Then I won't spike hard enough, Ethan said, though the answer tasted like optimism wearing cheap armor. Sasha gave him a sideways look. Say that again after the first shiny horror tries to chew your leg. The pocket accepted them with a cold shimmer and dropped them into a slate-colored ravine beneath a ceiling of mirrored stone. Reflections lay everywhere, broken across walls, puddles, and hanging crystal ribs, so every movement became 3 movements and every shadow looked slightly late. Ethan brought the shield pair out first, then rifle 2, then the zombie labor pair with salvage harnesses folded tight. He kept the company thread at 12 standard weight, exactly as promised, and felt the unused space waiting like a dare. A lesser glass moss skittered from behind a mirrored outcrop before they had gone 20 paces. It was dog-sized, low to the ground, with translucent plates and a hinged feeding jaw that caught the light like broken bottle glass. Rifle 2's muzzle tracked it, but Ethan raised 2 fingers before the unit fired. No, mine. Ashley shifted at once, pulling air sideways to clear the line. Sasha stamped one heel, and a ridge of stone rose behind the creature to stop its retreat. Riley's stylus flicked pink light across the floor. Range 12 yards. It lunges on reflection, not body. Cast when its second image twitches. Ethan drew death into his palm and kept it narrow. The spell wanted to become a hole in the world, hungry and direct. But Lewis had beaten that mistake out of him with lectures, bruises, and one memorable training dummy that had rotted from the inside because Ethan had overfed the cast. He aimed at the second twitch, released, and the death bolt struck the lesser creature through the chest plate with a sound like wet glass cracking. The glass maw collapsed, but Ethan's fingers went numb to the knuckles. His breath hitched, and the shield pair both shifted half an inch out of formation before he caught the thread. Sasha saw it. Ashley saw it. Riley definitely saw it. Cost logged, Athena said. Clean kill. Minor command wobble. Range effective. Follow through poor. Ethan flexed his deadened hand and looked at the small corpse steaming on the stone. Again, he said. Sasha moved ahead of him, eyes bright and worried. Again, but slower. We're hunting, not proving you can rot the wallpaper. They went slower after that, because Sasha planted herself in front of Ethan until he proved he could flex all 5 fingers and keep the shield pair steady without his jaw going tight. The ravine narrowed ahead, mirrored ribs leaning over the passage and turning the team into a broken procession of false bodies. Ethan kept rifle 2 behind his left shoulder, the shield pair spread wide, and the zombie labor pair farther back with the first corpse sealed in a salvage wrap. The lesser glass maw's dead weight tugged at the harness, already becoming money, materials, and temptation. Riley crouched near a puddle that reflected the ceiling wrong. Hold, this reflection is lagging by half a breath. Ashley lifted one hand, and the air between the walls thinned into a cautious draft. Something's moving above us, not much sound, too much shine. Sasha looked up, stone gathering around her boots in a rough ring. That's not ominous at all. Ethan reached through death sense first, not command, and found 3 cold little absences clinging to the mirrored ribs overhead. They were almost dead feeling already, all shell, hunger, and folded ambush instinct. 3 above, maybe 4, rifle 2 tracks left, shield pair brace high, I'll take the right one with deathbolt if it drops. The reflected ravine answered before the real one did. A glass maw lunged from the left image, but the true creature fell from above Ethan's right shoulder with its jaw spread wide enough to show nested cutting plates. Rifle 2 fired into the reflection and shattered stone. Ethan's command snapped toward the shield pair too late, and the monster's glass forelimbs scraped sparks from his warded coat as it came down. "Blink," Riley shouted. "Not back. Side shadow, right wall." Ethan grabbed the nearest shadow and stepped. The world folded cold around his ribs. For one sick heartbeat, the mirror stone lied to him, giving him 3 right walls and no floor. He chose the darkest seam, pushed through, and came out half a step wrong with his shoulder slamming into a jagged rib instead of open space. Pain flashed white, but the glass maw's jaw closed where his throat had been. Ashley's air hit the creature sideways and rolled it across the stone. Sasha drove a block up under it, not clean enough to crush, but enough to pin 2 legs. Ethan stumbled, caught the command thread before the shield pair overcorrected, and fired a short shadow binding across the creature's jaw hinge. Rifle 2, real body, low plate. The shot punched through the pinned glass maw. It spasmed, cracked the binding, and went still with its plates ringing softly against the stone. Ethan stood with one hand pressed to his scraped shoulder, breathing too hard while the ravine threw 6 pale versions of his mistake back at him. Athena's voice came tight and precise. Shadow blink under pressure succeeded. Placement error, 1.4 feet. Injury minor. Tactical consequence severe if unsupported. Sasha turned on him, fear sharpened into anger. "That was nearly your neck." Ethan looked at the dead glass maw, then at the false right walls still shining around him. "I know. Next time I don't trust the reflection. I trust the shadow." Sasha did not let Ethan move until Ashley checked the scrape under his shoulder plate and Riley marked the impact point against the mirrored rib. The wound was shallow, more insult than injury, but the placement error sat heavier than blood. Ethan looked at the dead glass maw pinned against Sasha's stone block and made himself breathe until Rifle 2's aim steadied, the shield pair settled, and the zombie labor unit stopped tugging at his command like impatient dogs. "We're not going deeper," Ethan said, before the greedy part of him could dress itself in better words. "We take the 2 corpses, harvest what the contract allows, and leave with notes." Riley looked up sharply, stylus hovering. "That's the smart answer. I hate that I'm surprised." Sasha's anger eased by a fraction. "Good, because if you'd said one more, I was going to let Riley hit you with something educational." Ashley knelt beside the dead glass maw and held one hand above its chest plates without touching them. "This one feels wrong. Not alive wrong. Not poison wrong. The air around it keeps slipping sideways." Athena opened a private harvest overlay in Ethan's left eye, narrow enough that it wouldn't bleed into the public log. Claimable materials include reflective plate shards, cutting resin sacks, sensory cluster, and partial torso frame. Warning: residue trace under the central plate does not match standard glass maw profiles. Ethan crouched with the zombie labor pair and guided their hands one motion at a time. "Slow cuts. Plate first. Riley, tell me if the reflection lies before the blade moves." "Sasha, brace the corpse." "Ashley, keep the air clean." The harvest became work instead of hunger. Sasha pinned the carcass without crushing the central plate. Ashley drew a thin stream of tainted air away from Ethan's face, and Riley tapped pink marks onto the real cutting lines whenever the mirrored stone tried to show a better lie. Ethan sent the labor unit's blade under the plate, felt resistance, eased the angle, and lifted a sheet of glassy armor free without snapping the sensory cluster beneath it. A smear of dark silver clung to the underside. It moved after the plate stopped moving. Ethan froze. "Athena." Recording privately, Athena said, all humor gone. "Residue echoes prior rift perimeter anomaly at low confidence. It is not enough for a report without attracting questions. It is enough for me to be worried." Riley swallowed. That was not dungeon normal. "No," Ethan said, sealing the plate into a warded evidence tube himself instead of letting the labor unit do it. "So it doesn't go in the sailbag." Sasha watched him close the tube, then nodded once. "Training, gathering, getting out. That was the deal." Ethan ordered the retreat before the ravine could offer him another prize. At the exit ward, Athena filed the public log as a boring material hunt with minor injury, 2 partial glass maw claims, no active roster additions, and no abnormal spell telemetry. Only after the gate shut behind them did his wrist comp pulse softly. Intelligence +1, Wisdom +1, Ethan stared at the words, then at the sealed residue tube in his hand, and knew the gain felt less like reward than warning. 27. The Murdered Ghost Contract. The residue tube didn't leave Ethan's hand until Athena made him put it into a private ward locker and reminded him, twice, that sleeping with suspicious rift-tainted evidence beside his pillow wasn't a recognized investigative method. By morning, the Glass Maw report had become boring public paperwork, but the dark silver smear still moved in Ethan's thoughts after everything else stopped moving. He met Sasha, Ashley, and Riley in the contract annex with his shoulder still stiff from the bad shadow blink and his temper still worse because Athena had opened 3 harmless municipal jobs before placing a black-edged ghost contract in the middle of his display. Riley leaned over his wrist comp before he could pretend he hadn't seen it. That one has murder pricing. Sasha's hand settled on the back of Ethan's chair. Murder pricing is not a phrase I enjoy hearing before breakfast. Ashley read the heading aloud, her voice going quieter with each word. Unresolved violent death, persistent ghost, public disturbance, possible sabotage connection, contracting town, Redwater Junction. She looked at Ethan then. That's not a cleanup request. No, Athena said in his chip and through the shared team speaker, her tone crisp enough to cut. The municipal office tried to file it as nuisance haunting removal. I corrected the classification before presenting it. The ghost has a name. Mara Ellison, 26, freight ledger clerk, reported missing 3 weeks ago. Body recovered from a drainage culvert outside the Eastern Rail Yard. Ghost activity began after local authorities closed the case as accidental death. Ethan's stomach tightened around the word culvert, not because it was the same as quarry bend, but because bodies in narrow wet places had started to feel like a language the living used when they wanted the dead hidden. Accidental? Unconvincing, Athena said. Broken ward tags near the rail yard. 2 sealed freight transfers missing from public inventory. 1 contractor witness withdrew his statement. 1 parish paladin filed a spiritual risk complaint against further ghost interviews. Riley's pink stylus stopped tapping. That means somebody doesn't want her talking. Sasha's fingers tightened on Ethan's chair hard enough to make the frame creak. Or they want a necromancer blamed when she gets angry. Ethan opened the attached photograph despite the little flinch in his own hand. Mara Ellison smiled from a work badge with tired eyes, dark curls tied back, and a pencil tucked behind one ear. Not a clue, not a contract category, not loot, not a ghost slot, not a chance to practice containment under pursuit. A person who had been alive, afraid, and apparently inconvenient. Ashley touched the edge of the projected file without disturbing it. If we take this, we take her seriously before we take the town's money. Ethan nodded, then pressed accept before fear or caution could dress themselves up as wisdom. Athena, register it as investigation and ghost handling, not removal. Add witness protection language, civilian distance limits, and no forced dispersal unless she's actively killing someone. The contract seal flashed amber instead of green, objecting to the extra conditions until Athena bullied the municipal form into compliance with a stream of legal references no sane person would read for pleasure. Accepted under revised terms, she said. Redwater Junction has been notified that Ethan Meyer's team is en route. Riley exhaled slowly. Congratulations. We've annoyed them before arriving. Ethan stood and closed Mara's photograph into the private case with the residue notes from the Glass Maw hunt. Good. If they wanted quiet, they shouldn't have hired a necromancer to listen to the dead. Redwater Junction greeted them with locked shutters, freight yard stink, and a municipal clerk who kept trying to say nuisance haunting as if repetition could make murder less embarrassing. Ethan let Athena record every word while he stood beside the transport and watched the old rail office across the street bleed cold mist through its window seams. The locals hadn't come to stare openly, but faces hovered behind curtains, shop glass, and half-closed yard gates, all of them waiting to see whether the necromancer made the problem worse. The clerk hugged his folder to his chest. Mr. Meyer, the council thought it best if you began with the complaint site, not the culvert. There's a small crowd risk near the rail yard, and we don't want unnecessary alarm. Riley looked past him to the frost crawling over the rail office sign. Your unnecessary alarm is already chewing the paint. The upper window exploded outward in a spray of glass and white vapor. A woman's shape burst through it, all torn office dress, dark curls streaming like smoke, and a face twisted by rage rather than confusion. Mara Ellison didn't drift or wail politely. She hit the street in a rush of cold force, crossed 3 wagon lengths in a heartbeat, and slammed through the clerk's shoulder without touching flesh. He dropped screaming, not injured, but terrified enough to curl around the folder as if paper could save him. "Mara," Ethan called, pushing death sense forward without command weight. "I'm not here to erase you." The ghost snapped toward him, eyes bright with silver-black fury. "You came from them." Then she ran, not away from fear, but toward the men spilling from the freight gate at the end of the street. One wore a yard supervisor's coat. The other had a ward key chain in his shaking hand. Mara's cold wake shattered lamps, iced puddles, and sent civilians stumbling from the pavement into the road. "Sasha, cover the bystanders." "Ashley, clear the street," Ethan said, already moving as the shield pair unfolded from the trailer and took positions between Mara's path and the nearest civilians. "Riley, find me the old ward line before she uses it." Sasha slapped both palms down, and low stone lips rose along the pavement edges, crude but high enough to trip Panic before it turned into a crush. Ashley swept air across the street in a hard lateral push, shoving loose glass and screaming townsfolk away from the ghost's line without knocking anyone flat. Riley sprinted toward a broken lamppost, charm stylus painting pink marks over invisible ward knots that flickered and vanished before Ethan could trust them. "She's using old rail protections as shortcuts," Riley shouted, breath already sharp. "Left arch, roofline, then signal tower. If she hits those men before we know why, this becomes a murder scene with witnesses blaming us." Ethan sent the shield pair wide and ran after Mara himself because a ghost in full rage could turn every wall into a door. She flowed up the side of the freight office, crossed the roof in a blur of frost, and dropped through a rusted service gantry toward the supervisor. Ethan reached the gantry's shadow, cast a narrow binding line across her path, and felt her rage tear at it like barbed wire dragged through his palm. Mara screamed and swerved, not caught, but turned. She vanished through the broken arch of an abandoned signal house, leaving the supervisor sobbing in the road and the ward key man scrambling backward on hands and heels. Ethan stopped at the arch with cold burning in his fingers, Sasha and Ashley closing hard behind him, Riley's marks lighting the old stones in warning pink. Inside the ruin, Mara's voice shook dust from the rafters. "Make them say what they moved." The signal house had once controlled freight switches, warning bells, and yard wards, but now its broken panels only held dust, old brass, and enough cold to turn Ethan's breath white. Mara hovered above the cracked control floor with both hands clenched against her chest, not because she needed lungs, but because rage still remembered what Panic had done to her body. Outside, the supervisor sobbed in the road while the man with the ward keychain stopped crawling and looked at the signal house with sudden, ugly calculation. Riley saw it first. "Key man's not running anymore." The man slapped a metal tag against the ward post beside him. Old rail sigils lit blue-white through the street, and the signal house answered with a hungry pulse that snapped toward Mara like a hook. Ethan felt it catch her anger, not her shape, and dragged the ghost toward the broken panel where 3 blackened nameplates had been nailed over fresh scratches. "No," Ethan said, and pushed his shield pair through the arch while he stepped in after them. "Mara, look at me. Don't fight the hook, it's using your anger for weight." He locked the gate, Mara hissed, flickering so hard the room iced over. "He heard me begging and locked the gate." Sasha drove both hands down outside, and stone lifted under the ward post, tilting it offline before the next pulse could strike clean. Ashley's air snapped through the arch in a tight spiral, scattering frost and dust without touching Mara, while Riley ran pink marks across the floor sigils faster than Ethan could follow. "Hook is tied to testimony wards," Riley said, voice tight. "They built a trap out of confession magic. If she attacks him inside the field, it records frenzy and wipes context." Ethan's legs burned as he crossed the room, not with spell cost, but with the simple ugly work of moving while cold gnawed at his joints. He set one hand against the edge of the control table and reached through death sense instead of command. Mara was not his. She would not become his. He wrapped the narrowest containment line he could manage around the hook, not around her, and pulled until black pressure bit into his palm. "Mara Ellison," Ethan said, forcing his voice to stay human. "I'll hear it. Say what they moved." Her rage faltered, and the hook lost weight. "Crates from the east culvert. Not freight stock. Dark metal in glass. It moved after the men stopped touching it." Her face twisted toward the street. I wrote the numbers down. Bren saw me. Supervisor Hale told him to make it look like I fell. The ward key man bolted. Sasha's stone ridge rose across his path. Ashley's air knocked his feet sideways, and Riley's stun charm hit his shoulder before he reached the freight gate. Ethan held the hook until it cracked, then let the containment line dissolve before it could become a cage. Athena's voice sounded low in his chip. Private records secured. Names, route, material description, and rift residue match logged. Ethan sagged against the control table as his wrist comp warmed under his sleeve. Constitution +1, Stamina +1, Agility +1, Speed +1, Wisdom +1. The numbers felt less like victory than Mara's eyes when she looked at him and realized he hadn't taken her voice to save the living from discomfort. Mara stayed in the ruined signal house while the living tried to make noise around her. 2 yard guards dragged Bren away from the freight gate after Riley's stun charm left him twitching and cursing in the gravel. Supervisor Hale kept saying lawyer until Sasha raised another ridge under his knees and made him sit upright where Mara could see him. Ethan didn't tell Sasha to stop. He was too busy holding the broken hook away from Mara's anger while Ashley kept a curtain of steady air across the arch so the watching townsfolk could hear without crowding close enough to feed the panic. The municipal clerk found his voice at exactly the wrong time. Mr. Meyer, the council will need to review any accusation before public statements are made. Ethan looked at him, and the cold in his fingers suddenly felt useful. Then the council can start by reviewing why a murder victim had to hire me after death to reopen her own case. Mara's shape flickered, not brighter, but steadier. My book, she whispered. Panel 3, behind the dead switch. I scratched it open before he caught me. Riley went to the old control wall at once, stylus between her teeth while she pried the blackened nameplate loose with a ward-safe hook. The panel resisted until Ashley pressed air into the seam and Sasha braced the frame from beneath with a careful thumb of stone. The plate came free with a dry metallic snap. Behind it sat a grease-wrapped ledger, a cracked freight crystal, and 3 strips of black glass that made Athena go silent in Ethan's chip for one full breath. Athena, Ethan murmured, because her silence frightened him more than her warnings. Confirming, Athena said at last. The glass matches the glass maw residue container at higher confidence. The freight crystal contains east route movements, false weight declarations, and a sealed transfer marker tied to restricted rift monitoring equipment. Riley lowered the ledger with unusual care. This is not small-town corruption. No, Ashley said, watching Mara instead of the evidence. It just used small-town corruption to hide. Ethan turned back to Mara. You gave us the truth. What do you want now? Mara looked past him to Hale, and for a moment the room grew sharp enough that every shadow seemed ready to cut. Then she looked at the ledger in Riley's hands and the rage folded inward around something tired and young. My sister gets told I didn't fall. Then I go where he can't lock a gate behind me. Ethan nodded and opened the ghost passage with a protection right instead of a binding. Mara drifted through it like mist through sunlight, leaving no bond, no claim, and no pet ghost comfort for him to keep. The moment she vanished, Athena threw a red satellite alert across his wrist comp. Spatial shear detected east of Redwater Junction. Pattern matches the trafficking route. Ethan, the tear is opening. 28. Satellite tier. The red satellite alert swallowed the quiet left by Mara Ellison's passing. Ethan's wrist comp projected a hard-edged map above the ruined signal table, and Redwater Junction shrank beneath layers of warning geometry. Eastern rail yard, culvert route, freight line, dry drainage flats, evacuation roads, militia posts, and one blooming wound of spatial shear 2 miles beyond town. It wasn't a dungeon marker. It had no polite boundary ring, no contract classification, and no public hazard grade waiting for a clerk to mislabel it. It spread across the map in jagged red pulses while Athena stripped civilian details away and replaced them with military channels already screaming. Sasha looked from the display to the eastern windows, where the sky beyond town had begun to bruise violet under the morning clouds. That's not a pocket. No, Riley said, clutching Mara's ledger against her chest with both hands. That's why the satellite saw it. Ashley's face went still in the way that meant fear had reached her but hadn't been allowed to steer. Evacuation routes? Athena answered through Ethan's speaker because secrecy had just become smaller than survival. Primary route west through the old quarry road. Secondary route north to County Shelter 3. Municipal alerts are delayed by local authority confirmation. I am bypassing that delay through contract emergency language. The municipal clerk made a strangled sound. You can't issue town movement orders. Ethan turned on him before Sasha could. Then issue them yourself before people die while you decide who's allowed to be embarrassed. The clerk stared at him, pale and useless for one long second, then fumbled for his wrist comp with shaking fingers. Outside, a siren began as a weak municipal bleat, then caught the military override and deepened into something that made every living person in the street understand that arguments had ended. Hale stopped saying lawyer. Bren stopped cursing. Yard guards looked east, and the waiting townsfolk began to move before anyone explained why. Athena snapped 3 new windows open. Regional Command has acknowledged spatial breach. Necromancer Mech Legion alert status raised. First Airborne Scout feed incoming. Heavy units are 6 minutes from rail-side deployment, 12 minutes from full containment posture if the roads hold. Ethan watched the scout feed stutter into view. At first it showed open flats, broken culvert channels, scrub grass, and old freight spoil heaps. Then the air folded in on itself. A vertical tear opened above the drainage flats like a slit cut through dirty glass, and something pale moved behind it where no local ground should have existed. Death sense hit Ethan a heartbeat later, not as bodies, but as pressure waiting to become bodies. He gripped the table hard enough that the old brass edge bit his palm. Athena, the model's wrong. Riley's head snapped toward him. Already? The tear isn't pulling from the center, Ethan said, pushing death sense farther despite the cold ache behind his eyes. The dead pressure is spread along the old culvert route. Mara's crates were markers or anchors, not just cargo. Ashley stepped closer, voice low. Can you prove that to command? Not cleanly, Athena said. Military model expects geometric expansion from visible shear. Ethan's death read suggests distributed contamination along the freight route. Translating that without exposing too much of my modeling will be difficult. Sasha's mouth tightened, then translated ugly. Ethan closed Mara's ledger case and shoved it into Riley's hands. Keep that sealed. Ashley, help the street clear. Sasha, if anyone blocks evacuation, move the road under their feet. Riley, stay close enough to mark any old ward line that lights wrong. The first distant thunder reached them then, too rhythmic for weather. On the scout feed, mech dropcraft burned through the low cloud in black formation, and the red tear widened over Redwater's eastern flats. Ethan started toward the door with the siren in his bones and Mara's last warning still cold in the room behind him. We're done being a ghost contract. The street outside the signal house had become a different kind of battlefield before Ethan reached the broken arch. Civilians moved in uneven streams toward the west road while the municipal siren hammered over them, too loud and too late. Yard guards shouted at families, shopkeepers dragged children from doorways, and 3 contractors in stained orange coats tried to force their way toward the freight gate as if their work badges could argue with a spatial breach. Beyond the rooftops, the eastern sky pulsed again, violet light folding through the clouds in a rhythm that made Ethan's death sense tighten behind his eyes. A military channel opened across his wrist comp without asking permission. All civilian contractors stand down. Repeat, all civilian contractors stand down. Mech Line Command assumes containment authority east of Redwater Junction. Unauthorized entry into the red zone will be treated as interference. One of the orange-coated men heard the broadcast and rounded on Ethan as if the nearest necromancer must be easier to shout at than the army. We've got men and gear in that yard. You can't just lock us out. Ethan kept moving because stopping would let the street gather around him. You're already locked out. The question is whether you leave alive or make soldiers drag you. Sasha stepped beside him and drove one hand toward the road without touching it. Stone buckled just enough to throw up a waist-high ridge between the contractors and the freight gate. Choose fast. I'm improving the road whether you help or not. Ashley sent a controlled wall of air down the pavement, not hard enough to knock civilians over, but firm enough to turn the nearest crowd away from the eastern street. Left lane stays clear for military traffic. Families west, injured to the church steps unless Athena gives a better triage point. The church steps are structurally acceptable, Athena said through the public speaker. The priest is objecting, but I have muted him on Ethan's behalf. Riley gave a sharp, unwilling laugh while she ran Mara's sealed ledger case under her arm and marked a flickering rail ward with her stylus. Old Yardline is waking up. Not stable, not friendly either. It's pulling toward the tear. The first mech drop craft passed overhead so low the windows rattled in their frames. Black shapes fell from its belly in armored harnesses, hit the eastern road in staggered impacts, and rose as four-legged containment frames unfolded around human pilots and crystal-fed engines. They didn't look like academy training rigs. They looked like walking gun platforms built by people who expected the world to break and had prepared an answer made of metal, wards, and heavy fire. A commander's voice cut into Ethan's wrist comp, clipped and cold. Journeyman Meyer, your emergency data packet reached Regional Command. You are not attached to Containment Authority. You are to remain west of Line Marker 3 and provide Necromancer observations through the civilian support channel only. Ethan looked east as the first mech volley struck the tear's visible edge. White fire crawled over the folded air, and for one bright second the opening narrowed. Then death pressure surged along the culvert route instead, too low and too spread out for the guns to care about. They're hitting the door, he said, already tasting the shape of the mistake. Something's using the walls. Ashley's hand brushed his sleeve. Can you send that without sounding impossible? No, Ethan said, and opened the channel anyway. Mech Line Command, this is Meyer. Your containment fire is affecting the visible shear, but the death pressure is moving through the old culvert route under your left flank. Watch the drainage cuts. Silence answered him for 2 seconds too long. Then the commander replied, flatter than before. Observation logged. Remain west of Marker 3. Riley's ward mark flashed pink, then black. They logged it. They didn't believe it. Ethan watched the leftmost mech pivot too late as the road beside the drainage flats sagged inward and something pale pressed up from beneath the old culvert line. The guns were already roaring. Civilians were still moving, and he stood close enough to see the gap before the people with authority admitted it existed. Then we make sure they survive long enough to be embarrassed later. The pale shape came through the drainage cut like a corpse remembering how to crawl, too long in the shoulders, too narrow through the middle, its skin milk white beneath the violet light leaking from the tear. A mech gunner fired first. The round hit with enough force to throw gravel across the eastern road, but the thing split around the impact in a wet shimmer and kept coming, dragging a wash of cold death pressure behind it. The leftmost mech stepped back, heavy feet cracking the road surface, and two civilians who had ignored the evacuation screamed from the yard fence. Ethan's hand went to his wrist comp before permission caught up with fear. Shield Line 1 and 2, release under emergency civilian defense. Public tags active, no pursuit beyond Marker 3. Athena's answer was too fast and too sharp. Release logged. This is visible deployment under military broadcast observation. I know, Ethan said, and hated that he did. The trailer seals snapped open behind them. Two skeleton shield bodies unfolded from covered transport frames with their tags glowing legal blue. Tower shields locking onto forearm braces as they stepped into the street between the fenced civilians and the thing coming through the drainage cut. The commander's voice hit the channel like a slammed door. Meyer, you were ordered to remain west of Marker 3. Ethan pushed command through the shield line and made himself answer while his dead moved. My assets are west of Marker 3. The civilians aren't. Sasha shoved both hands toward the road, and stone lips rose behind the trapped civilians, forcing them away from the fence instead of along it. Move, idiots. The dead are being nicer than the living right now. Ashley's air caught the two civilians as they stumbled and pushed them down the safer lane. Riley ran after the old ward trace, stylus flashing pink as she shouted, "Second cut is waking." It's not one breach. It's hopping through the culvert anchors. Ethan felt the truth of it before her words finished. Death scents opened under the street in cold strands, each one tied to residue, freight movement, and Mara's stolen numbers. The military model showed one visible tear. Ethan felt a chain. Command, the drainage cuts are linked anchors, Ethan said, forcing the words through the channel as Shield Line 1 braced. Your left flank is going to breach in sequence. First cut, second cut, signal ditch, then eastern freight culvert. Source? The commander demanded. Ethan watched the pale crawler slam into Shield Line 1. Bone and Steel groaned. Necromancer read, murdered witness ledger, residue match, and the fact that my skeleton is about to prove it. The second drainage cut burst upward before the commander answered. Another pale body spilled out beneath the left mech's rear quarter, and the mech twisted too late. Shield Line 2 crossed the gap, shield angled high, and took the impact meant for the pilot's exposed stabilizer housing. The skeleton's left arm shattered from wrist to shoulder, shield spinning away in a flash of legal blue tag light. Sasha swore and ripped a slab of road up under the creature's feet. Ashley drove air into its turning motion, and the left mech finally brought its side gun down. This time the volley struck while Ethan's skeleton held the thing pinned against broken stone. White fire burned through pale flesh and cold vapor, leaving the shield body on one knee with half its rib cage cracked open. Athena's voice went private and thin. Shield line 2 is functionally destroyed. Stamina strain rising. Strength load spike recorded. Intelligence pattern integration confirmed. Log later, Ethan muttered, though his arms shook with the command weight. He dragged the damaged shield body backward before the mech's next step crushed it completely. Command, you saw the sequence. Silence held for one breath, then the commander's voice returned, no warmer but less dismissive. Meyer, feed your culvert anchor projection to tactical. Stay west of marker 3. Do not advance without order. Riley looked back at Ethan, eyes bright with fear and fierce satisfaction. That's almost trust. Ethan stared east, where the visible tear widened and more cuts began to pulse under the road. No, he said, pulling his broken skeleton behind the line while the mechs re-aimed around his warning. That's them realizing they're running out of time. The mechs adjusted because Ethan's warning had cost them a skeleton instead of a pilot. Containment fire shifted from the visible tear to the drainage sequence, and the eastern road became a grid of hammering white volleys, stone ridges, and air-cleared lanes. Ethan held shield line 1 forward and dragged the ruined second body behind cover with command pressure that made his arm tremble. The shattered skeleton still answered in pieces, one knee grinding, half its ribs broken, left arm gone below the shoulder. It should have been scrap. It still kept its shield tag facing outward, legal blue and stupidly brave for something that had never been alive. Athena's projection snapped into a cleaner tactical overlay above his wrist. Culvert anchor projection accepted by tactical. Mech line fire correction has reduced sequential emergence by 42%. Also, 3 officers are now querying how your assistant interface produced a cleaner anchor model than their field package. Riley looked up from the smoking ward trace and went pale beneath the pink hair. That's bad attention. It's useful attention, Athena said, voice too smooth. Unfortunately, both can occupy the same chair. A pale crawler broke through the signal ditch before anyone could argue. Sasha slammed both palms downward, lifting a broken stone edge under its front limbs, and Ashley drove air into the creature's side hard enough to roll it into the open. The nearest mech fired once. White light punched through the thing, and cold vapor washed over the pavement as it collapsed into twitching strands that tried to pull themselves back toward the tier. Ethan sent shield line 1 forward 2 steps, not to fight the dead thing, but to hold the retreat lane while the last civilians cleared the church corner. Command, signal ditch breach is down. Your next pulse is the eastern freight culvert. It's stronger. This time the commander answered at once. Projection received. Meyer, keep feeding tactical. Do not advance beyond marker 3 without direct order. The eastern freight culvert erupted as he spoke. The mechs were ready. 3 guns fired together. Sasha's stone brace angled the spill into the kill lane. Ashley cleared visibility with a slicing gust, and Riley's pink mark flared over the old rail ward half a heartbeat before it would have fed the breach. Ethan held his dead in place, felt the ruined skeleton's command tag flicker, and refused to let the sight of broken bone pull him into grief while the line still needed him. The volley struck clean. The tear's outer pressure buckled, not closed, but checked, and the whole street seemed to breathe once before the violet light steadied again. A new voice entered the channel, older and sharper than the first commander. Journeyman Meyer, this is Colonel Arendt, Regional Rift Authority. Your team is being attached as Necromancer Specialist Support under Emergency Containment Law. You are not in command. You are not cleared for independent action. You will report to Line 3 for immediate briefing on interior entry conditions. Ashley's hand tightened around Ethan's sleeve. Sasha stared east, jaw set, and Riley clutched Mara's ledger case as if the dead woman's truth had just opened a door no one sane wanted to enter. Athena spoke privately, quieter than the guns. Status recalibration confirmed. Strength 32. Stamina 51. Intelligence 67. Shield line 2 marked destroyed pending costly rebuild. Rift interference notes active. Ethan looked past the mechs to the tear, where something pale moved behind the folded air and waited for the world to make its next mistake. "Copy, Colonel," he said, tasting dust, cold, and the cost of being believed too late. "We're moving to Line 3. 29. Into the rift." Line 3 had been built in 6 minutes out of armor plates, portable ward pylons, mech shadows, and people who had stopped pretending the rift was merely a hole in the world. Ethan reached it with Sasha on his left, Ashley on his right, Riley close behind with Mara's sealed ledger case locked against her chest, and Athena speaking in clipped private bursts that sounded calmer than the data deserved. Beyond the barrier, the tear over the eastern flats breathed violet light across the culvert cuts, and every breath dragged cold through Ethan's teeth as if the air had learned to rot. Colonel Arendt stood beside a command table bolted to the back of an armored carrier, her gray hair cropped short beneath a field helmet and her eyes fixed on Ethan as if youth were another hazard icon she hadn't been given time to argue with. "Your specialist support, Meyer. You enter behind Shield Group 2, remain within beacon tolerance, plant Necromancer readable anchors where directed, and report anything the mech line can't see. You are not hunting glory, salvage, or private answers." Ethan looked past her to the rift mouth, where the folded air showed a sliver of pale ground under a black sky that did not belong to Redwater. "If the anchor pattern shifts inside, I'll have to move before your map catches up." Arendt's jaw tightened. "Then you say that before you move." "I'll say it if the channel survives," Ethan said, and the nearest comms officer looked up too fast. Athena's voice thinned inside his chip. "Signal degradation begins at 12 meters from threshold. Storage recall estimates unreliable beyond active tether. Ghost anchor stability unknown. Command range compression likely severe. I dislike all of this." Riley slid the ledger case into a sealed evidence satchel offered by a soldier, then took her marker kit with both hands. "Old wards are already bending toward the opening. If our marks start bleeding pink instead of holding, we're not arguing with them. We retreat." Sasha flexed her fingers, dust and road grit still caught beneath her nails from the culvert fight. "Retreat where? Back through the purple murder door?" Ashley's smile was thin, preferably before it becomes a purple murder wall. Ethan should have laughed. Instead, he opened the trailer link and felt his declared dead answer from sealed frames behind the line. Shield bodies, damaged but ready. Rifle units held under cover, the heavier monster dead waiting like ugly promises. The command threads should have reached him cleanly. They didn't. The rift tugged at them before he even crossed, making distance feel folded and slippery, like trying to hold ropes underwater. Arendt watched his face change. "Problem? Everything's shorter than it should be," Ethan said. He released the heavier storage recall test and felt it snag, stutter, then return wrong enough to make his stomach turn. "I can't rely on pulling assets from safe distance once I'm inside. What goes in with us matters." "Then choose now," Arendt said. The order landed like a knife with no malice behind it. Ethan chose Shield Line 1 and 3, one skeleton rifle pair, the Cadaver Guard, and the smallest fast scout shell Athena had begged him not to deploy unless the world was already on fire. He left the rest sealed, because dragging every dead thing he owned into distortion was fear wearing armor. Jenna appeared at the edge of his sight, dimmer than she should have been, her outline fraying where violet light touched it. Emma stood beside her with both hands clasped at her chest, eyes wide and shining with a warning she hadn't found words for yet. "Stay close," Ethan said quietly. Jenna's expression sharpened. "That advice runs both ways." Arendt lifted 2 fingers. The ward pylons opened a corridor through Line 3, and the rift breathed out. Ethan stepped forward with his team, his dead, his ghosts, and Athena's voice breaking into static at the edge of his mind. The moment his boot crossed the threshold, command range collapsed inward like a fist, storage recall went cold, and the world behind him bent out of shape. Ethan caught himself before panic could choose for him, drew shadow around his feet, and understood the first lesson of the rift with brutal clarity. His dead could not solve this from safety. The rift did not put them on a battlefield so much as a place that had forgotten how battlefields were supposed to behave. Ethan's boots struck pale dust under a black sky, while Redwater's sirens warped behind him into a thin metallic whine. The entry corridor shimmered at his back, held open by military pylons and mech-grade stabilizers, but the shape of it already looked farther away than 3 steps should allow. Shield Group 2 pushed ahead in heavy armor, and their beacon lights bent sideways through the air as if distance had become a bad suggestion. Athena crackled in his chip. Local mapping unreliable. Command threads compressing. Do not assume straight line distance. Repeat, do not assume. Static interference is eating my own warning. Understood, Ethan said, though understanding didn't stop the cold crawling through his command links. Shield line 1 and 3 moved 2 paces ahead of him, tower shields raised, while the skeleton rifle pair angled right under Ashley's windscreen. The cadaver guard stayed near Riley because her marker kit had begun buzzing in short, angry pulses, and Ethan trusted angry witch tools more than any map that made the ground look stable. Sasha crouched, pressed one palm to the dust, and grimaced. This stuff isn't soil, it's pretending badly. Riley drew a quick pink mark on a flat stone beside her boot. The mark stretched too long, snapped back, and turned bruised violet at the edges. The rift doesn't like my line. That's comforting in absolutely no way. A pale shape dropped from the broken ridge ahead before Ethan could answer. It moved too fast for its long body, all hooked limbs and jointless sliding, and Shield Group 2's first volley went wide because the creature wasn't where their targeting feed said it was. Ethan snapped command toward Shield Line 1, but the order dragged half a heartbeat late, and the monster came through the gap toward Ashley. Down, Ethan barked, and Ashley trusted him instantly, dropping to one knee as he lifted his hand and threw shadow binding across the creature's path. The band of dark force caught one hooked limb and yanked it short, not stopping the thing, but spoiling its lunge long enough for Shield Line 3 to slam into its side. The impact should have pinned it. Instead, the shield body staggered as the command thread buckled, and the creature split around the pressure with a wet shimmer that made Ethan's death sense flare. He felt no proper corpse inside it, only stolen dead pressure wrapped around something hungry. Sasha ripped a stone edge up under its lower limbs. Ethan, personal. I see it, Ethan said, and drew Deathbolt before fear could ask whether Arendt's people were watching. The spell gathered cold and black in his palm, heavier than it had ever felt in a dungeon, and when he released it the bolt did not fly straight. It bent with the rift's pressure, curved past Shield Line 3 by inches, and struck the creature behind the forward joint. Pale matter collapsed inward, and the monster shrieked without lungs as the skeleton rifle pair finally found the slowed target and fired. Ashley drove air across the kill space, clearing vapor before it could roll over Riley. That was too close. No, Ethan said, breathing hard as he forced the shield body back into formation by touch instead of trust. That was the rift teaching us the price of late orders. Athena returned in a burst of static and fury. Command delay recorded. Deathbolt deviation recorded. Recommendation: stop letting the universe edit your aim. Riley's bruised mark pulsed once, then steadied into a thin pink line pointing deeper into the pale dust. Good news. I found where the anchor wants to go. Sasha stared at her. You call that good news? Ethan looked from the dead creature dissolving into gray strands to the unstable line Riley had marked, and he tightened his command around what still answered. No, it's the next problem. The next problem dragged them off the false safe line Shield Group 2 had marked with beacon pings and shouted military confidence. Riley's pink guide mark crawled across pale dust, turned left where the armor screens insisted on straight ground, and sank into a shallow depression filled with gray strands from the dead creature. Ethan felt the anchor point before he saw it, a cold knot under the rift's surface where death pressure pulsed in threes and tried to pretend it was only background noise. That's where it wants a pin, Riley said, crouching low with her marker kit pressed against her ribs. Not where tactical wants it, where the rift is actually breathing. A soldier in Shield Group 2 turned his helmet toward them. That depression is outside beacon tolerance. Hold position until command updates the route. Ethan's wrist comp spat static instead of Arendt's voice, and Athena's reply came broken enough to make every word feel stolen. Command channel unstable. Anchor delay increases breach spread. Recommend action before permission becomes archaeology. Ashley looked at the depression, then at Ethan. We can cover 10 seconds. Maybe 15 if it lies politely. Sasha snorted and shoved both hands into the dust. The ground answered slowly, as if it resented remembering it could be ground. It doesn't know polite. Move when I lift the brace. Ethan pulled the first rift interior anchor from the sealed pouch at his belt. It was a black spike no longer than his hand, with a bone-white ceramic core and a military tag that had not been designed by anyone who expected the thing to scream. It vibrated against his glove as soon as he exposed it, and the death pressure in the depression tightened like a snare recognizing prey. The second pale creature rose from the gray strands without a clean shape. It unfolded sideways from the dust, too broad through the upper body and too thin below, dragging stolen dead pressure in ragged streamers. The skeleton rifle pair fired as Ethan ran. One shot bent wide. The second punched through a streamer and slowed the thing enough for Sasha's stone brace to heave up beneath it. Left edge, Riley snapped, marking the air with 2 fingers. It's folding through the left edge. Ashley stepped into the open and drove a tight air blade across the creature's turning path. Ethan, plant it now. Ethan dropped to one knee in the depression and slammed the anchor toward the pulsing knot. The spike stopped an inch above the dust, caught on nothing visible, and the feedback hit his arm so hard his teeth clicked. He pushed Death Sense into the third pulse the way Riley had taught him to trust ugly timing, then wrapped shadow binding around the anchor instead of the monster. The spike drove home. Blue-white light flared up the ceramic core, and the rift screamed through the ground, not loud in his ears but deep in his bones. Shield Line 1 staggered as Ethan's command thread snapped tight. Emma cried out behind him, and Jenna's dim outline flickered like a candle caught in a storm. Sasha threw herself between Ethan and the creature as her stone brace cracked. Ashley, now would be great. Ashley's air hit hard enough to roll the monster into the rifle pair's line, and the skeletons fired together. Ethan ripped the anchor's command thread into place before the recoil could pull him flat, and the depression's gray strands burned into a clean circle around the spike. Riley grabbed his collar and hauled him back as the ground where his knee had been folded inward. Anchor planted. Also, never do that slowly again. Ethan stumbled upright, arm numb to the shoulder and breath coming ragged. I wasn't doing it slowly. Athena returned in a burst of static and vicious relief. Rift Interior Anchor 1 accepted. Your definition of survivable remains offensively broad. The anchor changed the rift's rhythm without making it kinder. The clean circle around the spike held for 3 breaths, then the pale dust beyond it rippled in answer, and every command thread in Ethan's grip tightened until his forearm burned. Shield Line 1 took 1 step back without permission. Shield Line 3 turned half a degree too late toward a movement that wasn't there. The skeleton rifle pair kept their muzzles steady, but Ethan could feel the delay between his intent and their obedience-growing teeth. Formation halt, Ethan said, and put his own body behind the words before the rift could pull them apart. No one advances on old timing. We reset from here. Shield Group 2's sergeant rounded on him, armor lights flickering through static. You don't stop the line without command. Ethan lifted his numb hand, showing the blackened glove where the anchor feedback had burned through the outer layer. Your command channel is choking. Mine is bleeding. If we keep walking like the first 10 meters still matter, the next thing that comes through splits us. The sergeant hesitated, then looked toward the stabilizing corridor. Redwater's side of the tear wavered behind them, too thin and too far, with Arendt's voice reduced to broken syllables that might have been orders or weather. Can you hold this position? No, Ethan said, because a comforting lie would kill them faster. I can make it expensive to take. Sasha laughed once, sharp and breathless, as she planted both boots and dragged a low brace line through the dust. That's practically optimism for him. Ashley wiped gray vapor from her cheek and spread her hands, building a slow-turning air screen that caught drifting strands before they reached Emma and Jenna. Ghosts stay inside my line. If the wind tastes cold, tell me before it bites. Jenna's outline steadied inside the moving air. Your wind has better manners than this place. Emma did not smile. She pointed past the anchor, where Riley's pink line crawled into a darker fold between 2 ridges of pale stone. It's waiting there, not a monster. Away. Riley's marker kit chimed, soft and ugly. She's right. Anchor 1 didn't close the pull. It gave us a readable path. She looked at Ethan, and the pressure in her face was worse than fear because it was trust asking to be used. That path leads deeper. Athena's voice returned in a jagged private burst. Field recalibration complete. Journeyman Necromancer level 8 confirmed. Constitution 40. Stamina 52. Agility 35. Speed 37. Intelligence 69. Wisdom 53. Rift Interior Anchor planting unlocked. Also, I hate this promotion. Ethan almost laughed, but the sound turned into a breath through clenched teeth. The rank settled into him like weight, not reward, filling the spaces the rift had torn open with sharper reach and a deeper ache. His command thread steadied by a fraction, not enough to make him safe, but enough to make the next choice possible. He looked at Sasha's brace line, Ashley's air screen, Riley's trembling mark, the ghosts holding close, and his dead waiting for orders that would cost more every time. We move in short pulls. I lead the command by feel, Riley marks the path, Sasha fixes footing, Ashley keeps the ghosts breathing clean. Sergeant, your people cover our rear and don't trust anything that looks straight. The sergeant stared at him for one more heartbeat, then lifted his rifle. You heard him. Short pulls. Rear cover. Ethan turned toward the darker fold, shadow gathering under his boots before he took the first step. The rift had survived their entry, and so had they. That was not victory. It was permission to find out what waited behind the tier. 30. World behind the tier. The darker fold did not open like a tunnel. It accepted them in pieces, turning 3 careful steps into a stretch of pale ground that should have taken half a minute to cross. Ethan felt the first anchor behind him tug once through the command thread, then blur into distance so thin it might as well have been a memory. Shield Group 2's rear lights wavered at his back, and the sergeant's men became moving shadows inside violet haze, close enough to hear and too far away to trust. Short pulls, Ethan said, forcing his voice to carry without shouting. Nobody follows the straight line unless Riley marks it first. Riley's pink guide mark crawled over the dust ahead, then split into 3 weak threads. 2 bled violet at the edges and curled toward a ridge of pale stone. The third sank low, almost hiding beneath a crust of gray grit that shifted when Ashley's air screen brushed it. Riley crouched, touched the safe thread with her stylus, and grimaced. The obvious path is bait. The less obvious path is also bait, but it lies worse. Sasha dragged one boot across the ground and raised a low stone lip where the safe thread dipped. The pale crust flexed under the movement like skin before hardening again. Please tell me this place doesn't have opinions about being stepped on. It has reactions, Ethan said, and pushed death sense outward before the rift could teach them by killing someone. The sense came back wrong. Not empty, not full, but layered, as if old deaths had soaked into the ground and then learned to breathe around living heat. He tasted dry rot, cold hunger, and something green beneath it all, a dead forest pretending it had never been alive. The ground feeds, not fast, but it's reading pressure, warmth, maybe mana. Ashley's air screen tightened around Jenna and Emma until both ghosts brightened by a fraction. Then we stopped bleeding warmth into every direction. Athena crackled through static. Shadow Veil recommended in a low-output sheath. Warning: distortion may fold concealment back over allied sightlines. Translation: do not blind the people with guns behind you. Ethan almost smiled despite the cold crawling up his spine. Useful translation. He drew shadow gently this time, not the quick combat pull that made the rift bend his aim, but a thin veil around boots, shields, and breath. The darkness clung badly at first, tugging sideways as if the world wanted to wear it wrong. Ethan adjusted by feel, threading it through the dead, around Sasha's brace, past Ashley's air, and under Riley's mark until the pale ground stopped rippling quite so eagerly beneath them. The sergeant's voice came rough through the haze. Meyer, your line just vanished from my sight. Not vanished, Ethan said, watching the dust ahead settle into something like sleep. Quiet. Step where Riley marks, keep your rifles high, and don't trust anything that looks hungry enough to be a road. The sergeant made his people obey, which Ethan respected more than he had time to say. 3 armored soldiers stepped onto Riley's marked line with rifles high and boots placed exactly where Sasha's low stone lip told them to go. The pale ground rippled once beneath the first soldier, then stilled under Ethan's veil. It did not like being fooled. Ethan felt that in the way the dust tightened around pressure and warmth, patient as a snare. Riley's stylus trembled over the grit. It's learning our rhythm. Sasha looked down sharply. The ground? The pattern, Riley said, keeping her hand steady by force. Step, breath, shield weight, rifle weight. It's not smart like a person, but it's adapting. Ashley drew her air screen tighter, then split it into 2 slow currents, one around the ghosts and one close to the ground. The lower current skimmed pale dust into thin lines that showed where the surface tried to pull. Then we stopped giving it one rhythm. Ethan, can your dead walk ugly? My dead can do lots of ugly things, Ethan said, and shifted command through shield line 1 and 3. The delay still bit, but the veil helped. He made one shield body plant hard, made the other drag a half step, then sent the skeleton rifle pair through a staggered gait that would have made Lewis complain about discipline until he noticed the ground failing to predict them. Sasha grinned without looking happy. That's horrible. Do that more. The pale dust ahead split open along a narrow section, not wide enough to swallow a person at first, only enough to show wet gray fibers sliding beneath the crust. One strand snapped upward toward Riley's ankle. Sasha stamped both hands down and drove a stone wedge through the opening before it could widen. The fiber wrapped around the wedge instead, tightening until the stone groaned. Left edge rising, Riley snapped. Ashley turned her wrist, and the lower air current struck the fiber sideways, not cutting it, but making it miss the rhythm it had caught. Ethan reached through death sense and found the cold pulse inside the strand, then wrapped shadow binding around that pulse rather than the visible fiber. The binding took badly, stretched, and almost slid off, but he tightened it with the same ugly stagger he had given the dead. The fiber tore loose with a wet crack and sank back beneath the crust. Emma whimpered, hands pressed over her ears, and Jenna moved in front of her as if a ghost could shield another ghost with nothing but will. It hurt him, Jenna said. Ethan's stomach went cold. The ground? No, Emma whispered, staring ahead where the safe mark crawled toward a field of crooked pale shapes half buried in dust. Something under it. The crooked pale shapes shifted when Emma named the thing below them. Ethan had thought they were stones or dead saplings half buried in dust, but the nearest one unfolded with a dry scrape and showed a hooked limb made of bone-white bark and gray sinew. Then another lifted, then 6 more, all of them rising from the field ahead in staggered silence while the ground fibers drew tight beneath them like roots answering a bell. Contact forward, the sergeant said through the haze, but his voice sounded too distant and too late. Hold rear, Ethan snapped, because the soldiers' rifle lights were already sliding the wrong way through distorted air. Do not fire through my line unless Riley gives you a mark. Riley was already moving, pink marks snapping from her stylus to the pale ground in quick ugly strokes. They're connected below. Kill the wrong one and the pull shifts to the others. Sasha dropped both palms to the dust and shoved a row of low stone braces up between the team and the rising shapes. Then picked the right one fast. Ashley's air screen tightened around Jenna and Emma, then split again, one current cutting across the field to stir dust around the creature's lower joints. Middle left is pulling more. Not the tallest one, the hunched one behind it. Ethan saw it then through death sense, a colder knot under the hunched creature, pulsing in threes like the anchor point but dirtier. He sent shield line 1 forward 2 paces, delayed the second shield by half a beat, and angled the skeleton rifle pair behind Sasha's brace. The rift fought the commands, bending timing until obedience arrived rough and uneven. Ethan leaned into that ugliness instead of correcting it, making the broken rhythm part of the formation. The first pale creature lunged over the brace. Shield line 3 caught it badly, steel screaming against hooked limbs, and Ethan felt the command thread buckle. He threw shadow binding low, catching the creature's lower joint before it could climb over the shield. The binding held for one breath, then stretched thin. Ethan, Ashley warned, and her air shoved gray dust aside, exposing the hunched knot. I see it. Ethan stepped past the safe position before fear could make the choice bigger, lifted his hand, and drew Deathbolt into his palm. The spell gathered heavy and cold, but the rift pulled at it, trying to curve the shot toward the wrong target. Ethan anchored his aim through the skeleton rifle pair's sightline and fired with their next volley. The deathbolt struck the hunched creature's root knot as both rifles cracked. Pale bark caved inward, gray fibers snapped across the field, and every rising shape jerked as if the ground had lost its grip. Sasha heaved her brace forward and crushed 2 twitching shapes beneath stone. That worked. Horrible, but it worked. Ethan staggered back behind the shield line, hand numb and command threads shaking. We keep moving before it learns that too. Ethan forced the line forward before the twitching field could decide whether it was dead or only inconvenienced. Sasha broke the crust in short sections, never more than 2 steps ahead, and Ashley kept the dust moving low enough to expose the places where gray fibers tried to knot beneath their boots. Riley marked only after Emma pointed and Jenna listened, turning the path into a strange little committee of living, dead, and almost broken instruments. The field ended at a rise of pale stone where the ground dropped away into a wide basin under the black sky. Ethan stopped at the edge before Sasha could brace the next section, and the whole team crowded close without touching the lip. Below them, the link world folded inward around a tower of gray-white growth rising from the basin floor. It looked less built than pulled up from below, root, bone, and stone twisted into one ugly column. Around it, corpse shapes hung in the air on violet strands, human, monster, and things Ethan had no names for, all slowly turning toward the tower as if distance and death were being reeled in together. Riley's stylus went dark in her hand. That's not a normal anchor point. No, Ethan said, and Death's sense opened too far before he could stop it. The basin hit him with layered endings. Animals caught in the first breach, soldiers crushed by bad distance, monsters dragged through and emptied, older dead from the other world pulled into the same spiral. He grabbed Shield Line 1's command thread to steady himself and felt the tower answer the contact with a slow, hungry pull. That's where the deaths are being tied together. Ashley's air screen faltered for half a breath, and Jenna caught Emma before the younger ghost sank to her knees. It's calling the dead like a bell, Jenna said, her voice tight with anger. Not asking, calling. The sergeant reached the rise behind them, breathing hard through his armor seals. Can artillery hit it from the mouth? Athena's reply came through in jagged pieces. Trajectory impossible, distance unreliable, external fire risks widening the basin pressure. Also, the phrase, from the mouth, is tactically unhelpful and emotionally disgusting. Sasha gave a strained little laugh. Still alive if she's complaining. Ethan looked down into the basin until the pull tried to make looking feel like stepping. We don't shoot it from outside. We reach it, mark it, and find how it closes. His wrist comp flickered, then steadied just long enough for Athena's private panel to appear in thin blue light. Rift World Survival Model revised. Death Sense Distortion Tolerance improved. Shadow Veil Distortion Tolerance improved. Intelligence increased to 70. Wisdom increased to 54. No new spell unlocked. Rift Scout Shell remains quarantined. Riley looked at his face rather than the panel. That wasn't a reward look. It isn't a reward, Ethan said, closing the display before the tower could pull at its light. He turned from the basin and began choosing the next brace points with his eyes, because fear wanted him to stare and command needed him to move. It's the rift telling us we've learned enough to walk into the worst part. 31. The Boss Anchor. Ethan chose the descent because staring at the basin made the tower pull harder. He sent Shield Line 1 down first, not straight, never straight, but along the pale stone ribs Sasha raised in short careful steps. Each brace point sank a little before hardening, as if the basin floor wanted to swallow the idea of structure and had to be reminded that Sasha disagreed. Ashley kept dust moving ahead of the dead in thin low sheets, and Riley's pink marks crawled over the safer angles, fading faster the closer they came to the gray-white column. It's not the tower, Emma whispered, drifting near Jenna with both hands clenched against her chest. Her glow fluttered every time one of the hanging corpses turned in the air below. It wants us to think it's the tower. Ethan stopped so sharply that the sergeant nearly walked into the rear shield. Say that again. Jenna looked toward the turning dead, her face hard and pale. The dead are not facing the same point. They are being made to face it. Athena's signal scraped through static, broken but usable. Military model marks central tower as primary target. Recommendation withheld because the military model is aggressively wrong. The sergeant swore under his breath. Every gun we've got would aim at that thing. And that's why it's standing there, Ethan said. He pushed Death Sense down through the stone beneath his boots, past the visible tower, past the hanging bodies, and into the pressure that tied them together. The rift answered with rot, old fear, monster hunger, human panic, and a deeper rhythm under all of it, low and patient beneath the basin floor. The true pull did not rise from the column. It ran beneath it, gathering death through the corpse strands and feeding a buried knot behind the tower's root shadow. Firepower hits the showy part. The closure point is lower and behind it. Riley crouched and dragged 3 lines through the dust, then stabbed the stylus into the lowest mark before it bled violet. There, that's the line everything lies around. Not a road, more like a pressure seam. Sasha looked down the slope toward the hanging dead. So we don't blow up the creepy tower? Not first, Ethan said, shifting command to pull the shield bodies into a crescent rather than a column. If we shatter the wrong thing, it may open wider. Ashley's air screen tightened around the ghosts. Then we need the real target marked before someone outside gets impatient. The basin trembled once, and every suspended corpse turned a fraction farther toward Ethan. He felt the buried knot notice him through the dead. It already knows we're looking. The buried knot answered by pulling one corpse free from its violet strand. It dropped without falling properly, sliding sideways through the basin air until its feet struck pale ground below the slope. Human once, soldier maybe, though the armor plates had warped under gray-white growth. Its head turned toward Ethan with a sound like dry roots twisting inside a wall, and 3 more hanging bodies began to tremble above the basin floor. Contact below, the sergeant said, rifle coming up. Permission to engage? Mark only, Ethan said, tightening shield line 1 into the crescent and sending the skeleton rifle pair to the left brace point. If you fire before Riley tags the pressure seam, you may feed the wrong target. Riley slid down 2 steps on Sasha's newest stone rib, caught herself with one hand, and slapped a pink charm mark against the pale rock before the dust could swallow it. I need 10 more yards and a clean angle. The seam folds behind the tower, then dives under that corpse field. Sasha shoved both palms into the slope and dragged a waist-high brace out of the stone. The movement made the basin answer with a groan, and the corpse below lurched uphill, too fast for something with roots through its knees. You get 8 yards and my professional opinion that this place can choke on gravel. Ashley snapped her air screen forward, not to cut, but to shove dust and violet haze away from the creature's feet. It's tethered low. Ethan, left ankle has the cleaner pulse. Ethan caught the pulse through death sense, cold and dirty beneath the moving corpse. He sent shadow binding low, wrapped the ankle through the tether instead of the bone, and felt the binding bite. Shield line 3 stepped in before the corpse could tear free, shield angled, dead weight braced against dead weight. The impact rang up Ethan's command thread and made his teeth ache. A new light entered the basin from behind them, white gold and clean enough to hurt. Ethan turned his head only a fraction, but Jenna hissed, and Emma folded closer to Ashley's screen. Figures descended through the violet haze at the upper ridge, armor bright beneath gray rift light, ward sigils burning at wrists and throats. Valahart walked at their center as if the rift had been waiting for his permission to matter. Inquisitor Valahart, the sergeant snapped, startled more than relieved. This zone is under military entry command. Spiritual containment supersedes conventional line authority when undead saturation reaches breach threshold, Valahart said, his voice carrying with polished calm over the basin's hungry tremor. Meyer, hold your position. My team will establish purity lanes and review all necromantic assets before closure work proceeds. Ethan felt every word settle in the wrong place. Valahart had not looked first at the boss anchor, the corpse field, or the seam Riley was risking herself to mark. His gaze moved over Jenna, Emma, the shield line, the skeleton rifles, and the command threads Ethan could feel but no normal eye should see. The white gold ward team spread out with practiced discipline, not toward the buried knot, but toward the ghost cover and undead lanes. Ashley's air tightened around the ghosts until it hummed. Ethan. I see it, Ethan said, keeping his hand steady while shield line 3 crushed the bound corpse back against Sasha's brace. The basin still wanted him. The boss anchor still waited below, and now a second danger had entered wearing clean light and legal words. Sergeant, nobody changes lanes without my mark. Riley, keep working. Sasha, give her cover. Valahart can wait his turn. Valahart did not wait. His first paladin knelt near the upper ridge and pressed a white gold spike into the stone, not deep enough to brace anything against the rift, but exactly deep enough to paint a holy line across Ethan's rear command path. The second moved left, angling toward the skeleton rifle pair. The third drifted right with a silver sensor already leaking clean smoke that made Jenna's outline flicker and Emma's voice catch before she managed a sound. That isn't pointed at the anchor, Riley said, not looking up from the pink marks she was laying along the seam. Ethan, that line cuts your retreat before it cuts the rift. Valahart's gaze moved to her with mild disappointment. Untrained witchcraft should not be used as tactical authority inside a spiritual breach. Sasha raised another brace between Riley and the nearest corpse lurch. Say that again when your shiny boys are facing the actual problem. The sergeant stepped sideways, rifle still high, and his visor turned from Valahart's team to Ethan's line. Meyer, confirm. Are those purity lanes helping closure? No, Ethan said, and the word cost more than he expected. There was no way to make it sound accidental now. Valahart's people were not confused. They were spreading with quiet competence, blocking command, crowding ghosts, pinning undead sightlines, and leaving the buried not enough room to keep breathing death through the basin. Ethan sent shield line 1-2 steps lower and pulled the skeleton rifles away from the first paladin's angle before the holy spike finished waking. Their position for me, not the anchor. Ashley's air screen hardened into a clear curve around Jenna and Emma, and the sensor smoke rolled over it with a hiss. Then say it plainly. Ethan's hand tightened. The rift shook again, and another hanging corpse tore loose below, striking the slope hard enough to crack Sasha's lower brace. The boss anchor was still the larger threat, but Valahart had chosen his timing too well for ignorance. Inside the rift, signals failed, bodies vanished, command logs blurred, and dead things could be blamed for almost anything. Ethan felt the shape of the calculation land cold and exact. If ghosts were purified here, if undead were burned here, if Ethan's line broke and the rift swallowed the proof, Valahart could write necessity over every missing piece. Athena's voice came through in a thin razor of static. Pattern match confirms hostile containment posture. He is not stabilizing the field. He is preparing deniability. Valahart lifted one gloved hand, and the paladin with the sensor stopped just short of Ashley's airscreen. Meyer, by order authority, release your ghosts from contaminated attachment and stand down your corpse assets for review. No, Ethan said, and shifted the shield line lower instead of back. Sergeant, record my objection if your gear still records anything. Inquisitor Valahart is obstructing closure work and targeting allied assets during an active rift event. The sergeant's silence lasted half a breath too long. Then he snapped, logged if the suit keeps it. My orders remain closure priority. Riley drove her stylus into the lowest mark, and pink light shivered under the pale stone in a jagged curve behind the tower's root shadow. I have the seam. It's ugly, but I have it. Ethan, the closure point needs death pressure, ghost warning, and something to cut the tie without feeding it. The buried knot pulsed as if it heard her. Ethan felt the answer form through death sense, not a full spell, not yet, but the first hard shape of a rite that would use the dead as witnesses, the seam as a cut line, and his own command as the blade. It would make him still. It would make him obvious. It would make everyone around him choose whether to guard him or let Valahart's clean light reach his back. Then we do the real work, Ethan said, looking down toward the marked seam while Valahart's purity lines brightened behind him. Riley marks. Sasha holds the ground. Ashley keeps the ghosts clear. Sergeant, your people shoot anything coming uphill. My dead hold the middle. He drew shadow close around his boots and let death sense sink into the mark. And nobody lets the paladins touch my line. The paladin with the sensor moved first, and Ashley met him with air so tight it turned the clean smoke aside in a bright curling sheet. The smoke hissed where it touched her screen, white gold eating at the edge until her fingers trembled. Jenna put herself between Emma and the pressure anyway, pale face set, while Emma stared past Ethan at the marked scene with a terror that was not for herself. Lower left, Emma whispered. It bites when he pulls. Not when Riley marks, when Ethan pulls. Ethan accepted the warning without looking away from the seam. Then I don't pull alone. Valahart's voice cut across the basin, still calm, still legal, still shaped for witnesses who might survive. Meyer, you are escalating contamination by binding ghosts to necromantic closure work. Stand down before I am forced to intervene. The sergeant's rifle shifted toward the nearest loose corpse climbing the slope. Inquisitor, if you step into my fire lane, I'll treat you like any other obstruction. For the first time since entering the basin, Valahart looked at the sergeant as if he were a man rather than scenery. Choose your words carefully. Busy, the sergeant snapped, and fired. His round punched through the lurching corpse's shoulder, staggering it long enough for shield line 1 to slam it back against Sasha's brace. Riley dragged the last pink mark across the stone and shoved both hands down to hold it in place. Ethan, now, I can hold the seam for maybe 15 seconds before it folds. Sasha braced behind Riley, boots grinding into pale grit while stone climbed around both their ankles in rough supports. Make it 12. I hate optimistic math. Ethan sent the skeleton rifle pair to the lower left, not to shoot the boss anchor, but to sight the line his own magic needed. Shadow wrapped his boots. Death sense sank into Riley's mark. The buried knot opened under his awareness like a cold problem, and he understood too much at once. The tower was bait, the corpses were hooks, the seam was the cut, and the right needed witnesses, pressure, and command held still enough for the rift to strike back. Athena's panel flickered over his wrist through distortion. Boss anchor severance right seed authorized. Intelligence increased to 72. Wisdom increased to 55. No rank increase. Warning. Rite cannot be safely completed solo. Major cost imminent. Ethan's breath caught, not from the numbers, but from the warning beneath them. The rift would take payment before it closed. Valahart's team was already trying to decide what else could be taken while the rift ate the evidence. Ashley's voice reached him through the hum of holy smoke and bending air. Ethan, tell us what you need. He set both feet against Sasha's rough stone and laid command through the dead, the ghosts, and Riley's burning mark without closing the cut yet. I need 12 seconds where nobody saves me from being vulnerable. He looked toward the marked seam as the buried knot pulsed and the Paladin purity lines brightened behind him. And after that, we find out what it wants paid. 32. Command overload. Ethan started the rite without giving the rift time to argue. He set both boots against Sasha's rough stone, pushed death sense through Riley's burning mark, and laid his command across the crescent of shields, rifle bones, labor dead, graveback's heavy pull, and the two ashhounds waiting low on the left. The moment the first thread touched the buried knot, the basin answered. Violet pressure rolled uphill through the pale ground, and every hanging corpse above the field jerked as if the same invisible hand had seized them all at once. Here they come, Riley said. Both hands pressed over the pink seam while light crawled between her fingers. Not from the tower, under it, under everything. The basin floor split in 3 jagged lines below the marked seam. Gray-white things dragged themselves out of the openings, not corpses and not clean monsters, but rift-made bodies stitched from bone plates, root fibers, and old armor. The first one hit shield line 1 hard enough to drive 2 dead back half a step. Ethan felt the impact through command and forced them down instead of away, shields locked, knees bent, dead weight turned into a wall. Sergeant, left side, Ethan said, voice tight around the pressure climbing his spine. Don't shoot the seam, shoot anything crossing Sasha's brace. The sergeant's answer came with rifle fire. You heard him. Left side, controlled bursts. Keep rounds off the pink marks. Ashley drove air low across the ground, clearing dust from the seam and throwing loose grit into the rift things' faces. Sasha cursed and dragged another brace out of the slope, but the stone came slower now, resisting her like wet cement around a stuck shovel. Riley's marks shivered under the strain, bright pink fighting violet, and Ethan knew with cold certainty that 12 seconds had become a lie. The right needed more time. The living line didn't have it. Athena's voice cut through static in hard fragments. Command load exceeds safe 16 count field standard. Current effective weight 19. Recommendation: release non-critical assets or initiate emergency overload. Define non-critical, Ethan said, though he already knew the answer would be cruel. None available without exposing Riley, ghosts, or military flank, Athena said. Emergency overload remains medically stupid and tactically correct. Ethan pulled the ashhounds forward and felt the extra threads bite deep. Pain flashed behind his eyes, sharp enough to blur the seam, but the hounds hit the left surge together, fire ash jaws closing on a rift thing's legs while the skeleton rifle pair fired past them into the next body climbing through the opening. Graveback shifted under his command. Too much weight, too much hunger, too much dead strength to move cleanly while the boss anchor pulled back. Valahart's purity lines brightened behind him. Ethan, Jenna warned, her voice thinned by the white gold pressure. The rear line is waking. I know, Ethan said, and drove command harder because knowing did not make the monsters stop climbing. Ashley, keep Emma covered. Sasha, Riley gets the ground. Sergeant, if my dead move wrong, shout before shooting. Sasha's reply came through clenched teeth as stone climbed around Riley's boots. Try not to make that sound normal. Ethan wanted to answer her. He wanted one dry line, one stupid joke, one breath that belonged to him. The buried knot pulsed through the seam. The rift things hit the shield crescent again, and the command threads multiplied until his whole body felt packed with cold wire. He held them anyway, too many dead for too long, because if he let one go, the living line would break first. The first purity spike burned through Ethan's rear command path like a nail driven into a nerve. Shield line 1 staggered, not because the rift things hit harder, but because the signal behind them had gone thin and bright and wrong. Ethan caught the line before it folded, teeth clenched, and forced the shields back together while the ashhounds tore at the left surge in a cloud of black sparks and gray-white splinters. Purity lane established, one of Valahart's paladins called from behind him. Necromantic contamination is degrading. That's my command line, Ethan snapped, and the words came out rough enough to scrape. He couldn't turn. The moment he turned, the buried knot would take the seam, or the rift things would take Riley, or the paladins would pretend his hesitation was proof. You're not stabilizing anything. Valahart's voice remained calm over the gunfire and breaking stone. Your assets are overextended and unstable. My team is reducing secondary breach risk. Riley's laugh was sharp and furious while pink light bled between her fingers. Secondary breach risk, my ass. He's cutting the dead off from the man holding them. The sergeant fired twice, then shifted half a step to block a paladin's angle toward the skeleton rifle pair. Inquisitor, your people are crossing active military lanes. Back them off. I will not let military panic preserve necromantic saturation, Valahart said, and the censor paladin swung the smoking silver cup toward Jenna and Emma's cover. Ashley moved before Ethan could order it. Her air screen snapped sideways, clear and hard, catching the clean smoke and rolling it up into a tight spiral that hissed against the holy pressure. She gasped as the edge of it burned through her control, but she held the curve long enough for Emma to retreat behind Jenna. Sasha slammed both hands down and raised a jagged wall between the ghosts and the censor. Touch them and I'll bury that shiny cup in your teeth. The left surge broke through. A rift thing hooked both ashhounds with root bone arms and dragged them toward a split in the basin floor. Ethan felt the hounds fighting, felt their dead jaws bite and their ash bodies tear, and knew he could save one if he pulled command from the shield crescent or Riley's brace. He didn't. He drove both hounds deeper into the monster instead, ordering them to burn everything they had left. They obeyed. The ash hounds detonated in a dark flare under the rift thing's chest, tearing its lower body apart and collapsing the left opening in a blast of cold grit. The command thread snapped together, 2 losses so fast and final that Ethan's knees almost buckled. Athena's voice came through, thin and merciless because mercy would waste time. Ashhound pair destroyed. Emergency overload holding. Constitution increased to 41. Strength increased to 33. Stamina increased to 54. Agility increased to 36. Speed increased to 38. Intelligence increased to 73. Wisdom increased to 56. Don't make it sound like a reward, Ethan said, dragging the shield line tighter while pain crawled up both arms. I wasn't, Athena said. I was making sure you knew what it cost. The second purity spike landed closer, and this one did not merely thin Ethan's command. It pinned. Shield line 1 locked in place for half a heartbeat while the rift things kept moving, and Ethan felt the difference with sick clarity. Valahart's paladins had stopped pretending to trim contamination. They were fixing his dead where the boss anchor could break them. Rear spike is binding your shield line, Riley said, voice strained as her pink seam mark crawled under her palms. Not blocking. Binding. If the next one lands, they won't answer fast enough. Valahart, Ethan said, forcing each word through command strain and pain. You are pinning active military defense during closure work. Valahart stepped down one careful pace behind him, white gold light bright around his gloves. Your instability is the immediate danger. If your assets must be restrained to prevent wider corruption, I will accept that burden. The buried knot pulsed under the seam, and 3 rift things surged together at the shield crescent. The dead tried to brace. The purity spike held them a fraction too long. Ethan felt the mistake coming before the bodies moved, the same way he felt a bad step in the woods before his foot committed. If he pulled command harder, the spike would tear through the line. If he didn't, the rift things would break through Sasha's brace and reach Riley. So he stopped asking the dead to solve it. Shadow folded around his boots, not smooth, not safe, but familiar enough from private dungeon drills that terror had a path to follow. Ethan released the shield line for one breath, Let Athena hold the command pattern in a brittle ghost of an outline, and step through the shadow cast by Sasha's jagged wall. The rift twisted the move sideways. Cold pressure clawed across his ribs. He came out low and wrong beside the lead rift thing, one knee striking pale grit hard enough to send pain up his thigh. Ashley shouted his name, and Valahart went silent. Ethan lifted his hand before the monster could turn fully. Deathbolt formed in his palm as a compact black point, colder than the basin and sharper than anger. He drove it into the rift thing's chest seam at arm's length. The spell did not explode. It emptied. Gray-white bone, root fiber, and stolen armor collapsed inward around a sudden absence, and the creature folded into itself without a cry. The second rift thing struck him across the shoulder. Ethan rolled with the blow badly, hit Sasha's brace, and tasted blood. Shield Line 1 answered again as Athena snapped the held pattern back into his grip, and the dead slammed forward before the third creature could reach Riley. Sasha dragged stone around Ethan's knees like a rough bunker. "Don't you ever do that without warning again." "I warned myself," Ethan said, and spat red onto pale dust. It was a poor briefing. Valahart stared at the collapsed rift thing, his calm finally cracked at the edge. "That was not Acid Command." "No," Ethan said, rising inside Sasha's stone cover while shadow gathered under his hand again. "It wasn't." Ethan did not give Valahart time to recover from surprise. He threw shadow binding low, not at the Paladin, not yet, but across the second purity spike's base where white gold light bit into pale stone. The binding wrapped the spike's shadow, found the narrow place where holy pressure had to touch the rift floor to hold shape, and squeezed. The spike flared bright enough to bleach the dust around it, then cracked with a sound like ice under a boot. Shield Line 1 lurched free. Ethan caught them before the sudden release sent them too far forward, dragged their crescent back into shape, and used Graveback's weight to anchor the middle. His shoulder throbbed where the rift thing had struck him, his knees burned inside Sasha's rough stone cover, and the overload kept crawling through his command channels like barbed wire pulled slow. "Riley," Ethan said, forcing his hand down toward the seam instead of toward the next Paladin. "Tell me the right still has a target." Riley's fingers shook against the pink mark, but her grin was all teeth. "It has a target. It also has opinions, bad manners, and maybe 8 seconds before it tries to eat my work." "Then we buy 8, Ethan said, and pushed command through the dead with no spare room left in him. The boss anchor answered by throwing the corpse field forward. Not all of it, not yet, but enough. 6 suspended bodies tore loose from their violet strands and slammed down across the lower slope, limbs twisting as rift pressure jammed false motion into old joints. The sergeant's line opened fire at once, disciplined bursts punching armor growth from dead shoulders and knees. Shield Line 1 met the first 2. Graveback hit the third with its heavy skull lowered, driving it sideways into Sasha's brace hard enough to crack stone. Behind Ethan, Valahart's voice sharpened. "Meyer is using hostile death pressure against sanctified containment. Advance and sever his line." The nearest Paladin moved, and Ashley moved with him. Her air screen did not strike his body. It hit the drifting sensor smoke, folded it backward, and wrapped it around his visor in a blinding white gold spiral. He stumbled, not hurt, but delayed, and Sasha slammed a stone ridge across his next step before he could clear it. "Military lane," the sergeant barked, rifle tracking the Paladin without quite aiming at his chest. "One more step and you're in my report, assuming any of us live to file one." Athena's panel flickered against Ethan's wrist. "Journeyman Necromancer level 9 confirmed. Emergency command overload active. Ashhound pair destroyed. Warning, backlash deferred, not avoided." The words barely reached him. Ethan drove the severance pressure into Riley's mark, felt the buried knot recoil, and knew the answer with cold certainty. They hadn't closed the rift, they'd only kept it from closing its teeth first. Jenna's voice came thin through the pressure. "Ethan, the ghost line is opening. It wants witnesses." Emma stared toward the seam, trembling with light. "And Valahart wants us where it hurts." Ethan lifted his bloody mouth in something that was not a smile. "Then next, we make sure he gets what he came for." 33. Ghost Line. Ethan kept his eyes on the seam because looking at Valahart would waste anger he needed for command. The rift things pressed against Shield Line 1 in a grinding wave of bone, root fiber, and stolen armor, while Sasha's stone brace shuddered around his knees and Ashley's airscreen hissed where holy smoke tried to curl through it. Riley's pink mark burned under both hands, but the light no longer ran clean. It forked sideways in thin, trembling lines, chasing something Ethan could not see with death sense alone. Jenna appeared at his right shoulder like a woman stepping through rain, pale and strained. Her outline tugged toward the marked seam as if the rift had found a loose thread in her. Emma stood half a pace behind her, smaller in the pressure, both hands clenched against her chest while the violet pull made her edges flicker. Ethan's command threads tightened with the instinct to drag them back, hide them, protect them from the line entirely, but the boss anchor pulsed under everything, and the ghost pressure answered in a language only they could read. "Jenna," Ethan said, forcing the shield crescent down again as a rift-made corpse hit it. "Tell me where the ghost line bends." Jenna's gaze cut toward him, sharp despite the strain. "You cannot close this by reading corpses alone. The dead here are not only bodies. Some were swallowed while still pleading. Some were used as hooks." Emma made a small sound, not quite pain and not quite warning. "The anchor is holding them in a ring. It's making them point inward. Ethan, it's making them watch." Cold slid through him that had nothing to do with the basin air. He pushed death sense toward Emma's words and felt it then. A circle of witness remains around the buried knot, faint, screaming, and bent until their fear became structure. Riley's mark flared as if confirming the shape, and her voice came thin. "That's it. That's the pattern I couldn't catch. It's not just a seam. It's a funeral procession tied in a knot." Valahart's purity lines brightened behind them, and Emma staggered. Jenna caught her by the arm, but even that touch flickered under the white gold pressure. Rear pressure just shifted to the ghosts. Ashley snapped, dragging air sideways hard enough to make the sensor smoke coil back on itself. "He's not aiming at the shield line now." Ethan turned his head enough to see Valahart's calm face through dust, gunfire, and violet light. The Inquisitor had chosen his angle carefully. Not Ethan's body, not the soldiers, not even the obvious undead wall. He was pressing the one line Ethan needed and the one line outsiders could later call unstable, contaminated, or lost to rift distortion. Sasha felt the change too. Stone climbed higher between Emma and the Paladins, rough and fast. "Tell me where to put the wall." "Not in front of them," Ethan said, because the answer hurt and came anyway. "Beside them. Leave them sight of the seam." Emma looked at him, frightened and determined in the same trembling breath. "I can still see it." "I know," Ethan said, and wrapped the ghost protection right around her and Jenna as thin as wire because he had nothing thicker left to spend. "Stay only as long as you choose. Read me the line." The next purity wave came flatter and colder than the spikes before it. Valahart's paladins had stopped striking like men trying to break a formation. They spread the pressure low across the basin floor, white gold light sliding under shattered bone, spent ash, and Sasha's rough stone as if searching for every place Ethan's command touched the field. Shield line 1 jerked against him, Graveback's heavy anchor shuddered in the middle, and Jenna's outline thinned until the seam showed through her ribs like violet weather behind glass. "Purification field widening," Athena said, her voice tight with compression and static. "Not aimed at the anchor. Not aimed at the rift things. Pattern suggests targeted degradation of necromantic command and ghost stability under general containment cover." "Say it less politely," Sasha snapped, throwing another jagged ridge beside Emma without blocking her view. Stone dust ran down her sleeves, and her boots skidded half an inch before she forced the ground to hold. "He's cutting our side while pretending it's weather." Valahart heard her. He raised one hand, palm outward, and the nearest paladin adjusted his sensor angle with obedient precision. "Your team remains inside an active corruption field. Spiritual containment will not be moderated because a necromancer dislikes discomfort." Emma cried out as the sensor smoke curled past Ashley's airscreen and touched the edge of Ethan's right. The ghost protection right flared thin and blue-black around her, not enough to shield cleanly, only enough to keep the white gold pressure from taking everything at once. Ethan pulled command from the damaged rear rifle unit and fed that thread into the right instead. The rifle unit sagged, left arm dropping, and a rift-made corpse slammed into its shield partner before the sergeant's soldiers cut the attacker down. "Rear rifle is failing," Riley said, eyes bright with pain and pink light. "If you strip more, the right side opens." "I know," Ethan said, and hated how many answers were becoming that. He locked the rifle unit upright with a thinner command thread and felt the cost scrape along his spine. "Jenna, keep Emma behind your line, not mine." Jenna's voice came strained but clear. "She cannot read from safety." "I didn't ask for safety," Ethan said. He looked past Ashley's airscreen to Valahart and saw the calm calculation under the holy light at last. The Inquisitor wasn't trying to win an argument anymore. He was spending the rift's chaos like currency, betting that damaged ghosts, snapped command, and dead assets would be written off as distortion before anyone could prove a hand had guided the loss. He's making sure nothing survives clean enough to accuse him. The thought landed with the weight of a verdict, and Ethan's anger went cold enough to become useful. Valahart was not trying to prove anything anymore. He was arranging absence. Broken ghosts could be called rift damage. Severed command could be called overload failure. Destroyed undead could be logged as battlefield loss. If Ethan fell while holding too much, the basin would keep no clean witness, and the official report would be written by whoever walked out with steadier hands. Athena caught the shape of his silence. User cognition spike detected. Tactical model revised. Valahart action pattern aligns with deliberate evidence degradation. Recording remains corrupted. Local signal unreliable, and rift collapse probability rising. "Can you preserve proof?" Ethan asked, keeping his voice low while he pulled Graveback half a step right to block a rift-made corpse from reaching Sasha's brace. "No clean chain," Athena said. "I can preserve fragments. Fragments will support suspicion, not conviction." Valahart's sensor Paladin shifted again, and Ashley met him with a snapped wall of air that scattered smoke into the pale grit before it reached Emma. The effort bent her forward, one hand braced against her thigh, but she lifted her chin and stared through the haze at Valahart. "He knows exactly what he's doing." The sergeant heard enough. His rifle stayed on the rift things, but his body turned a fraction toward the Paladins. "Inquisitor, my line is recording obstruction of active closure support." Valahart did not even look at him. "Record what you can, Sergeant. This environment is not reliable enough for battlefield interpretation by frightened men." That was the answer Ethan needed. Not proof. Confirmation. Valahart had just said the quiet part in language polished enough for a hearing and useless enough for a grave. Ethan felt the rift pulse under Riley's mark, felt Emma shiver as the ghost line tightened, and understood that the same rule Valahart was using had another edge. Riley's eyes found his through pink light and dust. "Ethan, whatever you just figured out, don't do it alone." "I'm not," Ethan said, because the old version of him might have lied and the current one didn't have the strength to waste on that. "Athena, stop trying to make clean proof. Preserve uncertainty. Track positions, pressure changes, and timing. If this place eats evidence, we make sure it eats his too." Athena went quiet for half a beat. "That is not a defensive statement." "No," Ethan said, and drew the ghost protection right tighter until blue-black light wrapped Jenna and Emma like thin wire pulled close. "It's a battlefield one." Jenna turned her face toward him, and through the strain he saw that she understood before the others did. "Choose carefully, Ethan Meyer. A necessary answer can still stain the hand that gives it." "I know," Ethan said. He looked at Emma next, not because she was weaker, but because she had paid more fear for his choices than anyone should have had to pay. "Read the line. Only the line. If it starts taking you, you pull back even if I'm shouting." Emma's mouth trembled, then set. "And if pulling back means you lose the seam?" "Then I lose the seam," Ethan said, and the words hurt because they were true. "I won't let Valahart turn you into evidence he can burn." Sasha glanced at him sharply, and something fierce and frightened passed across her face before she drove both hands down and raised another brace beside the ghost line. "Good. Then tell me where to make the bastard pay for standing." Ethan looked from Valahart's Paladins to the shadow cast by Sasha's newest ridge, then to the white gold pressure touching the basin floor near a cracked stone edge. The rift was eating certainty, chewing sound, light, signal, and witness into useless fragments. Valahart had chosen that. Ethan only had to accept the battlefield he had been given. "Not yet," he said, letting shadow gather under his palm while the ghost line burned ahead of him. "First we close his exits." Ethan did not strike Valahart. That mattered, because anger wanted a straight line and the battlefield needed a net. He pushed shadow binding into the stone ridge Sasha had raised, then split it along the shadows under Valahart's Paladins, not wrapping bodies, not touching armor, only marking the pressure points where white gold light had to cross broken ground. The rift swallowed clean edges, but it still cast shadows where things stood too long. Riley saw the pattern and bared her teeth. You're not holding them, you're tagging their lanes. Only the ones they chose, Ethan said, dragging shield line 1 back half a step as the boss anchor threw another rift-made corpse against the center. Sasha, brace left and rear. Ashley, I need smoke kept low, not gone. Sergeant, if they move forward, your report says they crossed my closure lane after warning. The sergeant's voice came hard over gunfire. Understood. Paladin line, you are standing on marked closure support. Hold position or withdraw to the rear. Valahart's head turned at last. Calm still covered his face, but the calm had gone thin at the edges. You do not command order personnel, Mr. Meyer. No, Ethan said, and fed the ghost protection right through Jenna's line until blue-black light threaded around Emma's trembling outline and into the circle of trapped witness dead around the anchor. The right hurt differently now, less like wire-cutting skin and more like holding a door against a crowd. I command the dead, I'm supporting the closure, and you're standing where the rift can eat your excuses. Emma cried out as the witness ring opened in Ethan's senses. Not fully, not safely. Names did not come, only fear, direction, and the awful inward pull of dead who had been turned into a lock. Jenna caught Emma from behind and held her steady while Sasha's stone rose beside them like a shoulder against storm pressure. Ashley kept the sensor smoke low, letting it crawl through the grit where it made Valahart's lanes visible without reaching the ghosts. There, Emma whispered, pointing with a hand that shook so badly her fingers blurred. The knot turns when the holy line touches it. He's been feeding the wrong side. Athena overlaid the rift pressure in Ethan's wrist comp, public enough for the sergeant, dull enough for a later audit, and privately sharp enough to make Ethan's teeth ache. Closure vector confirmed. Ghost line protection stabilized under active strain. Intelligence increased to 76. Wisdom increased to 59. Warning. Emma Olsen spiritual fatigue critical. Emma, back, Ethan said at once. No, Emma said, and the word was small but steady. One more breath, then you'll know where to cut. Ethan wanted to refuse. Jenna's eyes told him refusing would waste what Emma had chosen to give. He sent the last thin strand of the right around them both, then set Graveback's weight into the center and pulled every shadow tag tight enough to make Valahart's paladins hesitate. Riley pressed both palms harder into the pink seam. Ethan, the line's open. Whatever comes next has to come now. Ethan looked at Valahart, then at the buried knot, and finally at the ghost line burning between them. Then next, he said, raising his hand as Death Sense and Shadow found the same target, we close what he opened. 34. The price of closing. Ethan began the closure with Shadow gathered under his palm and the ghost line burning ahead of him, but the rift did not wait politely for a ritual shape. The buried knot convulsed beneath Riley's pink mark, and the basin answered with a grinding surge that threw violet light across broken stone, dead armor, and the shaking shield crescent. Graveback slammed one heavy foot down and caught the center impact, while shield line 1 folded around Sasha's brace just in time to keep a rift-made corpse from climbing through the gap toward Emma. Riley, hold the third pulse, Ethan said, forcing Death Sense through the witness ring until every trapped fear pointed inward. Ashley, smoke low and left. Sasha, I need a brace under Graveback, not me. Sasha's answer came through clenched teeth as stone heaved beneath the cadaver guard's feet. You're getting both if the floor tries anything cute. It is not being cute, Athena said, static biting through her voice. Boss pressure is rising. Rift collapse probability has begun climbing instead of oscillating. Closure window is open and unstable. Warning, Ravager Husk command integrity is failing under left flank contact. Ethan felt the Ravager Husk before he saw it. The heavy undead had taken 3 rift things into its shoulders and spine, holding them away from Ashley's air lane by weight and stubborn command alone. Its right forelimb tore loose under a violet bite, and the backlash ran through Ethan like cold wire dragged across bone. He could pull it back and preserve the corpse for later. He could spend 3 seconds saving value. 3 seconds would cost Ashley her airscreen or Emma her sightline. Ravager anchors left, Ethan said, and gave the order before mercy could dress itself as caution. Break them there. The Ravager Husk drove itself forward, impaling 2 rift things on its ruined shoulder plates and crushing the third beneath its weight. Its command tag flared black, then cracked. Ashley's air screen steadied as the smoke line dropped exactly where Ethan needed it, crawling through grit and white gold haze until Valahart's Paladin lanes showed as pale scars across the basin floor. Emma gasped as the ghost line bent around Ethan's right. The knot sees you, Ethan, it sees the right. Then it can watch me close it, Ethan said, though his voice tasted of blood and ash. He pushed the ghost protection right tighter around her and Jenna, then fed the first stroke of the boss anchor severance right through the witness ring. The trapped dead answered in terror, not obedience, and he had to shape the right around their fear instead of through it. Valahart's voice cut across the basin, calm as a knife laid neatly on a table. Necromancer over each confirmed. Paladin line, advance containment. The white gold pressure moved. Graveback shuddered, Jenna blurred, and the bonehorn stag lunged across the gap without Ethan needing to make the choice twice. He made it once, cleanly and fully, spending the stag's heavy frame into the advancing light so Sasha, Ashley, Riley, and the ghosts had one more breath. Ethan lifted his hand toward the knot. Then we close faster. Valahart's line advanced behind the bonehorn stag's death. White gold pressure poured over its antlers and shoulders, burning old bone clean while the stag drove its head down and held 3 paladins from taking the open lane. Ethan felt the acid go from resistance to ruin in 3 heartbeats. Its command thread snapped with a taste like old pennies, and the severance right nearly slipped with it. Stag is gone, Athena said, static breaking around every word. Ravager husk destroyed. Shield line 1 degraded. Ghost protection right holding at unsafe margin. Valahart's group is using your asset losses as cover for forward movement. Valahart lifted his hand again, and the paladins spread their sensors low. Contain the necromancer's field. Cut the unstable spirits away from the anchor. Emma's outline folded inward as if the words had weight. Jenna caught her before she fell through herself, but both ghosts dimmed under the spreading light. Sasha shouted something Ethan didn't catch because the boss anchor pulled at the same instant, dragging the witness ring tight around the buried knot and trying to use the trapped dead as a hinge for collapse. Riley's pink mark spat sparks under her palms. He's going to cut them off from you. If he does, the right twists inward and eats the wrong side. He knows, Ashley said, voice harsh as she threw a sheet of air across the sensor smoke. The smoke flattened, crawled, and showed every white gold lane Valahart had chosen. He's making that happen. Ethan let the shield crescent sag by half a step and stopped pretending Valahart was the only pressure in front of him. He sent shadow binding through the tags he had already set, not at the paladins' bodies, but through the light paths under their boots. The bindings caught the holy lanes where they crossed broken stone, turning neat containment into drag and delay. 2 paladins stumbled, not restrained enough to prove an attack, but interrupted enough that their sensors dipped. Valahart's eyes narrowed. You reveal yourself at last. No, Ethan said, pulling death sense, ghost line, command, and shadow into the same breath. You just stopped looking at the wrong thing. A rift thing broke through the center gap then, all stolen armor and root bone limbs, reaching for Riley's exposed hands. Ethan did not call a corpse to stop it. He stepped through his own shadow with a shadow blink that tore cold pain up his legs, came out beside the creature's flank, and drove a death bolt through the death pressure knot behind its sternum. The rift thing collapsed before Valahart's paladins could adjust, and Ethan hit the ground on one knee with the severance right still burning through his other hand. Sasha's stone brace slammed up beside him, shielding his left side. You absolute idiot. Later, Ethan said, breath ragged. Riley, keep the third pulse. Ashley, blind their next sensor line. Jenna, Emma, point me through the ring. Valahart stared at him through the white gold haze, and for the first time his calm lost its shape. He had expected a summoner with damaged toys. Ethan gave him Lewis' lesson instead, command in one hand, death in the other, shadow underfoot, and ghost still choosing to stand with him. Valahart recovered faster than Ethan wanted him to. Shock narrowed into judgment, then into command, and the paladin line answered before the fallen rift thing had finished dissolving into violet grit. 2 sensors lifted, 1 ward blade came free, and white gold light cut across the broken basin toward Riley's hands, not Ethan's chest, because Valahart had seen enough to understand that the mark was now the hinge. Riley moves now, Ashley snapped, throwing air into the sensor line hard enough to bend the smoke sideways. Ethan, he's aiming through her. No, Riley said, teeth bared as pink light crawled up her wrists. I move and the third pulse goes blind. Ethan's knees shook from the shadow blink, but he rose anyway and sent shadow binding through the marked lanes again. This time he did not only delay the light. He pulled the bindings tight around the cracked stone edges where Valahart's nearest paladin had planted his stance, then drove death sense through the rift's witness ring until the ground's dead pressure answered. The stone shifted half an inch. Not enough to prove intent, but enough to break certainty. The paladin stumbled into the wrong pulse, and the buried knot convulsed. Violet force snapped up through the basin floor, caught the censer's holy flame, and turned both into a burst of white-violet glare. The paladin vanished behind it with a strangled shout. Ethan felt no triumph. There was no space for it. The severance rite lurched forward, hungry now, and the witness dead screamed direction into him while Emma cried out behind Jenna. "Ethan," Jenna said, voice thin and fierce. "The ring opens where he stands." Valahart heard enough to understand too late. His gaze cut from Jenna to the knot, then to the space beneath his own boots. He had chosen the place from which his pressure could reach Ethan's ghosts. He had also chosen the place where the boss anchor's crooked pull ran closest to the paladin line. Athena's voice came through in broken pieces. Local recording unrecoverable. Signal scatter total. Rift pressure masking causality. Warning, any further action will not preserve clean attribution. "I know," Ethan said, and Valahart stepped back before the words had finished leaving Ethan's mouth. "Stand down, Mr. Meyer," Valahart said, his tone still polished, but the polish had begun to crack. Ethan looked at the man who had tried to burn Emma into silence and felt the last soft place in the decision close. "You picked the battlefield." Sasha slammed both hands down. Stone rose behind Valahart's retreat path, not trapping him cleanly, only making the safe step costly. Ashley drove smoke low across the ground, blinding the paladin's sightline without touching their bodies. Riley held the third pulse open with a sound like pain swallowed through clenched teeth. Ethan moved through shadow again, shorter this time, uglier, with rift distortion tearing the exit sideways. He came out near the marked lane, not beside Valahart, and drove a death bolt into the knot's exposed pull instead of into the man. The rift answered like a door kicked from the wrong side. Violet pressure surged along the path Valahart had made, seizing white gold containment, broken censer flame, paladin wards, and the boss anchor's inward hunger all at once. Valahart's calm finally broke. No. The basin folded around his line in light, smoke, and screaming stone. Ethan held the severance rite steady while the rift took what Valahart had connected to it. The fold did not explode outward. It drew inward, tight and hungry, pulling smoke, holy light, violet grit, broken armor, and the last visible pieces of Valahart's line into a collapsing spiral around the boss anchor. Ethan held the severance rite with both hands now, one physical and one made of death sense, while the witness dead poured their fear through him until his teeth rattled and blood ran warm from his nose. "Ethan, finish it," Riley said, her voice raw as the pink mark guttered under her palms. "I can't hold the third pulse again." "You don't have to," Ethan said, and the words came out too calm because anything less would break. He pulled the ghost protection rite away from the outer field and wrapped it around Jenna and Emma in a final tight loop. "Jenna, Emma, let go when I cut. Don't stay to watch." Emma's face blurred with exhaustion and violet light. "Will they know?" Ethan thought of Valahart's polished certainty, the paladin's retreat path blocked by Sasha's stone, Ashley's smoke lying low over broken ground, and Athena's warning that proof had already died. "No," he said, because the truth deserved clean words even here. "They'll suspect." Jenna held his gaze for one fierce second. "Then carry the cost honestly, even if the report cannot." The trapped witness ring opened through him. Ethan drove the severance rite into the exposed pull and cut sideways, not at a body, not at a paladin, but through the line that let the boss anchor keep using the dead as a lock. The world behind the tear screamed. Graveback sank to one knee. Shield line 1 shattered across the front as skeletons came apart under rift backlash, their tags flashing blue-black before dying one after another. Ashley hit Ethan from the side as the final wave broke, one arm around his ribs and air folded tight over both of them. Down. Sasha's stone closed above them in a rough shell. Riley slammed into Ethan's other side, hands smoking with pink light, and the basin folded itself into silence around the four of them. For one terrible breath there was nothing, not gunfire, not holy pressure, not rift song, not Athena's voice. Then the pressure snapped upward, and the violet sky tore shut like a wound sealed by fire. Ethan woke on his knees in gray dust with Ashley's arms still locked around him and Sasha swearing into his shoulder. Riley lay half across his legs, breathing in short, furious bursts. Jenna and Emma were dim but present, tucked close behind the last thread of the right. Beyond them, the basin had become broken stone, dead ash, and twisted scraps of white gold metal with no clean line between rift corpse, Paladin gear, and collapsed anchor residue. Athena returned as static first, then words. Rift signature collapsing. Local hostile pressure absent. Valahart signal lost. Multiple order life signs lost or unrecoverable. Official attribution cannot be determined. Journeyman Necromancer level 10 confirmed. Constitution 44, Strength 35, Stamina 58, Agility 39, Speed 41, Intelligence 78, Wisdom 61. Warning. User backlash severe. Athena exposure risk elevated. The sergeant's voice came from somewhere beyond the dust, shaken and alive. Meyer, report. Did the rift close? Ethan looked at the place where Valahart had stood and found no answer that belonged in public. He pressed one shaking hand against the ground and forced himself upright with the girls still holding him. Rift closed, he said. Enemy action took the line. 35. The price of holding. The sergeant stared at Ethan for half a second after the words left him, then snapped two fingers toward the dust-choked basin. Medical forward. Ward team, confirm closure. Nobody touches the white gold debris until containment says it's cold. Ethan tried to answer again, because standing upright seemed like something a journeyman should do after closing a rift and lying neatly enough that people could live beside the lie. His knees disagreed. The ground tilted, Ashley's arm tightened around his ribs, and Sasha caught his shoulder from the other side before he could hit the stone face first. Riley swore softly near his legs and dragged herself upright with one hand still shaking from the burned-out pink mark. Don't you dare fall dramatically after all that, Sasha said, but her voice broke at the edge. If you're going down, tall boy, you're doing it where a medic can reach you. I'm fine, Ethan said, which was stupid, late, and betrayed by the blood dripping from his nose onto his collar. Ashley made a rough sound that might have been a laugh if fear hadn't been holding it by the throat. You're not fine. You're upright by committee. Athena's voice crackled through his chip, thinner than usual, with static tucked under every word. Committee assessment is accurate. User backlash severe. Command channels fractured. Ghost protection right residual loop unstable but holding. Recommend immediate seated posture before gravity files an objection. Tell gravity to wait, Ethan muttered. It declined. Jenna appeared at his left, dimmer than she should have been, one hand braced around Emma's fading outline as if ghosts could keep each other from falling apart by stubbornness alone. Emma looked small in the gray dust, her edges blurred by rift burn and holy pressure, but her eyes stayed on Ethan with exhausted clarity. The sight hit harder than the lost assets waiting in Athena's ledger. Graveback kneeling, shield line 1 gone, Ravager husk destroyed. Bonehorn stag burned into the closing. Those were costs he could count. Jenna and Emma were costs that looked back. Don't try to speak, Ethan said, though the warning came out ragged. Save it. Jenna's expression tightened. You closed it. Not cleanly. No, she said, holding his gaze while soldiers moved like shadows through the settling ash. Honestly is not the same as cleanly. The sergeant reached them with 2 medics and 1 ward officer at his back. His eyes flicked over Ethan, the girls, the ghosts, and the twisted scraps of white gold metal half buried near the collapsed anchor mark. He saw too much and not enough. Meyer, are there active hostiles left? Ethan looked once toward the place where Valahart had stood, then forced his attention back to the living officer in front of him. No active hostile pressure. Rift closed. Ghosts injured. Team needs medical. My dead need containment accounting before anyone kicks through the remains. The ward officer swallowed at the word remains. The sergeant only nodded, grim and practical. Then sit down before I order someone to drop you. Sasha lowered Ethan before pride could argue. Ashley stayed with him all the way down, and Riley sank beside them with her burned hands held carefully away from her jacket. Around them, the basin filled with voices, boots, ward clicks, and the ugly silence where Valahart's certainty had been. Ethan sat in the dust with his team pressed close and understood that victory had arrived without mercy. The medic knelt in front of Ethan and tried to press a diagnostic patch against his throat. Ethan caught the man's wrist before he meant to, not hard, but fast enough that the medic froze and Sasha's hand came down over Ethan's fingers. "Let him work," Sasha said, low and fierce beside his ear. "You're not in the rift now." Ethan released the medic. "Sorry, reflex." The medic swallowed, then placed the patch more carefully. "Reflexes are allowed after closing a tear, Mr. Meyer. Punching medical staff is discouraged." "I'll add it to the list," Ethan said, and the attempt at humor tasted thin. Athena opened a small private pane at the edge of his vision, fractured by static and rift haze. Preliminary loss ledger. Ravager husk destroyed. Bonehorn stag destroyed. Shield line 1 shattered. 5 bodies unrecoverable. 2 tags faint but traceable. Graveback severe structural damage. Command lattice stressed. Salvage possible if removed within 30 minutes. Cadaver guard damage compounded. Ammunition expenditure high. Anchor kit expended. Ghost protection right emergency strain recorded. Each line landed with a dull, private weight. Ethan looked past the medic to where soldiers had begun marking debris zones with orange light. Graveback was still kneeling near the collapsed center mark, one huge arm locked against the ground, head bowed as if the dead thing had decided to pray after the work was done. Ethan knew better. Its left knee had fused under rift backlash, and the shoulder plate was split open enough to show blackened reinforcement bone beneath. "Graveback first," Ethan said. "Not the white gold debris. Not Valahart's line. My dead." The sergeant, still close enough to hear, turned sharply. "Containment wants the Paladin debris flagged before anything moves." "That debris is cold enough to wait," Riley said, voice tight as a medic wrapped a gel dressing around her burned hands. "Graveback's tag isn't. If the command lattice collapses, your nice clean scene gets one more pile of ash and no readable account." Ashley looked from Riley to the sergeant, then added, quieter but colder, "And if the official record later asks what Ethan preserved, it should show he tried to save what was his before touching anything disputed." The sergeant's eyes moved over all 3 girls, then settled on Ethan. He understood the word disputed. He understood the silence around Valahart's name. 2 texts to the large undead, he called. Necromancer directs. Nobody crosses the Paladin marked zone. Ethan let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," the sergeant said. "There'll be questions." Ethan looked toward the twisted scraps of white gold metal half buried in gray dust, then back to Graveback's bowed frame. "I know." Jenna's faint voice brushed the space beside him. "Some questions have no safe answer." "No," Ethan said, as Sasha and Ashley helped him stand just enough to point the recovery crew toward Graveback's tag. "So we start with the ones I can answer." The recovery techs moved toward Graveback with a folding brace frame while Ethan sat on a broken slab and tried not to look as useless as he felt. Sasha had one hand on his shoulder, partly comfort and partly restraint, while Ashley stood close enough to catch him if he decided standing was a personality trait again. Riley sat with both hands wrapped in translucent burn gel, watching the techs with furious attention as they set the brace around Graveback's damaged knee. Athena's private pane flickered in Ethan's vision, then steadied into 3 columns. Official data layer is degraded but usable. Rift telemetry confirms collapse, hostile pressure, spiritual interference, and multiple signal losses. It does not confirm Valahart's action sequence. It does not confirm your counterstroke. It does not cleanly confirm cause of death for the missing order line. Ethan's throat tightened. "Don't invent anything." "I wasn't planning to," Athena said, and the hurt under the crispness made him close his eyes for half a second. "I can preserve uncertainty. I can align timestamps with known rift surges, mark order life signs as lost during closure instability, and keep your command logs focused on asset loss, ghost protection, and rift closure. That is not fabrication. It is refusing to give idiots a rope made from bad data." The sergeant crouched in front of Ethan, his helmet tucked under one arm and gray dust streaked across his face. "Your assistant just dumped a preliminary closure packet into my queue. It says hostile attribution unresolved." "That's true," Ethan said. "It also says order team signal collapse coincided with boss anchor rebound, sensor ignition, containment feedback, and rift closure pressure." The sergeant held his gaze, not accusing yet, not forgiving either. That's a lot of words for a mess. Riley lifted her bandaged hands a little, wincing as the gel flexed. It was a mess. If anyone says it was clean, they weren't close enough. Ashley looked past the sergeant toward the marked Paladin debris. Clean would be a lie. So would pretending Valahart's line wasn't inside the collapse path. The sergeant's jaw worked once. And why were they there? Ethan opened his eyes. The right answer for survival waited, smooth and empty. The honest answer had teeth. He chose the one he could carry. They advanced under containment authority while the rift was still active. Their pressure crossed the boss anchor line. After that, the rift took everything connected to it. The sergeant studied him for a long moment, then stood. That goes in the statement. Athena's pain shifted amber. That wording is dangerous. I know, Ethan said softly, watching the brace lock around Graveback's knee as the damaged undead shuddered but held. It's also true enough to survive being read aloud. Graveback's brace frame locked with a dull click, and the big undead shifted just enough for the damaged command tag to pulse once beneath the rift ash. Ethan felt the pulse answer through his wrist comp and through bone-deep exhaustion at the same time. It hurt. It also proved Graveback had not joined the list of things he could only name afterward. Brace is holding, the recovery tech said, crouched near Graveback's damaged knee with both hands clear of the tag. We can move it if you keep the command line calm. Ethan almost laughed at that. Calm felt like something that belonged to other people, in cleaner rooms, with fewer dead paladins missing from official reality. He pressed 2 fingers against the edge of his wrist comp and fed Graveback a simple order, not movement yet, only permission to remain still while living hands helped. Easy, he whispered. You held. Let them carry some of it now. Sasha's hand tightened on his shoulder. You're talking to him like he can hear you. He can obey me, Ethan said, watching the tech slide a lift frame beneath Graveback's locked side. That means I owe him better than silence. The sergeant said nothing to that, but his expression changed, not softer, not quite approving. He looked from Graveback to the scattered remains of Shield Line 1, then to the orange-marked zone where white-gold scraps waited under ward lights. Ethan could see the question forming there, the one nobody would ask until a recorder sat between them and words started becoming ammunition. Athena's panel opened again, no longer amber but a tired gray. Physiological recalibration is stabilizing. Constitution 45, Stamina 59, Wisdom 62. Journeyman Necromancer level 10 retained. Warning, these are not rewards. They are the body and mind adapting to unacceptable strain. Good, Ethan said softly. I didn't want a prize. Ashley crouched in front of him so he had to look at her instead of the debris field. Dust streaked her face, and one sleeve was torn from wrist to elbow, but her eyes were steady. Then don't make the punishment worse by standing until someone orders you unconscious. Riley gave a pained snort from beside the medic. I vote we let Ashley write the medical directive. Jenna stood behind them with Emma tucked close, both ghosts faint but present. You are alive, Ethan Meyer. So are we. That is not innocence, and it is not damnation. It is the work left to you. The words settled where the rift's pressure had been, heavy and honest. Ethan looked at Graveback being lifted, at the shattered shield tags in a recovery tray, at the place where Valahart had chosen his battlefield and lost it. Suspicion would follow. The order would smell absence and call it smoke. The audit would begin soon enough. Ethan nodded once. Then we hold until they make us explain it. 36. Audit after fire. The audit room had been assembled inside a mobile command trailer because nobody wanted to pretend the basin was safe enough for polite chairs. Ethan sat at the metal table with a diagnostic cuff still locked around one wrist, Sasha pressed close on his left, Ashley on his right, and Riley across from him with both gel-wrapped hands resting where everyone could see the burns. Jenna and Emma stood behind the team in faint gray outline, not summoned forward, not hidden either. Ethan had insisted on that before anyone switched on a recorder. If the dead were part of the cost, they didn't get tucked away because living officials found them inconvenient. Across the table, 3 people waited with tablets and hard faces. Colonel Armitage represented the military response. A woman in a plain black review coat had introduced herself as Inspector Hale from Rift Incident Compliance. The third chair belonged to a pale man with an order pin at his collar and a mouth shaped by restraint rather than kindness. He had not offered his name until the recorder asked for it. Brother Cale Harrow, Order Liaison, Deceased Team Review. Inspector Hale touched the recorder crystal. This is the first formal review of the satellite tier closure event. Timestamp confirmed. Present are journeyman Necromancer Ethan Meyer, registered team members Sasha Calder, Ashley Vance, Riley Calder, Assistant Record Interface Athena, Colonel Marcus Armitage, Inspector Dana Hale, and Brother Cale Harrow. Mr. Meyer, do you understand that this review concerns missing evidence, distorted telemetry, destroyed assets, dead order personnel, and unresolved hostile attribution? Ethan looked at the recorder, then at the officer beside it. His body wanted sleep so badly that every clean word felt like lifting stone. I understand. Brother Harrow's gaze flicked toward Jenna and Emma. Your ghosts remain present during official questioning? Ethan kept his hands flat on the table. They were present during the event. Removing them now would make the room cleaner, not more honest. The Colonel's eyes moved once to Harrow, then back to Ethan. The room can tolerate uncomfortable honesty. Athena opened a public display above Ethan's wrist comp, bland enough to pass as standard software and useful enough to be dangerous if anyone understood how much she had filtered. Initial packet loaded. Rift telemetry degraded. Command logs partially intact. Asset loss record intact. Spiritual pressure markers corrupted beyond clean reconstruction. Inspector Hale leaned forward. Your interface sounds certain about uncertainty. She's good at records, Ethan said. Brother Harrow's mouth tightened. Conveniently good? Sasha shifted before Ethan could answer, and the small scrape of her chair sounded loud in the trailer. Careful. Convenient is when paladins die inside a rift after choosing to shove into the worst part of it. Athena is just the one still making notes. Ashley's hand settled over Ethan's for half a second, stopping his first instinct to protect Sasha by making things worse. Riley lifted her bandaged fingers slightly, a quiet reminder that the table held more than one witness with pain on record. Inspector Hale tapped the display. We'll begin with the missing sequence. Mr. Meyer, your statement says the order line advanced under containment authority while the rift remained active. After that, hostile pressure, boss anchor rebound, sensor ignition, and closure instability overlapped. Is that still your statement? Ethan looked at the corrupted lines of light where truth had been chewed into static, then at Brother Harrow's waiting suspicion. Yes, he said, that's still my statement. Inspector Hale did not react to Ethan's answer at once. She turned the recorder crystal a quarter turn, drew one of Athena's corrupted telemetry panes closer, and placed it beside the military closure log. The two displays almost matched until they reached the final minute. Then the rift data became snow, command records became broken blue teeth, and the order life signs fell into a gray smear labeled unverified loss. Walk me through this minute, Hale said. Not the whole battle, this minute. Ethan looked at the gray smear and felt the basin dust under his knees again. Ashley's hand stayed near his, not touching now, only close enough that he knew she would catch the first tremor. Sasha had gone still in the dangerous way she had when she wanted to hit something and knew the room was waiting for proof. Riley watched Harrow instead of the displays. The boss anchor rebound hit first, Ethan said. It pulled pressure through the closing line. My command channels fractured. Ghost anchors strained. The order line advanced from the left containment approach while Valahart's sensor was already lit. Brother Harrow's fingers tightened on his tablet. Inquisitor Valahart would not advance blindly into an unstable closure. No, Ethan said, and forced himself not to look away. He advanced deliberately. The trailer seemed to shrink around the words. Colonel Armitage leaned back a fraction, but his eyes sharpened. Inspector Hale let the silence last long enough to become part of the record. Harrow's voice lowered. You're accusing a dead Inquisitor of reckless interference. I'm describing where his line was, Ethan said. If reckless is your word, keep it on your side of the table. Sasha breathed out through her nose, fierce approval hidden badly. Ashley's fingertips brushed the table once, a small warning not to chase the fight. Ethan took it. He looked back to Hale rather than Harrow. Hale enlarged the military closure marker. Colonel, your report confirms rift expansion had reached breach failure threshold before closure. It does, Armitage said. If Meyer hadn't closed it, we'd be discussing evacuation numbers instead of missing paladins. Harrow turned on him. Military convenience is not absolution. No, Armitage said, voice flat. It's math. The rift closed. The outer line held. Civilian loss projection went from catastrophic to zero at the perimeter. I care about dead order personnel. I also care that the hole in reality stopped being a hole. Athena's public display pulsed once and added the perimeter casualty projection, bland, cold, and ugly. Ethan had not asked her to do it. He was grateful anyway. Hale studied the new figure, then looked back at Ethan. Did you directly attack Inquisitor Valahart or his team? There it was, clean enough to cut. Ethan felt Jenna behind him, Emma beside her, both quiet as old graves. He could tell the truth and hang the shape of it around his own throat, or he could lie badly and insult the room. I fought rift pressure, boss anchor pressure, hostile spiritual interference, and anything connected to the collapse path, Ethan said. Inside that final minute, clean targets stopped existing. Harrow stared at him with cold certainty. That is not a denial. Ethan met his eyes. No, it's the only answer the evidence can support. Brother Harrow held Ethan's stare for 3 long seconds, then turned his tablet so the recorder could catch the image frozen there. It showed a white-gold flare crossing a green closure line, blurred by rift distortion until figures became smears and light became accusation. Ethan recognized the angle anyway. Valahart's line moving in, his own shadow response lost beneath the boss anchor surge, Emma's damaged outline vanishing behind Jenna's improvised shield. This frame places necromantic shadow pressure within striking distance of Inquisitor Valahart's last confirmed position, Harrow said. You expect this panel to accept coincidence? No, Ethan said. I expect it to read the whole frame. Harrow's mouth tightened. Then explain it. Ethan made himself take one breath before answering. Lewis had taught him that frightened people over-explained, guilty people over-explained, and tired people sometimes did both by accident. The trick was not sounding innocent. The trick was giving the record less rope than it wanted. My shadow pressure was already deployed around the boss anchor path, ghost protection right, and command recovery line. Valahart's team crossed into that pressure while the rift was collapsing. That doesn't tell you who struck who. It tells you everyone was too close to the same unstable point. Inspector Hale looked from the image to Athena's record. Athena, can you isolate offensive spell signatures? Athena's public voice remained crisp, but Ethan heard the tightness underneath. No reliable isolation possible. Death, shadow, holy pressure, rift residue, boss anchor backlash, and closing right output overlap beyond clean separation. I can flag spell families. I cannot assign lethal sequence without inventing confidence. Brother Harrow leaned toward the display. But you can identify necromantic death pressure. Yes, Athena said, at a rift closure conducted by a necromancer. That is not surprising data. Sasha coughed once into her fist. Riley stared very hard at the table, probably to keep from smiling. Ashley did not smile at all. Her gaze stayed on Ethan's hands, and only then did he notice his fingers had curled against the metal edge. Harrow ignored Athena's dry answer and slid another file forward. Your prior history with Inquisitor Valahart shows conflict. Complaint scaffold, checkpoint confrontation, corpse right dispute, and repeated resistance to spiritual oversight. Motive is not absent. Ethan looked at the file without touching it. Neither is his. The colonel's expression did not change, but Hale's pen stopped moving. Harrow's voice sharpened. Be careful. I am, Ethan said, and the words came quieter than anger wanted. Valahart entered the rift under containment authority with a Paladin line, a lit sensor, and prior knowledge that my ghosts and dead were vulnerable under holy pressure. He chose the timing. He chose the approach. I'm not asking the record to call that murder. Don't ask it to call me the only person in the room with motive. Jenna's faint presence stirred behind him, cold approval wrapped around old grief. Emma stayed silent, but Ethan felt her attention like a hand against his back. Inspector Hale drew the file away from Harrow's reach and placed it beside the corrupted rift frame. Motive exists on both sides. Proof does not. Mr. Meyer, final question for this sequence. Did you make any decision during closure with the expectation that rift distortion would prevent clean review afterward? The room went very quiet. Ethan felt Sasha go rigid, Ashley's breath catch, and Riley's bandaged fingers press flat to the table. He could dodge. He could dress the answer in command language until it sounded like fog wearing boots. Instead, he looked at the gray smear where the dead order line had vanished and gave the smallest answer that still deserved to survive. I made every decision knowing clean review was already impossible. Inspector Hale's pen resumed moving, slow and deliberate. She wrote Ethan's answer in full rather than reducing it to a neat summary, and the scratching sound seemed louder than the trialer's ventilation. Brother Harrow watched every stroke as if he could will the words into a confession by hating them hard enough. "That answer will remain in the record," Hale said at last. "So will the absence of clean evidence." Harrow's head turned sharply. "Absence is not innocence." "No," Hale said, closing one pane with 2 fingers. "It is also not proof. I have distorted telemetry, overlapping hostile pressures, a confirmed rift closure, missing order personnel, destroyed Necromancer assets, injured ghosts, injured team members, and a field commander's report that says the perimeter survived because Mr. Meyer completed closure under extreme interference." Colonel Armitage leaned forward and placed his own signed tablet beside the recorder crystal. "Military position is simple. Meyer remains available for medical hold and technical debrief. We do not support detention on a theory no one can reconstruct." Brother Harrow looked at him as if the colonel had spat on an altar. "The order will not accept a necromancer walking away from dead paladins because his machine says the fog was thick." Athena's public display cooled to a neutral blue. "Correction. Multiple independent systems say the fog was thick. I merely organized the disappointment." Riley made a tiny sound that might have been pain from her burns or amusement trying not to get murdered. Sasha stared straight ahead with heroic lack of innocence. Ashley's hand found Ethan's under the table this time and stayed there, fingers warm against his cold skin. Hale looked toward Jenna and Emma. Ghost witnesses remain compromised by holy pressure, rift exposure, and personal attachment. I will not take formal testimony today. However, their injuries are entered as physical-spiritual consequence of the event. Jenna inclined her head. That is more courtesy than some living courts manage. Harrow's eyes narrowed. Dead things are not courts. Emma stepped forward from Jenna's shadow, faint as breath on glass. "No, sometimes we're evidence people don't like." The trailer held still around her. Ethan felt Harrow's anger shift, not weaker, but less comfortable. Hale tapped the recorder once, preserving the interruption without inviting more of it. "This preliminary review finds insufficient grounds for detention, seizure of private command logs, or immediate suspension of Mr. Meyer's journeyman license," Hale said. "It also finds sufficient grounds for continued incident review, order notification, military debrief, asset loss verification, and spiritual hazard monitoring limited to public field data." Ethan's chest tightened. It was release shaped like a collar. Athena opened a private pane at the edge of his vision, small and quiet. "Recalibration accepted. Intelligence 79. Wisdom 63. Journeyman Necromancer level 10 retained. No celebratory language applied." "Good," Ethan whispered. Harrow rose before Hale dismissed him. "This is not over, Mr. Meyer." Ethan looked up at him, too tired to pretend the words didn't matter. "I know." Harrow left with his tablet under one arm and suspicion trailing behind him like smoke that refused to clear. The trailer door shut, and only then did Sasha sag against Ethan's shoulder, Ashley squeeze his hand, and Riley breathe out through clenched teeth. Colonel Armitage gathered the military files. "You're not cleared. You're not charged. For now, that's the best anyone honest can give you." Ethan nodded, looking at the dead data panes, the closed recorder, and the ghost still standing behind him. "Then I'll hold that until the next question comes." 37. Adept pressure. The audit room emptied, but the day did not let Ethan leave. Colonel Armitage kept him in the mobile command trailer until a medic arrived with a fresh diagnostic cuff, a military mage with a sealed aura glass, and a necromancer review technician wearing academy gray under a field coat. Ethan stayed seated because standing seemed like a bad way to discover which parts of him had been negotiating with gravity on borrowed credit. Sasha remained pressed against his left side, Ashley kept one hand on the back of his chair, and Riley stood where she could watch every tablet, every crystal, and every official who thought exhaustion made people easier to handle. The medic locked the cuff around Ethan's wrist, then frowned at the first reading. Pulse irregular, mana residue elevated, aura pressure higher than expected for post-rift collapse. "Mr. Meyer, are you actively casting?" "No," Ethan said, too tired to be offended. "If I were casting, I'd probably start with coffee." Sasha's mouth twitched. "He's joking. That means he's alive, but irritating." The Necromancer technician placed the aura glass on the table in front of Ethan. It was a clear sphere set into a brass cradle, etched with rank scales that made his stomach tighten before it even reacted. Hands on either side. Do not push. Do not perform. Let it read what remains. Ethan looked at Colonel Armitage. Is this part of punishment? Armitage's expression stayed hard, but not unkind. It's part of knowing what walked out of that rift. That answer did not help. Ethan put his hands beside the sphere, palms flat to the metal table, and felt the glass wake. Death pressure rose first, not smoke now, not the broken leakage of his first days, but a deep black-green current that filled the sphere from within. Shadow folded around it, smooth and controlled until the etched scales brightened one after another. The trailer went quiet. Even the ventilation seemed too loud. The technician stopped breathing for a second, then remembered herself and checked the reading twice. That can't be residual spike alone. Athena opened a private pane at the edge of Ethan's sight. Measurement confirms sustained post-event baseline. No celebration recommended. Riley leaned closer to the glowing scale. That's not a punishment reading. Ashley's hand tightened on his chair. Ethan? He stared at the sphere while the final line steadied above Journeyman 10 and refused to fall back down. The medic's tablet chimed, the military mage swore softly under his breath, and the Necromancer technician looked at Ethan as if the chair beneath him had become strategically significant. The technician swallowed. Provisional review finding. Threshold pressure exceeds Journeyman ceiling. Full confirmation pending cross-check, but this reads as Adept class emergence. Ethan closed his eyes. He had expected cuffs, suspicion, maybe a locked room with Brother Harrow's name on the paperwork. Instead, the rift had handed him a promotion shaped exactly like a warning. Of course it does, he said quietly. Because apparently surviving wasn't expensive enough. The aura glass did not stop at one reading. The Necromancer technician made Ethan repeat the test with his hands lifted, then with his palms against grounding plates, then with a silver command ring laid between his fingers and no active undead within reach. Each time, the sphere darkened, steadied, and filled the trailer with pressure that made the military mage step back half a pace before pretending he had only adjusted his stance. Ethan felt the reaction more than saw it. People no longer looked at him like a tired suspect who might collapse. They looked at him like a sealed weapon crate someone had just heard ticking. Again, the technician said, though her voice had lost confidence. Ethan stared at her. How many times before it becomes harassment with props? Colonel Armitage's mouth twitched once. One more. Then we call it verified enough for the preliminary file. Sasha leaned forward, her shoulder pressing harder into Ethan's. He's already exhausted. If you want him to demonstrate ominous pressure, keep poking him until he falls over and see what happens. The military mage's gaze flicked toward Sasha, then toward the sphere, and he did not tell her to be quiet. That was new too. Ethan hated noticing it. A day ago, Sasha's mouth would have earned irritation. Now it earned calculation, because she stood beside something the room had started weighing in battlefield terms. Ashley saw it as well. Her hand moved from the back of Ethan's chair to his shoulder, gentle enough not to pin him down and visible enough to mark a boundary. Run the last test cleanly, then stop. If the reading is real, fatigue won't make it less dangerous. If it's false, fatigue will only make the record worse. Riley stood beside the technician's tablet and tilted her head at the command ring graph. The third spike wasn't higher because he pushed. It was higher because the ring gave the pressure somewhere to organize. That's command depth, not leakage. The technician looked at her sharply. You're qualified to read Necromancer instruments? No, Riley said. I'm qualified to notice when an adult keeps asking the same question because she doesn't like the answer. Athena opened a private pane beside Ethan's vision. Riley Calder remains a social hazard with useful pattern recognition. I recommend retaining her. Ethan almost laughed, but the aura glass pulsed before the sound could escape. He felt the pressure answer the ring this time, not outward like a spell and not downward like fatigue, but through him, as if some deeper layer of his command sense had unfolded in the dark. For one breath, he felt Jenna and Emma behind him with terrible clarity, not as fragile lights needing protection, but as chosen dead with edges, histories, and room to stand. Beyond them, he felt the absence where destroyed assets should have been. Broken rifle unit, burned husks, lost shells, the dead he had spent, the dead he had failed to bring back. The sphere filled completely and held. The technician lowered her tablet. Sustained adept pressure. Command response confirmed. No active cast detected. The words settled over the trailer like a second verdict. Colonel Armitage looked at Ethan with a soldier's grim practicality, and Ethan understood that the military had just gained a problem it would prefer to call an asset. The medic's expression had gone pale and clinical. The military mage looked wary. The technician looked fascinated in a way Ethan did not like at all. Jenna's gray outline sharpened behind him. They've changed how they count you. Ethan nodded once, not trusting his voice. Emma stood beside Jenna, faint but steady. You feel farther away and closer at the same time. That hurt more than the rank reading. Ethan looked down at his hands, half expecting them to have changed. They were still dirty around the nails, still too cold, still his. I don't know what that means. The technician answered before anyone else could. It means your command field has deepened. Ghost interaction, corpse command, and death pressure response may all scale differently now. It also means unsupervised deployment review becomes complicated. Sasha's eyes narrowed. There it is. Promotion with a leash. Armitage folded his arms. Promotion with witnesses, Miss Calder. Leashes come after committees. Ethan looked at the full sphere, then at the people who had started measuring him as risk, resource, and argument. Then write this part down too. Whatever I am now, I'm still tired. My ghosts are injured. My team needs medical clearance. And nobody gets to turn this into a demonstration. For the first time since the sphere filled, the room's pressure shifted back toward him instead of over him. Armitage studied him for a long second, then nodded to the technician. Record it. Adept pressure. No demonstration authorized. Medical priority remains in force. The technician's tablet produced the formal confirmation 3 minutes later, and somehow the neatness made it worse. No trumpet sounded. No instructor smiled. No Warm Academy panel opened with congratulations and a tidy line about progress earned through adversity. The confirmation arrived in 3 stacked records: medical classification, necromancer rank adjustment, and military hazard note. Ethan watched the windows arrange themselves above the table and felt every person in the trailer decide which one mattered most. Athena opened a private copy beside his vision before the technician finished reading. Status reconciliation complete. Adept Necromancer Level 1. Constitution 46, Strength 36, Stamina 60, Agility 40, Speed 42, Intelligence 80, Wisdom 64. I have suppressed decorative language, confetti, and any phrase implying this is uncomplicated good news. Ethan almost smiled, but the medic spoke first. Medical note reads: Adept class pressure emerged under extreme rift closure strain. Mandatory recovery restriction recommended pending full evaluation. Good, Ashley said at once, and her voice cut through the trailer with quiet force. Put mandatory in bold if your system allows it. The technician glanced at Colonel Armitage, then back at her tablet. Necromancer rank adjustment reads: Adept Level 1 provisional confirmation, subject to Academy Registry acceptance and master review. Sasha's eyes narrowed. Subject to whose review? A master necromancer's, the technician said carefully. That is standard for sudden threshold emergence. Ethan looked at the status window until the number 80 beside intelligence stopped looking like a number and started looking like another reason people would want him explained, measured, and filed. Lewis. Armitage nodded. He's already been notified. Of course he had. Ethan should have felt relief. Instead, he imagined Lewis reading the packet, seeing the cost behind the clean totals, and deciding exactly how much of Ethan's life had just become more dangerous. Riley moved closer to the military hazard note, pink hair catching the trailer's harsh light as she read upside down. Riley's mouth flattened. This one's ugly. The military mage cleared his throat. It's accurate. Read it aloud, Ethan said. The mage hesitated long enough to prove Riley right, then obeyed. Military hazard note. Individual confirmed as Adept Class Necromancer following Rift Closure event. Significant battlefield utility indicated. Command depth profile suggests value in Rift response, corpse field stabilization, ghost event interpretation, and hostile undead countermeasures. Recommend restricted distribution to Senior Response Command, Contract Authority, and Strategic Magical Assets Board. Sasha stood so fast her chair scraped back. Strategic Magical Assets Board? Ashley went very still beside Ethan. Riley turned her head slowly toward Armitage. Jenna and Emma sharpened behind the team, pale and silent, and the trailer no longer felt like a medical room. It felt like a market where someone had named a price. Ethan kept his hands flat on the table because curling them into fists would give the room something easier to understand than fear. I'm not an asset. Armitage's jaw tightened. The board language is institutional, not personal. That's what people say when the institution is being personal for them, Ethan said. His voice came out tired, but not weak, and the difference mattered enough that several eyes shifted back to him. Change it. The mage blinked. I can't simply alter a military hazard classification because the subject dislikes the phrasing. I didn't ask you to make it pretty, Ethan said. Write that I remain a licensed necromancer under Academy registry, medical restriction, and civilian contract law. Write that any deployment requires lawful authority, medical clearance, and team safety review. If you're going to call me useful, you can also write down the limits. Armitage studied him for a long moment, then reached across the table and turned the mage's tablet toward himself. Add the limits. Exact language. Licensed person, not property. Medical clearance required. Team integrity relevant to field stability. The mage looked unhappy, but he typed. Athena's private pain cooled to a steady blue. Bargaining weight detected. You used it before they finished putting a handle on you. Ethan swallowed around the tightness in his throat. Good, he whispered, watching the hazard note change one careful line at a time. Then maybe it's mine before it's theirs. The revised hazard note settled into the military file with a green confirmation mark, but Ethan did not feel safer. He felt labeled more accurately, which was not the same thing. The technician sealed the aura glass inside its brass case. The medic removed the diagnostic cuff from Ethan's wrist, and Colonel Armitage signed the medical priority order with a stylus that clicked too loudly against the tablet. A new projection opened above the table before anyone asked for it. Master Lewis appeared in flat blue resolution, sleeves rolled, face unreadable, and eyes already fixed on Ethan rather than on the paperwork. Adept 1, Lewis said. That was not how I would have recommended doing it. Ethan leaned back in the chair because sitting upright had become an act of pride he could no longer afford. I'll try to schedule the next impossible rift closure for a more convenient training window. Sasha snorted, then put a hand on Ethan's shoulder as if daring Lewis to make that joke expensive. He's been measured, prodded, classified, and nearly filed under military furniture. If you're here to scold him, take a number. Lewis' gaze moved to Sasha, Ashley, Riley, Jenna, and Emma before returning to Ethan. I'm here to confirm rank and prevent idiots from celebrating it. Mr. Meyer, listen carefully. Adept is not a medal. It is the point where people stop assuming you can be safely ignored. Ashley's voice stayed calm, but her fingers tightened on the chair. People already stopped ignoring him. No, Lewis said. They watched him. Now they will plan around him. Riley folded her arms and looked toward the closed military file. Some of them already started. Ethan looked at the projection, the sealed aura glass, the revised hazard note, and the team clustered close enough that every official in the room had to see them as part of the reading. That mattered. He had wanted the numbers to belong only to him because the fear did, but the weight had already spread across everyone who had stood near him in the rift and refused to step away afterward. Athena opened his final status pane in private, plain and small. Adept Necromancer Level 1 confirmed. Recovery restriction active. Strategic visibility increased. Team stability notation attached. No further gains authorized. Ethan breathed out slowly. I accept the rank. The room went still around the words. Even Lewis' expression changed by a fraction, not approval exactly, but recognition. Ethan did not look away from the projection. I accept the medical restriction too. I accept that command has limits, that my ghosts need recovery, that my team isn't optional support, and that anyone trying to use me while cutting them out is already making the field worse. Armitage nodded once. That line will help. It isn't for the line, Ethan said, and the quiet in his voice surprised him. It's for the people who'll read it and think necessary means available. Jenna inclined her head behind him, solemn and pale. Good. The dead know that mistake well. Emma stepped closer to Ethan's chair, faint but steady. Harder to take from doesn't mean safe. No, Ethan said, feeling the new depth inside him like a dark room he had not finished learning. It means they'll bring better tools. Lewis gave a single, sharp nod. Then you understand the beginning of Adept. The projection vanished. The trailer remained, full of forms, tired faces, military restraint, and ghosts who had not left. Sasha's hand stayed on Ethan's shoulder. Ashley stood close enough to steady him if he tried to rise, and Riley watched the door as if the next threat might have manners and a badge. Ethan looked at them all and accepted the worst part of the rank at last. Being necessary made him harder to take, but it also made the attempt worth more. 38. The Dead Man's Road. The mobile command trailer finally let Ethan go, but only as far as the recovery bay 3 vehicles down. The walk should have taken less than a minute. It took 5 because Sasha stayed under his left arm with the stubbornness of a load-bearing wall. Ashley walked on his right with one hand hovering near his elbow, and Riley cleared the path ahead as if tired soldiers, medics, and sealed evidence carts had personally offended her. Ethan hated needing the help. He also hated how good it felt not to argue. The recovery bay had been turned into a place for survivors who were not yet safe enough to call themselves fine. Blankets lay folded on metal chairs. Warm nutrient packs sat in a heater beside cracked armor plates, spent ammunition blocks, broken command tags, and sealed trays marked for Necromancer review. Jenna waited near the far wall, her outline thinner than it had been before the rift but steadier than it had been after the closing. Emma stood beside her with both hands folded at her waist, pale and quiet, watching Ethan as if she could see the new adept depth under his skin better than any aura glass. "You look taller," Emma said. Ethan sank into the nearest chair before his legs could betray him more dramatically. "Please don't say that where Sasha can hear." Sasha lowered herself beside him with exaggerated care. "Too late, I heard. I'll need climbing gear by next week." Ashley pulled a blanket from the stack and put it over Ethan's knees before he could object. "You also look exhausted. That matters more than tall." Riley stopped beside the table of sealed trays and lifted one cracked tag with permission from the review drone. Her smile faded as she read the identifier. "Rifle 2? Ethan's chest tightened. "Yes." The room softened around the single word. Not quiet exactly, because the field outside still moved, medics still called numbers, engines still hummed, and somewhere beyond the bay a mech line was being washed clean of rift residue. But the team's attention narrowed to the broken tag in Riley's gloved hand, then to the other sealed pieces laid out in neat little rows. Rifle 2, Shield Pair 3, Graveback's damaged anchor plate, 2 skeleton hands recovered without the rest of the frames, a pouch of blackened bone tags too warped to read without Athena's help. Athena opened a plain gray pane above the table. Preliminary asset memorial ledger prepared. Repairable assets separated from retired assets. Destroyed assets retained for name, function, final use, and material recovery decision. Ghost recovery status remains fragile but improving. No visible stat increase. No celebratory language included. Ethan looked at the ledger, then at Jenna and Emma. "Good. Start with names and what they did, not what they're worth." Jenna inclined her head. "That is a better order." Sasha leaned her shoulder against his. "Look at you, adept tall boy, making the paperwork behave." "It won't last," Riley said, setting Rifle 2's tag down with care. "Paperwork has stamina." Ashley sat on Ethan's other side and took his hand under the blanket where the room did not have to turn it into a statement. "Then we make it remember them before it counts them." Ethan closed his fingers around hers and nodded to Athena. The first line of the memorial ledger brightened, and the Dead Man's Road began not with a new contract, not with a rank, and not with the order watching from somewhere beyond the field, but with the names of the dead who had carried him this far. Athena let the memorial ledger hold for 3 full breaths before she opened the next report, and Ethan appreciated the mercy enough to notice it. The new pane did not glow warm gray. It arrived in hard blue military formatting, neat, official, and crowded with categories that made the recovery bay feel smaller. Rift support compensation, asset loss reimbursement, emergency adept hazard stipend, military consultation interest, restricted contract invitations, order inquiry flags, and strategic magical assets board notice. The first ledger had named what was gone. This one named what other people wanted. Sasha read the top line and made a sound between a laugh and a threat. "They're paying him for almost dying now. That's thoughtful. I hope they trip on the receipt." Riley leaned over the table, pink hair falling forward as she dragged one of Athena's public summaries closer. "The money's real. Rift closure bonus, military support adjustment, loss replacement credit, and a private sector hazard premium that hasn't even been approved yet. Tallboy, congratulations. You're financially healthier and politically sicker. Ashley's thumb brushed once over Ethan's knuckles beneath the blanket. Which contracts are restricted? Athena enlarged 3 files with visible reluctance. Military Rift Observation Retainer, High-Risk Corpse Field Stabilization Circuit, and Advisory Access for Hostile Undead Countermeasure Doctrine. I have not accepted, declined, or allowed anyone to phrase them as obligations. I have also buried 9 less suitable invitations under procedural requests, missing paperwork, and a query about insurance language so boring that one office marked itself delayed. Ethan stared at the contract headers until the words blurred around the edges. He had wanted money once with a simple, hungry ache. Food, boots, safety. A cabin that didn't feel one bad winter from surrender. Now the numbers climbed because he had closed a rift, survived an Inquisitor's calculation, and become the sort of necromancer powerful offices wanted near emergencies and far from uncontrolled decisions. And the order? The recovery bay seemed to tighten around the question. Jenna's outline sharpened by the wall, and Emma looked down at her folded hands. Athena opened a red-edged pane, then reduced the detail before any outsider passing the bay could read too much. Formal position. Inquisitor Valahart and attached personnel are missing, presumed lost during rift instability and hostile action. Informal pattern. 3 order offices have filed preservation requests for telemetry, spiritual residue records, ghost contact notes, and your medical review. 2 used polite language, 1 did not. Sasha's face went flat. Tell me which one didn't. No, Ethan said, before Athena could answer. He sat forward slowly, feeling the new adept pressure settle under his ribs, not pushing, not leaking, just there. Not yet. We don't chase their anger while I can barely stand. Riley looked at him with quick approval. That sounded painfully sensible. It hurt, Ethan said. Ashley's hand tightened around his. Then what do we do? Ethan looked from the memorial ledger to the contract panes, then to Jenna, Emma, Sasha, Riley, Ashley, and the quiet blue shape of Athena's reports. We answer nothing alone. No order access without legal review. No military retainer while the team is still injured. No contract accepted because someone discovered I'm useful. He swallowed, then nodded toward the compensation line. Use the money for repairs first. Ghost recovery, asset replacement, team medical, legal reserve, and whatever Athena thinks keeps people from putting handles on us. Athena's pains shifted at once, reorganizing around his words. That is a defensible priority order. Sasha leaned harder against his side. Look at that. Adept tall boy learned budgeting as self-defense. Ethan almost smiled, but his eyes stayed on the red-edged order pane. Not budgeting, he said quietly. Fortifying the road before we walk it. The priority order was still rearranging itself when a small black icon appeared at the edge of Athena's pane. It was not military blue, order red, or academy green. It was plain, old-fashioned, and smug in the way only Master Lewis could make a communication request feel. Ethan looked at it, then looked at the others, and nobody needed Athena to explain who was waiting. Sasha's mouth twisted. If he says congratulations, I'm checking him for possession. He won't, Ashley said, though her eyes stayed on Ethan's face. That would be too emotionally direct. Riley tapped the table once beside the icon. Answer it or don't, but don't stare until the little symbol wins. Ethan breathed in, felt the blanket over his knees, Ashley's hand in his, Sasha's shoulder against his arm, Riley's restless presence beside the table, Jenna and Emma waiting by the wall, and Athena's quiet attention behind every pane. A month ago, he would have opened the call because Lewis called. A week ago, he might have opened it because Lewis knew things he didn't. Now he lifted his free hand and touched the icon because he chose to hear him, and that small difference sat heavier than it should have. Lewis appeared in a waist-high projection beside the recovery table, sleeves rolled, expression tired enough to look almost human. His gaze moved over the blankets, sealed tags, memorial ledger, compensation report, red-edged order pane, and Ethan's face. You look terrible. Ethan leaned back in the chair. Nice to see you too. I didn't call to be nice, Lewis said. I called because 3 offices have already asked me whether Adept Meyer remains under my instructional authority. I told them no. The words hit the room harder than Ethan expected. Sasha went still against his side. Ashley's fingers tightened. Riley's eyebrows rose slowly, and even Athena's pains paused their tidy rearranging. Ethan swallowed. That seems like the kind of thing you usually make sound less like being pushed out of a moving truck. Lewis' mouth twitched. You are not under daily instruction. You remain my former apprentice, my professional concern, and someone I will answer in an emergency if you bring facts rather than panic. That is not the same as authority. Jenna's pale face softened by a fraction. A teacher who opens his hand is not abandoning the student. Lewis inclined his head toward her. Precisely. Mr. Meyer needs roads that are not shaped by my shadow. He also needs to stop letting hostile offices imagine that getting to me is the same as getting to him. Ethan looked down at the table, where Athena's reports waited like roads splitting in several directions. Military retainer, private contracts, ghost recovery, asset replacement, order suspicion, academy review. Every path had cost written somewhere in its margins, and none of them came with Lewis standing behind him, one dry sentence away from making the room behave. Ashley spoke quietly, then he decides with his team. Lewis looked at her, and something like approval passed across his face before he buried it. Good. Say it again when the offer is flattering. Riley leaned both hands on the table. What road would you choose for him? No, Ethan said, before Lewis could answer. His own voice surprised him. It did not come out loud, but it landed cleanly. I don't want his answer first. Lewis became very still. Ethan looked at the reports, then at the memorial ledger still glowing beside them. We recover. We repair the dead properly. We protect Jenna and Emma before we chase another contract. We refuse military retainer work until the team is cleared. We take small, clean jobs only if they strengthen the road instead of making me perform adept for an audience. And when the order moves, we answer through law, witnesses, and preparation, not by running toward their anger. Sasha exhaled, fierce and shaky. That's our road. Athena's pains shifted again, this time with quiet satisfaction. Road doctrine recorded. Recovery first. Repair second. Selective work third. No performance contracts. Order response through controlled channels. Lewis studied Ethan for a long moment. That is not the road I would have given you. Ethan's stomach dipped, but he made himself meet the projection's eyes. Good. Lewis smiled then, small and sharp. Yes, it is. Lewis did not let the smile linger. He looked toward the red-edged order pane, and the recovery bay's fragile warmth cooled as if someone had opened a door to bad weather. One more thing. Valahart's office has already sealed his operational records pending internal review. That means the public line will stay vague, but the private hunt has begun. Sasha's shoulder went rigid against Ethan's. Hunt for what? Proof? For blame, Lewis said. Proof would be convenient, but blame travels lighter. Riley dragged the order pane closer with 2 fingers, careful not to open the restricted details where passing staff might see. Her eyes narrowed as Athena allowed a sanitized branch map to unfold, showing office seals, review requests, and 3 blank successor slots marked by titles rather than names. They're not waiting to mourn him. They're checking who inherits his files. Ashley's face had gone quiet in the way Ethan had learned meant fear had become planning. If someone inherits his files, they inherit his interest in Ethan. And his mistakes, Jenna said from the wall. Her outline thinned, then steadied as Emma reached toward her without quite touching. The living often mistake another man's obsession for unfinished duty. Ethan stared at the blank successor slots until they stopped looking like administrative placeholders and became people. Somewhere beyond the field, someone would open Valahart's files, read his notes, see Ethan's name too often, and decide whether the missing inquisitor had been a martyr, a fool, or a warning. None of those answers would make Ethan safe. Athena, can you tell who's most likely to take the file? Athena's voice lost its usual edge. Not yet. I can infer factions from routing, office behavior, signature habits, and request language, but naming a successor now would be guessing with expensive consequences. I recommend we prepare for 3 possibilities: a zealot, a bureaucrat, or a professional. Sasha gave a humorless little laugh. I hate that the professional sounds worst. It is, Lewis said. Zealots overreach. Bureaucrats delay themselves. Professionals learn. Ethan pushed the blanket aside and made himself stand. His legs objected. Ashley rose with him, and Sasha caught his elbow before pride could turn into a fall. Riley's hand moved to the table as if ready to catch the panes themselves. Ethan stayed upright because the room needed him to, but he did not pretend the cost was gone. Then we don't give the next one the same target. Athena brought the memorial ledger, repair priorities, legal reserve, ghost recovery plan, and order successor map into one clean display. The lines did not make the future safe. They made it visible enough to begin. Ethan touched the memorial ledger first, then the ghost recovery plan, and finally the order map. The order mattered, and everyone in the bay saw him choose it. No performance contracts, Ethan said. No public demonstrations. No private meetings with order representatives. We repair the dead, protect the ghosts, keep Athena boring on paper, and rebuild the roster under legal cover. If the next one comes at us, they meet a team, not a tired necromancer alone. Ashley's hand settled at the small of his back. And if they try to split the team? Riley's smile turned sharp. Then they learned Sasha isn't the only Calder who bites. Sasha grinned at her sister, then looked up at Ethan with fierce, bright pride. See? Family bonding. Lewis looked at them all, and for once his expression held no disguise Ethan could name. Then Book 3 ends where it should. Not safe, not innocent, not owned. Athena closed the display into a single final pane beside Ethan's wrist comp. End ledger confirmed. Adept Necromancer Level 1. Constitution 46, Strength 36, Stamina 60, Agility 40, Speed 42, Intelligence 80, Wisdom 64. No visible increase. Recovery active. Team continuity intact. Order successor threat unresolved. Road doctrine recorded. Ethan looked through the recovery bay doors to the field beyond, where dawn gray light touched scorched vehicles, sealed stretchers, tired soldiers, and the road leading away from the rift site. Valahart was gone. The order was not. Ethan Meyer was no longer easy to take from, and that meant the next person who tried would bring better tools. He took Ashley's hand, let Sasha keep his elbow, waited while Riley gathered the cracked tags, and stepped toward the road with his dead remembered and his living close. End of Book 3.